Chapter 151 Last Wishes and Commissions. Just as Leon was sighing, the brown bear walked around Leon and suddenly said, "Son of the forest, what's your name?" "Leon, brother Xiang, do you have a name?" Leon asked brown bear while answering. "Is the name? It seems there is." The brown bear sat on the ground with his butt, and put on his chin with his forefoot, which showed the same expression as human beings thinking. But after thinking about it for a long time, brother Xiang still didn't remember his name. "I forgot, no one has called my name for a long time." When he said this, brother Xiang's expression became a little sad. "After Cannoli left the secret forest, I was the only bear left here." "Old Master Cannoli?" Leon asked back. "Do you know him?" "Yes, he used to be a hero of you humans." The brown bear immediately became happy when he heard this familiar name. "Brother Xiang, are you friends with Old Master Cannoli?" Leon asked after hearing this. "It's more like a father and son. When I was a child, he adopted me from the place where stars fell, taught me to speak, forage and fight. I also spent the last time here with him." The brown bear explained, and invited Leon. "I'll take you to see him. My claws are too sharp and too big. There is a lot of moss on his statue, but I dare not clean it up, worried about destroying the statue." Leon nodded, and then the brown bear led the way forward, took the pool as the starting point, walked northward, and bypassed a dense bush. Leon saw a palace ruin, leaving only floor tiles and broken pillars on both sides. The roof and wall had long disappeared. Located in the deepest part of this ruin, a statue stands in the center. The statue carved the image of an old man with legs squatting on the ground, with a hood, long beards, and drooping eyebrows. It looks like Zi seemed to be smiling, and was an old man who looked kind-hearted and kind-looking. "Is it because of the battle that destroyed the original building here?" "This was our home, but I was too big to accommodate me. In order to see Cannoli's statues from time to time, I demolished the roof. However, I couldn't control my own strength at that time, so it became inexplicably like this." The brown bear felt a little embarrassed when he said this. "It's understandable. What else can Leon say? I can only comfort the brown bear like this. Please, you human hands are very flexible and are easier to use than mine." The brown bear smiled dryly, then pointed to the moss on the statue and asked Leon. Leon had no trace of ink, so he leaned over and stretched out his hand to remove all the moss on the statue symbolizing the old master Cannoli, and soon cleaned up the entire statue. Just as Leon took off the last part of the moss on the top of the statue, he suddenly noticed that under this moss, there was a sentence carved. "I'm still pursuing the sweetest taste." I never noticed this line of words. He likes sweets very much, so is me. This may be his last wish. While Leon was looking at this line of words, the brown bear also noticed what Leon was looking at the observer. He came over and noticed this sentence, and Leon immediately explained. "The sweetest thing, brother Xiang, do you have any clues?" Although Leon knew the answer, he still wanted to get some information from brown Xiang. "No, the sweetest thing I've ever eaten is maple syrup. I don't like human food very much, so I don't know what the sweetest thing Cannoli pursues." The brown bear shook his head. "But I think you should be able to guess that you are very smart, and the sons of the forest are very smart. Can I ask you to help me fulfill Cannoli's last wish? Yes. Leon nodded. Even if the brown bear didn't entrust him, he would not let go of the old master Cannoli's deal. The transaction of exchanging the star fruit with Gem's sweet raspberries, one of the 7 star fruits. Interestingly, the former old master cannoli was translated into a master fried cheese roll in the game, which made many players look question marks after seeing the message. Thank you, Leon, you are such a good person. The brown bear happily rubbed Leon when he heard this. In addition to Cannoli's last wish, I also have a commission to ask you. What commission? Leon asked. Can you bring me a maple syrup? I haven't tasted the maple syrup collected by humans in a long time. I miss that taste very much. The brown bear explained, and at the end he did not forget to add, I have paid, I know your human habits. If you bring me maple syrup, I will teach you a very useful magic. No problem, I'll bring you a large bottle of maple syrup at that time to ensure that you can have enough, but it will take time. Leon smiled and agreed, and at the same time sighed that he had triggered the content on the secret note in advance, but it was just informed by the person involved, which was quite interesting. Okay, I'll wait for you. I've been here for a long time, and I should stay here for a long time in the future. You can just come and find me directly. I've remembered your taste. As long as you appear in the secret forest, I will know. The brown bear was very happy when he heard this, and couldn't help but rub against Leon. Have you ever left the secret forest? Leon was curious at this moment why Brother Xiang, a special existence with human IQ, would leave himself in the secret forest. Because Cannoli wants to rule on Stardew Valley, he is gone, so I will protect this place for him. The brown bear replied naturally. What do you usually eat here? Leon asked. Fruits, I occasionally eat fish. The pond I dug out myself asked the guardian to help me raise some fish. There are a lot of fish and I can't finish it. If you want, you can come fishing. You are a friend, and I like to share food with my friends. The brown bear replied. Then I'm not polite. Leon nodded. He really needed the wooden leap fish here. After all, the wooden leap fish is a part of the old community fish tank sacrificial bag. It's okay. The brown bear replied with a smile, by the way, don't tell the humans in the town that I'm here, I don't like being disturbed. Don't worry, no, and most residents in the town don't come back to the secret forest. After all, this place is quite dangerous for ordinary people. Leon comforted the brown bear. Yeah, thank you. The brown bear nodded, then looked at the statue of the old master Cannoli, reminded Leon, Cannoli is a good guy. He will not let you help in vain. If you can fulfill his last wish, maybe he will bring you some surprises. I hope you don't forget this. No, believe me. Leon assured the brown bear seriously. The brown bear rubbed Leon with his bear's head, and then said to Leon, I'm a little tired and I'm going to go back to bed. You can leave or stay, but if you find that the trees in the forest are beginning to change color, you must leave here quickly. Why? Leon asked curiously. Because this means that the warning barrier has been triggered, and the monsters in the desert are coming again. The monsters that can trigger the barrier are powerful, and you may be in danger of your life. The brown bear's expression was a little serious. You are a friend, and I don't want you to be hurt, so leaving is the best choice. Thanks to the 500 starting point coin reward from the boss House Iu and the 1000 starting point coin reward from the boss of the old city in the sun. The two bosses Yushalin full of heroic spirit and handsome. Chapter 152, Deboing and Logging. Leon nodded solemnly and said that he had written it down. Seeing this, the brown bear swayed in satisfaction and walked towards the forest. When the brown bear needed to pass by, the trees that were originally close to each other magically avoided the two sides, leaving a passage for the brown bear. Well, Leon sighed, not because the brown bear left too quickly and felt regretful, but because he was helpless that this guy showed off his strong personality. Even though I was already injured, I still had to chat with me for so long, and I was acting relaxed, and I don't know who I learned from. Leon was not a fool. When the brown bear rubbed him for the first time, he could already smell some blood. At first, Leon thought it was blood from the monster fighting against the brown bear, but then he thought about it, something was wrong. After all, the monster's corpse disappeared, and any body tissue that belongs to it would disappear together. It is impossible to leave blood residue on the brown bear. Leon has seen this scene, after all, he has also killed many monsters. So this bloody smell could only be the brown bear himself. He was injured in the battle with the cursed flying dragon. However, the injury should not be very serious. After all, although there was a smell of blood, Leon did not see any signs of blood flowing on the ground after the brown bear, which is also the reason why Leon did not point it out. On the one hand, it is to estimate the face of the brown bear, and on the other hand, it is to make the brown bear feel more at ease. If Leon asks about the brown bear's injury, it may become hostile to Leon. After all, the injured beast is dangerous, especially when it is noticed. Although the IQ of the brown bear is no different from that of a normal person, Leon still retains his skills. However, after Brown Bear said that the two were friends, Leon completely let go of this vigilance. Because he could feel that the brown bear said this from the heart. This feeling was wonderful. I don't know if it was the effect of forest magic. Anyway, Leon was very sure that he could trust the brown bear. However, Leon still remembered the problem of the brown bear's injury. After the brown bear left, Leon also left the secret forest, then ran to Rasmati's mage tower and knocked on the door. "What are you doing again?" As soon as he knocked, the door of the mage tower automatically opened. Rasmatis stood behind the door with a helpless expression and asked Leon. "I saw the brown bear in the secret forest. It was injured. I wanted to ask for medicine for it, and I could pay, or there was no charge for entrusting it next time." Leon looked at Rasmatis and explained his purpose. "What's this? Then you don't need to worry. Its physical fitness is much stronger than you think. You just need a nap to recover by yourself." Rasmatis comforted Leon after hearing this. Oh! Since Rasmatis said so, Leon naturally believed it. "It's a very good guy. You can communicate more in the future. If you have nothing to do, go back. I have to do some experiments and don't bother me." After Rasmatis gave Leon a reminder, he issued an order to expel Leon again. "Okay, but big guy, can you send it back to me directly? I want to experience the feeling of teleportation again." Leon rubbed his hands and asked Rasmatis. But the only response to him was the gate that Rasmatis' mage tower suddenly closed. If Leon hadn't stood behind the door, the suddenly closed door might have hurt Leon with a heavy blow. "Stingy! Leon complained in a low voice. The next second after he finished complaining, Leon felt a blur in his eyes. After his vision replied, he noticed that he was already standing at the door of the farm wooden house. It turns out that the mage is also a stingy. Seeing that he was actually teleported back, Leon couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Since he was back, Leon braved the rain and went to the area where the furnace was placed, and found that the furnace had turned off. After all, one night and one morning have passed, and the smelted copper ingots have been completed. After packing the 4 copper ingots, Leon added new ore and coal to ensure the continuous operation of the furnace. After all, it is a machine, not a human, so you don't need to consider any rest or other benefits, and there is no psychological pressure when you squeeze it out. At the same time, Leon did not forget Brother Xiong's entrustment and brought him a bottle of maple syrup. If you want to collect maple syrup, you have to collect sap. The conventional method is to find a maple tree to cut a hole and hang a container below. How much you can collect depends on the time. But Leon has a system. If he remembers correctly, the 3rd level wild pick can unlock a professional sap collector. Now I am 2 levels short of my 1st level wild harvest. If I want to upgrade quickly, in addition to finding wild plants, cutting trees and logging is also a good way to upgrade. This way, you can save some wood to cope with future consumption. Since the first time I came to Red Star Farm, Leon cut off trees in order to clear the open space. Leon has not cut off trees for the 2nd time until now, and the timber collected before was not much inventory. However, Leon arranged for the logging matter in the afternoon. After all, he had not had lunch yet. It was raining, and the fire pit was useless. After all, it was open air, so Leon found some vegetables in the refrigerator and mixed them with a salad for a while. Then he took a short rest and started working. The first area I chose was naturally the trees in the farm. Except for the area close to the wooden house, other areas on the farm were quite wild, with trees and weeds growing, because it was not available for the time being. It's such a large open space, so Leon has never cared about it. Now there is finally a reason to clean it up. Before logging, Leon tried to use the Galaxy Watermelon knife as a logging tool. Unfortunately, the sharp blade can indeed easily cut off trees, but the fallen trees did not directly turn into wood, but instead maintained their original appearance. A thick log was not what Leon wanted, so he had to replace it with an axe and cut it again. The tools provided by the system are unreasonable. Even if the logs that have been cut off on the ground are just a few times with an axe tool to break the log into standard wood, which is completely unreasonable. However, Leon had already gotten used to it. He started cutting all the trees on the farm with an axe in his arms. His abundant physical energy could prevent Leon from resting. Long-term logging has given you a new understanding of how to pick wild skills, and your picking level will be increased by 1 level. During the logging process, you realize that your physical energy is consumed too quickly and realize that you need to quickly replenish the food consumed as a supply. You have learned the recipe of life-saving burger, and the recipe of life-saving burger has been unlocked. Chapter 153. You are very happy today. Life-saving burgers, dish is a portable snack for explorers. You can quickly replenish your energy after eating it, and provide a special effect of 6 hours of wild picking level +3. Required for making: bread, dishes, *1, cave radish *1, eggplant *1. Leon didn't remember how many trees he cut down, and finally heard the system's prompt. Although the prompt content is still serious nonsense, at least the wild card has been upgraded and unlocked new recipes is a good thing. If the system is willing to add the show, then add it. Anyway, the beneficiary is yourself. Leon took the opportunity to look at the logging harvest contained in his backpack, including 480 wood, 113 drops of sap, 3 pine cones, 4 maple seeds, and 6 acorns. The drop rate of tree species is very high, especially acorns. This thing can grow new oak trees after planting it. Moreover, these oak trees can be convenient for Leon to plant in the same area, allowing Leon to stockpile a large amount of oak resin. In this way, Leon can mass-made small kegs to reproduce the legend of Moutai Town story. Continuing to wave the axe, Leon planned to cut off all the trees on the farm before dark, so that it would also be convenient for him to plan the farm. Although the logging process was boring, the benefits of a large amount of materials still made Leon very motivated. When the wood in the backpack accumulated to the upper limit of 999 and the extra wood began to occupy the second backpack space, Leon realized for the first time that the number of backpack stacks in the reality system also had an upper limit. However, the extra grid has not had a big impact on Leon. After all, the 24 grid backpack is actually not small anymore, especially Leon does not carry too much. Even if the wood is stacked and occupied the third and fourth grids, there are still more than a dozen empty spaces to spare. But what made Leon regret was that before dark, he had cut off all the trees on the farm, and he still did not receive any notification of the system's upgrade of wild picks. Helplessly, Leon had to change his position and went out to the remote forest north of the farm and cut off wild trees for more than an hour before he heard the system's upgrade reminder. Long-term logging has given you a new understanding of how to pick wild skills, and your picking level will be increased by 1 level. During the wild harvesting process, you noticed that in addition to collecting wood, the resin that the trees themselves can produce is also a resource. In order to collect resins from various trees, you have developed a sap collector, and the production formula of the sap collector has been unlocked. Sap collector, place it on maple, oak, and pine trees, and then wait to fill it with sap. Required materials: wood *40, copper ingot *2. Hi, it's finally done. With the level of the third level wild pick, Leon breathed a sigh of relief after unlocking the recipe for the sap collector. After retracting the axe to his backpack, Leon couldn't help but rub the sore muscles on his arms. He was swinging an axe all afternoon. Even his enhanced physical fitness could not withstand such high-strength logging work. If he had not been to the goal of having to get to the third level wild harvest, Leon would have gone back to lie down. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and finally achieved the goal of level 3 of YesCAI, without in vain. After moving his stiff fingers for a moment, Leon looked at his watch. At this moment, the hand had already reached the direction of 7 o'clock. The sky was completely dark, and the raindrops stopped falling, but because the dark clouds were still floating in the air, Leon could not see the stars in the sky. Hungry. On the way back to the farm, Leon not only felt the soreness, swelling and pain on his arms, but also hunger was eroding his stomach. The faint calories provided by the salad at noon had been exhausted. At this moment, Leon felt that he was so hungry that he could eat a cow. Although the rain stopped, the accumulated water in the fire pit had probably not yet faded. It was very troublesome to make a fire and cook. It just so happened that I needed to consult Emily for the price of the 2 crystals in yellow and purple. So after returning to the wooden house, Leon took off his raincoat, changed into clean clothes, and stepped on the mud in his rain boots. Go to Pelican Town. There is no way, the road surface is muddy on rainy days. Although the bicycle is very adaptable, it is difficult to walk on the muddy road after the rain. Leon relived the feeling of rushing on his legs for a long time. After half an hour walking to Pelican Town, Leon immediately took out his bicycle, rode on the repaired stone road in Pelican Town, heading straight to Gus's Star Fruit, and after arriving at the bar, he parked the car and opened the door and entered. "Guess, give me all the recommended dishes today," Leon shouted loudly as soon as he entered the door, with a loud voice, which attracted the attention of almost everyone in the tavern in an instant. However, everyone did not think that Lion's loud noise was noisy, but instead looked at Leon happily and helped him cheer. "Guess, have you heard that, our farmer is hungry, go to the kitchen to cook." "Ha ha ha, of course it's okay. After a day of busyness, Leon, sit down and rest for a while, I'll prepare for you now." Gus nodded with a smile and greeted Leon, and after that, he turned around and entered the kitchen. "Leon, do you want to have a drink together when you are full? I'll treat you." In addition to some people who didn't know Leon and teasing Gus, Louis, a regular guest at the tavern, also offered Leon a drink together. But Leon just glanced at Marnie sitting opposite Louis, and waved his hand directly. "Louis, I really can't drink it. You don't want to see me who fell on the side of the road and frozen for a night after drinking too much, and then was sent to the hospital by a kind-hearted person, right?" "Okay, it's a good thing not to drink. You are still young, and a healthy body is more important than anything else." Louis put down his thoughts of getting Leon drunk when he heard this. "Go to the bar to rest, I won't bother you." "Yeah." Leon nodded, then walked to the bar and sat down, and Emily also came over to chat. "I feel very happy today. After all, you won't be so arrogant when you enter the door." "Yeah." Leon nodded. He was really happy. After all, AI upgraded to unlock the sap collector, which meant that his winemaking career had taken the first step. "Is it because I caught a big fish today? I heard from Haley that you caught a giant catfish more than 2 meters long in the river outside our house." Emily continued to ask, and at the same time brought Leon a cup of hot water. After all, the rain had just stopped outside, and Lion's coming should be quite cold. Drinking a cup of hot water can relieve it. Lion's heart was stuttering after hearing Emily's words, but he still maintained a calm expression. "That's right, has she said anything else?" "No, I just said you caught a big fish. Has something else happened?" Emily asked back in confusion. Leon breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, then picked some talkative answers and said, "Yes, I handed the rod to her before catching the fish, and she was almost dragged into the water by the giant catfish. In order to facilitate information checking and being lazy, I set the protagonist's system in version 1.5, but the world is in world 1.6, so the formula for skill upgrade unlocking may not match the version, which will cause trouble for everyone. I hope to understand." Chapter 154 Family Style Farm. Ah! Emily was really shocked when she heard the news. Then she thought that Haley had gone to the bathroom to take a shower as soon as she came back, and immediately complained, "No wonder she went to take a shower after she came back. What I said was almost there. She didn't fall down, but she was wet with the rain." Leon hurriedly explained. After all, if Emily's big sister's personality is really misunderstood by Haley and fall into the river, she is afraid that she will scold Haley when she goes back. At that time, Haley is angry and confronts Emily, and then reveals some things that are not suitable for the third person to learn about, and Leon will be in trouble. Sorry, I was worried about Haley when I heard this news. It would be great if I didn't fall down, but I remember there was an umbrella before she went out. Emily recalled the scene when Haley went out in the morning when she was reading a book on the sofa. In order to take photos, I didn't pay attention to holding an umbrella to shelter from the rain. Leon naturally did not dare to tell Emily that Haley was soaked by the rainwater on her raincoat because she was held in her arms. Although this matter was also out of saving people and she had no messy thoughts, it was a bit abrupt after all. Yes, in addition to paying attention to the fashion circle, Haley also likes photography. Leon, you don't know that Haley is also famous in the photography industry. Unlike me who come to Gus to work, Haley's job is to take photos for magazines regularly. Many magazines like to work with her. She is very awesome. When Emily heard Leon mentioning Haley's photo, she couldn't help but show off Haley's work results to Leon. Obviously, she was still proud of Haley's sister, even though Haley didn't like this sister very much on the surface. What about you? Have you ever considered changing a job? Leon thought of Clinton's words and began to test Emily's tone. After all, he should go to the mine in the future, so the number of gems obtained in the mine should not be too small. If he can cooperate with Emily to run the jewelry industry, he might be able to create a brand new jewelry brand. No, actually, if I want to, I can rely on my parents' connections to become a jewelry designer in big cities. I can also be handwoven and become a fashion designer. It's useless to be a fashion designer, but I don't want to leave Pelican Town. Emily replied. Because why is it? Leon asked curiously. Because Haley, she is a child in life. If I am not by her side, she may be annoyed to the point of breaking down all kinds of trivial matters in daily life. Emily replied with a smile, I am just such a sister, and my parents don't come home often. Who will take care of her if I don't take care of her? You are such a good sister. Leon sighed. He was the only child and had never experienced having serious brothers and sisters. This has always been a pity for him. After all, I'm a family. Emily's expression was very gentle at the moment. I hope Haley can find a suitable boy and then start a family. Only in this way can I feel at ease. What are your plans after Haley gets married? Since it was just a chat, Leon naturally said whatever he wanted. Emily thought for a moment before answering. Maybe she will go out for a while and then make some money, find a piece of land with abundant water and grass in Stardew Valley, build her own farm, raise a lot of sheep and so on. No need to look for it. My farm welcomes your investment at any time. Leon immediately suggested when he heard this. But Emily was stunned when she heard this, then her face turned red and she quickly lowered her head and said hesitantly, What are you talking about? Ah? Is there any problem? Leon looked at Emily in confusion, not understanding why she had such a big reaction. Of course there is a problem. If this happens, you can't talk nonsense in the future. Emily heard Lion's question and immediately realized that she was a misunderstanding and immediately said to Leon Coco. No matter which farm in the world it is basically a family industry and will be passed down from generation to generation. Generally, a farmer invites others to join his or her farm, which means that he wants to become a family, even if he is not a close relative of blood, he or she is a family of the opposite sex with great friendship. Usually this way of joining is done through adoption, marriage, and recognizing relatives. Now you want me, an outsider, to invest in your farm, is he or she suggests that he or she wants to marry me. This is the first time I know it. Leon suddenly realized when he heard this, and also understood why Emily's reaction was so intense. At the same time, I also understand why my grandfather's farm was abandoned until his arrival. The emotional farm is a family industry and cannot be inherited by the family. Although I really wanted to continue teasing Emily, considering that this did not meet my current arrangement, I was afraid that Emily would take it seriously. Leon said, "Sorry, I really don't know that this situation is happening. I am abrupt." Emily waved her hand and said that she didn't care, and the expression on her face was a little disappointed. Leon pretended not to see it, picked up the hot water Emily had handed to herself and took a sip of it, and neither Emily spoke again. But soon, Leon was the first to break the tranquility. Because he remembered that he came to Starfruit not only for dinner, but also wanted to entrust Emily to help him estimate citron and amethyst. So Leon took out 2 crystals and put them on the bar. "Emily, can you help me see the quality of these 2 crystals?" "No problem." Emily nodded when she heard this, and at the same time, she picked up one of the cyanines and looked in front of her eyes for a moment. She put it down. She picked up the amethyst and looked at it for a while, then put it down. "The quality is very good. If I bid, citron can give a price of 220, and amethyst will probably be about 330. Listening to Emily's valuation, Leon compared it with Clint's quotation in his heart and found that there was not much difference, but Emily's valuation of citron was higher, and amethyst was basically the same. The similar prices given by both of them prove that the approximate market value of citron and amethyst is just like this. After the 2 pieces of yellow amethyst thrown into the delivery box as test items were sold, Leon also planned to look at the bills reported. By determining the price of gems sold in the shipping box, you should be able to determine how to sell gems in the future. If the price of gems in the sales channel of the shipment box is lower than the price of the 2, then all gems from Leon will be sold to Clint in the future. If the difference is not much, then the shipping box is still Lion's first choice. After all, it takes a long time to go to Clint. It saves a lot of time when you go out of the cargo box, and Louis can also know that he has not been lazy after inheriting the farm. This did not comfort Louis. Leon was really creating economic value for Pelican's Town, so as not to think that the farm support fund he provided to Leon was wasted. Chapter 155 The Outlook for Barbecue. After chatting with Emily for a while, Gus walked out of the kitchen with a large tray of food. "Gus, thank you for your hard work." Leon waited for Gus to put the food in front of him and thanked Gus. "Haha, it's not hard work. After all, I'm a chef. It's my duty to cook delicious food for guests that can fill their stomachs." Gus waved his hand and smiled at Leon and replied, "The fruit of stars will always welcome you, Leon." "Ha ha ha, then I will come and disturb you often in the future." Leon agreed with a smile. "Okay." Gus nodded, and then did not forget to remind Leon, "But I still recommend that you cook by yourself occasionally. I heard Emily say that your cooking skills are great and that you have developed some new cooking methods. I think you have the potential to become a chef, so don't waste your talent because of laziness." "Ha ha ha, it's not what I studied, it sits just the way I cook in my hometown. Leon explained with a smile. It's almost the same. Anyway, I still look forward to you being able to improve your cooking skills. In this way, we may be able to communicate with you in the future. Gus said, then he leaned into Lion's ear and whispered. If you want to learn new recipes, I can give you my private recipe. This is Lao Gus' secret recipe, don't tell anyone. Isn't this suitable? Leon was a little moved when he heard this. After all, he and Gus had just met each other for a while, and the other party had already planned to give him all his money, which made Leon a little flattered. There is nothing wrong. After all, only continuous communication and learning can further improve the cooking skills. Moreover, I don't have children. If you don't teach you a friend who is talented in cooking, those recipes that I have refined by myself will be wasted. Gus patted Lion's shoulder and encouraged. Don't you plan to find an apprentice to pass on it? Leon asked back. Gus replied with a wry smile, there are few young men in Stardew Valley who like cooking, but some of the girls are interested, but their physical fitness cannot support the high-intensity working environment in the kitchen. Gus's view has nothing to do with the author. Please do not raise the role view to the coder, hope to understand and be grateful. Then I'll exchange the recipe with you. Leon suggested. That's even better. I look forward to seeing your recipe, but your task now is to fill your stomach first. Gus nodded happily, but did not forget to remind Leon to have a meal. Okay, one word is certain. Leon reached out and fisted Gus, then picked up the knife and fork and started to enjoy dinner. The dinner prepared by Gus was very special. The staple food was bread stuffed with ham, and the dishes were meat and vegetables. The meat dishes were basically fish dishes that were thorny. They were covered with starch and squeezed into golden brown. They were burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, and the juice was full. Vegetarian food is not a simple salad, but a cooking method of blanching and baking and sprinkling seasonings. The taste tastes like a barbecue vegetable skewers, but there is no chili powder or cumin, and the taste is sweet and sour. This is the modified dish I was inspired by Emily's description of how you cook. I thought of it. I tried it before and felt it was okay, but I always felt something was a bit bad, because the dehydrated vegetables and salad dressing tasted less refreshing than fresh vegetables. Do you have any suggestions for this? Gus couldn't help asking as he watched Leon eat his own traits of vegetables. What state are you going to cook the vegetables? Leon asked back. A new flavor that can maintain the flavor of the ingredients after dehydration, Gus concluded. Then the cooking you need should be charcoal grilling and seasoning with spices. Leon answered Gus's question in the barbecue cooking style. Spicy? Bacon, sage, rosemary. Gus thought for a moment and asked, will this conceal the special flavor of the ingredients themselves be concealed because the spice tastes too strong? Not using these, it is best to choose spicy seasonings such as chili powder and cumin. These spicy foods can be appetizing. As long as you don't have to take heavy hands, they can better highlight the taste of the vegetables themselves and add a charcoal grilled flavor to the food. Leon explained. This is a very interesting combination. You can guess the stimulation of this food on the taste buds by just thinking about it. It seems that it is very suitable for beer. Gus is worthy of being a chef. He can analyze the most suitable way to eat barbecue by listening to Lion's description. Indeed, you can refer to the barbecue method, just change from meat to vegetables. Of course, meat can also be processed in this kind of charcoal grilling, which may have a good effect. Leon gave an example. He talked with Gus for so long, and unconsciously recalled his favorite late-night snack spot, barbecue stall. If Gus makes a barbecue at Starfruit, it would be great to make an exception and drink a glass of beer occasionally and pick up some skewers. It's indeed a good suggestion. I'll try it later. If it tastes good, add it to the tavern menu. Gus was very moved and then hurriedly reminded Leon. I will write a letter to notify you at that time. You must come and review it. If you are willing, we can even develop this new recipe together. If the effect is good, I will calculate how much dividends you will get if you invest in your technology. Forget it, it's okay to help give suggestions, there's no need to distribute dividends. If you make delicious food, I will benefit too, right? Leon hurriedly declined, fearing that Gus would tie himself up and have a barbecue together. If it wasn't for the time to close the door, I couldn't help but plan to go to the kitchen to start researching. Gus looked at the customers in his shop and complained regretfully. Emily, who had been listening on the side, giggled and said, I haven't seen Gus so excited for a long time. Leon, you seem to be able to chat with anyone. Maybe it's because I know a little bit of everything. Leon said. Leon, which came from the era of the information explosion, actually had a wide range of experiences. Under the impact of a large number of fragmented information such as short videos, people's views and knowledge were expanded crazily. As long as you can filter out spam information, in the internet era, you can even learn the theoretical knowledge of rubbing atomic bombs at home. Of course, how to obtain materials is another matter. Okay, you young people will talk, as for my hometown guy, I'll do my best to work on my kitchen work. Gus glanced at Leon and Emily, then blinked at Leon and Emily, then hurried back to the kitchen and hid, protruding out and running after the fire. Emily looked at Gus, who had left helplessly, and then explained to Leon, Gus likes to joke like this, I won't bother you anymore. You'd better have a meal first. Without waiting for Leon to answer, Emily walked to the wine cabinet area behind the bar and began to clean the drinks. It seemed that she was deliberately avoiding Leon to make him less embarrassed. Seeing this, Leon shrugged helplessly. Without Emily's ingredients, he had to continue enjoying his own dinner. It was not until I ate all the things on the plate that I stopped the knife and fork in my hand and burped. Gus prepared a lot of portions. If it weren't for not wasting food, Leon might have stopped eating 2 minutes ago, but looked at the remaining half of the fish steak and some leftover vegetables on the bottom of the plate. I still tried hard to eat all these things, and now the food was almost at the throat of Leon. Actually, you don't need to fight like this. You won't blame you if you can't eat, Gus. Come on, drinking a sip of water should make you feel more comfortable. As soon as Leon finished eating, Emily poured a cup of hot water into Leon's cup and helped to pack up the leftover tableware of Leon. Yeah, thank you. Leon took a sip of water and did not forget to thank Emily. This girl always showed her care in the most detailed convenience. If Leon had not had ambition, she would have already begun to officially launch an offensive against Emily. Emily just smiled slightly at this, then put the tableware into the kitchen after packing up, and brought Leon's bill tonight from Gus. Glance at the numbers on the bill, Leon was a little confused. This price is wrong, right? There's nothing wrong. Emily picked up the bill and looked at it again, then explained to Leon, "You mean there is no statistics on the vegetable meal fee, right? This is an experimental dish. There will be no charges before it is completed. Only the meal fee for fish steak and ham bread is calculated. This is what everyone knows." Confirm. Leon was still a little worried that Gus was opening the back door for him. Of course, everyone in Pelican Town has experienced this experimental dish, and everyone is happy to help Gus taste his new dish. Gus got suggestions on improving the dishes, and customers got free food, which is a win-win situation. Emily looked pretentious and was even worried that Leon would not believe it. She called Pam, a middle-aged woman with blonde curly hair who happened to come to replenish her drinks, as a witness. "You talk about experimental dishes, this has happened a long time ago, but I think Gus should launch experimental drinks to be appropriate," Pam said in a somewhat vague accent, and shouted to Emily, "Emily, have another beer and keep the money in the book." Recently, everyone wants to watch the expansion mod. To be honest, I only used functional mods before, and I have never played the expansion mod. I will install and experience it later. I am considering whether to add it or not. In fact, I have the idea of expanding the Stardew Valley map, and I have buried several pitfalls, so there are no need to worry about the content. Chapter 156 The Black Pot. Looking at Emily, who poured wine for Pam, Leon stared at the famous old alcoholic in Stardew Valley and sighed. After all, he was listening to what Pam said just now. She seemed to be drinking on credit, and it was not the first time she could hear her voice. And looking at Pam's red face, the pungent alcohol smell that the two could smell even more than 1 meter away. Leon probably had drunk a lot before this. This made him unable to help but think of Panay. After all, this drunkard was Panay's mother. When Pam left with a large glass of beer, Leon said, "How much does she owe the wine money in the store?" "I don't know much, let me take a look." "Well, it's 645 G. Emily picked up a notebook behind the counter, flipped through it for a moment, and gave the answer. "Just let her on credit." Leon continued to ask. "After all, I'm an old customer, and you don't know Gus' personality," Emily said, her expression a little helpless, as if she was dissatisfied with Pam's approach of using Gus' kindness to satisfy her alcohol addiction. "Do you think she has the possibility of paying off her debt?" Leon glanced at Pam, who was drinking alone in the corner. From the other party's somewhat sloppy clothes, he saw that Pam, who was not present, was doing something. It should be possible. She used to be a driver from Pelican Town to the Calico Desert. Later, after the bus was out of service, I heard that she would occasionally go to Hoja's supermarket to work as an unloader. Emily replied as she recalled the conversation between Pam and Gus. "Have her family come here to pay her back for the alcohol?" Leon asked. "You said Penny, of course there are, and more than once." Emily nodded, "And Penny comes every time when Pam got drunk and picked her up." Leon shook his head silently and said nothing, while Emily glanced at Leon, not understanding why Leon suddenly cared about Pam's situation. After a moment of silence, Leon spoke again, "Is there only one person who can drive a bus in the town?" "No, but only Pam is the one who lives in Pelican's Town," Emily explained. "If I fix the lead to the Calico Desert bus, what do you think Louis will arrange the driver's question?" "I don't know either." Emily shook her head, "Maybe she would hire a driver? Or continue to let Pam take charge of the bus? I'll go and talk to Louis, Leon said, making it easier for Emily to say goodbye and find Louis, who was talking to Marnie. Marnie, borrow Louis for some use, don't you mind? As soon as he arrived in front of the two, Leon joked at Marnie and blinked at Louis. Of course, you guys talk. Marnie was stunned for a moment when she heard this, then covered her mouth and agreed to Lion's statement with a smile, and then prepared to avoid it, but Louis stood up first and walked aside. What's wrong? I have plans to repair the bus to the Calico Desert in the future. I have some questions about the driver's candidate, Leon said seriously to Louis. This is a good thing. Louis was a little happy when he heard this. I plan to listen to you if the driver is chosen, after all, it is your repaired bus. I don't know much about the personnel and affairs of Pelican's Town, I just want to ask about your arrangements. Leon continued, while taking a special glance at Pam in Louis's gaze. Are you worried that I will let Pam become the bus driver again? It seems that you have heard of that. Louis immediately understood what Leon meant, with a hint of embarrassment. Leon, you may not know that only Pam has a bus driver's license in Stardew Valley, even if she is an alcoholic. So your original intention is still toward Pamphlet. When Leon saw Louis' expression, he understood what he was thinking. Yes, although Pam has the habit of drinking, she is very serious about her work and will never drink alcohol during working hours. The bus accident was not because of the rumors in the town that Pam was drunk and drove a bus. Otherwise, according to the relevant laws and regulations of the Fenker Republic, she really did such a ridiculous thing and had been arrested and jailed long ago. Louis explained. What is the specific reason? Can you tell me? Leon asked. Well, this has happened several years ago, but I was quite impressed. That day, Pam worked normally, and when he returned from the Calico Desert, there were only 4 passengers on the bus, 3 of whom were residents of the town and 1 tourist. When Louis talked about the tourist, his expression became a little complicated. The problem lies with that tourist, who was a spy from the Gotlo Empire. When the bus was about to enter Stardew Valley, he stabbed Pam with an anesthetic needle, causing Pam to fall into a coma, which made the bus lose control and crash into the tunnel. Spy? Why did he choose Pam? Leon was so irritated when he heard the news. After all, the plot was a little unrestrained. Do you remember the library that was swept away, all antique ore displays? Louis reminded. So, the day when the bus accident happened was exactly the time for the previous library director to escape. Leon immediately reacted. Yes, Pam is bait. Something happened to her bus and was near Stardew Valley. After getting the news, we rushed over many young and middle-aged people at the first time, which led to insufficient staff within Pelican Town. So we gave the previous library director the opportunity to escape Stardew Valley with a large collection on a boat. Louis' expression became helpless when he said this. When we found out that Pam was still sleeping, the rescuers mistakenly thought Pam was drunk, so someone reported that the car accident caused by Pam's drunk driving. Did she not defend herself? Or was she given a ban order? Leon asked. The latter, because the Fengire Republic had not yet started war with the Gotlo Empire. In order to avoid causing public panic, the government agents specially found Pam to talk. I was at the scene at that time, and I was considered a witness and guarantor. Louis sighed. Although the government compensated her a loss, it was not much. Pan could not refuse, nor did she dare to refuse, so she could only bear the infamy. Until now, residents of Stardew Valley owed her an apology and a job, so I still think it is best to hire her after the bus is restored. Understand? Leon understood a lot of things in an instant, and his resistance to Pam had almost disappeared. But since it is an official confidentiality agreement, Louis, aren't you worried about illegality? This war is about to end, and the defense line of the Gotlo Empire is about to collapse. At most, you have to announce your surrender until autumn and winter, and the confidentiality agreement is about to expire. Louis gave a very amazing news, which surprised Leon. Why did the mayor of Pelican Town, far away from the war area, know this kind of information? Seeing Lion's doubts, Louis explained with a smile, I have a good relationship with the governor, and Jody's husband is on the front line. I am the mayor of Pelican's Town and a friend of Kent. I have the responsibility and obligation to care for my friends. Regarding the addition of mod content, I am still considering that at least the result will not be released before 600,000 or 700,000 words. After all, I still have to experience it. I have downloaded a lot of extra content mods. I will choose some interesting ones from them and add them in a reasonable way. As for this chapter, it can be considered a supplement to the character. I like Panmu very much. After all, this guy gives gifts either a battery or a tonic. These are all good things. She, most importantly, she has a daughter. Chapter 157 and One's Obsession. So since the result of this war is about to be revealed, what will the Gotlo Empire pay? Since Louis knew about the international situation, Leon naturally did not intend to miss this opportunity to inquire about the news. It is probably the expansion of the Gem Sea. There is nothing needed for the Fengile Republic in the Gatello Empire, but the territorial waters of the Gatello Empire are always coveted by the Fengile Republic. In the victory of this war, most of the islands on the Gem Sea will become the territory of the Fengile Republic. Louis replied. Why is the Fengile Republic interested in the islands of the Sea of Gems? Leon asked. I don't know what the big guys above think, but there are basically ancient ruins and secrets on the islands in the Sea of Gems. This may be what they need. Louis added in a low voice after he finished speaking. Don't tell the conversation today, including the matter of Pam. I will announce the truth when the bus leading to the Calico Desert is repaired. Yet. Leon understood. After Louis finished talking about this, he turned around and went back to drink with Marnie. After Leon got what he wanted to know, he did not stay at Starfruit for more. After paying to say goodbye to Emily, he left the bar. After leaving the bar, Leon felt a hint of chill, but it was in a bearable range. Thinking that it would be fine to go back so early, Leon received his bicycle into his backpack, hiked to the stone arch bridge connecting the beach in the town, and took out a new fishing rod. After hanging up the bait, the fish hook was thrown into the water. The float of the fiberglass fishing rod was an excised round float, and it could reflect fluorescence in the night, which looked much more advanced than the previous bean float. There will be some special fish at night, which is a gift needed for the fish tank sacrifice in the old community center. Moreover, Lion's fishing level is still level 0, so he chose to fish at this time. Leon, who was leaning on the stone arch bridge, looked at the floating floats on the water from time to time, and slapped the slap in boredom. After all, fishing is like this. It was boring before the fish bite the hook. I don't know if it is because the bait used as the bait does not meet the taste of night fish, or because there are no fish in the area chosen by Leon, and after waiting for more than 10 minutes, I didn't see any movement in the float. After waiting for more than a minute, seeing the float that was still not moving, Leon replaced the red worm given by Willie and threw it back into the water. As a result, not long after the fish hook entered the water, Leon saw the float start to jump up and down on the water surface, and then directly lifted the rod and closed the line. The fish caught in the hook did not struggle too much. If it weren't for some feedback, Leon even felt that he had caught garbage. Lifting up the fish caught in the hook easily, Leon saw the fish with silver scales slightly longer than the chopsticks and light blue fins. Snapper, fish, a common river fish that is active at night. Leon was quite happy to catch the target fish with one shot, and also remembered that Willie had made good comments on the bait he made before. Now Leon felt that Willie said that way to encourage and comfort him. The reality is that the bait recommended by the old fisherman can kill his own homemade bait in seconds. But Leon still didn't believe that his homemade bait was so bad, so Leon changed into homemade bait and threw the hook into the water. This time he didn't ask him to wait any longer. 2 minutes later, he saw the fish float moving. There was no resistance to pulling the rod. A small-mouthed bass was directly pulled ashore by Leon with brute force. After retrieving the small-mouth bass, Leon replaced the red worms as bait and threw them into the water. More than a minute later, a snapper was lifted. This made Leon even more confused. After trying it again for several rounds, he found that homemade bait was quite attractive to smallmouth bass. The snapper seems to have a special liking for red worms, and basically the ones caught by the red worms' hooks are all snappers. This experimental comparison made Leon a little confused. He said that homemade bait would not work. The small-mouthed bass would bite the hook of the homemade bait, and said that it would work. The snapper was disdainful of it. Unfortunately, Leon has not caught another catfish during the trial, which makes him unsure whether the catfish he caught with homemade bait during the day is lucky or catfish. Forget it, go to the beach and try your luck. After retracting the fishing rod, Leon did not intend to waste time on the river in the town. Without catfish, the small-mouthed bass and snapper would not have a high income even if it was blasted. After all, this kind of fish is too small and the frequency of hooking is too high. You can tell at a glance that it is not a valuable product. Anyway, I have already started fishing, so I can go to the beach to see if I can catch the eels in the night fish needed for another kind of sacrifice bag. And so far, the fishing level is still 0. Leon decided not to turn this 0 into 1 tonight, so he didn't plan to go back to sleep. There is basically no movement besides the sound of waves at night. The dark sea looks very oppressive when viewed from a distance. The sky is dark and the moonlight is also very weak because of the dark clouds and the slightly wet and cold sea breeze, which makes Leon feel like entering a horror movie. However, Leon was not very brave, so he went to the dock with a fishing rod, found a good location and started throwing the rod. This time, the bait that Leon chose was red worm. Leon still believed what Willie said. His own homemade bait was not attractive enough to see fish, and it was still more reliable, such as red worm, a standard bait certified by old fishermen. Staring at the sea surface in front of the sea breeze, not long after, Leon noticed the movement of the fish float and hurriedly closed the line and lifted the rod, but the line was tense at this moment. At the same time, Leon was also surprised to find that he could not turn the reel. The feedback from the lifting rod seemed to be that some heavy object was hung. The pulling felt like dragging a huge rock. Even though Leon had used all his strength, except for the fiberglass fishing rod being forced to bend into a bow, he did not retract another inch of the fishing line. After trying it out, Leon looked helpless. He was sure that he had caught the planet. Just as Leon was about to take out the galaxy watermelon knife and was about to cut off the fishing line, Leon noticed a black shadow suddenly appeared on the sponge, and the black shadow was gradually expanding, which was really the direction where his fish hook was hanging. Seeing this, Leon instantly found out the galaxy watermelon knife and entered a state of alert. If ordinary people saw this scene, they either abandoned the pole and ran away, or decisively slipped away. However, as a reckless man and forest magic holder, Leon was not panicked at all. He wanted to see what was hanging on his fish hook. Chapter 158 Don't Understand, but Respect. As the black shadow gets closer and closer to the water surface, Leon can't help but extend the length of its Milky Way watermelon knife. The dock is about 3 meters away from the sea surface. This height can serve as a buffer space. If the black shadow comes from the water surface and rushes toward him, then Leon's 2-meter watermelon knife can now give it a beheading tactic. After all, I have experienced the sharpness of the galaxy watermelon knife, and Leon is still very confident about the strength of the galaxy watermelon knife. In addition to the slightly unique shape, this weapon is more and more convenient to use. Waiting for the dark shadows in the sea to surface, Leon's heart was extremely calm at this moment. It seems that he has seen too many things in Stardew Valley. He seems to be immune to these mysterious things. If it were the case in this past, Leon would definitely be the first to run away. Before Leon waited for a long time, the black shadow really surfaced, but it did not jump out of the water and blew towards Leon as Leon thought, but only revealed a big round head, and there was a team of soft ears on its head. Leon could clearly see that the other party's ears were still hanging its own fish hook. #@UN@%, The strange creature spoke a series of language that Leon could not understand, and his tone seemed to be very angry. I can't understand when I speak human words. Seeing that the other party was not threatening, Leon squatted down and shouted at the unknown creature in the water. @UN%, #@#. But the response to Leon was still the incomprehensible language, which made him feel helpless and had to gesture with his hands. The gestures that were made were a bit abstract, and Leon had never studied sign language, so he could only make a gesture to tell the other party to take off the hook hanging on his ears, and put his hands together to try to express that he did not mean it. Unfortunately, Leon forgot to withdraw the galaxy watermelon knife in his hand when he was expressing it. The mysterious creature in the sea only noticed that Leon was holding a sharp weapon in his hand and gesturing. He swam several meters away in an instant, widening the distance from Leon. "Hey, I can't communicate." Seeing that the other party was obviously scared by him, Leon sighed helplessly, not knowing what to do for a moment. Fortunately, at this time, Master Rasmades appeared in time, and he still had a chic teleportation spell, and suddenly appeared beside Leon. As soon as he appeared, Master Rasmades complained to Leon, "Why can you always meet these non-human intelligent creatures?" "My hen." Leon shrugged his shoulders, "I came here to fish in the middle of the night, and I was helpless when I encountered such a thing." The mage only noticed the fishing rod in Lion's left hand and holding the galaxy weapon in his right hand. Put it away first, it won't hurt you, you will only make it feel scared. Leon took back the galaxy watermelon knife after hearing this. Master Razmedes stretched out his hand and took off the fish hook hanging from the ears of the strange creature from the air. He also healed the small wound pulled out by the fish hook, and then spoke in unknown language with the same pronunciation of the other party. Then Leon noticed the unknown creature that seemed very happy and swam over again. "What's the situation?" Leon asked Razmedes curiously. "It knows you didn't mean it, and I'll ask for some compensation from you. Now it's waiting for your gift," Razmedes explained. Ah! Leon was stunned when he heard this, and after a long time he spoke, "What gift do you want?" Just have a river fish. They are basically never seen by marine creatures. For them, river fish is a very precious gift," Razmedes replied. "Oh!" Leon took out a small-mouthed bass from his bag and threw it into the sea under the big round eyes of the creature. The mysterious creature couldn't wait to jump up and grabbed the small-mouthed bass and swallowed it, and Leon was also in it. "I saw the whole picture clearly when I jumped up. This is a very strange creature, full of green, just like seaweed. The head is very round, looking like a fathed fish, but its body has grown into a human-like body, except that the palms and soles of the feet are webbed, and there are some fins on the elbows. Ocean fishman, one of the intelligent creatures in the ocean, is a subordinate population of mermaids." Razmedes, who was standing beside him, spoke to Leon Capo at this moment. "Oh, I thought this was a mermaid." Leon breathed a sigh of relief. If the mermaid looked like this, then he would doubt whether the mermaid story that Willie once told was intended to trick himself into witnessing this type of existence with his own eyes and let himself experience the tragedy of shattered fantasy. The fishman is a fish, and the mermaid is a human. The two species are different, and mermaids are not uncommon. They will also come into contact with humans. There is a mermaid show run by mermaids in the winter night market in Stardew Valley. If you are interested, you can come to the dock to watch it. Razmedes still did not forget to popularize the relevant knowledge about Leon. Leon nodded, then looked at the ocean fishman floating up and down in the water. "So, are you okay with me now?" "Well, and you've already gained its friendship, although it doesn't make much sense," Razmedes confirmed. "Then why doesn't it leave?" Leon looked at the thing that was still showing his head on the sea and complained in disgust that there was no way, he was a face controller. "Because I still have questions to ask about it. The fishman does not often appear near the sea. It will appear nearby. It must be something happened in the ocean," Razmedes said, and began to communicate with the fishman in that strange language. Leon was listening, but unfortunately he still couldn't understand what the two were saying. After Razmedes chatted with the fishman for more than 2 minutes, the fishman crawled into the sea and disappeared. "What did you ask?" Seeing the conversation ended, Leon immediately asked in a spirit. "I asked, it was not a big deal. It was just coming here to look for the lost Neptune greatsword of the mermaid clan," Razmedes explained. "That is a traditional weapon of the mermaid tribe. It is made of marine crystal mines. Although it is a treasure, there are actually many mermaids holding this weapon in the mermaid tribe. Maybe one of the unlucky guys lost it, so the fishman will be sent to find it." "Are you looking for the fishman?" Why didn't the mermaid who lost this weapon look for it yourself? Leon asked curiously. Because the fishman is a vassal of the mermaid clan, that is, a slave. If it is useful for a slave, why do you have to do it yourself? Razmedes naturally complained. Tisk 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 tisk, it turns out that the intelligent population in the ocean is still slavery, it is really feudal. Leon couldn't help but smack his tongue and complain. If the fishermen had not protected the mermaids, they would have been eaten by other creatures in the ocean long ago. The mermaids provided them with a stable environment. Isn't it natural for them to serve the mermaids? Razmedes looked at Leon helplessly and reminded, humans have had such a period. It was only because of the rise of modern culture and the liberation of ideas that the current balanced social form appeared. However, most non-human intelligent races still maintain such a system and have not changed. You cannot use human thinking to define the social and cultural structure of other races. I don't understand, but I respect it. Leon nodded and agreed. Chapter 159 The parsnips are ripe. Razmedes looked at Leon with a strange expression when he heard this, and then disappeared in front of Leon. Faced with Diorasmodes's departure, Leon didn't care. After all, just like when he came, the great mage's trajectory was really not something Leon could think of. But he was curious whether Razmedes sensed the problem at the beach or was always peeping at Lion's whereabouts. If it were the former, Leon would praise the other party's guardian for being a vain name, and was doing his duty. But if it is the latter, Leon has to consider how to find the magician management agency to complain and report the perverted wizard. The fishman left, the hook was retrieved, and Leon hung it again on the red worm and threw it into the sea. There was no accident this time. When the fish float began to float up and down, Leon pulled it up and successfully pulled out a water grass. Seaweed, it can be used for cooking. The simple description of the system made it look so ordinary. Looking at the green sea algae plant in my hand, Leon thought of kelp. After putting it in his backpack, Leon hung up the bait and threw the hook again. But this time the wait was much longer, until Leon noticed a continuous bubble of bubbles floating out of the sea. Leon couldn't help but withdraw the hook and threw it towards the position of the bubbles. The moment the hook with the bait fell into that area, Leon saw the entire float disappear completely on the water surface, and the reel in his hand was also being pulled out uncontrollably. Leon hurriedly held the fishing rod tightly, controlled the speed of the reel out, and consciously controlled the recycling of the fishing line. A very strong struggle feedback. Although the power is not very strong, the frequency of running around left and right is very high. When Leon lifts the pole and closes the line, he feels like he is slipping on a husky. Fortunately, the fiberglass fishing rod's fishing line is very strong and the line set is also very long, so Leon can control the line and play with the greedy fish in the water. The process of retracting and laying the line continues. For more than a minute, Leon felt the power of the unlucky guy who was caught in the hook weakened. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him is a famous saying taught by the ancestors. Leon quickly turned the relay wheel to retract the line, and soon dragged the slightly difficult fish out of the water. As soon as the water came out, Leon saw the true appearance of the thing in the water. To be honest, Leon was stunned when he saw it. After all, this thing looked too much like a snake. Although not that scared, Leon was still a little panicked about snakes, especially sea snakes, which are basically exported as neurotoxins. But after it completely pulled out of the water, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. It was not a sea snake, but an eel, because the other party had obvious dorsal fins. After dragging it to the dock, Leon did not rush to remove the hook, because eels are different from ordinary fish, their flexible body and sharp teeth are good at biting people. So this time, Leon directly sucked it into his backpack from the air. With a small magnetic ring, Leon didn't need to touch the items in person to complete the storage work. It's just that it seems very soulless, but for the sake of his own hands, Leon felt that there was no problem with betraying the fisherman's beliefs a little. After buying the eel, Leon could basically retract his rod, but looking at the fishing level that had not been upgraded, Leon silently hung up the bait and continued to fish. When Leon lifted a herring from the water again, he finally heard the system prompt. Long-term fishing has given you a new understanding of how to catch fish, and your fishing level has been increased by 1 level. You have received blessings from the sea. The first 3 fish you fish in daily will be more likely to be attracted by your bait, and the chance of taking the bait has been greatly improved. There is no unlocking formula, but there is an extra blessing, which has nothing to do with strengthening physical fitness, but it is closely related to the fishing skill. Leon was not sure what the situation was that the probability of taking the hook increased significantly, so he threw the hook again and started fishing. What surprised Leon was that the fish float began to float up and down before more than 10 seconds after the fish hook was in the water. The fish float started to float up and down, instantly felt the hooked fish trying to break free from the constraints of the fish hook. It's a pity that ordinary small fish are really like toys in lions' hands. They don't need to consume their physical energy. They can be dragged ashore by just retracting the thread, and a fish is taken into the bag by Leon. This is the principle, it's indeed very fast. If fishing is the most tormenting thing, apart from the miscellaneous water and grass in the water, it is too long to wait for the fish to take the bait. Now with the blessing of the sea, Leon has directly avoided a problem. Unfortunately, only 3 fish are allowed to take the bait every day, which has greatly increased the chance of taking the bait. Otherwise, he could have made a fortune by fishing. Thinking that this day was about to pass, Leon started throwing the rod again in order not to waste the remaining 2 fishing opportunities. The time for the fishing was within 20 seconds. After harvesting a herring and a halibut, Leon's waiting time for the 4th rod throwing was obviously much longer than before. Compared with other skill upgrades, Leon feels that the additional attributes of the fishing upgrade are weaker, but it is because of the free ability. Leon is embarrassed to dislike it. After waiting for more than 2 minutes, I didn't see any movement in the fish float. Leon decisively closed his pole and embarked on the journey home. On the way back, he could basically only use bicycles in Pelican Town, and other areas were basically walking. There is no way. Apart from Pelican Town, there are basically no serious roads. They are all dirt roads with a strong rural wind. It's hard for people to walk when it rains. Unless someone builds the road on this section of the road, it will definitely suffer when walking on such a road on rainy days. After Leon returned home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. He took a simple shower. Leon watched TV while waiting for his hair to dry. After his hair was completely dry, he went to bed honestly. I had no dreams all night. When the sun shone on the next day on the wooden house, Leon opened his eyes, stretched his waist and got up to wash. He ate something first, then took out the squirt and left the wooden house. But before watering Leon, I accidentally discovered a special place, that is, the parsnips I planted before were actually flashing with a faint emerald green light. At first, Leon thought he was not sleeping well, but after rubbing his eyes, he found that he could still see the emerald green light on the parsnips, so he curiously came over, found one of the parsnips, and reached out to grab its slightly thick stems and leaves. Mature parsnips, harvable. The moment he touched the parsnips, Leon noticed the system's prompt, and this time it was not only the parsnips that he touched had this prompt, but this prompt appeared on the head of all parsnips that were within Lion's vision. Chapter 160 Yuba's Blessing. So I've been to Stardew Valley for 12 days? But why did some parsnips planted by me the next day, and they also matured? After scanning his eyes, basically all the parsnips he planted had matured. Leon was a little confused. After all, although he planted a lot of parsnips, some of them were not planted on the same day. Now the parsnips you can see are mature, which is very strange. However, no matter how confused you are, since the system is marked as mature, you can gain it. Aang naturally would not miss this opportunity. Although it was the first time I came into contact with parsnips, Leon knew how to pull radishes. Squat down, grabbed the exposed rhizomes and leaves, and pulled them hard. A baby's arm size was still stained with soil on the outside. The parsnips, which looked like white radish, were pulled out of the soil by Leon. Paper blast, vegetable, a spring tuber plant similar to carrots, which is nutritious and has a muddy atmosphere. After buying a parsnips, Leon saw the system marked instructions. Leon looked at the parsnips happily, took it to the wooden house to clean it, grabbed it in his hand, and ate it. It is a bit crispy and a little sandy. The taste it comes from the mouth is very similar to celery and is a bit sweet, but after chewing it carefully, you can feel a slight tingling feeling on your tongue. It is spicy and has plenty of moisture. Overall, the taste is pretty good. This is the first time that Leon has a serious planting experience from beginning to end, so he can't help but eat all the first parsnips full of memorable significance to express his reward for his labor. After drinking a huge parsnips, Leon felt not only fullness, but also a wonderful satisfaction, which made him smile. When he was a child, he didn't understand why his parents smiled so happily when harvesting summer wheat, even if they needed to fight with God to harvest them from morning to night in the fields to fight for the scorching sun and high temperatures. Now Leon finally understood where this smile came from. It is a joy of harvest, a natural preference and pursuit of food by human beings, and it is a longing engraved in the hearts of every farmer. It makes people understand that as long as you work hard, there will be rewards. This belief inspires people to continue to move forward, continue to sow and work hard in the days to come, and look forward to the next bumper harvest. The boss may lie to you and draw a cake for you, but the land will not. As long as you work hard and have no accidents, the fruits of hard work are the most realistic feedback. With a smile, Leon pulled out the mature parsnips marked in the fields one by one. Even if the mud brought out of these parsnips stuck to his clothes and shoes, he didn't care. Each parsnips that were pulled out was not put into the backpack, but placed neatly on the open space next to the field. When all the parsnips were harvested, Leon laughed unconsciously as he looked at the fresh parsnips piled up into small piles. Just smiling at these parsnips that have not yet shed some of the soil, Leon is as proud and happy as if he is looking at his own children. What I'm even happier is that the system prompts come after harvesting the parsnips. Long-term farming work has given you a new understanding of plant planting, and your farming level has been improved by one level. During the harvesting process, you have a higher pursuit of plant quality. You have decided to master a better planting method that allows plants to grow. You have thought of fertilizer as a way to strengthen land nutrition. The primary fertilizer formula has been unlocked. You have received the blessing of Yuba, and the plants you planted with your own hands will no longer be troubled by diseases and pests. Primary fertilizer, slightly improve the quality of the soil and increase your chances of planting high-quality crops. It needs to be used in the empty land that has been reclaimed. Required materials, sap *2. After admiring the mature parsnips for a short while, Leon calmed down and selected some of these parsnips that were obviously larger than ordinary parsnips. After selecting the larger individuals, I compared them one by one again and selected larger and more symmetrical individuals before I made a statistics. There are 31 ordinary parsnips, 8 are larger, and only 2 are larger, more symmetrical and beautiful parsnips. Although there are no obvious star marks to prove their quality, Leon can also see the difference between the size and individual appearance of these parsnips. The 2 largest parsnips should be high-quality crops of golden quality, while the larger ones should be classified as silver star quality. As for normal size, the most common quality parsnips should be. All of these parsnips were included in the system backpack and not dealt with for the time being. Leon looked at the parsnips that obviously occupied 3 grids in the backpack, and completely confirmed that his speculation was fine. Even if the system does not mark the silver star and Venus logo for these parsnips placed in the system backpack, it is obvious that the default dispersion of parsnips that are originally one type is a lattice. However, this also caused Leon to think of a question, that is the quality of parsnips related to the seeds? 1 seed and 1 parsnips. The seeds in the parsnips harvested this time come from 3 different channels. There were mixed seeds from Louis, from Pierre's grocery store, and harvesting weeds and falling mixed seeds. However, because Leon did not consider conducting controlled tests at the beginning of planting, it was impossible to determine where these silver star or Venus quality parsnips seeds came from. However, Leon estimated that the quality of these seeds should be quite different. Otherwise, according to the system's habit of labeling information for everything you see, when you encounter high-quality seeds, you should have a preferred or high-quality prefix like the 50 portions of cauliflower seeds provided by Gunther. The reason why this batch of parsnips grows so well should be due to the land of Hongsing Farm. After all, Leon doesn't think that normal soil can make parsnips mature in such a short time, and there is still a time interval for some of the seeds to plant. Although it is only a day or 2 apart, this question still makes Leon curious. It's a pity that no one can answer this question now, so Leon can only continue to work in the fields. Because the parsnips were harvested, many soil pits left behind after the parsnips were pulled out. Leon recultivated the land into a soft and suitable state of planting, and sprinkled the fertilizer sent by Louis when he came to deliver things on these renovated soil. This was what Leon thought of when he saw the system's unlocking formula for improving the cultivation level. If it weren't for this prompt, he might have to travel around the firewood pile for a long time. However, these fertilizers were only enough to fill about 20 boxes of land. Leon returned to the fur box in the house and took out the sap he had stored. He made 22 parts of fertilizer and sprinkled them on the remaining cultivated land. Then, instead of rushing to water it, he rode directly onto the bicycle and rushed towards Pelican Town. After all, he still needs to purchase new seeds to fill the vacant land left by the harvested parsnips. This time, Leon plans to buy all the cauliflower planting to ensure the maximization of benefits. Chapter 161 The Old Friends Moves. Although 5 high-quality parsnips are needed in the sacrifice list, they are not a necessity. For high-quality crops that represent the 3 suitable sowing seasons of spring, summer, and autumn, only 4 are needed to choose 3 of them. In addition to parsnips, there are 3 crops, melon, corn, and pumpkin that can be used as substitutes. Melon and corn can be planted in summer and pumpkin can be planted in autumn, which can also meet the needs of high-quality crops required for sacrifice. In spring, Leon still feels that it is most reliable to accumulate original capital for a variety of crops with high economic value. Originally, Leon planned to walk to Pelican Town, but when he left the farm, he found that the dirt road leading to Pelican Town was not muddy, and the land was hard. The rain that had been falling for a day yesterday seemed to have been completely absorbed by the land, and it became much dry overnight. Now Leon didn't have to walk anymore, took out his bicycle and rode it up to Pelican Town, and met Abigail before passing by Harvey's clinic. "Hi, Leon, good morning." Abigail greeted him warmly as soon as he saw Leon. "Good morning, Abigail, are you going to the hospital?" Leon asked curiously when he saw Abigail standing at the door of the clinic waiting to open the door. "Well, I made an appointment for a physical examination today." Abigail nodded. "Most people in the town choose one day every year to find Harvey's physical examination, so that we can know our health status as soon as possible. If you are not busy on one day, you'd better make an appointment for yourself for a physical examination." "Does the physical examination include pregnancy tests?" Leon thought of a special conversation with Abigail in the game. Abigail looked at Leon curiously and asked, "How did you know that I would use this reason to scare away the boy who wanted to pick me up?" "Will you be caught up with?" Leon looked at Abigail in confusion and complained. Although Abigail is indeed pretty, her personality can probably dissuade many guys who are not as good as her. "Haha, you look down on me. No matter what, I am also a famous beauty in Pelican Town." Abigail rolled his eyes and then came to Leon and asked fiercely, "You haven't answered me yet, how do you know the reason I used to refuse others to pick up a chat?" "I'm just joking with you." Leon explained this helplessly, and continued to complain, "And if you use this reason, you are not afraid of being spread rumors that you are pregnant before marriage." "Don't worry, people who are familiar with me know my personality and partner choice goals. Let them believe that I am pregnant, it's better to let them believe that David, the hamster I raised, can speak." Abigail waved his hand and replied indifferently. "It seems that you are still very self-aware." Leon teased with a smile. "There is no way, who makes me so unique? There are so few men who match me." Not only was Abigail not angry by Leon's words, but instead made a boxing posture in front of Leon. "If you want to conquer me, you have to be a powerful and mysterious man. In my eyes, boys of the same age in Pelican Town are all soft boys, and I don't like soft boys. I am also a part of Pelican Town now. Are you scolding me?" Leon laughed at Abigail's slightly slender arm and teased. "Of course, if you are not convinced, you can compete with me. After all, how can I know if you are a softie?" Abigail provoked Leon with an eager look. "Try it." Leon parked the bicycle and asked in front of Abigail. "Okay." Abigail nodded directly, then stretched out his finger and hooked at Leon. "Why do you want to do it first?" "I'm afraid that if I do something, you can hold on without any move. You can do it first." Leon shook his head and complained to Abigail. Snort. Abigail snorted dissatisfiedly, then punched Leon in his eye socket. The speed is very fast, at least from the perspective of a normal person. Unfortunately, Leon himself has systematic combat assistance, and with the significant enhancement of physical fitness, Abigail's offensive seemed to him like slow-motion playback. Just a little bit off, Leon easily avoided Abigail's fist. Passively being beaten is not Lion's style. Taking advantage of Abigail's punch, he leaned forward and his feet were floating. Leon pushed his legs between Abigail's legs, and leaned directly on his body, and his right palm formed an open fist, bent his elbow upward, which was the tish, and tilted his hand in Bajiquan. But this move hurt too much, and Leon did not give his all. Before his elbow was about to push Abigail's chest, he only touched Abigail's chest with his shoulders, and then hit Abigail staggered back. "Why are your movements so fast?" Abigail took several steps back before he stood firm again, recalling the movements that he had discovered that Leon had bullied himself in the blink of an eye and pushed him out. "Because you have good physical fitness," Leon explained, "you have to thank me for not hitting women, otherwise the one who just knocked you out wouldn't be the shoulder." "It seems yes. I see you lifting your elbow, but in the end I took it back." Abigail continued to recall Lion's movement just now, with a little scared expression. If it weren't the shoulders but the elbow, then the damage from Lion's attack just now might be terrible. But this still cannot erase Abigail's curiosity. "Who did you learn your close combat skills? Why have I never seen them before?" "A old friend with a clever score, everyone calls him just because of brother," Leon replied seriously. "He must be a very powerful fighter, right?" Abigail sighed with a yearning look. Leon was just playing a joke, but he didn't expect Abigail to take it seriously. He didn't know how to explain it for a while. Fortunately, Abigail did not talk much about this topic. After seeing Lion's speed and experiencing Lion's seemingly ordinary but murderous melee fighting moves, she knew the gap in strength between herself and Leon. "Okay, I admit that you are the only real man in Stardew Valley. You said this and scolded your father, too," Leon reminded. "Then let me change it. You are the only real man among young men." Abigail immediately changed his words. "I think that muscular man Alex is also worth it." Leon thought of Alex, who was determined to become a rugby player, and he was quite curious about how Abigail thought of this guy. It's just a fancy way. Last time I saw him walking his dog, I couldn't even hold the dog leash. I was almost dragged to the ground by the dog I raised. Not to mention how embarrassing it." Abigail complained with disdain. Hearing this, Leon was speechless. He remembered correctly. Alex's dog nickname was Xiao Hui, and his real name seemed to be Dusty, and he was an older grey dog. "He looks fierce, but he is actually very lazy. He is basically lying in the doghouse. Even this old dog, Alex, who lacks exercise, cannot control it. He understands why Alex has never realized his dream." Thanks to the book friend 20230914004200634 for the boss's 500 starting point coins. The boss is generous, the boss is healthy, and he is also a familiar face. I love you. Chapter 162 You're going to be a dad. However, these have nothing to do with Leon, so Leon just complained in his heart and threw it away directly, and turned to Abigail to inquire. By the way, Abigail, do you know your father's business? What kind of business? Abigail asked back. Does Mr. Pierre have any other business besides seeds and daily groceries and vegetables? Leon was stunned for a moment when he heard this. No. Abigail also realized that he had asked a stupid question and stuck out his tongue awkwardly. If you say that my father's grocery store business, I don't know much. What's wrong? Is there anything you need help? I want to ask how to buy high-quality seeds from Pierre, truly high-quality seeds. Leon replied. Aren't the seeds almost the same? My father's seeds are purchased from the city, and they are no different from those of the Hoja family, but the price is cheaper than those of the Hoja family. Abigail looked at Leon in confusion and replied. Okay, I understand. After understanding this problem, Leon said goodbye to Abigail. I have to buy some seeds. There is still a lot of work to do on the farm. You can also do your physical examination. Remember to tell me if you find out that you are pregnant, and I will give you a gift. Damn you, get out! Abigail raised a middle finger at Leon, then entered the clinic, and Leon rode back to Pierre's grocery store. Leon, who just came to Pierre's grocery store, saw Pierre who was opening the door. The first thing Pierre said when he saw Leon was, "Oh, see who is coming, our new farmer in Pelican's town, welcome." Mr. Pierre, I'll buy some seeds. Leon nodded in response to Pierre's enthusiasm. This guy has now been planned by Leon to become a first-class profiteer in Morris. No problem, Pierre's grocery store will provide the best seeds. Pierre said, not forgetting to praise his seed quality. However, Leon, who knew the truth, had countless complaints in his heart, but considering that the merchant still had to cooperate frequently in the future, he did not speak. After entering the store, I bought 2 packs of 40 servings of cauliflower seeds. Aang said goodbye to Pierre and returned to the farm, pierced all the cauliflower seeds into the free land, and then the belated watering process began. After watering, Leon stretched to relieve the stiffness caused by long-term bent over, and remembered the semi-automated watering problem that he had considered before. Maru seemed to be able to do the pump. Today, you can go to Maru to ask about the relevant details. By the way, I asked Maru's father, Demetrius, when will the plan for the fruit bat mushroom cave be carried out, and Leon will earn 1 income earlier than the farm cave 1 day earlier. If this black guy wants to make excuses for himself, then Leon has to consider how to win Maru's favorability, and then play a quarrel with his baby daughter in front of him. Before going to find Maru, Leon went back to the house to check out his fortune today. After getting the result of his fortune today, Leon turned off the TV and boarded his bicycle and rushed towards Pelican Town again. First, he parked the car at the door of Harvey's clinic. Leon entered it. He didn't see Maru in a nurse's outfit the day before yesterday, but instead saw a man wearing glasses and looking at the gentleman in his face. Hello, do you need medical services? As Leon entered the door, the man in glasses immediately asked. Are you Dr. Harvey? Although Leon saw this guy for the first time, looking at him, he could probably guess that this guy was the owner of this clinic. Yes, you should be the new farmer, Mr. Leon, right? Harvey nodded, then looked at Leon and explained, I heard Maru talk about you, but unfortunately, when you came last time, I cleaned up the medical equipment in the back and didn't come out to say hello to you, sorry. It's okay, I'm here to find Maru. Is she working today? Leon waved his hand and then explained his purpose. Yes, but she's doing a physical examination for Miss Abigail, it may take you a while, Harvey replied. Oh, then I'll disturb you. Leon heard this and found a chair in the waiting area to sit down, without any intention of communicating with Harvey Doe. The two were silent. Harvey stood in the front desk and was at a loss, and could only pretend to check various customer information to relieve the embarrassment, while Leon was bored looking at various disease prevention propaganda posters hanging on the wall to pass the time. After half an hour of waiting, Leon saw Maru and Abigail walking out of the door behind the hall. Abigail looked very happy, while Maru was talking to Abigail. I'm so happy, is there a baby? Seeing Abigail smiling, Leon couldn't help but want to tease her. Who knew that Abigail was not timid, so he directly spoke up and fought back, yes, the baby is in a very good condition. Are you very happy to be a father? Ah! Maru, who was standing beside him, was shocked by the conversation and couldn't help but scream. Harvey, who had been pretending to be very busy, couldn't help but hold his glasses at this moment, looking at Leon and Abigail with a strange expression. Cough cough, stop making trouble. There is nothing, I'm joking with her. Leon coughed repeatedly by Abigail's words. It took him a long time to recover. He quickly waved his hand to explain to Harvey and Maru, who were eating melons. Tisk, it's boring. Abigail rolled his eyes proudly and complained. Maru breathed a sigh of relief. I was shocked. I thought it was a problem with my examination. I didn't notice any signs of Abigail being pregnant, and she was not sexually irrelevant. But before Maru finished speaking, Abigail blocked her mouth. Maru realized that she seemed to have almost told Abigail's mother's fetus solo for so many years, and hurriedly shut her mouth. Continue, what's your sex? Leon was quite interested in this topic. After all, Abigail's sharp counterattack just now made him helpless. With such a good opportunity now, how could he let him join in the fun? It's a pity that Maru shook her head wildly when she heard this, saying, I cannot disclose customer information, it does not comply with the medical staff confidentiality law. Abigail looked at Leon in shame and anger, clenching his little fists tightly, as if as long as Leon said something more, he would be going to take action. Seeing this, Leon quickly admitted his conscience. After all, the joke had to be stopped. If this stimulation continues, he is afraid that Abigail will be really angry and embarrassed, so it will be troublesome. Chapter 163 Dinner. So Leon hurriedly changed the topic. Just kidding, Abigail's physical examination report should be fine, this is something that can be said. This can be told that Abigail is very healthy. Maru took advantage of the situation and helped Leon change the subject, and she also noticed that Abigail was about to explode. That's good, that's good. Leon nodded repeatedly, congratulating Abigail, it's good to be healthy, and health is the greatest blessing. Humph. Abigail snorted coldly, not so angry, but she didn't plan to pay attention to Leon at this moment. After walking in front of Harvey and paying for the physical examination, she didn't even call him and left the clinic casually. After Abigail left, Leon breathed a sigh of relief and his expression became much more relaxed. Leon, you and Abigail have a really good relationship. You can even cooperate with this kind of joke. If it weren't for your explanation, I would have taken it seriously. At this moment, Maru couldn't help but laugh and joked at Leon. Yes, Abigail has a very good personality and is careless. When communicating with her, I always ignore her as a good brother. Leon sighed. But she is a girl after all, so some jokes should be stopped. Maru reminded Leon in kindness. Well, I understand. Leon nodded, then looked at Maru and continued, but I came to you this time, Maru. Do you remember the problem I talked to you about the pump when you came to my farm a few days ago? Remember, do you really plan to entrust me to create one for you? Maru replied with some anticipation, actually, I have already drawn the design drawings. I just need to prepare some materials to start construction. I'll do what materials you need. Leon promised, patting his chest. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. I have ready-made reserves for many materials. Maru explained to Leon, and you saved me once on the farm last time. I haven't had a chance to repay you yet. How about that pump just treating me as my thank you gift? You can't say that. After all, it was a monster that appeared on my farm. I couldn't stand by. Moreover, I invited you to visit the meteorite. You don't blame me for putting you in crisis. I think you have a broad mind, so how dare you thank me? Leon said helplessly. That's why I let that big guy go. Maru said with a serious expression, this is my mistake, so I have a great responsibility. Okay, let's take a step back. Everyone is wrong. No one can blame anyone. Let's continue talking about the pump. Leon hurriedly stopped Maru from taking the blame, because if this conversation continued, Leon was afraid that the two of them would argue for a long time because of whom's fault, which would be a waste of time. Okay, the principle of the pump is not complicated. The liquid is drawn through the rotation of the impeller based on the centrifugal force, which is sucked into the center of the impeller, and then the liquid is sent to the outlet pipe by the pressure generated by the centrifugal force. I have also made similar things with this kind of operating principle machine, so it is not difficult. It is just to ensure that the pump can work longer and the internal structure is more stable. In order to make it more convenient for you to use it, I also need to polish some details and adjust the water output and power issues, which may require you to wait for a while. Speaking of science, Maru seemed very serious and professional, and was considering Leon from the perspective of manufacturing, which moved Leon very much. Time is not a problem. Leon waved his hand and asked, the problem is, what material do you lack? There is no shortage of other materials. Instead, it takes a very high purity iron ingot to build the shell, and 3 copper ingots for the fan blade. Maru thought for a moment, then said to Leon. Small problem. If the number of iron ingots requires a lot of iron ingots, it may take some time, but only 1 iron ingot is needed, it will be simple. As for copper ingots, he has many copper ingots, after all, the mine cave is not a waste. I'll just go to Clint to get one. If the price of iron ingots is higher than 5 iron ore, then Leon will buy ore directly and come back to smelt it. As for digging by himself, it probably will take a long time. After all, the iron ore is basically distributed deep in the mine cave. Leon is afraid that it will not be able to reach the corresponding layer in a short period of time. He does not want Meridu and others to do so due to material reasons. It will be much more convenient to get the pump early to achieve semi-automated watering, and you can also take the opportunity to expand the scale of planting. Of course, the earlier the better. If you can provide iron and copper ingots, it will be much easier, but it will take 4 or 5 days. I still need debugging and experimenting. Maru explained to Leon. What about the manual fee? How to calculate it? Although Maru said it was a reward, Leon still paid some compensation, so he could not let others work in vain. I can't charge you. Maru replied seriously. You all say it's entrusting, so there is no reward for entrusting. Leon comforted. No, if you have to do this, then I won't help you build a pump for Leon. Maru threatened Leon helplessly when she heard this. Okay, then you won't refuse if I invite you to dinner later, even if I ask a friend for help. How about thanking me? Leon hurriedly changed his approach. Are you friends? Okay, I can accept this way of thanking. You said, we are friends, so don't think about paying the money later, otherwise I will be angry. Maru said happily to Leon when she heard this. Yes, there are other things that require me, even if I try my best to meet your requirements. Leon nodded and agreed, while raising questions about whether Maru had other requirements. No, after all, it's not a complicated machine. I can handle it easily by myself. You just need to send me a metal ingot. Maru replied confidently, then wait for a while and you will see your pump, and I can assure you that watering with this pump will definitely not be worse than manual watering. Then I'll wait for your good news. Leon said to Maru with a smile. No problem. Maru also replied with a smile. By the way, when will you finish your work here? Leon thought of what he said he wanted to invite Maru to dinner and asked immediately. What's wrong at around 5 o'clock? Maru asked in confusion. I plan to treat you to dinner in advance and go back with you by the way. Leon explained. Ah! Maru looked a little shy when she heard this. Go back with me? Is this a bit too sudden? I have to give you metal ingots. You can't walk back with 4 metal ingots, it's too tiring, Leon added. That's it, ha ha ha, yes, okay, then I'll wait for you at the clinic door after get off work. Maru realized that she had misunderstood and hurriedly used laughter to relieve her embarrassment. That's all, I'll prepare metal ingots for you first. I'll come to find you before getting off work. See you in the evening. Leon nodded, said goodbye to Maru, and left the clinic. Chapter 164 Unexpected Reaper. Leon, who had left the clinic, rode his bike and rushed towards Clint's blacksmith shop. There was basically no delay along the way, and Leon came outside Clint's blacksmith shop. But before entering, Leon noticed that the lid of the trash can placed by Clint next to the blacksmith shop seemed not to be covered. Out of kindness, Leon stepped forward to help Clint cover the trash can, but before picking up the lid to cover it, Leon noticed that there was a metal ingot with a bright silver metallic luster buried in the dark slag, which was very conspicuous. Leon picked it up curiously, and the system prompt followed. Iron ingot, resource a pure iron ingot. Seeing this iron ingot, Leon thought that Clint had installed a wiretap machine on him and knew that he needed an iron ingot, so he prepared it in the trash can in advance. But even thinking about it, Leon picked up the iron ingot and struggled for a moment, but still did not choose to take it for himself. Instead, he knocked on the door of the blacksmith shop with this iron ingot. Leon, come in. Clint, who opened the door, saw that it was Leon, and his expression was obviously much more relaxed. Did you come to open the crystal hole today, or did you get the materials for the semi-automatic crystal ball to break the machine? When he walked into the blacksmith shop, Clint asked Lion's purpose. I originally planned to buy you an iron ingot, but before I knocked on the door, I saw that the trash can at your door had no cover, so I planned to cover it for you. But I found this iron ingot in the trash can, so I asked if you accidentally threw it away. Leon handed the iron ingot picked up from the trash can to Clint. Oh, I said, why did I miss an iron ingot? It turned out that it was mixed in the slag and was dumped into the trash can. Clint looked at the slag remaining on the iron ingot, looking like he suddenly realized. Then Clint wiped the iron ingot clean, but did not take it back, but handed it to Leon. I'll give it to you, Leon. This was originally an order from the mine in the east, but I didn't find the missing iron ingot before, so I melted one and added it. Now, even if this iron ingot is in excess inventory, it's useless for me to keep it. Let me tell me the price. I can't take advantage of you. You said that you made up for one piece after you lost it, so you must pay it back. Leon said seriously to Clint. It's really not necessary. A piece of iron ingot is not worth it, and the materials are not made by me. It was made by the eastern mine for me to process the iron or rough stone. Normally, 8 iron ore can dissolve a pure iron ingot, but 5 pieces of my furnace can melt the iron ingot of the same purity, so for me, it's just taking out 5 pieces from the remaining iron ore to melt it. Clint explained. So the ore products in your store are all kickbacks. Leon was stunned when he heard this. He really didn't want to fight. Clint, a guy who seemed honest, actually has this kind of talent for a profiteer. It's not a kickback, it's a reward. The entrusted party knows my smelting consumables, but compared to their smelting process, mine is much more advanced. So compared to using 8 metal ores to melt a metal ingot, they are more willing to hire me with the conditions of melting 7 ores to melt a metal ingot. The result is that they save a piece of ore and I earn 2 extra pieces of ore as processing fees. Upon hearing this, Clint waved his hands repeatedly to indicate that he was not a profiteer, and explained the tricks to Leon in detail. Leon expressed his understanding, and at the same time thought of the person who provided the Clint processing of 7 ores. He should have won a piece of ore himself, otherwise the deal might not be successful. Who will come out of the coal? Leon asked when he thought that smelting still needed coal as fuel. Of course they are also them, and the price is 1 ingot and 2 coals. Clint replied. Which is also what they asked. Leon asked. What I asked, after all, my furnace has a relatively large power and requires a lot of coal to mass mill metal ingots. Clint explained. Leon gave a thumbs up when he heard this, saying that he shouldn't say anything. Clint looked honest and had some talent in doing business. No wonder there was only such a blacksmith shop in the entire Pelican town. Seeing this, Clint scratched his head awkwardly and added to Leon, "Don't tell these things out, otherwise it would be quite troublesome, so you also know that a piece of iron ingot is not a big loss for me. If you need it, just use it. I don't sell metal ingots, usually only provide ore or OEM. Then I'll use it first. I'll bring you 5 pieces of iron ore next time I come here as compensation, even if you helped me process it." Although Clint said that there were so many, Leon still had the advantage that he shouldn't have taken. I won't consider it. Human debt is much more troublesome than a small advantage. Hey, Leon, you decide for yourself. Clint didn't know whether to be happy or sad about Lion's approach. After all, Leon is so serious. When he admired Lion's character, he was helpless. Leon did not seem to think that the relationship between the two was so good that they could give gifts. After solving the problem of the iron ingot, Leon did not rush to leave, but chatted with Clint for a while, stayed in the blacksmith shop before saying goodbye. People pay great attention to some details when getting along with each other. If Leon gets the iron ingot and leaves, it will seem too utilitarian. After completing the goal, chatting with people, it will give people a different feeling. This is the valuable experience given to Leon by the former work church. Although it is troublesome, it is very practical, especially in maintaining relationships, which often brings Leon some gains beyond the purpose. For example, during this chat, Leon got an additional opportunity, which was to help Clint do processing. Because the mine in the east often needs Clint to help small metal ingots, and Clint doesn't stay in the blacksmith shop every day and stare at the furnace. He is a human, and he also needs rest and entertainment time. So if he encounters a large number of smelting orders, Clint will entrust Leon to help. The reward for help is also very simple. Like Clint, 1 iron ingot collects 7 ores, and 2 iron ingots can get 3 coals as fuel consumption. In addition to going to the mine, there is another channel to obtain minerals, and all it takes is only some time. For Leon now, what he does not lack is time. Chapter 165 Clearance. You can jump, a very boring transition chapter. I rode back to the farm again, and there was still some time before the dinner agreed with Maru, so Leon can now take advantage of this time to plan the farm. The first thing to do is to take out all the tree species you have saved, and then start planting them in the open space in the northwest corner of the farm according to the type of tree species, and cultivate them into 3 rows in turn. The distance between each seed Leon was adjusted, probably a distance of 2 steps. The wild tree seeds in the game are not as expensive as fruit trees and require a specific growth space. As long as you are willing, you can even plant 2 seeds together and finally successfully grow 2 wild trees that are stuck together. However, in reality, Leon still kept it apart in order to avoid accidents, to avoid snatching each other's nutrients, resulting in different growth problems. After all, the actual farm is very large, so there is no need to complain about these tree species. Of course, Leon also considered it in the future. After all, he planted these trees not for cutting down, but for the preparation of seedling beds for the sap collector. The space is separated and it is convenient for him to install and collect resin in the later stage. In order to upgrade wild picking, Leon basically cut down all the mature wild trees on the farm. Now the farm is bare and looks quite desolate. However, there were no wild trees on the farm, and there was no shortage of these wild trees on the coal forest and remote forest outside the farm. So after planting the tree species, Leon returned to the wooden house, took some ore and wood, and built 3 sap collectors. There is no way, there are other arrangements for the remaining copper ingots. For the time being, we will build 3 sap collectors first. When the tree species on the farm mature in the future, we will consider manufacturing sap collectors in large quantities. The 3 sap collectors will be enough to use in a short period of time. After putting these 3 sap collectors into their backpacks, Leon turned around and went out of the farm to go to the remote forest. After a good inspection, he found 3 adjacent but different trees and began to install sap collectors. It is always worry-free if the tools and manufacturing products provided by the system are always so worry-free. The sap collector looks like a small bucket with vertical pipes, and the shape of the bucket has obvious arc grooves on the cushion, which can perfectly fit on the trunk of the tree. And just need to attach the sap collector to the trunk, and the semicircular sunken pipe will automatically fit the main body of the trunk and slowly penetrate the bark and be embedded in the trunk. While maintaining the sap collector firmly, it can also prevent the trees from being damaged due to the inlay of pipes, causing the trees to die. After installing the sap collector, Leon also observed the process of sap collection. The ring-shaped pipe would intercept the resin in the trunk and then transport it to the pipe and drip into the bucket. The frequency was not high, and a drop would be left only after 10 seconds on average. But Leon did not feel slow, but was very satisfied with this speed, because there would not be too much resin to be cut off, so there was no need to worry about the trees installed with sap collector being absorbed and killed due to fishing in the water. This is a standard sustainable development template. At the same time, Leon also found a nozzle under the bucket. If it is mainly unscrewed, the resin collected in the bucket can flow out. However, it is necessary to fill it with the corresponding container, but it is not as convenient as in the game. You can directly obtain the packaged finished resin. But this is scientific, otherwise it can be automatically filled while collecting resin. This thing should not be called a sap collector, but an integrated sap collection and filling assembly line production line. After installing the sap collector, Leon was not idle either. He took a walk around the neighborhood and picked some wild plants that were either buried in the soil or exposed directly on the soil. Species, such as wild picked plants in spring such as wild wasabi, dandelions, and leeks. Although these things cannot be refreshed the next day as in the game, they grow extremely rapidly under the unique natural conditions of Stardew Valley. Less than a week after the last picking, another crop appeared. If this was not taken into account, Leon felt ashamed of the gift of nature. After visiting the remote forest, Leon returned to the farm and went to the coal forest to see the green fields. Unlike when we first met, the number of green onions in this area was obviously much sparse. But the newly grown green onion was basically in a mature state, and Leon was not polite, pulled it out, and he was familiar with it and started to peel off the roots of the green onion, soaking all the parasitic insects inside in the water to let it fall off naturally. In a moment, these little bugs struggling in the water attracted a large number of indigenous people from the river. Looking at the smallmouth bass in the water, smelling the smell, and happily came over to enjoy the gift from Leon, Leon subconsciously took out the cherry bomb, stared at the smallmouth bass clustered in the water for a long time, and finally silently retracted the cherry bomb. Fried fish is illegal. Fried fish is illegal. Fried fish is illegal. After chanting it in a row, Leon suppressed the evil desire in his heart. After all the green onions were dealt with, he chose a more mainstream method, took out a fishing rod and hung it on a red worm and threw it into the water. Although fish cannot be fried, these small insects on the green onion are definitely good ingredients for making nests. The gathered smallmouth bass cannot be wasted. Can't you fry fish? Because the density of smallmouth bass gathered was very high, Leon basically had lower poles, and the size of smallmouth bass was not comparable to Leon. The continuous hook lifting rod pulled up 12 smallmouth bass. The greedy fish were finally frightened and fled away, swinging quickly to the waters far away from this area. After retracting the fishing rod, Leon glanced at his watch. It was already around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Leon, who had not eaten lunch, didn't feel hungry at this moment. The parsnips that I gnawed in the morning was quite strong, which made Leon have the idea of not using parsnips as a meal in the future. Unfortunately, this idea was cut off by Leon after only a few seconds. He is a living person, not a game character, and he doesn't need to be wronged. He has the choice of fish, meat, egg, milk, noodles, and rice. Who would be willing to chew parsnips every day? Taking this trip to wild picking and fishing harvest, Leon returned to the farm, packed his backpack, and threw the fish needed for the sacrifice into the treasure chest in the house. For example, snapper, eel, catfish, and also threw a common quality parsnips into it. After all, spring crop sacrificial bags also require this thing. He took out other things that had no reserved value from the treasure chest, such as wild items and gems, and transferred them to his backpack. Then he went out and opened the receipt box and threw all the items for sale that had been sorted. Selling this goods, plus the support funds provided by Louis, should be enough. Looking at the shipment box that seemed empty at this moment, Leon murmured to himself. After all, he had been jealous of the star fruit for sale that Xiao He had for a long time. Leon was very curious about this rare and magical fruit, so Leon had long planned to take it into his pocket. Chapter 166. It seems we are very co-starring. After cleaning up all his inventory, including 3 quality parsnips, Leon returned to the wooden house, took a shower, changed into a clean set of clothes, then put on the copper and iron ingots needed by Maru, and rode his bike away from the farm. Because he was out at the junction, Leon had just arrived at Pelican Town and came to Harvey's clinic and saw Maru change into her usual outfit and standing at the door of the clinic. "I've been waiting for a long time." Leon parked his bicycle in front of Maru and greeted him. "I thought it might take you a while to get off work." "Because I knew I was going to have dinner with you today, Harvey asked me to get off work early," Maru explained to Leon with a smile. Leon couldn't help but tease, "I thought Dr. Harvey would deliberately drag you." "Why?" Maru asked in confusion. "It's nothing." Leon waved his hand and did not explain. On the contrary, Maru looked at Leon in confusion for a moment, suddenly understood something and said with a smile, "Oh, I understand, you don't think Harvey has a crush on me, do you?" "Ha ha ha, then you're wrong, Harvey already has a girlfriend." "He has found a girlfriend." Leon was stunned for a moment when he heard this. It was not that he looked down on Harvey. He was just because he was familiar with Harvey's personality and habits that he would have such questions. After all, in addition to working in the hospital, Harvey's biggest interest is to study radio in his room. Like Clint, he is considered an otaku, but he is better than Clint and occasionally goes out for a walk in the small park. Well, he met a female pilot while playing on the radio. I heard that although the two had never met and basically relied on radio communication, Harvey had a very good relationship with her. Basically, he would spend a lot of time chatting with his girlfriend on the radio every day after the clinic closed. Maru nodded and shared. "Have you dared to call each other's boyfriend and girlfriend before? And Harvey is very brave." Leon couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. He still understood the online dating thing, but before he could see it, everything is unknown, and you can't be sure that you are fond of each other online, and meeting offline instantly describes passers-by. Not everyone can accept the famous scene of "Then I'll leave." Maybe it's because they have a common topic. Maru analyzed. Anyway, Harvey likes the female pilot chatting. "Forget it, I won't gossip about your boss's affairs. Let's go to Starfruit. The best chef in the town is there." Of course, if you have a place you want to go, you can also tell me that I haven't explored many places in Pelican Town yet. Leon waved his hand and then asked Maru about the dinner arrangements. Then let's go to the star fruit. I have called my father. As long as I go back before 9 o'clock, I can freely allocate the previous time. Maru agreed with Lion's arrangement, and the two of them headed towards the star fruit bar together. On the way, Leon was pushing his bicycle, and Maru walked aside. Both of them were tall, which attracted the attention of many passers-by. Most of them looked at the young man and woman with kind smiles on their faces. From time to time, there were also residents who knew Maru, the only nurse lady in the town, greeted Maru. Maru, is this handsome guy next to you your boyfriend? Regarding this kind of inquiry, Maru hurriedly explained, no, yes, my friend, good friend. Leon is not surprised by this. After all, gossip is human nature, not to mention that the two of them are walking together like a couple walking. Who is not confused when outsiders see it? Sorry, I've caused you trouble. After knowing that he walked to the door of Starfruit Bar, Maru explained to Leon apologetically, most of them have received medical services and physical examination services in the hospital, so they all know me. Nothing hassle, and have you explained it clearly? Leon replied with a smile, then helped Maru open the door of the Starfruit Bar. Madam first, please. Maru smiled and nodded, then entered the store. Perhaps it was too early, and there were not many customers in the Starfruit Bar, only a few people. The reason for Maru and Leon was that he immediately attracted the attention of Gus and Emily at the counter. Gus looked at Maru next to Leon in surprise, and then couldn't help but secretly glance at Emily and found that Emily had a smile on her face after seeing Leon and Maru appear. Welcome to the Starfruit. Do you want something to drink? Before Gus could speak, Emily asked Leon and Maru who were walking towards the counter. What do you want to drink? Order whatever you want. Today I'll treat you. Leon said to Maru openly, and asked Gus, Gus, do you have any recommendations for a double meal? Today I want to entertain my new friends and partners, and I don't want to neglect her. Of course, how do you see these combinations? Gus immediately took out a note and wrote the menu he chose for Leon and handed it to Leon. Leon glanced at the 4 dishes, 2 servings, with the appetizer, main course, dessert, and staple food. There was basically no problem. However, after recalling Maru's preferences, Leon spoke to Gus. Maru's main course is cheese cauliflower, and dessert is rhubarb pie. No problem. Gus immediately modified the menu. After confirming that this was the official menu for Leon, he entered the kitchen and started working. Maru listened to Lion's menu for him, and the ones he changed were all his favorite foods. He immediately asked in surprise, Leon, how do you know my favorite food? Ah, do you like it very much? I don't know, I just think these 2 dishes are healthy and have a sweet taste, you may like it. Leon explained to Maru in a daze. Ha ha ha, that's a coincidence, but I'm very happy. It seems that we're very co-starring. Maru said to Leon with a smile. Yes, then do you want something to drink? Leon asked Maru. No, I only drink coffee, it will cheer me up and continue to work, but coffee does not seem to be suitable for drinking when eating. Maru explained with an awkward expression. How about fruit juice? Leon suggested. Huh? Is it fruit? I really like it. Okay. Maru nodded immediately after hearing this. Then let's have 2 glasses of peach juice, Emily, please. Leon immediately decided and said to Emily, who was looking at the 2 of them. Okay, wait a moment. Emily still had a smile on her face. After hearing Lion's choice, she went to help make peach juice. But before leaving, Leon noticed that the smile on Emily's face was very stiff, and it was completely business-style smirk, which made him a little worried. Of course, I was worried that it was not Emily's emotional problem, but whether the peach juice I would drink later could still maintain the taste of the peach itself. Chapter 167 I'm very brave. Fortunately, when Emily delivered the juice cup, she did not have such an embarrassing situation. The peach juice was still so sweet and refreshing, with a slight sour taste, which was no different from what she usually tasted. Maru also likes this fresh fruit-juiced drink. While drinking it in small sips, she does not forget to chat with Leon. The basic chat content is about Lion's farm life, and she seems to be very interested in this aspect. After Gus served the meal, the chat was over. Maru seemed to have the habit of not talking during meals, and Leon also. I was taught by my parents that I would not speak or speak. Although he would occasionally forget this sentence when he grew up, he would occasionally forget about the social occasions such as dining tables. If the companions who were dining together did not speak, he would naturally remember this ancient saying from the Analects of Confucius. When the 2 of them finished their meal, Maru asked, "Will it seem boring to eat with me?" "Sorry, when I was a child, I almost choked because I was choking when I was eating, so I almost suffocated because I was talking by food, so I had some psychological shadow on eating." It's not boring, the food is delicious, and you are with you, the food is accompanied by beauty, and the visual and taste enjoyment is double. It doesn't matter whether you chat or not. Leon comforted Maru. Ah! Maru was stunned for a moment when she heard this, then subconsciously covered her face and said stutteringly, "Leon, you are so exaggerating. You have to be confident in yourself." Leon smiled and encouraged Maru, "You are pretty good looking, hasn't anyone told you?" No. Speaking of this topic, Maru's expression was a little awkward. After all, the only dark-skinned people in the entire Pelican town were her and her father. Here, most of them looked at her without a strange look, and Maru felt that everyone was very friendly. "Then I'll be the first one. Since I'm full, I should take you home, otherwise I'm afraid your father will cause trouble for me." After Leon said to Maru, he got up and went to the front desk to check out. Unfortunately, it was not Gus who came to collect the payment this time, but Emily, so Leon did not enjoy the special discount. However, Leon didn't care about these. After paying the meal, he said goodbye to Emily and took Maru away from the star fruit. "I've made you spend money." After leaving the door, Maru kept lowering her head, but she still didn't forget to thank Leon. "What's the matter? Just say whether the dinner is delicious, right?" Leon asked back. "Great dinner," Maru commented seriously. "That's right, it's delicious. Don't care about the price. People, you have to make money and live a better life." Leon nodded and joked at Maru, "Do you know what the most painful thing in life is?" "I don't know." Maru shook her head. "The most painful thing in life is that people die but have not spent all the money they earn," Leon explained. "Ha ha ha, is this?" Maru realized that Leon was joking with her. Fortunately, she thought Leon would say something other tragic. Perhaps because of this joke, Maru raised her head again and walked towards the northern foothills where she was located with Leon. On the way, Maru suddenly asked, "By the way, Leon, there is no special situation after the meteorite on your farm?" "No, what's wrong? Have you made a breakthrough in your research on the sample of that meteorite fragment?" Leon asked curiously. "Well, there are some. When I was studying this meteorite, I found that there were some special genetic material in it. I referred to some papers by Dr. R.J. Cutler and found that research reports on this type of meteorite seemed to have a lot to do with the fruit of the star. If we extract this genetic material in large quantities, maybe we could create the fruit of the star," Maru explained. "Is the artificial star fruit?" Leon was stunned when he heard this. He had never thought that there was such a way to obtain the star fruit, so he immediately became interested. "Is it feasible?" "I don't know either. This theory was proposed by my father. He once obtained the fruit of a star for research, but the genetic genes of that mysterious fruit are too complex, and the substances that make up this fruit do not exist on our planet, so this idea stays on theoretical knowledge," Maru explained. "So, your father has a star fruit in his hand." Leon only heard such a key message now. "Yes, but the research on the star fruit has fallen into a bottleneck and no breakthrough has been found, so my father sealed the star fruit." Maru replied, "Are you interested in the star fruit?" "Of course." Leon nodded. "Will he agree if you said I would buy this star fruit with your father?" "It shouldn't be, after all, the star fruit is too rare. He is a geologist and nature researcher. The star fruit is an important research sample and he will not sell it easily." Maru shook his head. "Is that true?" Leon was not surprised when he heard this, and began to think about it. But before he could finish his calculations, Maru spoke. "Leon, what would you do if you got the star fruit?" "Eat it, after all, it is a fruit. Even if it is mysterious, it is also a fruit. If you don't eat it, it has no other value," Leon affirmed. "That's it, but I see that in related research, the star fruit is not suitable for consumption. Although it is rumored to be delicious, there are also cases of death among the star fruit eaters. You'd better not take the risk of this unknown fruit easily. After all, the special genetic material contained in the star fruit may change the structure of the human gene chain. If it can withstand it, it may be able to obtain some special abilities, but if it cannot be accepted, the consequences of the collapsed gene chain are irreversible." Maru reminded Leon with a worried face. "Don't worry, I'm a sensible person. I'm the most timid person. I'm very brave," Leon said to him. Maru comforted. "I don't think that when that huge slime appeared at that time, you took out your weapons and chose to fight. This is not like a timid person can do it," Maru said, unable to help but want to fight. The handsome battle scene of Leon at that time, his eyes were a little vague. "It's because I'm timid that I'm worried about the impact of that slime, and I take the initiative to kill it," Leon explained. "Ha ha ha, your way of thinking is really interesting. You are not teasing me on purpose, right?" Maru asked Leon with a big laugh. "To be honest, no one believes it now." Leon shrugged his shoulders helplessly, with a very aggrieved expression, but Maru was not fooled, and still kept a smile and nodded to Leon perfunctorily. Yes, I believe you." Chapter 168, Holding the Emperor to Order the Princes. While laughing and chatting, the two soon walked to the open space in front of the large mountain villa at the foot of the northern foothills. Before Maru could be sent into the house, Leon noticed a black shadow standing at the door of Robin's house. If the moonlight had not shown the blue shirt on the black shadow, he would not have noticed that there was a person standing at the door. And this black shadow is Maru's father, Demetrius. Leon discovered Demetrius, and Demetrius naturally discovered Leon, but his eyes just swept across Leon, and he stared at his precious daughter Maru with all his attention. He found that the smile on Maru's face was so bright at this moment, and his face became darker in an instant. Looking at Maru's eyes, unaware of her old father who was waiting for her to come back in the cold wind in the night mountains, Demetrius's teeth were itchy when he looked at Leon, who was standing aside. "Maru, your father is here to pick you up home." After Lion's reminder, Maru noticed that his father was standing at the door of his house and looked at him, and immediately said to Demetrius in a hurry, "Dad? Why are you here?" "Of course I'm waiting for you to come home. After all, it's so late. I'm not at ease when you're outside alone." Demetrius immediately changed into a smile and explained to Maru. "I'm already an adult, why do you still treat me as a child?" Maru complained a little embarrassedly when she heard this. Although she was used to the care of her father, Leon is by her side now. If Leon sees this kind of thing, would Leon think she is a spoiled person? "I'm just worried about your safety." Demetrius's heart was almost broken when he heard Maru talking to himself in this tone for the first time, but he still squeezed out his smile and explained to Maru. "Yes, Mr. Demetrius is just worried about you, Maru, you have a good father." Leon also helped Demetrius explain at this time, and at the same time took out the prepared copper and iron ingots from his backpack. "This is the metal ingot you need, you can take it back and put it up first. I have something to talk to Mr. Demetrius." "Okay, thank you, Leon, I'm very happy today." Maru was no longer surprised by Lion's ability to collect goods from a distance. After carrying the metal ingots, she chose to follow Lion's arrangements and went back obediently. Although Demetrius wanted to step forward to help Maru transport these heavy metal ingots, he stopped thinking about Lion's words just now. When Maru entered the house, Demetrius immediately walked to Leon and asked, "Are you too close to Maru?" "We are friends, and we have some things that need to be asked by Maru. So what if you get closer?" Leon asked back to Demetrius with a smile. "Maru is a good child and a genius. I don't want anyone or things to interfere with her towards her bright future." Demetrius reminded Leon with a serious expression. "Have I disturbed her?" Leon asked back. "What do you think?" Demetrius said with a sneer. "Maybe, I'm also blamed for being too idle. I have too much leisure time left after dealing with the farm every day. If there is an extra bad mushroom hole on my farm that needs me to pay attention to and manage, I may not have time to be busy with socializing." Leon shrugged his shoulders and reminded Demetrius. "If I just attract fruit bats or make mushroom cultivation tanks, I can do it anytime, but when the two are combined, there are too many things to pay attention to, and I still need time to design them." Demetrius understood what Leon meant and explained helplessly. "Then should I ask Maru to go to the farm together tomorrow? After all, I heard that she will rest tomorrow. Maybe I can ask her to help me see the soil and nutrition issues of the farm." Leon said to himself with a smile. Tomorrow, I will help you transform the cave tomorrow. Demetrius was not a fool either, and immediately understood that Leon was threatening himself. Although he was so angry that he had no choice but to bite the bullet and do it. After all, he felt that Leon was really good at saying what he said. Looking at Demetrius' frustrated expression, Lion's smile became brighter. Then please trouble Mr. Demetrius. I hope you can renovate the cave in my farm with great care. If the cave is too rough, I may need to find Maru to help me see what went wrong. At that time, it may be disturbed to Maru's bright future. I promise there will be no problems. This sentence was basically yelled by Demetrius. Leon noticed that Demetrius could no longer help but start rolling up his sleeves. Leon took out the Galaxy watermelon knife and held it in his hand, stroked its smooth blade as smooth as a mirror, and spoke with a calm expression, "Then I will wait for Mr. Demetrius to come tomorrow at Red Star Farm." Seeing the purple blade in Lion's hand, Demetrius instantly woke up. The young man in front of him was not an ordinary farmer, but a warrior who could fight with monsters and kill sharply. He immediately put down his sleeves from his heart. "Okay, I hope you can get up early tomorrow morning. After all, the renovation work will take quite a long time." Of course, since I came to Stardew Valley, I have been used to going to bed early and getting up early. Mr. Demetrius doesn't need to worry about the problem of coming too early. Seeing that Demetrius gave in, Leon took back the Galaxy watermelon knife and comforted Demetrius. "Yet." Demetrius nodded, then turned around and returned to the house, not even willing to say goodbye to Leon. This made Leon a little helpless, but since the goal was achieved, he was embarrassed to leave Demetrius to chat for a while. After all, he was not a certain black-skinned girl. Moreover, looking at Demetrius's expression was quite interesting. This feeling made Leon fully understand the happiness of Boss Cao at the time when he used the Emperor to make the princes happy. After confirming that tomorrow, you will see that Red Star Farm has a new income project. Leon happily prepared to go back to the farm to rest, but before he was about to leave, he noticed a stone falling from the sky and hitting his side. Leon looked in the direction of the stone and found that Linus was standing on the mountain behind Robin's house and waved to him, looking at the gesture, as if he was asking him to go over and look for him. Seeing this, Leon did not hesitate and went directly to the eastern area of Robin's house and followed the gentler path in the mountains to find Linus. When Leon walked to Linus's tent, he saw Linus sitting by the burning bonfire, holding a wooden stick in his hand, with a clean carp scorching in the flames. "Linus, are you going to invite me to eat grilled fish?" Chapter 169, Do you want to run away if you pretend to be a pussy? Linus did not speak in a hurry when he heard this, but turned the grilled fish over the flame, and at the same time, his spare left hand pointed to the direction of Robin's house. "I hope you get along well with the residents in the town, instead of treating interpersonal relationships utilitarianly." Listening to Linus's words, Leon instantly understood what Linus meant to come to him. This was Linus who witnessed his threatening Demetrius with Maru and came to teach him. When dealing with different personalities, there are naturally different ways of getting along. When a person who is hostile to you when he meets you for the first time, a warm face will only bring him a cold face. Leon sat on the other side of the fire pit and complained. "Who told you to get so close to his daughter?" Linus looked at Leon speechlessly. "I don't believe that with your observation, I can't tell how much Demetrius attaches to the little girl named Maru." "Of course, but don't you think he's too broad-minded?" Leon retorted. After all, he is his only biological daughter, and he inherits his talent for wisdom, so it is natural to spoil him. Linus explained. Overcare is not a good thing. Leon complained, this will put a lot of pressure on the child, and it will make her unable to tell whether it is care or house arrest. A bachelor who doesn't even have a girlfriend talks about parenting with me, an old bachelor? Don't you think it's strange? Lester was a little surprised when he heard this. Leon actually had some research on children's psychology, but he still didn't forget to complain about it. Didn't you pick this topic? How could you help Demetrius? Leon shrugged his shoulders and asked Leon curiously. I'm not talking to him, I'm just reminding you not to do something too much. Linus shook his head and explained, for example, taking out a weapon in front of ordinary people, this kind of thing is a bit too much. He rolled up his sleeves first. Leon protested, I'm a tactical deterrent, and some people have to use some special means to make him honest. Can you not beat a nerd with bare hands? Linus complained. But I don't want to fight. I really start fighting. No matter what the reason, I may not be able to face Robin in the future. She is a carpenter in Pelican Town. My farm planning and construction require her help. Apart from using deterrence, Demetrius understands that violence cannot solve the problem, I can't think of any other way. Leon explained innocently. Forget it, you have your own considerations, so let's decide for yourself. Leon thought about Lion's words and found that Lion's words were indeed nothing wrong, so he had to extinguish and continue to discuss with Leon what is the correct way of getting along with others. After all, Leon is no longer a child. Although he looks young, he is extremely sleek in dealing with people and has his own set of logic and methods of action. Linus feels that in terms of interpersonal communication, he may really have nothing to teach Leon. So, is there any portion of the grilled fish? After understanding that Linus no longer intends to educate himself, Leon continued to ask Linus with shameless face. Have you had dinner with that little girl? Linus looked at Leon helplessly and said, and do you think one fish is enough for us to eat? Clear, I'll go fishing for another one, but I can't control the heat of the grilled fish, so you have to help. Leon immediately made a decision. Well, remember to throw the rod on the bridge at the blocked outlet of the mine lake. Linus did not refuse Lion's statement, but instead specifically reminded Leon where to fish. This made Leon unable to help but raise his eyebrows, but instead of asking why, he obediently found the place that Linus chose specially, took out the fishing rod and threw it into the water. The moment the fish hook was in the water, Leon noticed something was wrong, because the lake surface in this area was more turbid than the water in other places. While Leon held the pole in one hand, he also consciously found out the galaxy watermelon knife with his other hand, but did not hold it in his hand, but hid it behind him, and the surface still maintained a fishing posture. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As time passed, Leon found that there was no movement in his fish float. Instead, the water surface where the fish float was located became more and more turbid. Just as Leon was about to collect the pole and took out the cherry bomb and threw it into the water to see the situation, the water surface in front of him suddenly boiled. Then Leon saw a ball of black stuff drilling out of the water, holding a sea blue translucent sword, and pounced towards him, and the blade hit his neck. At this moment, Leon put the fishing rod into his backpack, and at the same time, he put the galaxy watermelon knife horizontally in front of him with his backhand. The extended blade blocked the assault, and the force of the recoil also made Leon take a step back. One blow was fruitless, and the black shadow fell to the shore on the side with the power of countershock, but this time it did not attack Leon again, but headed straight to the entrance of the mine. You want to run away if you pretend to be a pussy. Leon would not watch the other party slip away like this. He is not a person who likes to suffer losses. He is already very upset by being attacked by someone. Now he finds that the other party is obviously not a human being. This kind of existence appears in Stardew Valley, which is a threat, so how can he let it go? With a quick step, Leon suddenly rushed out several meters away, and at the same time, the extended version of the Galaxy watermelon knife in his hand drew a sharp arc in the air and slashed directly at the back of the Black Shadow. Black Shadow realized that he might be cut in half after running, so he turned around and slashed towards Leon with the translucent sword, completely ignoring the Galaxy watermelon knife that might have cut it first. This life-threatening fighting style caught Leon off guard, but thinking that he had the support of forest magic, Leon was no longer afraid. Since the other party wanted to fight for his life, then come. He didn't believe that this thing would really have the strength to give him a sword after being slashed by the Galaxy watermelon knife. Realizing that Leon was really not afraid of being on the verge of facing him, the Black Shadow made a strange hissing sound, and actually threw down the translucent Ciebla sword in his hand, turned into a ball of black mist and merged into the land. Run! Leon looked at the big sword lying quietly on the ground. As for the Black Shadow, it was completely gone, and he felt a little angry. But he didn't expect that the other party could escape. Faced with this way of escaping, he had no means of countermeasures at all. He could only stand on the spot and be on guard in case the other party crawled out of the ground and sneaked out of the ground. Chapter 170 The Breaking Defense Old Mr. Linus. Don't worry, it can't escape. At this time, Ma Long appeared beside Leon from somewhere. He responded to Lion's complaint just now, and walked casually to the area where the Black Shadow disappeared just now, took out a dark dagger from his body and inserted it into the soil. The next moment, the dagger actually drilled into the soil. After a moment, a black shadow emerged from the soil, and the black dagger followed the shadow and chased after it. But before the dagger caught up with the black shadow, Ma Long appeared behind the black shadow instantly and smashed the black shadow directly with just one punch. The black fragments split out by the broken black shadows were quickly decomposed in the air and eventually disappeared without a trace. Diet? Leon asked at Ma Long. It's so dead. Ma Long nodded. So what is this thing? Leon asked. Shadow Assassin, a special race in the Shadowman branch, shouldn't have appeared in Stardew Valley, but it just appeared. If you hadn't forced it out of the water, I wouldn't have noticed its existence. Ma Long explained, and at the same time picked up the dark dagger that fell to the ground because of his loss of his target. Seeing Leon staring at the dagger in his hand, Ma Long hit it on his body expressionlessly. His movements were astonishingly fast, and he also pointed to the translucent Ciebla sword on the ground and reminded Leon. Don't you pick up your spoil. Is it my spoil? Leon was a little surprised when he heard this, but he still happily picked up the big sword. Neptune Great Sword, Level 5 Sword 1835 Damage Speed 1 Defense +2 Weight +2. When he started the Great Sword, Leon saw the attributes of the sword and was stunned for a moment, because he only heard the relevant news yesterday for this Neptune Great Sword. This made Leon guess whether this sword would be the Neptune sword that the fishman he accidentally caught was looking for. It's just why this matter has something to do with a shadowman, and it's a shadowman branch that shouldn't appear in Stardew Valley guest. Leon has never seen such a monster in the game. If you don't have any demand, you can sell this sword to me, after all, you already have the galaxy weapon. Seeing Leon thinking about the great sword of Neptune, Ma Long spoke. President, I can't sell it. This sword has something to do with a friend I know. It's a lost property. I have to give it back. Leon shook his head and explained. No wonder you will come here in the evening. It turns out that it was for this weapon-carried shadow assassin. Ma Long suddenly realized when he heard this, and then warned Leon. But you are too reckless. Monsters like Shadow Assassin are not comparable to those Shadow Madman and Shadow Shaman in the mine. The flexibility and concealment of this monster give it extremely strong combat ability in open space. They are monsters of high-risk difficulty. If you don't have sufficient preparation, you may suffer a big loss. Preparation? For example, the dagger in your hand just now. Leon thought of the black dagger with its own tracking effect just now, and asked Ma Long with some jealousy, President Ma Long, what is that dagger? Why haven't I seen its sales catalog on the Union list? Searching the black blade can lock a monster within a certain range for chasing it. It is a good thing to detect hidden threats in an unknown environment. It is a magic prop and has a small number of difficult creation, so it is impossible for the guild to sell it publicly. Ma Long explained. Then can you sell me a handful in private? Leon asked. No, I only have this one on hand, I have to keep it for myself. Ma Long refused without hesitation. He had long noticed that Leon was very interested in this black blade, but he was reluctant to sell this old guy who helped him avoid countless hidden threats. Okay. Leon sighed with regret, and then asked, does the president know why this shadow assassin appears here? I don't know. Ma Long shook his head. Then what are you going to do next, President? Do you want to find someone from above to investigate the reason why the shadow assassin appears here? Leon asked. No, it's just a monster that has come over. It's not a big incident if it's not a large-scale monster invasion. And I hate writing a transfer order to the Federation of Trade Unions to recruit investigators. The procedures are too troublesome. Ma Long waved his hand, and this shadow assassin has been killed, and there shouldn't be a second lurking around here. This matter should end here. Leon didn't say anything, but nodded expressionlessly, but expressed his contempt for the person in charge of the Pelican Town branch of the Explorer Guild who loves to stumble. At the same time, Leon also thought of Linus, who specifically reminded him to come here to fish. Linus should have discovered the existence of this shadow assassin. It is even possible that the reason why this guy hid in the water and did not leave was that Linus made it. This made Leon curious. Why did Linus let himself kill this monster that he could solve at will? Is it to hone his combat skills? Or do you want to see the world? Curiosity made Leon lose the patience to chat with Ma Long. Then I'll leave first, President, you go back early to rest. Yeah. Ma Long responded and left directly. Leon had no trace of ink, and went straight to Linus' camp with the great sword of Neptune. When Leon met Linus, he found that the boss had 2 sticks in his hand before, and there was one more grilled fish corresponding to it. It was obviously ready for a long time. I knew you couldn't catch fish, but fortunately I had stock. Linus teased with a smile on his face as he looked at the Neptune sword being held by Leon. Old man, let's be honest, do you want to use the monster hidden in the water to murder me, and then wait until I die to take the opportunity to inherit the Red Star farm? Leon sat opposite Linus and complained. Linus really didn't expect Leon to say that. Although he knew Leon was joking, he was still so angry that his beard was trembling. What did the stinky brat say? A shadow assassin who was flooded by me for a whole day can kill you, so you have to consider whether it is your own problem. And I am not interested in your farm, and not everyone is willing to experience the busy life of not touching the ground every day. You really threw that thing into the water. Listening to Linus roar, Leon confirmed that his guess was indeed fine, and asked, "Then why don't you do it yourself, old man? After all, this thing should not pose any threat to you, right?" "Because I want to help you accumulate some connections." Linus calmed down at this moment, feeling a little annoyed that his years of chi cultivation skills had been broken by Leon, the stinky brat, but he still answered Lion's doubts. Chapter 171 The Sorrow of the Sea. Accumulate connections? Are you talking about mermaids and fishmen? When Leon heard this, he thought of the original owner of the Neptune sword, and immediately asked in confusion, "What is the point of a good relationship with the mermaids and fishmen in the sea? Are you sure you won't go out to sea in this life?" Linus asked back. "Not sure." Leon shook his head. Not to mention anything else, if Zhang Dao had the chance, he would definitely go there. That's right. Although there are many populations in the ocean, the mermaid's status in the ocean is definitely at the forefront. With their relationship, you don't need to worry about being in danger when you go to sea. Linus explained. But this Neptune sword should not have such a big favor. After all, it is just a weapon. Although it is rare, it is not the only one. Leon inserted the Neptune sword in his hand into the soil and complained. What matters is not the sword, what matters is the killed shadow assassin. Linus said, then stretched out his hand and pointed it on the Neptune great sword from the air. At this moment, the Neptune sword began to tremble. While it was trembling, an ethereal but sad music sounded from the sword. The ownerless Neptune great sword basically means that their sword holders have passed away. Every mermaid warrior holding the Neptune great sword takes the sword as the criterion and maintains a lifestyle of not leaving the sword. You guess the shadow assassin got this Neptune great sword. So what is the situation with the mermaid warrior who originally held this Neptune great sword? Listening to Linus' explanation, Leon was stunned for a moment before speaking. So this sword belongs to the remains. You have also heard the tragic song of this fishman. This is a magical sound related to bloodline. When the sword holder is still alive, the sound made by this sword will be the guardian declaration of the sword holder to vow to protect the mermaid clan. When the sword holder dies and loses the sound of the oath, Neptune's great sword can only send out the melodious melody of the sea to remember his former master. After Linus said that, he also put down his hand. At the same time, Neptune's sword immediately stopped the tremor, and the sad music also came to an abrupt end. You took back the Neptune great sword, which is equivalent to helping the sword holder complete revenge. This favor is much more important than the Neptune great sword itself. So that's it, but I'm afraid I'm sorry for this favor. The last blow was made by Malone, and the shadow assassin was also found and trapped in the lake. It has nothing to do with me. Leon understood what Linus meant, but he didn't want to do this favor. After all, this involves a once living life, and the human favors of dead people have to be taken out to make a fuss. Lion's own conscience cannot be overcome. I understand, so you just need to return the sword and tell the specific situation. Even if you are an agent once, for the mermaids, it would be great to know that the hatred has been settled. Linus looked at Leon with relief when he heard this, and he still admired Lion's 3 views. I have another question. Why would the shadow assassin go to the ocean to find a Neptune sword? Aren't their race afraid of the sun? They take such a big risk just to find such a standard weapon that is not unique. What do they want? Faced with Lion's doubts, Linus had no intention of hiding them. While turning the grilled fish, he also explained slowly. This involves the issue of elemental war. Although the protagonists of elemental war are dwarves and shadowmans, there are no other races involved in this battle. The mermaid clan representing the water element is one of them. However, they are not participants, but supporters who provide help. Mermaids, like dwarves, belong to the kind and orderly camp of Bali faith. Although one is hidden deep in the earth and the other lives under the sea for a long time, the earth is connected, not to mention that the City of Elements is also the medium connecting various races. The mermaids basically provide some resource assistance to the dwarves in the City of Elements, and this assistance includes food, weapons, minerals, and other materials, providing great help to the dwarves' logistics. Therefore, the shadowman's hatred for mermaids is not much worse than that of the dwarves. So this is a long-planned revenge? Leon asked back. That's right, but the actual reason Rasmides investigated. It was simply because a shadow priest with a very high status among the shadowmen wanted to collect a Neptune sword stained with the blood of the mermaid. The murdered mermaid warrior was just an innocent person who died because of the preferences of the big man. At the same time, the shadowmen could also use this to warn the mermaid clan that they had the ability to sneak into the ocean to hunt mermaid warriors. Linus couldn't help but sigh when he said this. Although the elemental war has been terminated recently, and the shadowmen and dwarves of the main war have signed a contract, the mermaids are not in this armistice agreement. Therefore, although Rasmides is angry, he cannot impose a judgment and punishment on the shadowmen because of this malicious attack. It is considered that they have exploited a loophole in the agreement. Does Rasmides plan to take revenge? Leon knew that Rasmides was not a Grand Master, so he guessed that this guardian must have a backup plan. I can't take action on the surface, but I don't know what I want to do in secret. Linus shook his head, but still reminded Leon, if you can reach the depths of the mine in recent times and see the shadow madman or shadow shaman, remember not to hold back. Save more essence of the void, which may make you a small profit. Do you encourage others to hunt shadowmen by obtaining essence? You can kill people by cutting off the firewood from the cauldron and using a knife to kill people. This prompt instantly made Leon understand Rasmides' idea, not knowing whether the money needed to acquire the void essence was whether Rasmides or the mermaids clan had it. Smart little guy, you are much more useful than your grandfather. Linus looked at Leon with approval and reminded him, just know it yourself, don't say it out, otherwise it will be easy to get rid of Rasmides. If he targets you because of this, you can ask for your own blessing. Leon nodded to show his understanding. After all, he was still impressed by the petty eyes of the big boss Rasmides. Last time, he almost got punished by lightning just by raising his middle finger. He was still very sensible about this. You can carry this sword with you. Rasmides will help you contact the mermaid clan to deliver this relic. You can listen more and talk less at that time. With Rasmides to support you, Just tell me the truth about the process of obtaining this sword. Remember one thing, that is, the mermaid clan will receive all the gifts, thank you. Don't be polite to them. The mermaid clan that has occupied the entire ocean is famous for being rich. Linus, who had reminded Leon again, saw that the grilled fish in his hand was cooked, so he handed it to Leon. After taking the grilled fish, Leon asked the topic just now, will you and Ma Long have a share of the pie? I don't need money, so Ma Long doesn't have to worry about him. Even the shadow assassin touched the mine. He has no shame to take this gift. Linus shook his head, and his contempt for Ma Long was basically hanging on his face. Chapter 172 Cheese Seasoning. Leon nodded, then picked up the grilled fish and sipped it. He didn't taste the fishy smell at the mouth, but was amazed by the burnt fish skin. It tastes only simple salt and a little bit of the unique spicy taste of wasabi, but it is extremely full and complex in the overall taste level. However, Leon cannot eat what other ingredients are except these two seasonings. It is a special taste that is difficult to describe in words, and it does not belong to the flavor that any seasoning that Leon is well known to. Old man, what other seasonings have you added besides salt and wasabi? Based on the principle of asking questions bravely, Leon asked Leon. A friend once gave me the seasoning. Any food that can be added to a little bit can increase the taste. It's very useful, Linus replied. Can I see this kind of seasoning? Leon asked. Everything is good, but you are too curious. Despite saying that, Linus still entered the tent, took out a colorful powdered item in the flask and handed it to Leon. Cheese seasoning, just a little bit can turn any food into a delicacy. After buying the seasoning, Leon saw the system's markings and realized the origin of this thing. He is familiar with this thing. He bought it in Mr. Cheese Walnut House. A bottle can make the food that was originally only ordinary quality directly match the quality of Venus. From this point of view, Linus's friend is Mr. Chi. My man, do you have a good relationship with this friend? Leon asked casually when he returned the seasoning to Linus. Well, that's okay. After all, this guy always likes to have fun. I really appreciate his point of view. Besides, he is a little bit more terrible, everything else is pretty good. Linus replied. What is he doing? He should be very strong, right? Without strength, this kind of fun person is easily beaten to death. Leon continued to ask. His business scope is wide. As for his strength? I have never seen him take action, but it should be good. After all, half of the elemental city belongs to him, and the elemental city is a well-known chaotic area. People who can control a large amount of assets in such a place should not be easy to mess with. Linus thought for a while before giving his own evaluation. I always hear you talk about the City of Elements. That place must be very interesting. When can I go and see it? Although Leon is not very clear about Mr. Chi's strength, he can probably guess that he is only stronger than Rasmides. Moreover, Leon knows a lot about Mr. Chi's existence similar to the top boss behind the scenes. Compared with Mr. Chi's situation, he is more interested in the City of Elements, which has been mentioned many times. You want to go? Linus confirmed to Leon with a strange expression when he heard this. I think about it. Leon nodded repeatedly. Then wait until you find your grandpa's secret room and then inherit the gift he prepared for you. Now you go to the City of Elements, I'm worried that you will die there. Linus did not dissuade Leon from giving up this idea, but instead proposed the prerequisites for taking Leon to the City of Elements. What's the secret room of Grandpa? What's inside? Leon asked curiously. I don't know, you have to find it yourself. Linus waved his hand and complained, after all, that old guy was prepared for you, so he naturally hid it very well. He probably also entrusted Rasmides to help guard him. You might as well ask Rasmides. Oh. Leon didn't ask any more questions when he heard this. As for asking Rasmides, he gave up on this consideration. According to the wizard's character, he probably just wanted to explore himself, rather than putting the answer directly on the table. Leon actually probably knew the location of the secret room. After all, he had almost explored the Easter eggs in the game. Grandpa's secret room was probably the inaccessible room on the mountain wall of Robin's lost axe. The problem of not being able to enter before was the game setting. Now that we have come to Stardew Valley in person, Leon plans to look for it when he has time. I had this idea when I collected green onions last time. Unfortunately, I was confused by the large number of green onions and forgot about this matter. Now I think about it again, so next time I go there, I have to search carefully. After eating the grilled fish with Linus, Linus got up and put out the fire pond. He urged to Leon, Leon, it's time for you to go back. The northern foothills are not safe at night. Be careful when you go back. What is the reason for the insecurity? Monster? Leon asked. No, it's a wild animal. Linus shook his head, but it's highly likely that he won't attack you. After all, you have the protection of forest magic. As long as you don't take the initiative to hurt those little guys, they won't swear to you. Doesn't that mean there is no threat? Leon complained. You forgot that there are steep cliffs everywhere in this area. Linus reminded. Yes, there is moonlight at night, but the visibility is not high. Leon suddenly realized, and after saying goodbye to Linus, he walked along the northern foothills to the edge forest, and also took a look at the sap collector he had set up during the day. I found that a shallow layer of resin had accumulated in the container bucket of the sap collector. It was still a long time before it was filled, so I stopped paying attention and returned to the wooden house on the farm. After taking a shower, I fell asleep peacefully. When the sun rose the next morning, Leon got up and washed and made some food. He went out and carried a sprinkler kettle to start watering the plants in the field. As a result, less than half of the watering, Leon saw Demetrius with an unhappy look at the eastern entrance of the farm. Oh, Mr. Demetrius, come so early? Thank you for your hard work. Leon warmly greeted him. The arrival of Demetrius meant that his fruit bat mushroom hole had fallen again, and he would naturally treat this black uncle warmly. I brought everything I needed for the transformation this time, and the car parked outside. I'll come in to find you for a permit to pass. Demetrius said to Leon. Enter it casually, don't be polite, just treat this place as your home. Leon replied happily. Haha. Demetrius just sneered, then left the farm, and when he appeared, he was already driving an old pickup truck. You are busy with yours. I will go to work directly on the cave. I hope you don't disturb me. After work, I will leave your farm directly. If there is a problem with the modified cave, you can also contact me directly. Demetrius reminded Leon, then rolled up the car window and drove the pickup truck to the area where the cave on the farm is. Chapter 173, Embarrassing. Demetrius said so, and naturally Leon would not touch his cold butt. After watering his crops, Leon went to check his email. The email address was empty and there was no letter, which gave Leon a headache. He was looking for the payment envelope of the 2 gems he had placed in the shipping box last time, but it was obvious that until now, the 2 gems were still on the way to sales. Leon guessed that Louis would deliver it to him after the sale of goods shipped in large quantities yesterday, so he didn't have any thoughts. He glanced at Demetrius, who was detecting instruments near the cave over there, and rode his bicycle away from the farm. As for whether Demetrius would suddenly activate his racial nature and start buying at his own farm for 0 yuan, Leon was not worried at all. If Demetrius really dares to do this, then he probably can change to a big house. After all, the amount of the loss does not depend on how much Demetrius got, but on how much he quoted. Whether Demetrius recognizes it or not, it is not a problem. After all, the value of a local scientist is absolutely not as great as a farmer, and he is also a farmer who can provide high-quality crops. Leon believes that someone will help him deal with this problem at that time. But it is highly likely that this is just a fantasy. After all, no matter how much Demetrius hates him, he is a highly educated person after all. He doesn't even dare to drive in when he comes to transform the cave. He has to get out of the car and walk over to find Leon to ask for permission to enter. Such a person can do something worth 0 yuan to buy, which is strange. Lion's direction was in the south, which was the location of the coal forest. His conversation with Linus yesterday gave him 2 reasons to come here. First, to find that secret room and determine whether it is the inheritance secret room left by Grandpa, and second, to find the wizard Rasmides to determine when to deliver the Neptune Great Sword belonging to the relics of the mermaid warrior. The first thing Leon thought was to do was to find a secret room. After Leon arrived at the open space above the sewer outlet, he began a carpet-style search. The search rules were basically placed in the mountain wall on the east side. Soon, Leon noticed that there were some raised rock layers behind a bush that were obviously not naturally formed. Leon immediately cleared the nearby bushes, stuck it on the rock wall, stroked the bulge, and then found that the part of the stones disguised as rock formations could be pushed, so he immediately pressed it down with force. As the mechanism was triggered, the rock wall in front of me began to unfold to both sides, and an iron gate hidden behind the rock wall was exposed. There was no keyhole or handle on the door, and it fitted very closely with the door frame embedded in the rock wall. Leon pushed it tentatively and found that he could not push it open, so he had to observe whether there were other ways to open the door. Although you are very smart, your smart head is not the key to detection. Fang, you should wait and explore later. You are still not in the time to light up. Just as Leon was already squatting on the ground, thinking about whether you could make a hole to drill into it from below, Rasmides's voice came from above Lion's head. Leon stood up and looked at the Rasmides mage who appeared beside him at some point and greeted him, "Master Rasmides, good morning, you can come out to stroll around too." Rasmides looked at Leon speechlessly. "Didn't you hear what I just said?" "I heard it, but since you say that I can't open this secret room now, why am I still struggling with these things? That's why I give you daily greetings," Leon explained. Rasmides was even more speechless at the moment. After all, even people like him who were beyond common sense could not get used to Lion's brain circuit. Fortunately, he had other ways to divert this topic away. You should have already obtained the lost Neptune sword, so are you ready to visit the mermaid clan with me? Are we going directly? Leon was a little nervous when he heard this. After all, although he was looking forward to this meeting, he was not prepared at all. If he knew that Rasmides was so anxious, he would have changed his lineup in a handsome suit before coming out and then combed his hair into an adult's appearance. The purpose is to give those mermaid girls a good first impression, and to see if they can develop a special friendship with the mermaid girls who are a little pleasing to the eye. Are you still going to bring a gift? Rasmides said helplessly to Leon, no need. After all, this time I was not going to attend a banquet, but to send obituaries. Everything is fine. Okay, then how can we go? Leon realized the purpose of this trip when he heard this, and immediately nodded and asked. Telection. After Rasmides finished speaking, he stepped forward and grabbed Lion's shoulder. The next moment, the two of them disappeared out of thin air. The originally exposed secret room door has begun to automatically return to its original appearance at this moment. The rock walls are retracted back to form the same disguise as the surrounding mountain walls, covering the secret room door hidden behind it. Even the shrubs that were cleaned up by Leon have begun to return to their original appearance, as if everything that happened before here has been turned back by time. Leon, who was teleported by Rasmides, had his eyes widened at the moment, staring at the giant luminous bubble cover in front of him that stood at the bottom of the ocean, incompatible with the dim sea water around him, and the fairy tale-filled town building complex in the bubbles, which was all made of crystals and corals. Of course, the main reason why he can widen his eyes is the two upper body forms of two people holding the same Neptune sword in the backpack in front of them, and the lower body is a fish-tailed mermaid girl. Both of them have long sea blue hair, but their facial features are very beautiful and have their own merits. Especially the background of the key points on their chests covered by shells. Leon was even more dizzy. Guardian, welcome your arrival. One of the mermaids with a face that looked like a royal sister expressed kindness to Rasmides with a smile, and at the same time, with the sisters around him, he made a manner of crossing his hands on his chest. Rasmides responded to the two of them with the same etiquette. Leon on the side followed suit, but the unstandard posture made the two mermaid girls laugh and then realized their misconduct. They hurriedly held back their smiles. Rasmides looked at Leon speechlessly and said, "You don't need to do this kind of etiquette. This is a mage ceremony. You are not a mage." "I don't want to show respect," Leon explained awkwardly, but Rasmides just turned his eyes on Leon and then said, "Take me to see the queen. I have already told her about the purpose of this trip in advance." Chapter 174 The Mermaid's Secret. Please follow me. The majestic mermaid who spoke made an invitation posture, then swayed her fish's tail and swam towards the town in the water. Her movements were very elegant. The agile fish's tail was shaking, making Leon very curious. If he didn't know it was inappropriate, he really wanted to touch the tail. However, seeing the other party swimming, Leon also realized that he was in the deep sea at this moment, but he could breathe fresh air and did not feel the pressure of the deep sea, but he was not surprised by this. After all, he came with Rasmides, and all this was obviously done by Rasmides. Just as Leon was planning to try to move his limbs and keep up with the young mermaid lady who led the way by swimming, Rasmides grabbed Lion's shoulder in time. "Don't move, I'll take you there." After saying that, the two began to float in the sea, following behind her at a speed no less than that of the mermaids swimming, as if they were equipped with propellers behind them. Feeling the wonderful touch of the water flowing by my side, Leon found that he was not even wet in his clothes, but his skin could clearly feel the feeling of the passing of the sea water that was being fed back by his skin as he moved forward, which was very wonderful. When the followers led the way, Leon also noticed that there were many mermaids with the same blue long hair nearby. They basically looked good and their faces had their own characteristics, so it was easy to distinguish the differences. The hundreds of mermaid ladies who watched along the way, actually it is the kind of beautiful face that has no repetition and each has its own merits, which makes Leon unable to help but sigh that this species is really worthy of being called a mermaid. If there are channels such as live broadcasts or short videos in this world, then these mermaid girls are definitely the most popular internet celebrities, and they are pure natural and natural beauty who can play with no filters and makeup. This natural beauty transformed by hex technology without adding any hex technology will definitely be a random kill on the earth. It's rare to see you so quiet, and you didn't ask anything. Leon didn't speak or ask questions along the way, but Razmedes was a little uncomfortable. He was ready to help Leon cop, but the kid didn't play according to the routine. Ah! It was Linus who told me that I should watch more and do less this trip. I was ridiculed for not understanding the priest rituals before. I can't continue to be embarrassed because of my ignorance. After all, I also want face. Leon came back to his senses when he heard this and explained to Razmedes. It's not wrong, but the opportunity is rare. If you have any questions, you'd better ask them early, otherwise I won't have time to answer the questions after entering the palace. Razmedes reminded Leon. Can she hear us? Leon subconsciously pointed at the mermaid lady leading the way in front and asked. No. Razmedes confirmed. Okay, then my first question is why there are no male mermaids in this group of mermaids. Leon knew that the mermaid who led the way could not hear the communication between the two, so he couldn't wait to ask the question he had been holding on for a long time. After all, so far, he had not seen a male mermaid appear. This is the characteristic of their race, and only women can be born. Razmedes explained simply, I don't know the specific reason, but it is probably related to the history of the evolution of mermaids and the blessings of Yuba. There are too many related contents, so I won't tell you, because if this is said, it will take at least a whole day. Then how do they breed the next generation? Leon continued to ask. This question is the secret of the mermaid, but I can tell you it, but just remember it yourself after listening, don't tell it out. Razmedes first reminded Leon, and then explained. The reproduction of mermaids is actually very simple. When they become adults, they will naturally give birth to an embryo, similar to a fish egg, and then put this embryo in the hatching pond exclusively of the mermaid clan to nourish it. When the embryo matures, that is, the moment when the mother who gave birth to the embryo is on the verge of death, the mother will instill all her strength into the embryo, inheriting the knowledge and magic accumulated in the mermaid era for the new generation of mermaids, and completing the alternation of life and death. If this is the case, the mermaid clan should have disappeared long ago. After all, not everyone can grow old safely. For example, the mermaid warrior who died in this incident, will the accidental death of his mother affect the rebirth of the embryo? Leon asked Razmedes in confusion after hearing this. This involves another way of reproduction of mermaids, that is, natural conception. This benefit is that you can get embryos that can grow naturally without sacrificing your mother. The birth method also changes according to the race of the father who is naturally conceived. However, whether it is egg birth or viviparous birth, the final birth is the newborn of the mermaid race, rather than following the race of the father. Rasmides added. Does he be naturally conceive? Leon raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and he found that the chance of developing a super-friendly relationship with the mermaid girl seemed to be greater. Well, but the conditions are relatively harsh. Most mermaids don't like this method very much. They think this will pollute their pure bloodline. Although the mermaids born naturally are not much different from those born through inheritance. It is just that the former requires cultural education to grow into qualified mermaids, but this only takes a little time. Compared with the lifespan of 400 or 500 years for a mermaid to move, it is not worth mentioning. Rasmides said, and reminded Leon. You don't think about having sex with mermaids. Not to mention that their aesthetics are very different from humans. Whether they can look at you is a question. The most important point is that men who combine with mermaids will basically be infected by the mermaid's special constitution and will gradually evolve into signs similar to fish gills and fins that can make him live underwater, and then lose the ability to live on land. When Leon heard this, he instantly gave up the idea in his mind. He was indeed greedy for the young mermaid lady, but if he could only be a fish in the water for the rest of his life, then forget it. Seeing Lion's obvious frightened expression, Rasmides's mouth couldn't help but rise. In fact, he didn't tell Leon, that is, if Leon and the mermaid really fell in love and bonded, then he also had a way to help Leon isolate this genetic infection. Chapter 175, You can really do whatever you want if you have money. Looking at Leon, who was so boring and calm, Rasmides smiled and said, Are there any other questions? No. Leon no longer wants to pay attention to the affairs of Miss Mermaid. After all, when he knew about it, he would become a fish when he became a fish when he knew about it. Then take this experience as a journey to broaden your horizons. Rasmides didn't say anything anymore. I followed the pilot of the mermaid girl quietly, looking at the increasingly large palace complex, waiting to arrive at her destination. Although Leon lost the desire to communicate in depth with the mermaid's sister, he was actually quite interested in the culture and architecture of the mermaid. This mysterious civilization in the deep sea reminded him of the legend about Atlantis that he saw when he was a child. If that legend really exists, maybe it is like this now. Guardian, the palace has arrived. I can no longer lead the way for you in the future. The young mermaid who led the way stopped swimming in front of the towering and glorious castle complex, and explained to Rasmides apologetically. I will walk the next road by myself. You can go back to your post. Rasmides nodded, then flew towards the gate of the castle with Leon. When I see that mermaid queen, don't kneel down. Leon asked when he thought of the other party's title and Rasmides's once popularized the slavery of mermaids. If Rasmides said he needed to kneel down, he immediately said that he would not meet the mermaid queen. After all, except for the heaven and earth teacher, his knees could not bend a little. As for the missing lord, the Qing dynasty was destroyed and the Lao Buddha was smelly, so how could there be any lord? Of course not. Rasmides confirmed, we are guests, not fishmen, and we don't need to follow their culture. That's good. Leon breathed a sigh of relief, and then entered the castle with Rasmides. As soon as he entered it, Leon noticed the void inside the castle. Except for a bed shaped like a giant oyster shell placed in the center, he basically did not see any other decorations. Moreover, there was basically no mermaid in the hall, which made Leon even more confused. Where is the queen? It's not here yet, but it's almost done," Razmedes said. A fat, and somewhat rich large mermaid swam out from behind the oyster-shaped bed. Her tall body was more than 3 meters long. The exaggerated fat content made Lion's scalp numb. "What a heavy tank!" He sighed so much in his heart, but Leon did not say it clearly, and at the same time he threw a puzzled look at Razmedes. "She is not a queen, she is just an elder-level mermaid in power. The mermaid will develop again after 200 years of age and become this state," Razmedes said to Leon Kopp without a doubt, and at the same time he did not forget to joke with Leon. "If you really decide to find a mermaid as your partner, then you'd better find a newly grown mermaid and don't live too long, otherwise you will face such a behemoth-level partner in the future. Let's say that, she won't be angry when she hears it." Leon looked at the mermaid aunt of Charlotte Lingling, who is comparable to the Big Mom pirates in One Piece with some concern, and asked Razmedes. "She can't hear our conversation, but I'll disperse the soundproof magic later, so don't talk nonsense anymore." After saying that, Razmedes gave a mage ceremony again and said, "Senior, the Queen should have informed you about the reason for my visit this time." "Of course, respected guardian." The old lady mermaid who was called the Elder, "There is no need for beauty, otherwise someone would be uneasy," responded to Razmedes with a wizard ceremony, and added, "The Queen is on the way here, sorry, you need to wait a little longer." "It's the reason why I arrived early, it has nothing to do with you." Razmedes waved his hand and then spoke to Leon, "Take out the Neptune sword first." "Oh!" Leon immediately took out the Neptune great sword from his backpack when he heard this. As soon as the great sword was taken out, it was taken over by Razmedes and then threw it to the ant mermaid. The ant mermaid's expression was a little sad at this moment, and her thick fingers like parsnips touched the sword of Neptune, making it once again emit the sad and ethereal melody that Leon heard last night. "The Shadowman will pay the price for it." After carefully putting the Neptune sword in hand, the ant mermaid spoke seriously. "The elemental war is over," Razmedes reminded. "I understand, Guardian, our mermaid clan will not start a war again, but the acquisition order we issued in the City of Elements should not violate the armistice agreement," the ant mermaid asked back. "Of course, this is your free trade act." Razmedes nodded, "But one thing I want to remind you that the essence of the void is not only condensed by the Shadow Man." "It doesn't matter. Even if only one of the 10 void essences harvested belongs to the Shadowman, it will be profitable. The mermaid clan doesn't care about these extra expenses," the ant and fish man replied proudly. "It's good that you know it." Razmedes didn't persuade him. Obviously he knew that the mermaid clan had the confidence to say this. "This is the human explorer who killed the shadow assassin. What a pretty young man. If I were 100 years younger, maybe we would have some extra communication." The old lady mermaid then turned her eyes on Leon next to Razmedes, and joked to Leon in a half-joking and half-serious tone. "Well, I'm just involved one of the people, there were 2 other people who took action together," Leon explained hurriedly. "But you were elected as a representative, right? And you also participated in the battle, which is enough for us. You are the benefactor who helped us complete the initial revenge. The Queen will make a promise about the praise for you. The mermaid clan will not treat any guest who has helped us unfairly." After the ant mermaid finished speaking, she swam to the big oyster-shaped bed. "Here you come, be careful not to talk nonsense." Razmedes also reminded Leon at this moment. Leon immediately stood up straight when he heard this, and looked curiously at the position of the bed in front of him. When he witnessed the queen's appearance, he was stunned. Chapter 176 She gave too much. Originally, Leon had already built a psychological defense line and made two plans in his mind. One is the mermaid queen, who is amazing and looks even more charming than the young mermaid lady. The other is the mermaid queen, who is probably similar to the elder mermaid aunt, but when he really saw the female mermaid queen, his psychological defense line completely collapsed. The upper body of this mermaid queen has the same upper body as that of humans. The large exposed milky white skin is shiny and elastic. Although the body curve is slender, it does not lose its sense of power. The real mermaid line is matched with its surging background, even the top supermodels are eclipsed by their comparison. The fishtail on the lower body is also wrapped in golden scales. The slender fishtail is also hung with a chain skirt made of black and white pearls as the main material, which looks extremely noble. But above such a perfect figure, the face that should have amazed all living beings grew into the shape of a fish. This outrageous combination made Leon understand the true meaning of Lou Bouledin riding a dog inexplicably. At this moment, Leon just wanted to ask whether the mermaid queen was her fellow earthlings and had temporarily lived near an island country. Otherwise, how could he look so cruel? If you say that the other party has never drunk nuclear wastewater, Leon will not believe it. Guardian, long time no see. The mermaid queen's voice is like the sound of nature, and the tone between words is like a pleasant note, melodious. Well. This time, Leon finally couldn't help but sigh. There was no way. His top figure and Siren's voice were absolute plus points for any normal-looking woman, but it was a pity for someone with a head with a fish. Razmedes looked at Leon in confusion, not understanding what nerves this guy was doing, but he still maintained respect for the mermaid queen in the scene. Long time no see, Her Majesty Queen, it's really a pleasure to see that you are still so energetic. Ha ha ha, thank you, I don't understand why I'm getting younger and younger. Lion's ears were a little numb when he heard the queen's laughter. If this kind of laughter was placed in public, it would probably be mosaicked. After chatting with Razmedes, the mermaid queen turned her gaze to Leon next to Razmedes. This is the explorer you told me. If I remember correctly, it's called Leon, right? Yes. Leon nodded, trying to keep himself calm and stare at the fish's head. It's an honor to see you, the respected queen. Don't be so polite. If you helped the mermaid clan get the relics of the tribe, then you are the distinguished guest of the mermaid clan. The mermaid queen comforted Leon. After saying that, the mermaid queen greeted the mermaid ant beside her and underestimated her ear a few words. The mermaid ant quickly swam to the area behind the large oyster-shaped bed. After a moment, she brought a small box to Leon and put it down. This is some thank you gift for you, don't refuse. After the mermaid queen finished speaking, the mermaid ant opened the box, revealing the treasures in it. It was a whole box of pearls, round and full, the size of a lychee. Leon counted about it and there were at least 20 pearls in the box. Thank you, Her Majesty. Leon immediately reached out to take the box, and then stuffed it into the system backpack with lightning speed. If this were a box of gold jewelry or something, Leon might refuse twice to show his humility, but Leon could not refuse this box of pearls, for fear of refusing the mermaid queen to take it seriously. so he was unwilling to take a little risk. At this moment, even if the Mermaid Queen is the head of a fish, Leon looks much brighter and more charming. There is no way, she gives too much. This is a pearl, the best gift in Stardew Valley, and basically no one dislikes it. Moreover, the value of the pearl itself is higher than that of the diamonds in the mine. The only price and cherishment that can be compared is the colorful fragments. Although the specific price of pearls in the real world is not clear, he thinks it shouldn't be too low. Lion's quick and neat actions surprised Razmedes. He originally thought Leon would be polite, but who knew that this kid had put away the things before he persuaded him to accept the gift. The Mermaid Queen said happily, "It seems that this gift is very satisfying to you, that's good. After all, there are too many things that can be taken out in the ocean. I don't know what you like, so I chose to refer to other people's favorite marine specialties. Sure enough, I didn't choose the wrong one. I like it as long as it is given by Her Majesty the Queen." Lion's attitude is excellent at this moment. After all, he is the father of the financial owner. It's not embarrassing to lick it. He makes money and doesn't hurt. What a sweet-mouthed young man, he is very handsome. I seem to like you a little. The Mermaid Queen praised Leon with great approval. This sentence made Leon calm down instantly. Although the money-making ability made the Mermaid Queen look close to millions, the head of the fish finally surpassed Lion's aesthetic limits, so Leon immediately responded to what the other party said. "My honor, Her Majesty the Queen. But I am just an ordinary human farmer, not worthy of the noble Her Majesty the Queen." "You don't have to be so humble. You are now a distinguished guest of the Mermaid Clan and our friend. We can talk to each other in an equal way." The Mermaid Queen comforted Leon with a smile. "I am afraid." Leon bowed his waist while reaching out and did not dare to look directly at the Mermaid Queen. "Okay, Her Majesty, don't tease this child anymore. People have seen it, and the lost Neptune sword has also been delivered to the elders. We are not marine creatures after all. If nothing else, I should take him back to land." Razmedes, who was standing beside him, couldn't bear to see it anymore and spoke to Leon. "I have also prepared a banquet for the two. Will the guardian and brother Leon stay and attend?" The Mermaid Queen asked with regret when she heard this. "No, I guess the matter of the City of Elements is much more important than entertaining us," Razmedes reminded. "Indeed, the Shadowman must pay for it." When the Mermaid Queen heard this reminder, her tone became much more serious and cold. Then she wanted to hit something, and took out a long spiral-shaped conch with her palm from somewhere and threw it at Leon. "Leon, you can hold this. If you encounter trouble when going out to sea in the future, you can blow it. The mermaid who hears the sound of the horn will go to your location to help you, which is also one of the thank you." Chapter 177 Conscientious Businessman. Mermaid Horn. After the blow is sounded, you can call for the mermaid's assistance. When the horn is started, the system will automatically mark it, and Leon just took a look and took it into his pocket. Of course, if you just want to come to the sea to play, you can also sound the horn. There will be a mermaid warrior to greet you. The Mermaid Queen looked at Leon and added another sentence after receiving the horn. "I will." Leon said perfunctorily, then said goodbye to the Mermaid Queen with Razmedes. Under Razmedes's teleportation spell, he returned to Stardew Valley. After Leon left, the Mermaid Queen reached out to take off her head, or the hood on her head took off, revealing her long sea blue hair as gorgeous as other mermaids. Hill, go to the City of Elements and get things done. Yes, Queen. The old lady fishman immediately took action when he heard this. When the ant mermaid left, the mermaid queen lay on the oyster shell bed in the hall, recalling Lion's expression just now, muttering with a smile on her beautiful face. The little guy has grown up so old. It seems that he has moved into Stardew Valley. This year's winter night market, I may be able to go to Red Star Farm to check out. On the other side, Leon and Rasmides stood in front of Rasmides's mage tower and stared at each other. Aren't you going back? Rasmides asked in confusion as he looked at Leon standing in place without movement. Well, I thought you would send me back. Leon explained. This is not far from your farm. But I have a little weak legs now. Why? I was frightened by the shocking face of the mermaid queen. Forget it, you'll know in the future. Rasmides paused after hearing this, but still did not choose to tell the truth to Leon. Instead, he changed the topic and reminded Leon. I think you should go back. A traveler came to the coal forest. Maybe he has something to say to you. Traveler? Is he here? Leon immediately recovered his spirits when he heard this. After saying goodbye to Rasmides, he left the scope of the mage tower. Sure enough, next to the largest ancient tree in the coal forest, Leon saw the familiar pig cart. Hi. Sir, we met again. I thought you didn't see the notification I gave you. As soon as they met, the traveling merchant warmly greeted Leon in the carriage, waving his arms toward Leon. I went out of the long door and was not on the farm. I put the price list you gave me in the room, sorry. Leon explained with a smile. Want to see my goods? This time I traveled around the entire Fengire Republic and purchased a lot of interesting things. The traveler asked, and handed over a new list of goods. Before buying the goods, I have a question to ask you. Leon did not go and check it out immediately after taking the list, but asked the travel merchant, in addition to sales, you should also purchase it. That depends on what goods you can provide. The traveler explained, I don't want everything, what I need is a distinctive product. Is this collected? Leon took out the box given by the mermaid queen from the system backpack, took out a pearl and placed it in front of the travel merchant. When you buy pearl, the system also gives timely marks. Pearl, a treasure from the ocean. Oh, pearl. This is rare goods, it's so beautiful, sir, are you really willing to sell it? I can give you a price code that you can't refuse. The moment the pearl was taken out by Leon, the travel merchant's eyes stuck to it and couldn't move it away. What is the specific price? Leon asked. 3,500 G. The travel merchant immediately quoted. Is it 3,500 G? It's a lot. Leon was moved when he heard this price. After all, Clint only offered 2,500 G last time, and now the price of pearls actually surpassed that of the colorful fragments. When the traveler saw his offer, he did not speak up and explained anxiously, this price is already the highest price I can give. After all, even if you bring it back to the Catello Empire, only those nobles can afford it at most, and the price will not exceed 4,500 G. I don't think the price is low, I'm just thinking about how much you can eat. Leon said, opening the box, revealing the pearls filled with the entire box. Hoo. Seeing the pearls in this box, the traveling merchant even had a thicker breathing sound. The luster reflected by these shining pearls under the sun made him a little dazzled. If it weren't for the reason and the businessman's principles reminding him, he would probably be unable to help but attack Leon. Guest, as a guest who travels around the world, I personally recommend that you not easily expose your wealth, otherwise you may be targeted by other greedy people, which will cause you unnecessary trouble and crisis. With the conscience of an honest businessman, the travel businessman seriously dissuaded Leon. I know this, but I'm absolutely relieved of you, Leon explained. But Leon didn't think so in his heart. He wanted the traveler to attack him because of greed. After all, this is Stardew Valley, his territory is next to the Mage Tower and behind it is a secret forest, so he is not afraid at all. As long as the travel merchant is greedy, he will immediately stuff the box back, then drag the travel merchant back, wait for Rasmati's support, and if he is not good, he can still run to the secret forest to find Brother Xiong for help. Anyway, with forest magic protection, he is not afraid of being killed instantly. As long as the travel merchant takes action, the fun will be great. At that time, when facing the counterattacked travel merchants, Leon will have reason to blackmail a lot. Unfortunately, the opportunity to get rich will be shattered because of the professional ethics of travel merchants. The traveler didn't know that Leon was going to put a condom on him and took out all the pearls just to fish. Listening to Lion's statement, the travel merchant's heart was a little warm, and the professional smile on his face became much sincere. Thank you for your trust, but sir, there are too many pearls in your hand. I can't eat so many goods. At a price of 3,500 G, I can only buy 6 pieces at most. This is my limit. If there are more, I can't sell them. Okay, 20,000 G will be sold at a price. Leon immediately picked out 6 pearls and piled them in front of the traveler and said in a guaranteed manner. It should be 21,000 G. The traveler thought Leon had calculated the wrong thing, so he immediately corrected it. No, it's just 20,000 G, this is the preferential price for mass purchases. Leon confirmed that if he can still calculate such a simple arithmetic problem, he would be sorry for the 9 years of compulsory education he had experienced. The reason why he erased the fraction was just to win over the favorableness of travel merchants. Perhaps for the profiteering businessman, the 1000 G concession will only make the other party think that Leon is a stupid person with a lot of money, but for businessmen with the rules of travel merchants, the meaning of this 1000 G is recognition and friendship. Sure enough, when I heard Lion's words, the traveler's expression was even happier. It's so pleasant to do business with you, sir. It seems that we will cooperate for a long time in the future. Yes, I also appreciate your business philosophy and methods. Everyone carries the flower sedan chair, and Leon will not be stingy with verbal goodwill. Anyway, it doesn't take money to say good things. Chapter 178 Dogs are not rare. The traveler happily replied to Leon, that's because only in this way can the business be managed for a long time. So I said, you have a big picture. Leon sighed. The traveling merchant smiled, then turned around and searched through the car, then took out 2 new general currency worth 100 yuan and handed it to Leon. "Sir, click a little bit, 20,000G is all here." Leon directly stuffed it into the system backpack, glanced at the item logo on the backpack, and confirmed that it was really 20,000G, so he said to the travel merchant, "No need to click, I believe you." "It's better to click," the travel merchant reminded. "It's really not necessary." Leon waved his hand, and he couldn't tell the travel merchant that he had already checked the goods with the system backpack. The traveler was embarrassed to persuade him when he saw this. After confirming that Leon had received the money, he put the 6 pearls in front of him for a long time. Each pearl was packed in a very exquisite small silk box. What a pleasant deal! The travel merchant who had put away the pearl was very happy. He knew that as long as he left the Republic of Fengire and returned to the Gautria Empire, the deal would bring him a lot of benefits. Although the profits of cash income are not high, these precious pearls are as good as those of nobles. My sister is the best product to maintain relationships with wealthy merchants. Next time, maybe she can carry more smuggled goods without being troubled by those border soldiers. The potential value is much higher than the value of the currency itself. At the same time, as Leon expected, he also wrote down Lion's favor, but he would not say it explicitly, but instead planned to give this surprise as a gift to Lion's generous guest next time he visited Stardew Valley. Or you can call it a friend. "I have to see what good things you have brought this time." With money in hand, Leon was not stingy, picked up the list of goods provided by the travel merchant and started to look at it. After glanced at me, I found that most of the products had access channels. Leon was not rare. Leon didn't want anything else other than that. The only thing that could attract him on the list might be the rare seed product. But this kind of seed can only be planted in autumn. If you buy it now, you can only put it in a box to eat ashes. So Leon put down the list in his hand and returned it to the travel merchant. "What's wrong? Is there no product you like?" the traveler asked in a disappointment when he saw that Leon had no choice of anything. "It's so ordinary, I don't want these." Leon replied truthfully, shook his head. "Oh, so that's it, then maybe you can take a look at this list." The traveling merchant suddenly realized that the list he took out was to deal with ordinary customers. At this moment, he thought of the special features of Leon. The traveling merchant immediately picked up the previous list of goods, and handed it to Leon after the directory information on it was changed. After buying the goods list this time, Leon immediately became interested. Compared to the usual goods before, the goods on this list are much more interesting. There are many things that Leon is jealous of on the list. For example, battery packs, iridium ingots, super bombs, high-quality sprinklers, sun essence and void essence, etc., are all high-end materials. Leon even saw rare scarecrows and magic potions on it. But that price is really too expensive, even if Leon can only watch the drooling. However, Leon is quite envious of the essence of the void. He knows inside information about this thing. It may increase its price in a short period of time, and the increase should be quite high. After all, the mermaid clan has already ended. Judging from the degree of heroism of the other party giving away a box of pearls, this purchase order for the void essence dropped by Shadowman may have a huge impact on the void essence price in the market. Compared to the price on Korobus, the void essence in the hands of the travel merchant is no different, but Xiao He didn't bargain. Leon asked directly. Can you get a discount? If you buy in large quantities, I can give you a discounted price. After all, there are not many people who need things like void essence. It's a headache if I have stored a lot of inventory and cannot be sold. The traveler noticed that Lion's eyes were on the void essence on the list and spoke immediately. How much is the discount? Leon asked back. It depends on the quantity you bought. The travel merchant replied. How about using a pearl to exchange it? Leon suggested. After all, he planned to go to Xiaohei to buy the star fruit, and he spent it before it was heated, which made him feel a little distressed. Are you redeem pearls? It's a very interesting solution. If this is the case, 60 pearls will be. The traveler thought for a moment after hearing this, and finally gave the biggest discount offer he could accept. After converting this price, Leon, it averaged more than 58 points per piece, which is half cheaper than Korobus. So Leon nodded and asked, how much essence do you have? You can only exchange 2 pearls. The travel merchant replied. Switch it, can you do it? Leon was still a little worried that there were too many pearls and travelers would not be able to eat them. After all, once the number of precious good things is too high, the price will easily collapse if the supply exceeds the demand. So Leon did not make a decision directly, but handed over the exchange choice to the travel merchant. Sure, strictly speaking, I made money. After all, I took stock that was difficult to sell and exchanged with you for hot-selling pearls. The travel merchant was still very satisfied with this transaction. He didn't know that Leon was clear about the pearl market, but he knew it. His shipping channels were not only the Gatello Empire, but also the Fengire Republic and various archipelagos on the Sea of Gem. If it were not for the funds, he even planned to acquire all the pearls in Lion's hands. This kind of treasure in the deep sea is a top-notch gem that is priceless on the market, and there is no shortage of buyers. Then let's trade. In fact, Leon is not very clear about how much the void essence can increase, but he has many pearls on hand. Buying this batch of void essence is an investment. Then Leon took out 2 pearls again and handed them to the traveling merchant. The traveling merchant also took out a small box from the carriage and handed it to Leon. Although the expression on his face was a little distressed, he still explained. This is a magic storage box. Although it looks quite small, the internal space is quite large. I will give it to you as a gift. Leon took the box, opened it, and immediately got the system marked. Pocket box, a storage device with a small space, is completely useless compared to a treasure chest. It is not rare to have 2 space dogs inside. Chapter 179 Starfruit Reality. Looking at the system's completely different labels of items this time, Lion's complex expressions were complex. This thing that the system evaluated as dogs seemed to be a good treasure in the eyes of travel merchants. Taking out a total of 120 void essence from this pocket box and depositing it into your backpack. Leon returned the box to the travel merchant. If a gentleman doesn't take away what he likes, the box won't be given. You can see that I have my own magic space. The traveler was stunned for a moment when he heard this. You are sure you don't need it, but if you take out this kind of box for sale, it can be sold at least about 500 G. You can accept it and sell it after reselling it. I can't take advantage of my friends, right? Transaction is transaction, Friendship is friendship. Leon shook his head. He could make a box with 32 grids at any time, and it consumed only 50 wood. Cutting a few trees was enough. However, he was still very interested in the news that this toy-cluster box could be sold at 500 G, and immediately asked the travel merchant how much it would be sold if he took out a box that could be 18 times larger than this pocket box. But the next moment, the system's reminder directly dispelled the words Leon had all said. The treasure chests made by this system are only available to the host. If they are not held by the host, the treasure chest is just an ordinary wooden box. Hearing this explanation, Lion's face was filled with sorrow. He felt that he had missed 100 million. But the system said so. Leon was no longer worried about this issue. Even if the treasure chest cannot be sold, it will be a good thing for me. This means that a large amount of resources stored in the treasure chest in the room may be stored. Perhaps, except for yourself, no one else can see anything stored in it even if he opens it and searches. The security is full. After comforting himself like this, Leon came to his senses and said to the travel merchant, "Okay, the transaction is very pleasant, and it's time for me to leave." "Yes, the transaction is pleasant, but I think this box still needs to be given to you. Although you don't care, I just think it's just right to use it as a gift. From now on, you are not only my guest, but also my friend. Although you say you can't take advantage of your friends, this is just a gift from your friends. Don't you accept it?" The traveler pushed the box to Leon again and explained. "Since you are a friend, you can't call your boss in the future. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Leon, a farmer in Stardew Valley. Making friends is what Leon is most willing to do. There are many friends and multiple roads." The traveler said so he will naturally hit the snake and stick. Iger, a travel merchant from the Gotlo Empire. Travel merchant Iger also seriously said his name to Leon. "Okay, thank you for your gift, then Iger, see you next time." Leon reached out and shook with travel merchant Iger, then took the pocket box handed over by Iger, and then waved to say goodbye to him. Watching Lion's back, traveling businessman Iger still waved his arms. Even though he knew Leon could not see it, he still kept a farewell gesture. Obviously, he was really happy to make friends with Leon, this new friend. After parting with Iger, Leon will be ready to stuff the box into the system backpack. He doesn't know what to do with this box. After all, the storage space of 2 grids is too small. Leon has a 36-grid treasure chest as the first choice storage device, and it is a cheap item that can be infinitely made with enough materials. This pocket box looks much useless. However, after getting it, Leon was reluctant to throw it away, thinking that it might be fine if he could take it to give it to someone in the future. If you sell it, Leon will not consider it for the time being. On the one hand, it is a price issue, and on the other hand, it is a gift given by Iger. He should be able to understand the gift, but if you sell it, it seems a bit inappropriate. As for the idea of filling this box and stuffing it into the backpack, and using a nesting doll to expand the system backpack space, Leon had already tried it with a treasure chest. The storage device containing the items could not be stuffed into the system backpack at all, but it would be empty. Otherwise, Leon would not have taken out the essence of the void in this pocket treasure chest and stuffed it into the system backpack before. Isn't it just because the box containing the things cannot be stuffed into it? All the way to the outlet of the sewer. Although I already have the key to the sewer, Leon is still used to walking here. At the same time, it is also the closest entrance. From the sewer, the other entrance is in Pelican Town, so you have to take a long way to go. Leon, I'm so happy to see you. After walking to the statue in the sewer with a familiarity, Leon saw Korobus staying there and waved to himself. So too, Korobus, is the star fruit still in your hands? I've raised enough money. Leon nodded, then took out the 20,000 G he had just bought and swayed in his hand, and asked Korobus. Of course. Korobus nodded, then took out a small box from the void behind him and opened it. A 5-pointed star shape in a hole in the middle is exposed. There are 2 green leaves evenly distributed on the left and right top of the fruit. At the same time, the entire fruit naturally emits a purple fluorescence. It doesn't look serious, but it is the most mysterious and powerful fruit in this world. Leon handed over the money to Korobus, and Leon successfully got from Korobus. He took the star fruit in his hand, and looking at the fruit, Leon couldn't help swallowing. Star fruit, a mysterious fruit that can give the eater strength. It also has a dreamy taste that can evoke the best memories of the eater. The specific feeling can only be understood but not expressed in words. The system's annotations have appeared as always, but this time, the article is very long and the introduction is very detailed. The fruit of the star. Leon held the fruit of the star with emotion and dared not speak for a long time. In reality, I was first exposed to this miraculous fruit. Although the information marked by the system did not mention danger, Leon still felt that it was a bit strange to just chew on it like this. After all, Leon felt that at least he had to find a good place to taste this precious fruit with clear wind, clear water, birds singing and flowers. If you eat it in the sewer, you always feel that you don't respect the fruit of stars. The fruit of the star is yours, Leon, but before eating it, I think you still have to ask the guardian. After all, not everyone can bear the powerful power of the fruit of the star. Although this power will not pose any threat to people, if the eater does not match the power of the fruit, he will only waste this gift in vain. In the end, he only tastes a delicious fruit. Korobus looked at Lion's fascinated look at the star fruit and reminded him. Chapter 180 Strange Combat Unit of Measurement. Yet. Leon nodded. He couldn't pay too much attention to the fruit of stars. He was the one who listened to the advice. Then let's go quickly. What changes will happen after eating the star fruit, and what the star fruit tastes, remember to tell me. Korobus urged Leon. Have you ever eaten the star fruit? Leon asked curiously when he heard this. Although I believe in Yuba, the star fruit does not favor us, and we cannot obtain the power of the star fruit, so this precious fruit can basically be regarded as a collection in our hands. Korobus explained. Only humans eat the star fruit has special effects? Leon asked. Well, yes, after all, it is Yuba's favorite race, and humans have unique conditions in all aspects. Korobus affirmed. Okay, then I'll leave first. I'll come to you after I finish eating. I have some deals to do with you. Leon said to Korobus, then left the sewer and headed straight for Rasmides's mage tower. Dong 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 dong. The fierce knock made Rasmides open the door of the mage tower with a dark face, and looked at Leon with a bad tone and said, if you don't give me a suitable reason, you who disturb my experiment will become my next test. I bought a star fruit from Korobs and wanted to ask me if I had any problems with this thing. Leon hurriedly explained his purpose. Is the star fruit? So that's it. This is a good reason. Come in. Razmedis's eyes lit up when he heard this, and then he let out his body and signaled Leon to enter the mage tower and chat. After Leon entered, Razmedis pulled a stool for Leon from the air, sat down on a chair, and asked Leon. This is your first time trying the star fruit, so there are some things I need to inform you in advance. Master, tell me. Leon was ready to listen to Razmedis's teachings. Well, first of all, you have to know that when you eat the first star fruit, you will no longer be considered an ordinary human. Razmedis said, thinking of Leon, who was waiting for Leon to ask. And Leon asked as expected, what does it mean? It means that you have left the level of ordinary people and have evolved to a higher level of existence. Your lifespan and physical fitness will undergo a transformation. Razmedis explained. Can you still marry a wife and have children in the future? Leon thought for a moment when he heard this and asked an extremely important question. Silence, long silence. Razmedis's expression was very wonderful. He thought about the various questions that Leon might ask and had already made plans to answer, but the questions asked by Lion's unique brain circuit caught him off guard again. After a long time, Razmedis persuaded himself not to pry open Lion's head to see if his brain had ever undergone mutations, and replied, yes, in essence, you still belong to the human race, but you are stronger and longer than ordinary humans. Leon was relieved when he heard this and raised the second question, if this happens, can I get a few more wives? Get out of here immediately. This time, Razmedis finally couldn't suppress his anger, so he threw Leon out with his hand and used teleportation magic to send him to another existence that could answer his questions and solve his doubts. And this person is Linus reading a book outside the tent. Leon? Why are you thrown over by Razmedis? Looking at Leon who appeared in front of him out of thin air and fell down and squatted, Linus was a little confused. What did you do to make him lose his composure? It's okay, I just asked a few questions about using the star fruit. Leon rubbed his aching buttocks. He patted the soil stained on his body, and then said to Linus, old man, I think Master Razmedis doesn't seem to answer my doubts. Now I can only ask you. When Linus heard this, he looked at Leon with a smile and said, you have already obtained the star fruit. It's great. You will eventually embark on this path, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Then Linus found a small stool for Leon, signaled to sit down, and then asked, do you have any questions about the fruit of the star? I can help you answer. Her grandpa, have you ever eaten the star fruit? The previous way of inquiry was obviously easy to anger those who solved the problem, so Leon learned from his mistakes. Facing Linus, Leon changed his way of inquiry. Of course, after all, this kind of fruit that represents a miracle is definitely a great regret in life if you don't taste it. Linus replied with a smile. How many have you eaten? Leon asked. This is a good question, I can tell you that I have eaten 5. Linus looked at Leon with approval and reminded. This is my limit. If you have one more, the effect of strengthening may be minimal. Moreover, everyone's acceptance of the star fruit is different. That strange power is both a blessing and a burden. According to a person's talent, the power of his ability to accept the star fruit is also limited. When you ignore the reminder of your body and forcefully eat the next fruit that has exceeded your potential, the ending may be a tragedy. Will you die? Leon continued to ask. Yes, even with the protection of forest magic, you will die, because this power that cannot be absorbed will assimilate you and eventually become nothingness, and may not even be able to keep your soul. Linus said to Leon with a serious face. Then how many do you think I can eat? Leon asked. I don't know, only you can know the answer. When you swallow the last star fruit that can be absorbed by you before you reach the limit, you will know where your limit is. Linus replied, shook his head. How many can a normal person eat? Leon continued to ask. The average talent can only bear 1, and the outstanding talent can eat 2 to 3, and the better 4 or 5, and no matter how many, I have never seen it. Linus replied. Leon thought for a moment, then asked, do you know how many wizards Rasmades and Malone have eaten? Rasmades is like me. If Malone says that, it seems to be about 3. I'm not sure. After all, I'm not very familiar with him, but the increase in him is probably this number. Linus replied. Oh! Leon nodded when he heard this. If the intake of star fruit represents talent, then it is obvious that Linus and Rasmades are real big shots. After all, both of them started with 5, while Malong only had 3. But even though Malong could only eat 3 stars fruits, Leon witnessed his fighting style against the shadow assassin in seconds last time, which made Leon realize that it was not the passers-by who ate the 3 fruits. The strange combat power evaluation method of relying on how many star fruits to eat is not that reliable, but there are some reasons. It seems that when you meet people in the future, you will ask how many star fruits you eat to determine how to get along. I wish you a happy June 1st. Although we have many older friends, our childlike innocence cannot be erased with age. And I wish you a happy June 1st, but you won't ask for gifts or anything else. Yes. True blessings, brothers, don't be afraid, I hope everyone can be happy every day. Chapter 181, Rescue the Coolness Under the Wheat. Linus did not interrupt Lion's thinking. After all, he had a lot of time. As long as Leon was willing, he had plenty of time to wait for Lion's next question. Then I will eat the first star fruit, so there should be no unexpected situation. Leon, who came to his senses, took out the fruit of the star and asked Linus in his hand. Of course, there will be basically no surprises in the first star fruit. Unless you choke too quickly and no one can help you with first aid, then you may be choked to death before the fruit becomes power. In order to relieve Lion's nervousness, Linus also made a joke. Then I'll eat it. There's no pre-dinner ceremony. Leon picked up the star fruit and complained. Of course, eat, kid, I'll be here to accompany you. Linus patiently comforted Leon. Leon nodded after hearing this, and then stuffed a corner of the star fruit into his mouth. After biting it, the plump juice and smooth flesh bloomed on the tip of Lion's tongue, but what Leon could eat was not the taste of fruit. At this moment, his entire mouth was filled with the fragrance of the fried rice that he had almost forgotten, which was once fried by his father. Leon is not surprised by this, because the fruit of the star will make people evoke the most profound taste in memory, which is commonly known as the taste of mother. Different people taste different tastes. Leon, who hadn't tasted this taste for a long time, continued to greedily eat the fruit of the star greedily until the entire fruit of the star was swallowed by Leon, and Leon licked his mouth with unsatisfactory satisfaction. As the chewed star fruit entered the esophagus and flowed into the stomach, Leon felt a warm current coming from his abdomen. The warm current began to move towards his body with his navel as the center. The heat that makes people feel comfortable goes straight to Lion's brain after walking through all directions. At this moment, Leon was a little dazed in front of him, and countless scenes in his memory appeared in front of him, including happy, sad, and ordinary daily life. In the end, these scenes were fixed on an old man. Behind the old man were huge bunches of rice. The rice was very tall and the rice ears were very big. The rice was like evergreen trees. The golden and heavy rice ears on the canopy were bent down by the full rice, forming an umbrella to block the sunlight for the old man sleeping under the rice. At this moment, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and asked Leon with a kind smile, "Child, are you full?" "I'm full," Leon replied immediately, and with his answer, the old man smiled happily. At the same time, these pictures began to blur. Finally, Leon returned to his normal vision. Looking at Linus with a concerned look in front of him, he was about to speak when he felt that his eyes seemed a little wet. "Who did you see?" Linus took a clean handkerchief from somewhere and handed it to Leon to wipe his tears, and asked curiously. "An old man who may never be forgotten in this life," Leon replied seriously. "Grandpa." Linus thought that the grandpa Leon was talking about was his old friend, and his expression was full of relief and envy. "It's okay, it's just the reappearance of the most important memory of the star fruit for you. What abilities have you gained?" "I don't know." Leon shook his head and stood up at the same time. Although he felt that his physical quality had been significantly strengthened, and his strength and reaction ability were stronger than before, he had no idea about the special power. Just when Leon thought he might have only received physical reinforcement, the system prompt was late at this moment. "You have received the protection and blessings of heroic spirits in another world, and your special ability, the cooldown under the grass, has been unlocked. Sweeping under the wheat, the probability of a huge farm crop doubles, the yield of a specific crop doubles, and there is a chance of obtaining high-quality seeds when harvesting a specific crop." Looking at this familiar word, it represents that Grandpa once often muttered his yearning for the prosperous agriculture in his dreams. Leon took a deep breath. At this moment, he understood why agriculture is an obsession planted in the blood of the dragon, just like the way we meet and say hello every day. "Have you eaten? Have you eaten?" This kind of daily greetings demonstrates the respect and desire for food that is engraved in the bones of Chinese children. And this blessing also made Leon feel the encouragement and protection conveyed from the land where his roots were once stationed. "I don't know. Maybe this ability is not time to trigger it yet. Don't worry, even if there is no gift from special abilities, the star fruit alone is a good benefit for your body's growth, and your upper limit is more than just a fruit. At worst, you can try to awaken your special abilities next time." Linus thought Leon was in regret that he had not obtained special abilities by using the star fruit, so he hurriedly comforted Leon. And Leon didn't explain much, but just looked at Linus with a smile. "Thank you, my grandfather, I feel good, it's never been better." Linus nodded. Although he didn't know what was going on, he still chose to believe Lion's words when he saw Lion's heartfelt smile. "How do you feel when you eat star fruit for the first time?" After Leon calmed down, Linus asked after guiding Leon to sit down. It's great, I recall many memories that were almost forgotten. Leon sighed. Haha, that's right. Linus said with a smile, you have the chance to obtain other star fruits in the future. I hope you can get used to this wonderful experience. Yes. Leon said, looking up at the sky, and after a moment, he looked at Linus. Old man, what ability have you awakened after eating the fruit of the star? What am I? Linus was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then stretched out his hand, and a breeze blew out of thin air on Lion's cheek. At the same time, Linus's voice was heard in Lion's ears, but when he looked at Linus, he found that there was no movement in the other party's mouth. This is my ability to acquire the fruit of the first star. The sound of the wind can allow the wind to convey my voice, and it can also allow the wind to bring me the sounds from afar. A very convenient ability. Leon sighed. Although it is not a special skill in combat, if used well, it is definitely the perfect skill of the spy leader. Yes, through it, I can chat with many old friends who are far apart. Linus said, unable to help comforting Leon. The ability given by the star fruit will basically meet your needs or desires in your subconscious mind. I think the same is true for your awakening ability, but you have not discovered its existence for the time being. Chapter 182. The original intention remains unchanged. Leon coughed lightly when he heard this, then said, actually, I already know my new ability, which is related to crop growth, and it can allow me to run a farm better. Faced with Linus, Leon did not want to hide the new ability to enjoy the cool air. After all, Linus basically answered questions and told him about his own abilities. It can be said that he trusted himself 100%. At the same time, Linus will do it. He repeatedly comforted himself because he did not have the ability to unlock the fruit of the star. Leon was not a fool. Of course, he knew that the old man was concerned about him from the bottom of his heart and really regarded himself as a junior. Leon naturally cannot be an ungrateful wolf, not to mention that this new ability is not a core secret that cannot be told, and it is completely different from the existence of the system. That's it, ha 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 ha, your grandfather didn't give you the farm aside. You are indeed a competent farmer. You actually awakened the ability of agricultural auxiliary to the first time. If the old guy knew about it, he would be ashamed to death. Linus was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then let out a hearty laugh, and continued to pat Lion's shoulder, as if he was happier than Leon. Have Grandpa ever eaten the star fruit? Leon asked subconsciously. Of course, that old guy also ate the fruit of 5 stars, but only one of them has something to do with agriculture, that is, he can shorten the growth time of sowing crops. As for the other 4 abilities, almost all of them are combat abilities, such as evil perception, extreme explosion. Linus smiled and shared Grandpa's star fruit ability with Leon, with a very unrestrained smile on the corner of his mouth. It sounds amazing. Leon sighed. Although he was very satisfied with the ability to cool off in the underworld, he also wanted this kind of combat ability. I hope the star fruit behind him can give him face. Yes, this guy is a good fighter, but unfortunately he has to go to the Starfall land. Halfway through, Linus suddenly closed his mouth, and asked Leon at the same time, do you know how your grandfather passed away? Let's die. Although he had heard some secrets from what Linus said halfway, Leon still pretended to be unheard. It's okay to understand this way. After all, the old guy did leave after his life was over, but he did it himself. At the craziest time, he triggered natural protection 20 times a month. No matter how strong his body is, he can't resist such a waste. Linus said, and reminded Leon again. Don't think that having forest magic can ignore the threat of death. Although natural protection can help you escape the crisis of life and death, it will eventually cost you. So if you don't need it, try not to trigger natural protection. Leon nodded, indicating that he had heard it, and asked at the same time. Why did he go to the land of Starfall, and what area is the land of Starfall? Starfall Land, it is an area full of curses. That place can be said to be the base camp of monsters, full of chaos and fighting, and various monsters are fighting among them, so basically the monsters there are the top dangerous creatures. Linus said to Leon Kopp, as for why your grandfather is going, I haven't asked yet, but it should have something to do with a legend. What's the relationship? Leon asked. Before time begins to flow, there is only endless golden light in the world. The light calls itself Yuba. Yuba is tired of the whole world with only himself, so he stirs the light together. In this stirring light, a seed appeared in the center of the vortex. So Yuba picked up the seed and stopped stirring the light. The calm light turned into soil. Yuba planted the seeds in the soil. After 11 days, the seed grew into towering vines. Yuba picked the only seed at the top of the vine and pushed away its hard shell. In this seed is our current world. Linus slowly described the story of the world in Yuba's book. Seeing that Leon had no reaction when he heard it, he sighed helplessly and continued. After this, the vines that lost their fruits began to wither, and the first death occurred between heaven and earth. As a result, the dark opposite to Yuba appeared. The name of K has long been forgotten, but people know that Yuba's light smashed the darkness, but where there is light, there is shadow, and darkness will not disappear. The wreckage of K who died temporarily was buried in the land of Starfall. Its power spread to that area, twisting the surrounding creatures, and turning them into monsters. That god is in charge of death, right? Leon thought of the legend that Gunther had told him when he had talked about ancient mystery with Gunther. Yes, do you know this? Lester's expression was a little wonderful at the moment. No wonder Leon didn't have any special expressions when he wrote this story before. It turned out that he had learned about it in advance. Well, I've talked to Mr. Gunther about the legends in this regard. Leon explained. Gunther? Is that new librarian from Pelican Town? Linus frowned when he heard this. He had only observed the man when the other party entered Pelican Town, but he did not see any special place. It would be interesting that Leon can actually learn this hidden legend from him. Yes, a very knowledgeable librarian. Leon affirmed. Many people have read the legend of Yuba in the Book of Yuba, but very few people know the second half. This librarian is indeed quite knowledgeable. Lester repeated Lion's words meaningfully. I think he should have no malice, otherwise Master Rasmades would not let him go. Leon complained, you don't know him either. I just caught a fishman here, and he rushed over in a short while. I don't believe that the new librarian has never observed it. You'll talk about this here. Don't talk nonsense elsewhere, otherwise you may not be on the ground next time you meet, but on the ground. Linus looked at Leon helplessly and reminded. Oh, it's better not to mention it. If you have the strength, you can do whatever you want. Leon naturally knew that Linus was reminding him how he got through it, and his expression was a little depressed. He has actually shown mercy to you and knows that the person who throws you to me is the one who really makes him angry, maybe the city of elements or the western desert. Linus said to Rasmides. It shouldn't be that, after all, I didn't provoke him, I just asked some questions. Leon defended. What's the problem? Linus asked curiously. Ask a question about whether I can get several wives after eating the star fruit and strengthening my body. Leon replied seriously. Chapter 183 Woman, you are playing with fire. Looking at Linus' big feet, Leon finally didn't wait for Linus to kick him, which made Leon feel kind to Liniston. This was much more generous than Master Rasmides. Linus looked at Leon for a long time before he was sure. Are you serious? Yeah. Leon nodded. When he knew that he had come to Zingd Valley, he was determined to be the first affectionate person in Zingd Valley. He had to learn from his ancestor Lu Xiaobu. After all, this is a man's lifelong pursuit, and Leon is more reliable than the ancestor. He doesn't just flirt with him, but wants to give girls who are insecure a warm home. Girls are afraid of the cold in winter. If multiple girls are crowded together, then winter must be warm. Linus couldn't help but lift his feet again when he heard this, and finally let go of his feelings helplessly. Your grandfather is unmarried, why is your grandson a philanthropist? Unmarriagism? Then how did I do? Leon was confused when he heard this. He always thought he was a soul. Now it seems that there is something else. Oh, don't you know this? That's right, you have just woken up not long ago. Linus was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then recounted the general content of the last conversation with Lion's grandfather to Leon. This made Leon numb in an instant. It was not a soul-piercing, but a serious rebirth. It was just that his soul had been sealed by his grandfather for more than 20 years. Fortunately, before Leon came to Zingla Valley, he was still curious about why he seemed to have never seen his parents in his memory, and he was a wild child. Someone just turned to a certain point, and it would be fine if he didn't earn any coins. The fine tradition of orphanage in a certain point is very perfectly connected. Oh. So, Grandpa knew that my soul had awakened, so he wrote a letter and said that some changes had occurred in me, emphasizing that he always regarded me as his child. This is the case. No wonder he didn't kill me and destroyed me in humanity. Leon couldn't help but complain, and then remembered the content that Linus just explained, which revealed about his ability to actually talk to the soul of his grandfather in the spiritual world, and asked immediately. Old man, can you show this video call method that transcends the world and life and death to me again? I also want to talk to my grandfather. No, he should not be happy to see you, otherwise he would have come to you in person. Linus refused Lion's proposal without hesitation. Do you have to wait until the 3rd year? Leon complained, because he had too many questions to ask his grandpa. For example, when my grandfather picked up his pendant or something on his body, if he was not a wild child, he could still find the parents of this world with this kind of certificate, and then ask them for a wave of child support that he had not paid in recent years. Let's give you the funds that you are not rich enough so that you should be able to raise enough money to open a chicken coop in a livestock shed directly. But this is just Lion's unreasonable reverie. He can know without his brain that he is definitely a wild child, born with the kind, otherwise it would not conform to a certain setting. Moreover, Leon does not think that a lazy person will cause a scene of looking for relatives thousands of miles away. He is bleeding and troublesome, and he is easily criticized. 3 years are very fast, and the deceased should not interfere with the world of the living, and it is best not to touch too much between the spiritual world and the main world. While Leon was thinking about it, Linus comforted Leon. I just said it, but in fact I am not ready to chat with my grandfather in person. Leon replied, shook his head. Ha ha ha, one day you will face that old guy, but then there is a high probability that it will not be you who is not prepared, but he may be him. Linus said, and said to Leon. You should leave. For your great plan, spend your time on the young girls in the town. I often get mixed up with me, an introverted and weird old man, and I am seen. You may have to follow your grandpa's old path in the future. No, and I don't care about the eyes of others. Leon replied indifferently. I care, you have disrupted my lunch break. Aren't you hungry? Linus's eyes turned red with anger, and then pulled Leon up directly. With a throwaway, Leon was thrown by Mr. Linus on the slope below the camp. Smooth landing. Leon understands Linus. I really didn't want to chat with him anymore, so he didn't force him to take out his bicycle and rode into Pelican Town. Just as Linus said, he was hungry and looked at his watch. It was past 12 o'clock and he hadn't eaten yet. As for the fruit of the star? That thing is magical, but it doesn't fill your stomach. When eating in Pelican Town, Lion's preferred choice is naturally the fruit of the star. But as soon as he rode his bike past the ramp below the old community center, Leon saw Haley walking towards him. It seemed that he was planning to go to the small park near the old community center. Hi, Haley. Since we all met, it would be too rude to not say hello, so Leon planned to take the lead and then left the door after expressing his kindness. But Haley did not intend to let Leon go. After hearing Lion's greeting, Haley directly opened her arms and stopped Leon in front of him. Don't think of leaving. What's wrong? Leon asked, pretending to be puzzled. Blue. Haley gritted her teeth and said a word, as if reminding Leon of what he had done before. What blue? Leon was definitely not inferior to the master, and continued to maintain a confused expression, while his eyes were still staring around, looking for directions and routes that could break through Haley's blockade. You! How dare Haley explain such a shameful thing clearly in front of Leon, but without saying that the guy in front of her would pretend that nothing happened, which made her even more annoyed. In anger, Haley rushed towards Leon directly. Fortunately, Leon is now considered a little Superman. With various upgrade rewards, feedback from forest magic and the enhancement of the star fruit, Haley's assault at this moment is like a slideshow being played in his eyes. As long as Leon is willing, he has 100 ways to knock Haley away. Unfortunately, he is not a strong man and can't beat a woman. He immediately raised the front of the bike and kicked the ground with his legs. He pulled the onions on the dry land and took a bicycle over Haley's head, landing behind Haley with a cool and elegant place. Woman, you're playing with fire. Haley looked at Leon blankly, not understanding why he said such strange words, but Leon had no idea to help her solve her doubts. After avoiding Haley's interception, she directly boarded the pedal and ran away. Chapter 184 Visiting the Disease. After escaping from Haley's interception, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. It was not that he was guilty. He simply felt that there was no point in worrying about who was right and who was wrong with Haley. After all, he just saw the color of the lining, and did not see the serious true appearance. Haley had to care about this. How could Leon talk to her? It would be better to wait a few more days before she forgets this. Enter the square of Pelican Town, close to Starfruit Bar. When Leon parked the car at the door of Starfruit, got out of the car, entered the bar, he found Gus and asked for something to eat, and then started to feast when Gus finished cooking. You left too fast yesterday, and I didn't have time to say hello to you. Are you satisfied with Maru? Because there was only Leon at noon, when eating in Leon, Gus started chatting with Leon while wiping the cup. It's good, your cooking skills are as perfect as ever. Leon replied, swallowing the fries in his mouth. Just like it, just like it. Gus muttered, but couldn't say the second sentence for a long time. Leon was eating and waiting. He felt that Gus shouldn't just want to chat, otherwise he wouldn't have to think about it for a long time. It was just that when Leon finished eating, he still didn't wait for Gus's next sentence, which made him feel helpless. Gus, how much does it cost? Ah. Oh, 32G, just apply 030G. Gus was stunned for a moment, and then gave a quotation. Leon, who had paid the money, stood up and looked at Gus, who was hesitant, and reminded, Gus, if you have anything, just say it. If you don't say it, I'll leave. Actually, this is the case. Emily called me in the morning and said that she was not feeling well today, so she didn't come back to the bar to help in the evening. As for me, I wanted to go and have a look, but there are only 2 girls in the family, so it's not convenient for me to go there, so I want to entrust you to help me with it. Gus hesitated for a long time, and finally told him what he wanted to say. When Leon heard this, he complained speechlessly, it's not convenient for you, and it's not convenient for me. After all, I'm also a man, and I'm a young man. It's not the first time you have, right? Gus joked to Leon with a dry smile, and you have a good relationship with Emily, and it seems that you have a good relationship with Haley. I have heard Emily say in this regard. If you go, at least you won't make Haley feel embarrassed. Okay, then I'll go there, what's the point of taking me? Leon sighed when he heard this. After all, it was Gus' request, and his relationship with Emily was also very good. It seemed that he had to go like this when he was both public and private. No, just let her have a good rest. I'm so busy with the tavern matters. By the way, take this for her. Gus shook his head, then seemed to think of something, left and put him in his own room behind the tavern. After a moment, Leon saw Gus walking out with a rectangular package and handed it to Leon to explain. This is the fabric she asked me to buy for her. Yeah. Leon took the package, clamped it on his waist, and then left the Starfruit. Going to Emily's house on the way to Villa No. 2 in Liuxiang, Leon thought of meeting Haley before. He still remembered that Haley's expression was not very anxious, and he was also interested in walking and basking in the sun in the small park. Judging from Haley's reaction, Emily's problem should not be too serious, otherwise Haley would not be so calm. As for whether Haley and Emily have a bad relationship, Leon has never considered it. The 2 sisters seem to be somewhat alienated, but as sisters who rely on each other, Haley cannot not pay attention to Emily's situation. Especially Haley is still a stingy. Although she dislikes her sister on her lips, something really happens. She will definitely stand next to Emily as soon as possible. Leon is still very clear about this. When he arrived at the door of number 2 Liuxiang, Leon knocked on the door, worried that Emily could hear the knock and opened the door for him. If he couldn't, he would go around the window behind the villa, flip through the fence and look at Emily's condition through the window. To his surprise, the door was opened, but it was not Emily who opened the door, but Haley he had seen before. "Why are you here?" Haley was a little surprised when she saw Lion's appearance. "I'll take a look at your sister. I heard that she was not feeling well, so I'll give her something." Leon raised the package in his hand and explained to Haley. "By the way, didn't you just go there before and it was near the community center? Why did you come back?" "I went to pick some wild flowers, and I naturally came back after picking them." Haley first explained her itinerary when she heard this, and then reminded Leon with a strange expression, "Actually, there is nothing she has to do, so you can leave the things you bring." Ah! Leon was stunned when he heard this. Isn't he welcomed himself? Is it still the anger of the blue storm before he was born? Don't make a fuss. The previous incident can only be regarded as a joke between friends. You can't make things difficult for me because of this small problem. Since you are here to visit the patient, you can at least let me go into the house to see the patient's condition first. But Leon was still a little worried about Emily's situation, so Leon said to Haley very seriously. "You misunderstood. Hey, forget it, if you want to see her, come in by yourself, I don't care." Haley rolled her eyes on Leon, then let go of her body, indicating that Leon could come in, and even brought a brand new pair of indoor slippers for Leon. "Change shoes. This is a pair of shoes Emily made after your last visit, so that you can enter the house without any scruples when you occasionally come here." Looking at Leon looking at the slippers in confusion, Haley explained from the side. Leon took off his shoes and changed into slippers. He found that the size was right and it was very comfortable to wear. It was soft and breathable. At the same time, he also understood why two big Ls were embroidered on the upper of the slippers in Haley's explanation. Collecting the shoes Emily prepared for herself, Leon was surprised and felt the pressure. But when they came, they had to meet Emily, so Leon entered the house with his package. Under Haley's leadership, he came to the door not far from the kitchen and knocked on the door. "Haley, come in directly. When have you been so polite?" Emily's voice came out from inside, and her voice seemed a little weak. "It's me, Leon." Leon shouted through the door. "Leon! Why are you here? Wait a moment and I will open the door for you later." The sound from Emily suddenly rose octave, and Leon could also hear some hurrying footsteps and the sound of rumbling through the cabinets. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Emily opened the door of the room, and stood timidly in front of Leon in a slightly simple white long dress. Chapter 185 Learning. Emily lowered her head, and Leon couldn't see her face as good as she was, so she could only speak first. "You go into the house to rest first, aren't you feeling uncomfortable?" "Actually nothing big is going on," Emily replied in a low voice. "You came here after hearing the news from Gus." "Well, Gus also asked me to bring you the cloth you want," Leon replied, showing the long package in his hand. "Just give me the things. I'm actually fine. You can go back first." Emily hurriedly took out the package, and then urged Leon to issue an order to expel the customer. Leon looked at Emily in confusion. He always felt something was wrong with this girl. He looked quite energetic, but his voice was a little weak, and his standing posture was a bit awkward, and he always felt strange. Then Leon glanced at Emily's room casually. After seeing some unique physiological products, he immediately understood why Emily is now. This is a relative. No wonder my behavior pattern and speaking method are so strange. I keep driving myself away. It turns out that it is because of this. Leon pretended not to notice anything and comforted Emily. Well, then you have a good rest. After saying that, he made a move to leave, but Emily struggled for a while, and finally chose to go out and wanted to send Leon away. But Leon, who found her intention, stopped him and pushed him into her room, and also thoughtfully helped her close the door. Emily had to give up, while Leon sought a hash in the living room. Haley. I've seen it. I said nothing is wrong. You have to come in and be driven away. Seeing that Leon had finished talking to Emily so quickly, Haley teased Leon with a smile. Well, by the way, do you have roses in your house? Leon didn't care about Haley's jokes, but instead asked Haley. Yes, what's wrong? Do you want tea? Haley asked in confusion. Cook a cup of hot rose tea and send it to Emily. This will alleviate her current situation. If you encounter the same problem in the future, you can also drink rose tea. Leon explained. After all, the cultural style of Stardew Valley is biased towards Europe and the United States. Leon has seen white sugar, but has never seen brown sugar, so he can think of only rose tea that can handle this problem. Rose tea has the effects of promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis, calming the mind and helping sleep, and relieving fatigue and tension. In fact, it is also quite suitable as a means of conditioning in this situation. After hearing Lion's words, Haley unconsciously looked at Leon for a long time before she stuttered, "You know. What's going on with Emily?" Leon nodded. After all, he is not an old bachelor. No one has ever encountered an embarrassing moment of his girlfriend every month. At this time, those who say that drinking more hot water basically have no good ending. It is more reliable than anything else to serve a cup of brown sugar water in a warm water bag. Haley was surprised how Leon discovered it. You repeated it several times without saying a complete sentence. Seeing this, Leon explained directly, I have also taken a physiological and hygiene course, so don't be too surprised. Oh. Haley expressed her understanding when she heard this, but was not so surprised. But is rose tea really useful? Haley asked. It's better than nothing. The best thing is brown sugar water. Do you know brown sugar? A type of sugar can be red. By the way, it's okay if there is a hot water bag, which can effectively relieve the symptoms. Leon said to Haley. Haley was a little confused when she heard this. After all, she had never heard of the two things of brown sugar and hot water bag. Just prepare rose tea. Looking at Haley's expression, Leon knew that what he said involved the other party's blind spot in knowledge, so he no longer used wisdom from the ancient East to bully this poor Western girl. Oh! Haley nodded obediently. At this moment, she not only lamented Lion's knowledge, but also felt embarrassed about her ignorance. The purpose has been achieved, and those who can help remind them also. Leon did not stay for too long and left Emily's home. As a result, before he could get in the car, Leon heard Jodi's greeting. "Hi. Leon, long time no see." "Hi, Jodi." Leon waved to Jodi, and looked at the washing basin with wet clothes in his hand, and knew that the other party was coming out to dry clothes. "I just came out of Emily's house. I didn't expect you to have such a good relationship now." Jodi covered her mouth and giggled at Leon. "Well, they are all friends." Leon was a little helpless when he thought of the hangmen banquet organized by Jodi last time, but he replied, "My friend is pretty good. You just came to Pelican Town, so you still have to contact others to better integrate into the town." Jodi nodded and then asked Leon, "How is your life on the farm recently?" "It's okay, I'm just getting on the right track, and I'm busy with a lot of things." Leon cooperated with Jodi's chat while preparing to find an opportunity to get out. "Yes, then I won't disturb you anymore. By the way, when the cauliflower on your farm is ripe, I want to book one. Of course, I will pay, so you must leave me a bigger one and a better look." Jodi immediately understood what Leon meant, and did not stop Leon from chatting more, but he still did not forget to propose a small procurement plan with Leon. "It must be sure. When the cauliflower is ripe, I will deliver the goods directly to the door." Leon responded to the order, then said goodbye to Jodi, stepped on his bicycle and rushed towards the farm. "After all, after being out for so long, I still have to go back and see how the cave renovation project in Demetrius is going on." However, on the way back, Leon always felt that he had forgotten something, but as for what it was, Leon couldn't remember it for the time being. When Leon returned to the farm, he found Demetrius eating on the pickup truck he drove over. He was eating something prepared in advance in a lunch box, including fruits, vegetables, and fried chicken. Judging from the pink color of the lunch box, Leon speculated that Robin should have prepared it for him. "Mr. Demetrius, what are you eating? How about the cave renovation project?" Leon came over and said hello. Of course, the main purpose was to pay attention to Demetrius' progress. "There is half more, and it can be completed before dark." Demetrius' expression was a little unhappy, but he still informed the progress of the project. That's good, please trouble you," Leon said to Demetrius with a smile on his face. But his heart was filled with all kinds of dark scenes, such as he pulled out his whip and shouting "Go work," which might make Demetrius's work efficiency very much and not read and improve. "Thank you to Ming Yuan and my buddy for the reward of 100 starting point coins, and thank you for your boss support. Today's update ends here. It's time for me to go to the banquet. See you tomorrow." Chapter 186 It's great to have you as a friend. Leon did not ask if I need my own help. After all, I am polite in the morning, but Demetrius didn't give me a good look. Why did Leon have to touch his cold butt? After saying hello to Demetrius, Leon returned to his wooden house first and saved all his things into the treasure chest, especially the remaining pearls. He digs out the 8 that he traded with the travel merchant Iger, and there were still 16 left. So rich. After talking about these pearls stuffed into the box, Leon sighed again. After all, this time it was a gift from 24 pearls. According to Iger's quotation, it was 84,000 G, and this money is not a small amount. Unfortunately, Iger couldn't eat all the pearls, otherwise Leon would go to sacrifice to the vault and repair the bus leading to the Calico Desert, which might be able to catch up with the Desert Festival in mid-next month. Leon had never heard of this festival before, but the calendar I got from Abigail last time marked it, which was a long-term festival for 3 consecutive days, and he was extremely curious about it. However, Iger couldn't collect it all, and Leon also had 2 shipping channels, Shipping Box and Clint. So Leon took out another one and threw it into the shipping box, preparing to see the price of pearls on the shipping box. If it is appropriate, then sell them all in the shipping box. As for the void essence exchanged from Iger, Leon didn't know whether to throw it into the shipping box. After all, the shipping method of the shipping box was too mysterious. Leon didn't know that the bread here did not contain the City of Elements. If the shippers on the shipping box did not have the sales channels of the City of Elements, then I guess this investment in the void essence would be a loss. If you want to maximize the benefits of these void essences, you have to find a businessman who can contact the City of Elements. Leon is not unaware of such people, such as Rasmides and Linus, but neither of them are serious businessmen. Although they can help, Leon is embarrassed to speak. The only businessman who can really go to the City of Elements is Korobus. However, considering that the race the mermaid tribe wants to target this time is Korobus's tribe, Leon is still a little worried that the Black Winter root will be killed by the people of the mermaid tribe. Thinking of this, Leon suddenly remembered what he had forgotten on the way back, which was his agreement with Korobs. He agreed to eat the star fruit and talk to it about what the star fruit tasted, but he forgot it. Yes, I have to go there again. Leon slapped his forehead, then left the wooden house and rushed towards Pelican Town. This time he planned to go to the sewer manhole cover on the town and enter the sewer. He rode his bike back to Pelican Town, and Leon headed straight to the cemetery area of Pelican Town. He passed by there several times. Leon knew where the cemetery in Pelican Town was. When he arrived at the cemetery area, he noticed a huge sewer manhole cover surrounded by an iron fence on the left side of the cemetery. He took out the rusty key and unlocked the large lock hanging on the manhole cover. Leon lifted the manhole cover that looked quite large and was not exaggerated, and saw a ladder embedded in the wall. Climbed down the ladder, and as soon as he landed, Leon saw Korobus looking at him beside the ladder. You have already obtained the key to the sewer. It seems that I don't need to worry about others breaking into the sewer with the key in the future. As soon as they met, Korobs said to Leon, his expression seemed to be very happy. Even if others have a key and there are no special circumstances, they should not enter the sewer. Leon said. Yes, but I've always been worried that the dwarfs will get this key, Korobus explained. The dwarf probably wouldn't have thought you would live here. Leon comforted Korobus. Korobus nodded, then looked at Leon and spoke. You are back, and I can feel your vitality is stronger, so you have eaten the star fruit, right? Well, I ate it, the taste is very strange. It is not the taste of fruit, but the replica of the taste I miss the most in my memory. Leon shared the taste experience of the star fruit with Korobus. So that's the case? It's so magical. Then you should have awakened your new abilities, Korobs asked curiously. I'm awakened and have the ability to be related to the farm's crop cultivation. Leon did not hide Korobus. After all, this ability is not a life-saving trump card. It seems you are a natural farmer. Korobus sighed the same as Linus and continued. You should be able to eat more than one fruit. If you need it, I will ask you if there are any star fruits for sale in the free market. If so, I will help you buy it back then. Then thank you first, but in the near future, you don't go out. Leon reminded Korobus seriously. Why? Korobus looked at Leon in confusion, not understanding why Leon said so. A few days ago, a shadow assassin entered the ocean, assassinated a member of the mermaid clan, took away a Neptune sword and fled to Pelican Town, and was killed by me and the Explorer Guild and an elder. Today, I also went to the underwater city of the mermaid and got information that for revenge, the mermaid clan will spend a lot of money to purchase the essence of the void in the city of elements. You should understand the representative significance of this procurement. Leon explained the situation to Korobus. I understand, most of the essence of voids are born in dark attribute creatures, such as our shadowmen. Korobus curled into a ball at this moment, with a little distressed expression. I don't understand why my tribe members are going to trouble the mermaids. It is obvious that the battle of elements has already ceased to fight. The war is over, but hatred will not. Leon sighed, especially the deep hatred of blood seas. This kind of thing can only be considered a conclusion if one side completely perishes. This is not Lion's vernacular. Even though he has left the earth, he is still thinking about some chickens living on the island, regretting that he may not be able to witness the despicable racial destruction with his own eyes. Then do you think I need to go out and hide for a while? Korobus believed in Leon, so it wanted to get some advice from Lion's mouth. No, you live in the sewer, and the mermaid tribe doesn't know. Moreover, this is Stardew Valley, with the protection of the guardians, he will not let the mermaid tribe come around. Moreover, you are my friend, and I have some friendship with the mermaid tribe, and I will not let them hurt you. Just live here with peace of mind, just don't run to the city of elements. Leon continued to comfort Korobus. That's right, that's good. Korobus was obviously relieved when he heard this. It believed Lion's words. It's great to have you as a friend, Leon, thank you. Thank you brother Shi for giving you 500 starting coins. The boss is generous and the boss is in good health. Chapter 187 Quotation. Haha, they are all friends. Leon patted Korobus' head. There was no way, he couldn't find Korobus' shoulder, so he could only pat his head. Not to mention, this dark guy felt soft when he patted it, just like the touch of cotton. But I still plan to stay quiet during this period so as not to cause trouble for you. Korobus seemed to enjoy Lion's movements, and his mouth was cracked with a smile. Keep quiet. Leon looked at Korobus in confusion, not understanding what the meaning of staying quiet by himself in the sewer. This is my special ability. While maintaining a quiet state, I can easily blend with the darkness, similar to the hibernation of animals, which can minimize my presence and be difficult to detect. Korobus explained. Does it have any adverse effects on yourself? Leon asked with concern. No. Korobus shook his head, it's just like sleeping. Oh, then won't I come to you later? I can wake up from this silent state at will, but the sewers can be fun. Moreover, your human sense of smell may not be able to tolerate the smell of the sewers for a long time. If there is no trading requirement, I do not recommend that you come to the sewers often. Korobus considered him from Lion's perspective. I don't care, by the way, when it comes to transactions, have you received some good things recently? Leon waved his hand and was very interested in Korobus's recent products. It's still those things, there's no new goods, you can see them yourself. As Korobus said, he took out its big bag and poured out everything in it. The most conspicuous ones are a large number of void essences and sun essences, followed by various monster drops, such as bat wings, slime mud, and so on. Is the void essence still 100G? Leon was still a little moved when he looked at these void essences. After all, as an internal news holder, he was still very interested in the material that would inevitably increase the price. Well, do you need it? Korobus asked. How many are there? Leon asked. About 40. Korobus replied. As 4,000 G, I didn't bring so much money to go out. Leon was not surprised by the price, but he didn't bring much money to come out this time. You can take it away first. I know what you think. It's okay to come and pay me for the goods after you sell them. Korobus said to Leon, although I can't lower the price, I can let you keep the accounts. Aren't you afraid that I won't come back after I take the things? Leon teased at Korobus after hearing this. You won't know. I believe you, Leon, and I'm afraid I'll give you such a little thing, so I won't feel sorry for you. Korobus replied naturally. Forget it, don't give it away. I'd better keep a note. No matter whether the investment is made or lost, I will return the money to you. Leon assured seriously at Korobus. Okay. Korobus nodded, then packed all the void essence in front of him and handed it to Leon. Now, Leon, you owe me 4,000 G. Yet. Leon opened the bag and stuffed all the void essence into his system backpack. He noticed that this pack has more than 40 void essences, and the specific number is 45. There are too many. Leon was about to take out the 5 extras and return them to Korobus, but Korobus disappeared in front of Leon with the goods on the ground. But the voice belonging to Korobus echoed in Lion's ears, I won't give discounts, but I like to add some gifts to the customer's purchase service. Don't refuse, Leon. I promised that I won't change it with 4,000 G. We are friends, aren't we? Why? Leon sighed helplessly. It was precisely because he regarded Korobus as a friend that he did not want to take advantage of this. But it is obvious that Korobus ran away after giving it to you, just like his relatives at home stuffed red envelopes to you during the New Year, and he couldn't refuse the action. But Korobus ran away. What else can Leon do? Even if the 5 extras are to keep accounts, you can stuff 2 more money when you give them money. Leaving the sewer, Leon sorted out his clothes, sniffed the smell of the sewer stained on his body, and rode back to the farm to change his clothes. Then Leon turned to the remote forest in the north. Because the cave was near the northern exit of the farm, Leon naturally took a look at the situation of the cave and found that it was pitch black inside. Only a small area was illuminated by the helmet-style mine lamp worn by Demetrius. You could vaguely see him lying on the ground with his butt sticking up and stuffing something into the rock formation on the ground. However, this picture was too eye-catching. Leon only took a look and lost interest in continuing to watch the fun. Through the remote forest, crossing the northern foothills, and passing through the mountain lake outside the mine cave, Leon finally stopped at the door of the Explorer Guild, looked at the time on his watch, and confirmed that 2 o'clock had passed, and immediately pushed open the gate of the Explorer Guild and entered. As always, Jill leaned against the fireplace with a thick blanket, closed his eyes and rested, while Malone was wiping an iron sword with clean fabric. "Leon, are you here to buy things or accept the commission?" Seeing Leon come in, Malone stopped the action of wiping the sword in his hand and asked. "I heard the news that someone in the City of Elements purchased the Essence of Void at a high price. I wonder if the president knows the news." Because he didn't want to bother Linus and Rasmides, nor did he want Korobus to send ahead, Leon thought of Malone, the president of the Pelican Town branch of the Explorer Guild, who was very interested in money. "Oh, the news is very well informed." Malone asked Leon with a smile when he heard this, "So you plan to make a fortune in the City of Elements?" "I don't really want to go to the City of Elements," Leon replied. "Yes, your current strength is not to make money for yourself, but to help others make money. You should be able to sell at a high price in the black market." Malone teased Leon. "So I'm here to find you, President." Leon leaned over to Malone and smiled. "I think you should be able to walk sideways in the City of Elements, so I plan to ask our union if you want to make a fortune." "Do you want me to sell for you?" Malone asked, squinted at Leon. "I guess the president should have also stored a lot of void essences," Leon hinted. Indeed. Malone did not hide it, but the essence of void is also one of the materials for making many magic props. It needs to be used as a strategic reserve. The share that can be used for money is too small, which is not enough for me to go to the City of Elements for this. All of them are smart people, just quote a price. Leon looked at Malone speechlessly. Facing this master who didn't see the rabbit and didn't show off his eagle, it was reliable to play straight balls directly. Thanks to the boss Antika Walayong for the reward of 500 starting point coins. The encouragement of old friends is always happy. Thank you for your support. Chapter 188 Traveling Chamber of Commerce. I want 30%. Malone understood what Leon meant and immediately proposed the share he needed. Too high. Leon shook his head. After all, the cost I need to pay, I must at least make more money. Do you know the price of a void essence in the City of Elements now? Malone asked back to Leon. I don't know, but it shouldn't be too low. Leon shook his head. A void essence has been priced at 300 G, overflowing more than 3 times the original market price. I only have 30% of it, and the remaining 70% will definitely make a profit for you. Malone chose to show off with Leon directly. 20%. Leon was very satisfied with the price, but there was no way he could bargain in business. How much void essence can you provide? Malone frowned when he heard this, and then asked Leon. 165 essences of void. Leon burst out all his inventory. Malone took a breath when he heard this. He originally thought that Leon had only a dozen void essences stored in his hand, but he never thought that this guy could have so many. He clearly remembered that Lion's exploration in the mine was only about 20 levels and was still in the initial stage. How could he get so many essences of voids? Could it be that the Shadow Madman and Shadow Shaman in the lower level began to station in the first 40 levels closer to the surface? However, no matter which type it is, even if it is 20% of the essence of the void, Malone felt that it would be enough to make a fortune by himself, but he would not agree immediately. He still wanted to fight for more benefits. 25%, we each take a step back. 1%. Leon directly doubled the benefits fee again. He is not a fool. Ma Long's expression just now clearly proved that he had a much larger number than the other party had imagined, and it may be more than the void essence that Ma Long was preparing to sell himself. Leon didn't think Ma Long would miss this opportunity to make money for nothing. It's too low. Ma Long frowned when he heard this. Although % of the money was profitable, he didn't have to pay the cost himself. It was just a matter of doing it by the way, but he still wanted more. That's nothing to talk about. Leon turned around and planned to leave after hearing this. Ma Long was stunned when he saw this, then hurriedly shouted to Leon, "You're leaving like that? If you didn't sell earlier, it might not be the same price in a few days. You are not the only one who can go to the City of Elements in Stardew Valley." Leon reminded Ma Long without looking back. After all, he and Ma Long are just getting the cooperative relationship they need, and are not relatives and friends. Leon doesn't want to suffer too much in this transaction. 20%. Ma Long had no choice but to lower his request again after hearing this. 10%. But Leon just bit the price to death. At least 20%. Ma Long didn't want to let go. Just when the atmosphere was in a deadlock, Linus's voice suddenly came to Lion's ears, "You don't need to cooperate with him, just throw those void essences into your farm's shipment box." Hearing Linus' reminder to himself through the voice of the wind, Leon instantly became confident. "Sorry, President, this transaction cannot be carried out. I just remembered that I had another client interested in these things and was disturbed." After saying that, Leon waved goodbye to Ma Long and sneaked out of the Explorer Guild. Looking at Lion's departure, Ma Long looked at the empty hall in amazement, regretting it. I had known that I would have agreed to the quotation of 10% of Leon. The 10% would have a return of nearly 5,000 G, and this money could be comparable to my salary for more than a month. Jill, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and reminded Ma Long, "That boy is not that easy to control. He looks young, but his scheming is no worse than the old foxes in the Union." "Didn't you want to make more money? It's been a long time since we two have left the Wine of Blue Moon. If we have 10% more, we can buy an extra barrel of wine," Malone complained to Jill. "Hey, Ma Long, you still haven't suppressed your desire for money. You have never remembered what the president once said. If you still maintain this persistence in money, then you are ready to live in Stardew Valley until you die." Jill looked at Ma Long helplessly with regret and said, and then closed his eyes without waiting for Ma Long to defend himself. On the other side, after Lester's reminder, Leon left the Explorers Guild, went straight to Lester's camp and saw Linus basking in the sun outside the tent. "Old man, is it true that you just said that putting these void essences out of the cargo box?" As soon as they met, Leon rubbed his hands and approached Linus and asked. "Yeah." Linus nodded and confirmed, "The transporter responsible for handling the shipment box will help you sell the goods to the highest priced demanders, so you don't need to worry about your batch of void essence being acquired at a fair price." "Who is the transporter of the shipment box?" Leon asked. "Fartravel Chamber of Commerce. Linus spit out the name of the transporters organization. And this strange organization made Leon even more curious. What is the long-distance chamber of commerce? A businessman organization. But Linus just summarized it briefly and was not talking too much. Forward. Leon looked at Linus helplessly, not willing to get the answer only, and immediately asked indirectly, will this Chamber of Commerce charge a handling fee for helping ship the goods? I will accept it, but I won't accept it. Linus replied. Why? Leon asked curiously. Because you are the farmer. Linus replied naturally. Ah! Leon became even more confused when he heard this. High-quality crops. Linus pointed out the key points. Oh! Leon instantly understood what Linus meant. Lewis once popularized the benefits of high-quality crops to Leon Co., and eating high-quality crops can bring longevity and health benefits to eaters. But this is exactly what smart creatures need most. No one can refuse to have a healthy and long-lived body, which is the main reason why farmers have a high status in this world. Leon speculated that this long-distance Chamber of Commerce does not receive processing fees from farmers, and should be to encourage farmers to use more shipping boxes to process farm output so that they can obtain high-quality crops as soon as possible. In this way, the long-distance Chamber of Commerce got the high-quality crops they wanted, and the farmers also made the money they wanted, saving a lot of trouble and finding business opportunities, which was a win-win situation. But what Leon is even more curious about is why commercial organizations that can hold magical tools such as shipment boxes care so much about high-quality crops. Linus must have known this question, so Leon directly asked this question. All shipments are made by one person, and most of the members of the UNC Chamber of Commerce are ordinary merchants. Linus did not give any answers to this. Oh, who is the person who can create the shipping box? Leon asked. You will know in the future. This time, Linus did not explain much, but reminded Leon impatiently, go back, don't always disturb my leisure time as an elderly person. Although Leon still wanted to ask some questions after hearing this, he still obediently closed his mouth and said goodbye to Linus. At the same time, I complained in my heart again whether the big guys like to talk halfway through, and I don't know who learned this bad habit from. Chapter 189 Temporary Kitchen. Back at the farm, throwing all the essence of void into the delivery box, Leon lay flat in the house because there is nothing to do. It's almost evening at this point, so Leon has no intention of watching TV to test the mines under the fortune, and there is nothing to do if you fish. Interested, the crops on the farm do not need to be paid too much attention and care after watering them. Leon is now idle. But it's good to be idle. During this period, Leon was busy every day and his life was not related to his leisurely pastoral time. Now that I am free, Leon is enjoying this time of lying in a daze. But lying in the house always feels like being in jail, so Leon left the house and ran to the vicinity of the cave, watching where the cave renovation project of Demetrius had gone. Lion's arrival also made Demetrius feel what it means to be in a pin. After all, when someone was working hard, he would not be too comfortable to look at him with his eyes widened. Demetrius, who had just installed the 6th mycelium cultivation tank, finally couldn't stand it after Lion's gaze for 10 minutes. He turned around and shouted at Leon, "Can you have nothing to do?" "No." Leon spread his hands. If it weren't for the watermelon, he would have wanted to hold the watermelon and ask Demetrius if he wanted to have a piece of it. Demetrius was choked by Lion's answer and couldn't speak. He wanted to tell Leon that he had nothing to do, but when he thought of telling Leon that he didn't need him to intervene in the morning, he could only blush and continue to be busy with his work. It's a pity that he is now in a cave and there is not much light. With the blessing of his skin, Leon can't see Demetrius entering the red warm state. However, Leon didn't watch here for long because it was too boring, especially Demetrius' slightly awkward carpenter craftsmanship, which made him wonder if Robin's work had not been helped at all, otherwise how could it take such a lot of effort to bind a partition? After watching Demetrius for a short while, Leon also came up with some new ideas, that is, perhaps he could use his spare time to make some improvements to his farm. For example, setting up a temporary kitchen and unable to cook on rainy days is still a headache for Leon. The open-air fire pit is not a long-term solution after all. But this requires some tools. So Leon rode his bicycle and rushed towards Pelican Town, and purchased a batch of tools needed for carpenter's work in the Hoja supermarket. Back at the farm, Leon chose the open space behind the wooden house and began to be busy. The material is ready-made wood. These wood cut by the system's axe are basically rectangular structures of the same specification. Although they are not as wide as wooden boards, because of their industrial size, it saves a lot of trouble for Leon to build frames and build walls. The length is not enough, so you can splice it by cutting out the mortise and tenon structure. If the width is not enough, you can bind it with nails. Because it is a temporary kitchen, Leon did not make the space too large, but chose the same style as a slope-shaped outdoor shelter and established a semi-open building. A part of the open space was specially left in the middle, and the soil on the open space was hollowed out to form a soil pit, and then the stone was inlaid on the soil wall and bottom of the pit to form a fire pit. A wooden structure was selected above to build a frame, and then filled it with soil. Finally, a soil stove constructed completely made of mud mixed with clay and fibers was completed. At the bottom of the pit, Leon lit some chopped small pieces of wood to allow the high temperature brought by the burning flame to heat the earth stove and dry the moisture in the mud. Leon, on the other hand, observed whether there was any collapse or depression, and was ready to use the remaining mixed soil for repair at any time. But what surprised Leon was that the soil stove was very complete. Even if the originally wet mud began to become hard under the flames, there were no obvious cracks. Except for the smoke exhaust system that was not so perfect, which made the soil stove shroud in smoke near the soil stove, there was no problem with the soil stove itself. Seeing this, Leon extinguished the firewood under the earth stove and began to renovate it. The method was very simple, which was to open a smoke outlet on the earth stove and use wood as a frame structure to connect it. The wooden frame is directly extended by Leon to the slope roof used to shelter from the rain. If the frame is built, it is pasted with mud. Although it looks a bit ugly, at least it has an independent chimney that can emit smoke. When Leon ignites the fire again and observes the direction of the smoke burning from the firewood, he clearly sees a large amount of smoke being discharged into the sky outside the house along the chimney. A small part of the smoke was leaked due to the sealing problem of the chimney, but this is not a problem. Because there are no walls on three sides of this temporary kitchen, only if the wind blows through it, the smoke will be taken out by the airflow. Admiring his masterpiece that he had been busy for a long time, Leon was very satisfied, and took the frying pan and ingredients from the wooden house and made a supper here. The fire power of the earth stove is obviously much more reliable than that of the fire pit. If it weren't for the frying pan without the round bottom iron pot, Leon even planned to show off his pot. Leon prepared simple fried vegetables and white rice for himself. Because he was the same person, Leon did not prepare a bowl. The cooked rice was poured directly into a frying pan, and then he started eating it directly with the stir-fry. After eating halfway, Leon remembered that Demetrius was still working on his farm, and he didn't know if he had finished his work, but he definitely didn't eat dinner. Leon, while regretting that he had actually brought this white label who was enthusiastic about helping his farm to build a farm for a meal, he also speeded up his eating speed. He cleaned the frying pan as soon as he finished eating, washed his face and wiped off the oil stains on his mouth. As long as Demetrius did not realize that he had eaten, he would be unable to condemn Leon for forgetting him. Just as Leon had finished cleaning kitchen utensils, Demetrius came over and knocked on the door of Lion's wooden house. When he opened the door, Leon saw Demetrius's dirty body and his face was full of fatigue. He spoke first, "Mr. Demetrius, are you done?" This made Demetrius, who had originally emphasized to Leon not to care about him, twitch the corner of his mouth, but he still replied, "It's done, it's time for me to go back and rest." "Are there anything I need to pay attention to in the future?" Leon asked quickly. After all, he didn't know much about the transformation of Demetrius, so it would be better to ask in person if there are any things that need to be paid attention to. "I will write to you later." Demetrius comforted Leon. He just wanted to go back and take a shower and have a full sleep, after all, he was too tired. "I think it's better to make it clear in person, as this will save you the time to write a letter. If you use less paper, you will be less harmed by a plant. I believe that as a geologist and botanist, you should also love nature, right?" Leon didn't want Demetrius to just slip away like this. After all, who knows when this letter will come? Thanks to Boss Lian Xia for the reward of 1,500 starting point coins and Boss Li Yulabai for the reward of 500 starting point coins under the 5th update of the moon, which made the bosses spend money. I wish the bosses good health, smooth work, successful studies, and harmonious family. Chapter 190 Lao Deng returns my hard work. After taking several deep breaths in a row, Demetrius suppressed the resentment that was almost filled with his heart and the kind greetings that were about to spout and that needed to silence, and said slowly, "The 6 mushroom cultivation tanks can be picked every 3 days. Picking only requires cutting off the exposed soil. The roots must be kept in the soil and you don't need to water and fertilize, because I installed a humidifier in the hole, and the feces of fruit bats are also their best fertilizer. As for fruit bats, it may take several days to be attracted by the biological current here. When you pick mushrooms, remember to stroll in the cave. You should find the fruit brought back by the fruit bats. Because the fruits are prone to rot, I recommend that you check the cave every morning and evening." After saying this, Demetrius looked at Leon with an expressionless face, as if waiting for Leon to continue asking. At the same time, he also prepared to popularize the cave renovation science for Leon when asked questions. After all, this modified cave was built by him after spending a day and a lot of professional knowledge and equipment. He was eager to tell Leon the technical content and his ingenious ideas. But after hearing this, Leon only nodded faintly, and then began to say goodbye to Demetrius enthusiastically. That's it, I understand. Thank you Mr. Demetrius for the renovation of the cave in Red Star Farm. I will pay close attention to the fungi and fruit bats in the cave to ensure that you will not waste your kindness. It's getting late now, so I won't waste your time back and rest. Goodbye. Before Demetrius could react, Leon quickly pushed him out of the wooden house and helped him to pick up. Demetrius was sent out of the Red Star Farm in a confused manner. When Demetrius reacted, he widened his eyes and looked at the entrance of the Red Star Farm behind him. Demetrius, who had not even seen Leon, was feeling mixed in his heart at this moment. Some are a little thankful, some regretful, some angry, and some helpless. Fortunately, I can finally go back and rest. Unfortunately, I didn't clearly inform me how great the renovation of this cave was and how high the technical content was. What was angry was Lion's perfunctory attitude towards him, but what was helpless was that he seemed to have no effective way to fight back against this perfunctory. Finally, these emotions dissipated into the roar of the pickup engine in Demetrius's long sigh. Leon, who had sent Demetrius away, felt the situation in the cave as soon as possible. It was already dark outside, and there was some light in the cave. Leon observed carefully before he noticed that some low-power electric lights were hung on the rock wall by Demetrius. As for where the electricity came from, Leon was not very clear. In addition to the small wattage light, there are 3 technology products that have never been seen on the rock wall, but I feel unaware of it. However, these lions don't need to know what they are. They can be used easily. When these things break down, he just needs to contact Demetrius to repair them. Leon would not worry that Demetrius deliberately made bad things so that these technological creations could malfunction quickly. Because of this, Leon could openly complain about the black scientist's R&D attainments and his imperfect scientific research, and was putting pressure on Demetrius's special treasure, Maru. After a combination of punches, Leon felt that Demetrius would definitely help him repair the machine for free. So it should be Demetrius, not Leon, who would pray that the machine would not fail. As for the mushroom incubator, Leon knew it. Although the style was different from the handmade and electrical versions that I was familiar with, Leon knew that this thing could grow mushrooms. After all, the great man once said that no matter whether it is black cat or white cat, the one who catches the mouse is a good cat. After watching the renovated cave, Leon returned to the wooden house with satisfaction, picked up the water pipe and went out to take a shower, changed into a set of clothes, turned on the TV and watched the program, waited for the hair to dry naturally. Leon lay in the bed. As soon as dawn was dawn, Leon got up quickly and washed and had breakfast, and then began to water the crops. After the formulaic process, Leon returned to the house and pressed 7 sevens. He found Velvic's divination today and looked at his fortune today. After learning that my luck is stable today and my destiny is in my own hands, I turned off the TV directly. After leaving the room, he looked at the email address. It was empty. This moment made Leon draw his sword and look at him at a loss. Because he had finished his capable work, he didn't know what to do. After thinking for a while, Leon decided to go to the cave to take a look. Although Demetrius said that the fruit bat might take several days to move into the cave, Leon still wanted to make sure. As expected, no fruit bats were seen in the cave. Instead, some fruit bodies of mushrooms could be seen on the soil in the mushroom cultivation tank. This exaggerated growth rate made Leon wonder whether it was time to complain about the unique natural conditions in Stardew Valley, or whether Demetrius added some powerful fertilizer to the mushroom cultivation tank. After leaving the cave, Leon did not return to the room and lay down his body, but began to cheer himself up. Hongsing Farm is in chaos. Its primary purpose is to accumulate original capital. Although the farm work in the farm has been done, there are still plenty of opportunities outside to wait for me. The mine has said that the fortune is not the best, but there are still fishing, wild mining, and logging waiting for him. It would be nice to go out and flip through the trash can. Last time I flipped an iron ingot from the trash can, but I might be able to get a diamond this time. With such enthusiasm in his arms, Leon took out his bicycle and rushed towards the town. After all, Pelican Town is the central area of Stardew Valley, with all connections, connecting to the northern foothills and the beach pier at the bottom. It can be said to be Rome in another world. But the main purpose of Lion's trip to Pelican Town this time was to find Lewis, and asked if this old deng had damaged his hard-earned money. It has been several days since the goods were sent out through the shipment box, and I didn't see a payment for the goods. When he arrived at Pelican Town, Leon shook around the square and did not see Lewis. Leon went straight to Lewis's villa and rang the doorbell. If Lewis was not at home, Leon would turn the car and go straight to Marnie's ranch, looking for the trace of this old unchi. Fortunately, Lewis did not give Leon this opportunity. After the doorbell rang a few times, Lewis opened the door with his unchanging overalls and a leather felt hat. "Hi, Leon, I'm going to find you." Chapter 191 Prize Voucher. Lewis said, warmly greeting him and gave Leon a big hug. "I didn't expect that your first batch of parsnips had matured and shipped out. This is so surprising, especially since there are 2 high-quality parsnips in this batch of parsnips. This is really exciting and good news." Listening to Lewis's feelings, Leon broke free from Lewis' arms and complained, "It has been sent out for several days." "Oh, I'm too busy, so I didn't pay attention." Lewis touched his beard awkwardly when he heard this, and then happily walked into the house, then took out a letter from the coffee table and showed it to Leon. "The letter the governor wrote to me was probably what he was happy about, the rejuvenation of Red Star Farm. By the way, there is also the reward money given by the governor." Carefully put the letter away, Lewis took out another 500 G of banknotes and handed it to Leon. "This is the governor's private congratulations gift to show encouragement." Leon immediately accepted the money with a smile. "From then, please thank the governor for your kindness on my behalf." "Of course, but I think it's best for you to thank the governor in person. When the summer Hawaii banquet begins, the governor will come to Pelican Town in person to attend. You can communicate face to face." Lewis reminded Leon. "Summer is still a long time." Leon complained. "It's not long, time passes quickly." Lewis comforted. After saying that, Lewis began to make tea for Leon. The tea set was very delicate. When the teacup was handed to Leon, Leon recognized that it was black tea and it smelled quite fragrant. "You come to see me early in the morning, what's the matter?" After making tea, Lewis sat opposite Leon and asked. "Let's ask about the payment for the shipment box. The payment for the delivery this time has come a little slow, and my farm's capital chain is almost broken." Leon complained. Although he is still enough for the time being, he doesn't need this excuse. Leon is worried that Louis will drag him, but this possibility is unlikely. I will help you with this question, but you can't blame the dealers. After all, you have sold goods every day recently. They originally meant to wait for the weekend to check out together, Louis explained. It can't be done in one stroke. Is the writing done? Leon asked. It didn't work before, it's okay now, said Louis. Because the value of Red Star Farm has been proven. Leon asked back. Well, chatting with you is easy. I don't need to explain, you can understand what I mean. Louis looked at Leon with approval. I will contact the merchants who shipped the goods to negotiate, so that you can get the payment the goods the next day. Then I'll bother you, Louis. Leon thanked Louis, and continued to ask, you said you wanted to find me when you met before, but you didn't want to tell me about the letter from the governor. Well, after all, this is good news to celebrate, right? But since you're all here, I'm just about to talk to you about the new events in Pelican's Town. Louis said that, and then stood up and walked to the office area built separately in the house. Seeing that Leon had followed him, he took Leon to a machine that looked like a fruit machine. The icons displayed on the machine were scrolling constantly, and there were many types of icons. Leon identified some good things from above. For example, the fruit tree saplings that are not sold in the Pierre's grocery store, as well as some seeds and furniture patterns that look fancy. This is an idea that a friend of mine thought of. He seemed to think that life in Pelican Town was too dull, so he wanted to use this method to add some fun to everyone. Louis said, taking out a red prize ticket from the box behind the machine and displaying it in front of Lion's eyes. This is the lottery ticket to start the machine. Stuff it from this place, and you can start the machine once and draw a random gift from it, which contains all kinds of things. Louis, can you tell me how to get the lottery ticket? Although I had heard Gus talk about this, Leon still asked Louis by the way to avoid being embarrassed. Louis also explained with mercy, of course I'm here to distribute it, but there are restrictions on the distribution conditions, that is, I will only distribute it as a reward to the person who completes the most community commissions every month, 3 at a time. Is there only one way to obtain it? Leon asked. It's not all. For example, sometimes some important commissions will also have prizes as rewards. Louis continued to explain, for example, public commissions are usually issued by me, and I will list the problems and threats that arise in Pelican Town through commissions to find solutions. I will also pay for this public commission in the form of rewards and coupons. Speaking of this, Louis' expression was a little hesitant, but I am worried that this will destroy the original intention of commissioning in the community. After all, this commissioning column model that concentrates the power of community residents and helps others solve difficulties is intended to allow everyone to communicate and interact more and cultivate their sense of community identity. If everyone is working on the lottery ticket and treats the commissioning board as work, rather than for communication and mutual assistance between neighbors, it may make this community activity a successful and profitable project. Whether there is or not, the commissions of residents in the town will always exist, right? Will no one help without the prize ticket? Leon complained. That's true. Louis was stunned for a moment, and then handed the ticket in his hand to Leon. You can try one first. After all, you have received praise from the governor, which can be regarded as gaining some attention for Pelican's Town. This is my private reward. If you give me the lottery ticket like this, your friend won't be angry about it. Leon did not rush to take the lottery ticket, but instead tentatively asked Louis. Of course not. After all, this is an incentive method to promote the vitality and cohesion of Pelican Town. You deserve such a prize ticket. Louis firmly stuffed the prize ticket to Leon. And I want to see what good things you can draw. After all, there are too many prizes in it, but I haven't sent out a single prize ticket so far, so I think at least someone has to try whether this machine can be used, right? Can I try again next time? Leon suggested. After all, his fortune today is ordinary, and he wants to choose a day to come again. Oh, just use it. It doesn't make sense to keep it. And I really want to see if this machine is easy to use. Louis urged Leon. Okay. Leon looked at Louis helplessly, and finally couldn't help but feel curious about stuffing the prize ticket into this machine. Chapter 192 How about I cooperate with you? When the machine completely sucked the prize money, the lights on the screen suddenly began to flash, colorful and vulgar, just like the light balls in the disco hall in the 1980s and 1990s, full of light pollution. Photo shoot this button. Louis, who was standing beside him, looked at Leon covering his eyes, thought Leon didn't understand how to operate the machine, and immediately reminded him. Leon took a quick slap when he heard this. Of course, he could understand how to operate such a simple machine at a glance. He didn't move but covered his eyes, just because the lights were shook his eyes. With the press of the button, the icons on the screen began to rotate rapidly, a golden frame locked in the center of the screen, countless icons passed through this border, and finally the reward of a pack of green seed icons stayed at the golden frame center. This means that Leon has drawn this bag of seeds, and a basket popped up under the lottery machine, and a pack of seeds with the same icon lie on the basket. Carrot seeds *40, seed sowing in spring, ripening in 9 days. Seeds I've never seen before. Faced with this reward, Leon was a little surprised. After all, with his understanding of Stardew Valley, he had never seen the seeds of carrots appear in the game. He didn't expect to see this new thing now. Seed, ha ha ha, I'm lucky. It seems that you're busy again. Louis, who was standing beside him, teased Leon. As a person watching the whole process, he was quite satisfied with the machine. Lion's complete lottery process proved that there was no problem with this machine. Yes, it seems that I am born to farm holy body. Leon still remembers the approximate appearance of various items flashing when the icon rotates. The number of seed types does not account for a high proportion, but this proportion still makes him draw seeds. Unfortunately, Louis couldn't understand Lion's whispers, and in order to avoid making him look stupid like this, Louis asked, "What seed is it?" "Carrots." Leon replied. "Carrots, this is a rare thing. The Fengire Republic does not have carrot seeds. The Gotlo Empire opposite the Sea of Gems produces this kind of product." Louis sighed when he heard this. "Then is this seed valuable?" Leon asked. "In fact, carrots are parsnips of the Gatello Empire. After all, the growth cycles of the two are the same and the yield is quite high, so the price difference is not big. However, because it is rarely seen in the Fengire Republic, the price of carrots should be higher than parsnips," Louis explained. "Oh! Leon was a little disappointed when he heard this. Although he felt that carrots could not be sold at high prices, he had to be a little hopeful, right? Now after Louis' explanation, this hope was gone. Seeing this, Louis patted Lion's shoulder and comforted, "Don't be discouraged, maybe you can get some good things when you come to the lottery next time." Leon looked at Louis with resentment. If Louis hadn't urged him to test the lottery machine, he would have saved this lottery ticket until the day he was lucky. But the sucking had already been finished, and Leon didn't say anything more. He held the seed and said to Louis, "Then I'll go back and plant it first." Yeah, farm work is preferred. Louis naturally would not pull Leon to chat. While expressing his understanding, he also enthusiastically sent Leon out of the door. Leaving Louis home, Leon rode his bike, stuffed the seeds into his backpack, and rode towards the farm. However, after passing by Pierre's grocery store door, Leon still looked at whether there was a commission on the entrustment railing. The commission is indeed there, and it is hung on the commission column. The principal is Robin, and she needs 200 pieces of wood to supplement her inventory. When Leon saw this commission, he picked it up and put it in his pocket. Then he returned to the farm to cultivate, sow, and water it in one stop. After planting all the newly harvested 40 carrots, he returned to the house to take out 200 woods and rushed towards Robin's house. Dong 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 dong. As soon as he remembered the knock, Leon saw Robin open the door. Seeing Leon was Leon, Robin greeted happily, "Hi! Leon, I finally saw you. I thought you had forgotten me, the first acquaintance I met in Pelican's town." The first acquaintance I met was Louis. Leon teased Robin. "Ha ha ha, that's it. Then Leon, are you planning to build something on the farm when you look for me, the second acquaintance?" Robin responded to Lion's joke very cooperatively, and asked enthusiastically. "If so, I can prepare immediately and start construction. After all, I have been looking forward to the orders at Red Star Farm for a long time. I'm here to submit the entrustment." Leon took out the order posted by Robin on the entrustment column from his pocket and explained. "Leon, it's the first time I accept the commission. In fact, you just need to remember the content on the commission, and you don't need to take it off," Robin explained to Leon when he saw this. "What if someone else sees it and grabs business with me?" Leon replied with confidence. "Ha ha ha, it makes sense." Robin laughed again, reminding Leon. "I didn't realize that you are quite competitive in business, but I need to get all the woods together in a short time, so I can repair the miners' dormitory in the eastern mining area as soon as possible, so if you don't get all of them for me within 2 days, I won't wait for you." "The wood is ready, are you ready to pay?" Leon also teased at Robin with a smile. "Ah! Already ready? Oh, by the way, you have a farm yourself, you should have stockpiled a lot of logs. One standard log can produce about 10 woods, but if it is a log, I have to process it again, and the price may be lower." Robin said, and said again, "By the way, I have to go to your farm to pull materials, so the transportation costs have to be included, so the price will be lower, right?" "It's not a log, it's a serious wood," Leon said, then took out a piece of wood and handed it to Robin. "It's all of it. Do you think it's okay?" "Of course, this is a standard size wood, and it is better than what I have processed. It seems that you are also good at carpentry work. It's very research oriented, so we can communicate more in the future." Seeing the appearance of the wood in his hand, Robin's eyes lit up and was very satisfied with the wood sample provided by Leon. "Aren't you curious about where I took the wood?" Leon was immediately curious when he saw Robin just focused on the wood and turned a blind eye to the magic of his void extract. "Maru told me the story of observing meteorites on your farm, and more than once, of course I know your magical ability." Robin smiled and complained, "Why are you demonstrating again? I pretended to be surprised to cooperate with you." Chapter 193 Goodbye Robin. Faced with Robin's teasing, Leon scratched his nose awkwardly. "Forget it, I'll just ask casually. So you brought all those 200 woods?" Robin said, "Sure." "Yeah." Leon nodded. "Oh my god, it's such a convenient ability. If I had this ability, I wouldn't have to drive every time I went out to build and renovate, and many of the materials needed for major projects could not be transported in one trip." Robin sighed at Leon with envy. "You don't seem to be surprised by the existence of special abilities." Leon asked Robin, "Can you tell me the reason?" "Because this is Stardew Valley, although young people may not know much, we older generations are well informed." Robin explained to Leon with a smile, "And it's not only you who have special abilities, I have them too. Otherwise, why do you think I am the only carpenter in the entire Pelican Town?" "Demetrius knows?" Leon asked Robin curiously when he heard this. He was too curious about Robin's second husband, the old Hay who believed in science first, knew that his wife had unique skills. "He never pays attention to my work, he only has research in his mind." Robin shrugged his shoulders, "And I don't want him to know, otherwise he will definitely try his best to treat me as his research topic. I don't like this unique couple fun." Tisk tisk tisk. Leon smashed his mouth with a little regret. "Then your ability should be related to construction. Is it the effect of the star fruit?" "The ability to inherit is indeed related to the fruit of the star. My great-grandfather used the fruit of the star. Although we descendants did not eat it, they are direct after all, so there is a possibility of inheriting this talent. I am a lucky one," Robin explained. "Oh? There is also this statement, I have gained some knowledge." Leon thought for a moment after hearing this, but actually felt that this explanation was extremely reasonable. The ability gift of the star fruit seems to be in existence based on a gene mutation model, and the heritability of the gene will pass on this modified gene, allowing future generations to obtain the same ability. Leon has speculated this possibility from the explanations of Master Rasmides and Linus. Now Robin's answer has given him relevant cases as reference and theoretical verification. Strange knowledge has increased again. "Okay, I'm just a carpenter. You should ask a professional for this convenient question. Now I only care about my wood problem." Robin looked at Lion's thoughtful look over there, patted Lion's shoulder and woke him up. "Oh, sorry, but are you planning to put the wood directly at the door?" Leon came to his senses and then complained to Robin. "By the way, I have to go to the backyard." Robin also reacted, smiled at Leon awkwardly, and then took Leon around the open space behind the house, found a vacant space under the tent and directed towards Leon. "Let it be here." After hearing this, Leon threw out all the wood prepared in advance in the backpack. After leaving the system backpack, the wood was arranged neatly into a standard rectangle and landed in the area designated by Robin. There is a layer of every 20 wood, a total of 10 layers, and there is a very obvious gap in the upper layer. You really don't want to bring any extra ones. Seeing this, Robin placed the wood used for display in his hand on the pile of wood, put it into a finished shape, and complained to Leon in anger. Aren't you afraid of returning inferior materials to exchange goods? I won't fool you with inferior wood, either. Leon comforted, and stretched out his hand. Check out, my dear customer. Okay, 200 woods, but because it is an expedited order, I will buy them at a price that exceeds the market standard price. 1 wood is 6G, and 200 woods are 1200 G. Robin counted the quantity and randomly checked some of the woods to check the quality, and quickly gave his own quotation. How much does it cost to buy wood? Leon asked. A 35G log is a piece of wood, and the processed wood is more expensive than the standard size of yours, a piece of 4G, Robin explained. Then do you still make any profits in your 6G acquisition? Leon asked back. Trade secrets, but I can tell you that there is definitely a profit. Robin said to Leon mysteriously, otherwise, who would be willing to do such hard physical work? Well, then I'll ask you to build farm facilities in the future. You won't kill me, right? Leon asked tentatively. Of course not. After all, you are our own people. I only charge manual fees, but you have to pay for the materials yourself. Robin assured Leon. Then do I want to make a chicken coop? Leon asked. After all, he came, so he asked the construction cost of the chicken coop. Chicken coop, 2000 G manual fee, 150 pieces of wood and 50 stones, the materials are ready, I can build a junior chicken coop in 2 days. Robin immediately gave his own offer. Leon was a little happy when he heard this. After all, the materials and prices were cut in half, and the capacity of the chicken coop was also expanded, so he asked immediately. How many chickens can be raised in the chicken coop? This is a junior chicken coop, which can only accommodate 8 poultry, but the chicken coop can not only raise chickens. When you purchase upgrade services here, upgrade the chicken coop to a large chicken coop, and double the internal space and poultry capacity. I can also provide your chicken coop with an incubator so that you can hatch poultry by yourself, and additionally provide the construction of duck cages so that you can raise ducks in the chicken coop. When you upgrade the chicken coop to a high-end chicken coop, there will be an automatic feeder, which will also allow you to raise cute little rabbits in the chicken coop. Robin enthusiastically promoted his construction services, and reminded, of course, upgrades also require payment, and the materials are also calculated separately, and the upgraded chicken coop will be expanded and the area will be larger. So before construction, you have to plan the area. Yet. Leon nodded, without saying anything more, and at the same time he thought about the breeding issues. Leon is not very interested in the upgrade of the chicken house for the time being. After all, the construction cost is there, and I don't need to raise ducks or rabbits for the time being. I will raise some chickens first to see the specific situation and benefits of the breeding work, and consider whether to expand the scale and variety of breeding. If the breeding industry is too troublesome, Leon may give up the breeding path. As for the animal output required for sacrifice in the old community center, it depends on buying it outside. After all, there are system tools to help farming, and there are not many thresholds, but breeding is different. There is no system tool to do everything by yourself, cleaning up feces, feeding feed every day, and other work must be handled by Leon alone. He was inexperienced and was afraid that he would raise them to death before he could enjoy the rewards of breeding poultry. Then he would lose not only money, but also merit. First of all, I would like to thank the boss Iamshs for his 100 starting point coins for his reward. Thank you for your support. Secondly, I would like to say that there is really no need to give you a reward. Isn't it good to subscribe to this money? I really don't want you to waste money. If you have the intention to vote, just chat a few words. Chapter 194 Lunch Invitation. After thinking for a while, Leon continued to ask, how much does it cost to build a cattle shed? An animal shed, that one is more expensive and requires a manual fee of 3,000 G. Adding 400 wood and 100 stones can create a primary animal shed, which is also a capacity of 8. Upgrading into a large animal shed can add an additional fertility room, so that pregnant cows and goats can give birth safely in the fertility room. The upgrade of the high-end animal shed is also equipped with an automatic feeding machine. Robin introduced the situation in the cattle to Leon in detail. Can I raise cattle, sheep, and pigs directly in the primary animal shed? Leon asked. After all, unlike the introduction of the chicken coop, different upgrades are required to raise ducks and rabbits. Robin did not remind Leon about the livestock raising of the livestock to start breeding. Yes, unlike chicken coops, animals in the cattle shed can be mixed up, Robin explained. Sure enough, Robin's confirmed reply made Leon feel energetic. The primary shed can raise cows, goats, sheep, and pigs. This is definitely an epic strengthening. Perhaps the only thing that needs to be maintained at the primary shed is enough for Leon to use. But Robin's next sentence shattered his thoughts. But I don't recommend you to do this, because mixed animals are prone to conflict and injuries, or even illness. The primary animal shed does not have a separate compartment, so you'd better upgrade the animal shed step by step and expand the space of the animal shed. I can also help you transform and divide the living areas suitable for animals to avoid these accidents. Leon was half believing and half doubted, so he simply complained in a joke, "You are not fooling me to make more money from me, you are from the city and don't understand the breeding model in the countryside. Don't lie to me." Robin's eyes were turned and Leon complained, "If you don't believe it, just go and ask Marnie. She is a professional rancher." "Just kidding," Leon said hurriedly, and decided to say, "Robin, I plan to build a chicken coop first to try the water. Do you see when you have time to start construction at Red Star Farm?" "The day after tomorrow, I still have a job I haven't finished," Robin replied. "Do you have to pay a deposit?" Leon asked. "No, you have prepared the materials and selected the construction area. I will go directly to help you build the chicken coop the day after tomorrow. When the chicken coop is built, you can be sure that there is no problem and you are paying." Robin shook his head and explained to Leon. "Okay, then I'll wait for you to build the chicken coop the day after tomorrow." Leon nodded and then planned to leave. "Wait, do you want money?" Robin stopped Leon, "I haven't paid for this batch of wood yet." "Record the book, I'm replenishing you 800 G after the chicken coop is completed. Wouldn't we just clear the two?" Leon reminded Robin. "Okay, since you believe me so much, I can't let you suffer. This way, I will help you improve the internal structure of the chicken coop in private so that you can easier in the process of raising chickens," Robin said to him. Leon suggested. "How to improve?" Leon asked curiously. Hehe, you will know then, it's a surprise. Robin waved his hand and did not reveal the answer. Seeing this, Leon didn't ask much. Anyway, what the specific situation was, and he would understand when the chicken house was built. It's already lunchtime, let's have a meal together. After all, you have helped a lot today and left me in order. I have to entertain you, the big boss. Robin looked at the location of the sun in the sky and suggested to Leon. Will you disturb your family dinner? Leon reminded Robin, you know, your husband doesn't have much affection for me. Hey, he is indeed a bit difficult to get along with, but it should be fine. After all, you have a good relationship with Maru, right? And yesterday he went to your farm to renovate that cave. I think your relationship should not be that bad. Robin comforted Leon. Okay, but your husband will talk to you privately, don't blame me. Leon thought for a while, thinking that it would be pretty good to have a meal. However, he still gave Robin a vaccination in advance so that the couple would not fight at home at night due to his own reasons. After all, Robin's request can be regarded as attracting a wolf into the house. From the perspective of Demetrius, Robin brought Leon, a guy who was extremely threatening to his baby daughter, to his home to have a meal together, which was definitely a bareback prick. Since Robin was willing to die, he was willing to bury him. Thinking of this, Leon became excited. He wanted to see what Demetrius looked like when he saw him sitting on his dining table. Ha ha ha, no problem, don't worry. Robin patted his chest and promised, I believe he will welcome you very much, and so is Maru. Then I'll go back and prepare for it first. Demetrius is busy cooking at home. I have to tell him that you are here to visit and ask him to prepare more dishes. Then Robin said to Leon, are you going to stroll around and wait for a while before coming in? I'll go fishing as a gift. After all, it always feels a bit rude when I come to the door with empty hands. Leon suggested. It's indeed a good idea, but fishing is a lucky job. I occasionally like to go fishing by the lake in the mountains, but I have to wait for a long time every time. Don't just focus on fishing and forget to come and have a meal. Robin reminded. Don't worry, my fishing skills are still a bit good. Leon comforted Robin. If it is normal fishing, he may still be a little unsure, but his fishing has been upgraded now. Although it is only level 1, it has also been systematically strengthened. The first 3 fish every day have a very high chance of taking the bait, and it is not easy to catch a fish. Just be confident. I hope you can come over before the meal, otherwise I will come out to find you and find a way to find you. Robin teased Leon. Don't worry, no, if you don't believe it, let's make a bet. Leon suggested directly to Robin when he heard this. No, refuse to gambling, and I believe you, Leon. Robin directly rejected Leon's proposal and complained to Leon, and I think you must have a backup plan. Even if you don't catch fish in the mine, you may be able to get one from other places, so I will never accept the bet that you will lose. I am worthy of being the scientist's wife, I'm very smart. Leon shrugged when he heard this. Robin said nothing wrong. Even if he didn't catch fish in such a while, he still had a way to get the fish. After all, he was too anxious and he really dared to fry the fish. Ha ha ha, of course, I'm waiting for you. Chapter 195 Fish, I'm cracking. After saying goodbye to Robin for a while, Leon took out his fishing rod and came to the mountain lake outside the mine. Without following the wooden bridge to enter the fishing spot of the Spring Fish King, he stood on the shore. Leon took out the red worm and hung it on the hook, and threw it into the water. The cool breeze in the mountains blew the lake surface, and the golden sunlight reflected on the lake surface, almost blinding Leon's eyes. In order to deal with this situation, Leon could only hold the pole with one hand and cover his other hand above his eyes, squinting at the fish float on the lake surface. I don't know if it was because of the rich fishery resources in Stardew Valley or the favor of the sea god, but the fish float was allowed to enter the water for only 3 seconds, and then it started nodding on the water surface. It was obvious that there were fish trying to test the bait on the hook underground. Leon was not in a hurry and waited silently. The fish in the water took the lead in launching an offensive and dragged the entire float into the water. At this point, Leon, who was already ready, directly lifted the pole and closed the line. The fish, which was caught by the fish hook, struggled hard, but the power it feedback to Leon was not very strong. With the everlasting and unchanging force, it came up with the miracle theorem. Leon dragged the fish up from the lake. As the fish fell on the shore, Leon immediately grabbed its gills, took off the hook, and admired the silver fish, with a short kiss and a round head, a high nostril and a wide mouth, a cracked mouth tilted upwards, and a thin silver scale all over his body. Even if the system does not require system marking, he could tell what kind of fish it was. Change carp, fish, a common freshwater fish known for its greedy food. A very familiar species of fish. After all, Leon has eaten it before, but it is also in the east. In Stardew Valley, silver carp is not that popular. Because this thing has many small thorns and a strong earthy smell, it is difficult to deal with this kind of fish in the cooking method here. So Aang threw it into his backpack and continued fishing. Although people didn't like it as a gift, it was the target fish needed in the old community center sacrificial bag. There are not only silver carp fish in mountain lakes. Maybe the next one is suitable as a gift? The wait this time was longer than the previous silver carp, but the actual situation took only 40 or 50 seconds, and Leon began to fight with the greedy fish in the lake. The strength and flexibility of this fish are obviously stronger than the silver carp just now, but it is still a bit worse than the giant catfish that Leon encountered last time. After slipping in the water for half a minute, Leon successfully dragged the green fish to the shore. Bigmouth bass, fish, a popular fish that lives in a lake. Carrying this half-meter-long largemouth bass, Leon nodded with satisfaction. From the systematic description of the fish, it can be seen that it is very suitable as a souvenir. Although Robin may not like it as a gift, as food, Leon thinks Robin should not refuse. When the bigmouth bass was obtained, Leon hesitated for a moment, but threw the hook in his hand down the water. It was a pity that the buff of the first 3 fish in the day had increased the probability of taking the bait. After catching a largemouth bass again, Leon retracted the fishing rod with satisfaction and picked a larger one from the 2 largemouth basses. Leon carried the guy and knocked on the door of Robin's house. "Are you here so fast?" Robin, who opened the door, looked at the largemouth bass in Leon's hand, waved his arms in disgust. "Hurry, take it to the kitchen to Demetrius. I don't like cooking fish." Leon looked at Robin speechlessly and complained, "I'm here for the first time, and I don't know where your kitchen is." "That's right, ha ha ha, I forgot, then you can go with me." Robin smiled awkwardly, then walked ahead and took Leon to the kitchen, shouting at Demetrius, who was busy on the stove. Dear, Leon is here and he is still bringing fresh fish out of water. Do you think you should add it directly to the menu? Just leave it to me, Robin, you go and prepare the others first. Demetrius said to Robin gently. After Robin left, Demetrius complained to Leon with a dark face. You seem to like running here very much, farmer. Because I want to make money, and Robin is the only carpenter in the town, I can't not deal with her, and I scientist. The words that were so vocabulary were forcibly interrupted by Leon. This time he was a guest, and he deserved to give Robin the face to entertain him, and it really angered Demetrius, the lunch cooker. Who knows if he will be taken care of? After all, there is a saying that should not be offended easily in the world's three professions, namely chefs, doctors, and teachers. The menu at noon has been decided. I don't have time to cook this big mouth base. You knock it out and throw it into the pool. Demetrius also felt that what Leon said was fine, and he couldn't find any problems for a while, so he had to remind Leon in a depressed mood. Yet, Leon directly pinched the big mouth base forward with his hands, exerting force on his fingertips, and Demetrius could clearly hear the sound of some hard object shattering. Sorry, I used too much force. It seems that I can only kill the fish and put it in the refrigerator. Leon looked helplessly at the large-mouthed base that were no longer alive in his hand, sighing that his all-out hand had actually accomplished the feat of cracking his strong hand. He accidentally killed the poor large-mouthed base and felt ashamed. As a scientist, Demetrius knew very well how hard the fish's head was, but such high-strength head bones could be crushed by Lion's one hand. Demetrius could not imagine whether such a method could be withstood by his own bones that were not trained. His voice immediately became smaller and his eyes became much clearer. Then let the pool be put, I will deal with it later. Do you need help? Since I came to have a meal, although I brought a gift, the enthusiastic Leon still felt that I should help. Do you know how to cook? Demetrius asked back. No. Leon lied with confidence. Then what can you do? Demetrius asked speechlessly at Leon. I can try the dishes for you. Leon replied seriously. Of course, this is not because of greed, but because of worrying that Demetrius poisoned the dish. After all, he is necessary to guard against others, especially Demetrius, who is black-hearted, doesn't look like a good person. Unfortunately, Demetrius drove Leon out of the kitchen after hearing this and reminded Leon very seriously. Don't wander around, just wait for the meal in the restaurant. Alas, the first month I said that I was 10,000 yuan, but now I feel like I'm cheating myself. I don't have time to think, I'm all typing, and I'm tired. When the 12th of this month ends, you must choose a life of salted fish. Chapter 196 Lunch. As the saying goes, when people persuade people to eat, Leon is a person who listens to them, so after Demetrius said this, Leon slipped away without looking back. However, he did not sway around the room, but went to the restaurant to find Robin, who was preparing tableware, and helped him set up the plate and put on the tablecloth. I'm almost busy here. Leon, can you help me call Maru? Are you ready for dinner? Okay, Robin said to Leon. I don't know which room she is in. Leon replied with his shoulders shrugged. It's the room on the left at the end of the corridor. Robin explained. good. When Leon learned the specific location, he walked directly to Maru's room and knocked softly when he arrived at his door. Leon. Maru opened the door and saw that it was Leon who knocked on the door. She was stunned. It took her a long time to react. Why are you here? I passed by here and chatted with Robin for a few words, and she invited me to have a meal together. Leon explained, then looked at the cut-resistant gloves on Maru's hand and the oil stains on the work pants and asked, "What are you studying?" "The pump that is making your water pump is almost finished." Maru hid her gloves behind her with a little embarrassed look. "Sorry, I don't know you're here." "I'm not in a hurry, don't be too rush, wash your hands and prepare for dinner." Leon looked at Maru helplessly and reminded. "Yeah." Maru nodded, but did not act, but stood there. This made Leon a little confused, but after a moment, he roughly understood Maru's idea and turned around and walked towards the restaurant first. Maru also started to move the moment after Leon turned around, and walked around to the place that seemed to be the bathroom and pushed the door open. When he returned to the restaurant and sat down, Leon saw Robin pulling the slanted bangs and killing Matt. The guy looked reluctant, but under Robin's enthusiastic attitude, he still sat obediently on the chair. "Leon, meet me, this is my son, Sebastian. Sebastian, this is the farmer who moved to Stardew Valley recently, Leon." Seeing Lion's appearance, Robin immediately enthusiastically introduced the two to each other. Leon nodded friendly to Sebastian, and the other party nodded slightly, as a response. Robin was a little helpless about this, so he looked at Leon and found that Lion's expression had not changed much, which made Robin breathe a sigh of relief. "Leon, where are you going to sit?" His son ignored Leon. As half of the owner of the family, Robin naturally took on the job of entertaining Leon. Leon observed the position of the tableware on the dining table and finally chose the position on the edge of the left to sit down. "I'll just sit here." Robin glanced at the position Leon chose, opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Just now, Demetrius walked out of the kitchen with food and placed the dishes on the table. After Demetrius subconsciously glanced at Lion's position, his expression suddenly became very strange. Just as Demetrius was about to say something, Maru, who had changed into casual clothes, appeared in the restaurant. After seeing the seat where Leon was sitting, she smiled and said, "Leon, why are you sitting in my seat?" "Ah!" Leon was a little surprised when he heard this. The position he chose was biased towards the corner. Who would have thought that this position was actually a commonly used position in Maru? "Ha ha ha, does it feel strange? In fact, I always like to watch some things when I eat, and it won't affect my family if I do it here," Maru explained. Leon was about to get up and give up his seat, but Maru came up and pressed Leon, "It doesn't matter. If you want to do it, just sit here. I don't plan to see things during dinner today, it doesn't matter." As he said that, Maru sat down next to Leon in the position beside Leon and comforted Leon, "Actually, it's the same wherever you do. Maru, sit next to me today." Demetrius couldn't help seeing this scene, and immediately suggested to Maru in a whisper. "No, Dad, I still have some things to talk to Leon, so I won't bother you if I sit close to you." Maru politely declined his father's advice, but still stood up and said to Demetrius, "I'll serve you food." Demetrius immediately nodded when he heard this, and then entered the kitchen with Maru. It took more than a minute before Maru and Demetrius walked out with the dishes, and Leon found that Maru's expression was a little uncomfortable at the moment. But what surprised Leon was that Maru was still sitting next to him, not paying attention to his father's ugly face. "I think you should listen to your father." Leon didn't want to have a meal and was hurt by Demetrius, and reminded Maru in his heart. "No, I have explained to him clearly. We are friends and he is thinking too much." Maru waved his hand and explained, "If I really avoid you, then even if he confirms his misunderstanding, we may not even have friends in the future." What did Mr. Demetrius misunderstand? Although Leon knew what the situation was, he still wanted to find Maru to confirm so that his speculation would not fail and he would express the unrelated guesses of the issues they were talking about in the kitchen, which would make Maru embarrassed. "It's nothing, let's have a meal." Maru lowered her head and said perfunctorily to Leon when she heard this. "Have to." Seeing this expression, Leon understood that his guess was right. Demetrius really played straight balls in the kitchen and asked whether the relationship between the two had developed beyond friendship. Although I don't know how, Maru answered, "I shouldn't too big a problem, otherwise Demetrius should have talked to him in private now." Leon, who pretended to be ignorant, began to enjoy lunch as Maru said. The lunch looked quite rich. Although most of it was green vegetables, it was quite exotic with Demetrius's secret sauce. During the meal, Maru was also whispering to Leon about the pump. As she said, she sat close to Leon, just to talk about things. Leon also tried his best to cooperate with Maru's conversation. After all, this is what he needs, and Maru cared about his requirements for the pump. Leon gave Maru some suggestions for him based on practical considerations. But this very normal conversation was filled with ambiguous filters in Demetrius's eyes, which made him hold the knife and fork in his hand tightly and glare at Leon. Robin looked sad, while Sebastian, the geek who was at ease, stared at his stepfather, stepsister, and Leon with interest, and couldn't help but smile on his face. Recently, the temperature suddenly cooled down and I was hit. People were not very comfortable and the update would be slower, but it should be able to guarantee the 5th update. If it cannot be saved, it will be filled in later. Don't panic. At the same time, thank you for the reward of 500 starting points coins for Boss Haoziu and 100 starting points coins for the Black God Shimi. Thank you for your support and encouragement from the two bosses, but I still think it is unnecessary to give rewards. If you have this money, you can subscribe to the content of 4 or 5 chapters. You don't listen to advice at all, alas. Chapter 197 Hat Rat. After the lunch was over, Leon immediately suggested that the food was delicious. Thanks to Robin's invitation and Mr. Demetrius's hospitality, I had some things to say, so I took the lead and prepared to leave. After all, if he doesn't leave, Leon is worried that Demetrius, the daughter, will rush over to fight with him. This emergency avoidance action also made Maru, who was about to speak and ask Leon to go to her room to see the semi-finished pump, shut her mouth with great eyesight and wave goodbye to Leon. As soon as Leon left Robin's house, Sebastian, who had no sense of existence throughout the whole process, immediately followed him and stopped Leon when he just took out his bicycle and was about to set off. I remember your name is Leon, right? Looking at this handsome little guy with non-mainstream hairstyle, Leon looked at him in confusion and asked, "Yes, is there anything?" Just want to remind you. Sebastian took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and pulled out one of them. Do you want one? Go abstain. Leon waved his hand and urged, speak directly if you have something to do. Demetrius may not let Maru contact you after this time, you'd better be prepared. Sebastian said slowly after lighting a cigarette and taking a sip. So what? Leon looked at Sebastian speechlessly and complained, don't you think there is anything between us, two? No. Sebastian looked at Leon with a look of surprise when he heard this. Of course not. Maru and I are friends. When we were having dinner, we were chatting together about a mechanical thing that I entrusted her to help me create. Leon explained. He really has no evil thoughts about Maru. As for whether he has any in the future, it depends on the audience's thoughts. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood, but I rarely see Maru feeling so unbounded to a boy. I really think there is any special relationship between you. Sebastian said with regret. You seem to pay close attention to your unrelated sister. Leon complained to Sebastian. After all, it is personal that these two people are not brothers and sisters, one is standard white skin and the other is standard dark skin, not to mention Leon also knows that Robin and Demetrius are a reorganized family. No, I just think if my misunderstanding is true, Demetrius's expression will definitely be very exciting. Sebastian replied calmly. You seem to hate your stepfather very much. Leon teased. I don't hate it, but I don't like it either. I respect my mother's choice, but this does not mean that I want to please him for my mother. Sebastian said, extinguishing half of the cigarette in his hand and adding. But if I have the opportunity to make things difficult for him, I will not miss this opportunity. I understand, but you're considered as a wrong treasure to put this important task on me. Leon complained, and I think if you really do this, you can do it yourself. After all, you have no blood relationship with Maru, so why not add hydrogen to hydrogen? Are you brain ill? Can you say such an outrageous suggestion? Sebastian looked at Leon speechlessly, and explained, and I don't like women. Well, goodbye. Leon bowed and planned to leave after hearing this. He admitted in front of him that he had come out. He was so handsome that he was still swaying in front of him, which made Leon feel insecure. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Seeing Leon's appearance that he avoided him, Sebastian looked at Leon with contempt and complained, and you are much worse than my boyfriend's appearance. Yes, yes. Leon nodded and perfunctorily, and at the same time he stepped on the car, and got on the pedal and drove directly. Seeing this, Sebastian had no intention of stopping Leon, and he shook his head silently and returned to the house. After Leon rode to Pelican's town, he passed temporarily the already creaking chain. I sighed that the customs of Stardew Valley are indeed very unique. From what he knows now, two men have already embarked on the journey out. No wonder Jody organized such a blind date banquet. It was not that the sisters in Stardew Valley had high vision, but that the men in Stardew Valley bent Dior. No wonder even male characters in the game can fall in love with male NPCs. It turns out that this is the national situation. This shocked Leon, a traditional Oriental man, about this. He still said the same thing, he didn't understand, but he respected it. Without staying in Pelican Town for a long time, Leon went straight through Pelican Town to the coal forest, found a dense bush, and started logging work. Because the chicken coop is going to be built, although there is still a lot of wood reserves, it is always beneficial to stock up on a little more materials. Cut down the unmanned wilderness under the Mage Tower and harvesting weeds to obtain fibers and hay. Leon was very busy. His strong physical strength exerted the endurance it should have at this moment, allowing Leon to clear the forest like a hurricane. That guy over there, are you going to have a look at the hat? Just as he cut to the edge of the cliff, Leon heard a soft shout and looked in the direction where the sound came. Leon noticed a somewhat dilapidated hut and a large rat that had been fat behind the open window of the hut. The mouse looks quite cute, with fluffy grey hair and a face that is not as sharp as a normal mouse. Instead, it is quite flat. It has this small round hat on the top of its head and pulls it on the window with both hands. The big eyes are very flexible. When a normal person faces a big mouse who can talk, his first reaction must be to run away, but Leon has seen the world after all. Is there anything in Stardew Valley? It's just a big mouse who talks back. It's normal. Do you call me? Leon leaned over, looked at the big mouse, and asked with interest. Of course, do you want to see the hat? I have all kinds of hats here. The big mouse nodded, then pointed to the little hat on the top of his head. It's all beautiful hats, and wearing it will definitely make you more outstanding. Oh? What hats do you sell? I was idle, so Leon took the opportunity to chat with this big mouse. You can see it yourself. The hat mouse took out a catalog from his body and handed it to Leon. I have all kinds of hats of all styles and effects here, and it would be a pity if I missed them. Leon took the catalog and saw the name Hat Mouse Magic Hat written on the cover. He subconsciously frowned, but still opened it. Chapter 198 I like hats too. In the game, hats are decorations and have no special attributes. They have no other functions except for the decoration that can give the character model a hat and make the character more distinctive. The hat mouse Leon also knew him. After all, after obtaining the first achievement in the game, he could receive a letter full of typos from the 9-leek fish, a shabby wooden house living at the bottom of the coal forest, reminding players to go to it to buy the hat. But in reality, the situation seems to have changed. From the title of the book The Magic Hat of the Hat handed to him by Hat Mouse, Leon probably thought that these hats without attributes in the game may bring a different shock to him in reality. Sure enough, when I opened the first page of the book, Leon saw the pattern and name of a hat, as well as the special abilities of the hat, and of course the most important price. Rainproof hat, a hat that sailors often wear. The classic style not only attracts attention, but also contains special magic, which will also keep the sailors wearing hats dry in the wind and rain. Price, 1000 G. Triple crown, a huge amethyst, surrounded by gold as decoration, the aristocrats' accessories to show their identity. After putting it on, you can make people feel awe in communicating with others. Price, 2000 G. Old guy hat, a soft top hat with a wrinkled bill inside. It looks like a hat with a story. Maybe with the bill, you can discover an unknown past and secret. Price, 1000 G. Each hat occupies one page. After only looking through 3 pages, Leon saw 3 classic hats and also learned about the unique special abilities of these hats. Among them, Leon is very interested in rainproof hats. After all, he only needs to wear a hat to isolate the invasion of rain. Then he can walk in the rain unscrupulously on rainy days without having to wear a breathable and uncomfortable raincoat. It's just that this price is a little expensive. Although Leon can't pay out the money, you know how to do business. I'm very interested in these hats, but I think as the first time we met, should the boss give me a discount on the first experience? No bargaining. The hat mouse shook his head and then stumbled, exclusive sale, special hats, rare items. Then you have a business license when doing transactions. Is the sales hat profitable? Leon asked back. The hat mouse looked at Leon with a question mark, obviously not understanding the meaning of his words. Forget it, I guess you don't have it, but it has nothing to do with me. I was originally planning to scare the hat mouse to see if it could give it a concession, but I thought of this big mouse who can only talk is very obviously not a normal businessman. Leon felt that he was stupid. Is it really not possible to discount? No. The mouse in the hat shook his big head firmly. Then give me a sailor hat. Helplessly, facing this specialty commodity, Leon really wanted the sailor hat that she sheltered from the rain, so he finally gave up the idea of bargaining. But when the hat mouse heard this, he did not take out the sailor's hat directly, but stretched out his furry hand and hooked it towards Leon. I want money when I die. Leon complained, and obediently took out 1,000 G and handed it to the hat mouse. After receiving the money, the hat mouse happily handed a yellow hat similar to a straw hat but with a part of the brim of the hat hanging down and handed it to Leon. Rain protection hat, keeps sailors from getting wet during heavy rain. Features rain shelter, can block rainwater from falling to the wearer. The system's annotation once again made Leon confirm that this hat can really achieve the special effect of sheltering from the rain, but your somewhat ugly look made Leon feel a little uncomfortable. Can this hat change the color and style? Leon asked at the hat mouse. Yes. The hat mouse nodded. Do you want to spend extra money? Leon asked this very important question. No, this is a bonus service. I can help you modify its appearance without changing the overall shape. Hat mouse explained. That's good, can it be changed into a hat? As Leon said, he described the rough shape of the hat, and at the same time handed the rainproof hat in his hand to the hat mouse. After listening to Lion's description, the hat mouse grabbed the waterproof hat. The hat began to twist and reorganize in its hands, and eventually turned into a hat that meets Lion's requirements and handed it to Leon. No, it's much more pleasing to you. Leon was very satisfied with the new look of this waterproof hat. The new look was based on the style of the hat worn by the martial arts knights in the martial arts drama On Rainy Days. They were made of bamboo strips, but there was no blank space on their heads. After all, ancient knights all had long hair. Lion's short hair did not need to worry about the embarrassment of pushing the hat up with his hair soaring to the sky. Do you need any other hats? Guest. The hat mouse, who completed a deal, was very happy and continued to push the catalog in front of Leon and said, "You can check out the other hats, they are all very good." It's too expensive, I can't afford it for the time being. Leon shook his head. Although the magic hat of the hat mouse is indeed very good and Leon is also very jealous, the price is still a bit high for him now. In addition to the waterproof hat, other magic hats are optional for Leon today. Okay, I'll wait for you to come next time. The Hat Mouse said to Leon happily without forcing it. Well, you will be here in the future, right? Before leaving, Leon confirmed the business situation of Hat Mouse. Yes, if you want to buy a hat, you can come here directly. If it's too late, I need a rest. Hat Mouse explained. Then where did you get these hats? Leon continued to ask. After all, he was still very interested in these special hats. Make it yourself, collect it and help others sell it on behalf of others. Hat Mouse replied, if you have a hat that you can't use, I can also send it for you, but a handling fee will be charged. Forget it, not yet. Leon waved his hand. If he hadn't seen the Hat Mouse, he wouldn't have known that the hat that he regarded as a decoration actually had a special effect. It doesn't matter. Whether you sell or buy, I welcome you. I like hats. The Hat Mouse comforted Leon. I like hats too. Leon echoed the Hat Mouse. After all, hats with special effects. Who doesn't like it? Of course, except for cuckolds. After all, this hat also has special effects, but the effects are all negative. Chapter 199 Old Accounts. Those who like hats are all good people. Hat Mouse took off the hat on his head and gave a hat to Leon, a hat-taking ceremony. Okay, it's time to leave. Leon waved his hand. Today, he couldn't find out about interesting things from the Hat Mouse, so he didn't plan to stay for more. After all, it was almost dark. Wait, if you still have money, I think you should buy this hat. But as soon as Leon turned around, the Hat Mouse stopped him. Leon turned around and saw that the Hat Mouse was holding a soft and dirty top hat in his hand. There was a hole in the brim of the hat. In the area where the hat was broken, a yellowed note could be vaguely seen. If Leon was right, this hat was the old guy hat among the 3 hats I had seen. Leon had been interested in this hat before. After all, he was very curious, but because he wanted to spend every money in his hand where they should go, Leon suppressed his curiosity about this hat. Now Hat Mouse specifically reminded himself to buy this hat. Leon felt that this hat should have some interesting secrets. This is the benefit of following other people's words. As long as your emotional value is provided in place, it is easy to bring the distance between both parties and get some small help. Give me a reason. However, Leon was still a little hesitant about buying this hat. After all, 1000 G is really not a small amount. Intuition tells me that you can find the secret of this hat. Hat Mouse's answer was a bit charlatan style, but Leon just took this set. Good reason, convincing. As he said that, Leon took out 1000 G and handed it to the Hat Mouse, and then took the hat. Don't focus all on the note, remember that the hat is the most important one. The mouse, who had received the money, looked at Leon pulling out the note from the old guy's hat, and reminded him casually. I understand. Leon nodded and put the old guy hat into his backpack, while the note was in his hand. Seeing this, the mouse in the hat didn't say anything. He looked at the sky outside and began to close his window as the front desk to isolate Leon's vision. I don't know if it's time to close or if I don't want to be asked by Leon about the specific details about this old guy hat. In fact, Leon didn't continue to disturb the hat rat. After all, he had already left the hat rat before he was stopped. Just when he saw the hat mouse hit him and made this look like Syake closed the door, Leon was still speechless. If it weren't for the hat mouse, the hat on hand was definitely a good thing for Leon. He didn't want the relationship between the two. Leon could consider where to find a fierce big cat to add some fun to the life of the hat mouse. After returning to the farm along the new trail he had built of logging and mowing in the afternoon, Leon took the note of the old guy's hat and other resources in his backpack into the treasure chest. The Feast of the Sea 40G, Fish Roll 25G, Beer * 520G, a total of 85G consumption. Starfruit Bar. There is only so much content on the note, including the keywords, food, wine, and dining location. The content on the note should be the bill of the starfruit, but this bill is completely different from the bill that Leon had seen at the starfruit's meal, and it should be the previous bill. Apart from this, Leon never found any other information, and Leon took out the old hat and saw it. It was a normal hat, with nothing special, and even the system did not give a prompt. Obviously, in the eyes of the system, this hat was of no distinction. But after all, it was bought at 1,000G, so Leon did not throw it away in a panic. He still remembered what Hat Mouse said, hat is the most important one. Take this bill tomorrow to the Starfruit Bar and ask. After looking at the watch, it was already past 6 o'clock in the evening. Although the Starfruit Bar is definitely the most lively time now, considering that this matter may be a bit complicated, Leon did not choose this person to find out about information from Gus. Cooking, taking a bath, washing clothes, and watching TV. The biological clock that was used to going to bed early allowed Leon to fall asleep early. When the sun shone into the wooden house the next morning, Leon immediately opened his eyes. The routine is to wash and eat and water it. After a series of processes, time has reached 9:10. At this moment, the land in front of the wooden house in Leon is basically full of vitality crops. Based on the principle that if you have seeds, the scope of farmland that Leon needs to manage is a bit huge. 4 pots of water were used just by watering the sprinkler. This is the sprinkler kettle provided by the system. You can imagine the current planting scale of Leon. It is because the system tools are easy to use and Leon is in good health, so he has the energy to do other things after watering. If an ordinary person has watered such a large area, he may not be able to straighten his waist. After sweeping around the fields, I found that there were no missing places. The soil growing under each crop was moist. Leon took out his bicycle and rode his bicycle to Pelican Town. And at the entrance of Pierre's seed store, he encountered his own goal mission. The owner of Starfruit Bar, Gus, who had just finished purchasing ingredients. "Hi, Leon, good morning." Looking at Leon who parked the car in front of him, Gus greeted Leon enthusiastically. "Good morning, Gus, I want to ask you something." Leon responded to Gus' greetings, then took out the old bill that had been prepared from his pocket and handed it to Gus. "Well, it's a font that makes people miss. This is the sticky note used in the bar 6 years ago when Starfruit was not renovated. Where did you get this bill?" After looking at the content above, Gus asked Leon in confusion. "It was taken out of an old object," Leon explained. "So, if you give me this bill, do you have anything to ask?" Gus asked. I want to ask if you know who the owner of this debt is. Leon replied. If you don't have a name, it's a little trouble. After all, it's been so long, but don't worry, I have an old account book, maybe I can find it for you, let's go together. Gus did not give Leon perfunctory, but instead invited Leon enthusiastically. Leon thanked Gus, and then went to Starfruit with Gus. Under Gus' leadership, Leon entered the back of the Starfruit bar for the first time, which belongs to Gus' living area. 2 Chapter 00, Death is Gone. In reality, this is the first time Leon has come here. In addition to the living room and Gus' bedroom we saw in the game, there is actually a private kitchen and a study. And what Gus brought Leon into was the study. The account book of Starfruit is changed every year, and I will keep it to facilitate reconciliation and payment of taxes. Gus held down a stack of thick notebooks on the bookshelf, wrapped in cowhide, and each one was about 5 centimeters thick, totaling 9. Have the Starfruit been in full bloom for 10 years? Leon asked casually at the 9 notebooks. Well, this year is just the beginning of the year and it is not over yet, so the account book is not placed here. Gus nodded and then pulled out 4 of them. Everything you want is here, but don't worry. We don't need to search page by page. We will take the bills from me. They are basically debt-free, so we just need to look forward from the back and see the credit information I have recorded. After taking out 2 of the 4 bills and handing them to Leon, Gus, who explained, began to search for the account book. However, Leon did not rush to look through the account book assigned to him, but took out the old guy hat and placed it on the table. Don't worry, let's see if you have any impression of this hat. Oh? Old Hans' hat. It turns out that it's his account, you'll tell me. Gus, who had just opened the notebook, looked at Leon speechlessly, then turned his eyes on the old guy's hat and sighed. It's his hat, and it's also suitable for the time of use of this bill, that's right. Old Hans hasn't been to Starfruit for more than 6 years, and I always thought he was buried at the Sea of Gems. So, is this old Hans a sailor? Leon asked. To be precise, he is the captain, but he is not the captain of the fishing boat, but the captain of the pirate ship. Gus' expression was a bit strange at the moment. Pirates. Leon was not surprised to hear this, after all, he knew that this world had pirates. Most players who have been to Jiangdao know that the area where the cave where the stingray fishing is located is called Pirate Bay. In addition to the mermaids appearing on rainy days, it is not even days on rainy days. After 8 o'clock in the evening, you can also meet pirates in the cave. When players wear one of the pirate hats, eye masks or luxury pirate hats, you can even look for a bartender to get a bottle of honey. Leon can also understand the appearance of pirates. After all, the Earth has such a high level of technology, and all major powers have maritime fortresses and fleets, but there are still situations of pirates hijacking ships, not to mention this world where the technology tree points are crooked. Yes, a bunch of pirates looking for treasures at sea and occasionally robbing hostile national freighters. Although the pirates are notorious, Old Hans is different. Gus said slowly. Old Hans is actually more like an explorer, but he is not as powerful as an explorer, so he cannot join the Explorer Guild, but this does not stop him from going out for adventure. During his time in Stardew Valley, he told me countless times that he must find ancient treasures, become a famous pirate captain, and then exchange the treasure for a star fruit, become a powerful warrior, and then join the Explorer Guild, become a real explorer and continue to gallop across the sea. Has he ever been a member of Pelican's Town? Leon asked. No, he was hit by the reef and forced to stay in Pelican Town. After staying in Pelican Town for more than a month, he repaired his own boat and set off. Gus finished explaining, and asked to Liang, every time I see old Hans, he wears this hat, treating it as a treasure, never leaving his body, so where did you get his hat? If a hat merchant can fall into the hands of that merchant, this old man is probably in danger. Leon replied. It's not a surprise. After all, the sailing on the sea was not smooth. When I waited for many years and didn't see him coming back, I knew that he should have died at sea. Gus sighed, his expression a little sad. It's a pity that this guy who works hard and optimistic, his fate is sometimes so regrettable. You are friends, are you? Leon asked. Well, my friend, although he has only been together for a month, he is a good guy. We have a good relationship, otherwise I wouldn't have let a pirate owe a bill to me. Gus nodded. Sad. Leon patted Gus' shoulder and comforted him. It's okay, I've been mentally prepared for this long ago. Gus shook his head and then looked at the old guy's hat. Leon, thank you for bringing me this news, but if you want to ask me about other things about old Hans, I may not be able to help you. After all, he didn't tell me where he was going and what he was going to do before going to sea. I'm sorry. It's okay, I'm just curious about why I found such a bill for star fruit on this hat. Now that I have got the answer, I'm satisfied. Leon explained. Yes, I thought you were planning to find the treasure of old Hans. Gus joked at Leon. Without clues, how can I find the vast sea? Leon shrugged and complained. Yes. Gus nodded, then pulled out one from the account book in front of him, searched it out, found a bet with the old Hans name, and crossed it out. People die debt loss is also my last gift to old Hans. I hope he can become an excellent warrior and explorer in his next life. After doing this, Gus began to put these books back. Leon was also helping. Although he had calmed down when he looked at Gus' expression, Leon could still see the sadness in his eyes. Gus was not a stingy person, but he kept the account and recorded it for many years. He was not allowed to cut it off after confirming that old Hans died. It was obvious that he was waiting for old Hans to come back, return to Stardew Valley, and return to Pelican Town. In this way, Gus can happily take out the account book and quickly bring the relationship between the two whom he has not seen for a long time in a way that urges old Hans to pay back the money. This is not a simple bill, but in fact it is more like a concern. Now that the concern is gone, there is no need to record the debt information. Just as Gus said, the dead debt has been eliminated. Do you want to have lunch here before leaving? Gus, who had done everything, asked Leon. No, by the way, do you want to keep this hat as a souvenir? Leon held the old guy's hat in his hand and handed it to Gus. If Gus wanted it, he would give it to Gus without hesitation, even if the hat was bought by him for 1,000 G. After all, friendship is priceless, and the relics of an old friend are very important to Gus, which makes him express his grief. This matter cannot be measured by money, because Gus is Lion's friend, so he will respect Gus' friend. It was barely done, and everyone had to wait for a long time. The subsequent plot will temporarily leave Stardew Valley and initially expand the map. It is a try. At that time, look at everyone's feedback and decide the subsequent plot content and direction. Chapter 201. This configuration is fine if you go out to sea and be a pirate. Is that okay? Gus was a little surprised when he heard this. Of course. Leon replied with a smile, and handed the old guy hat in his hand to Leon. Thank you, Leon, this means a lot to me. Gus excitedly held the old guy's hat in the hand that Leon handed over the hat, shaking it, looking very excited. We are friends, aren't we? Leon comforted Gus. Yes, we are friends. Gus nodded seriously, then patted Leon's arm. Don't leave at noon, I must treat you to a meal, Leon, you can't refuse me. Okay. Leon looked at Gus' serious appearance and knew that the agreement was not easy to refuse, so he simply agreed. It's still some time before noon, so I have to fix this hat first. Gus said to Leon with the old guy hat, you can go and do your own business and come back to lunchtime. Okay. Leon nodded, then said goodbye to Gus, leaving the Starfruit bar first. The old guy's hat has been given out, so Leon didn't plan to think about the hat anymore. No matter what the secrets there are, it's all there. After leaving the Starfruit, Leon did not go back to the farm directly because the farm work was over. When he went back, he would just huddle in the house as a salted fish. The cave would be the same when he went back to see it at night. So while waiting for lunch, Leon touched the river that surrounded the entire Pelican town and went fishing. The rivers without rainy days are basically the world of smallmouth bass and sunfish. A guy with a maximum length of only 30 centimeters, which occupies the big head of the fish that Leon has been fishing during this period. When the last sunfish was easily dragged ashore by Leon, Leon took a look at the time and had already walked to 12 noon. He immediately put away his fishing rod and headed towards the Starfruit bar. When Leon entered the bar, he did not see Gus standing at the counter waiting for him, and even Gus could not be seen in the entire vestibule. This made Leon a little confused, and then he walked around the kitchen behind the counter and did not break in. He just stuck his head out of the window for food delivery and looked inside. Gus could not be seen in the huge kitchen. Gus! A common sense shouted, but Leon did not receive any response. Just as he was thinking about whether to go to the living area behind, Gus actually pushed the door out of the Starfruit, and he was following Willie. Gus, are you going to call Willie for dinner? Leon asked as Gus came back with Willie. Gus did not answer directly, but came over mysteriously and said to Leon, Leon, when I was repairing the old Hans hat, I discovered a secret inside. Oh! Leon, who had already left the secret of the old guy's hat, became interested in an instant. What secret? Let Willie tell you that he knows this, and I still have to prepare lunch for you. Gus said with a smile, then entered the kitchen and started working. Willie waved his arms at Leon on a dining table in the corner of the bar. Here, Leon. Have you found anything? Leon came to Willie's side and sat down, then asked Willie. Ha ha ha, of course, this is an amazing discovery. Willie lowered his voice and explained, the hat you gave Gus actually has a mezzanine. In the mezzanine, Gus found a chart, and an unknown island on the chart was drawn in a big circle. Gus speculated that the place might bite is the treasure land of Old Hans. Willie, do you know Old Hans too? Leon did not pay attention to the issue of the treasure land when he heard this, but was curious about the relationship between Willie and Old Hans. After all, no matter whether he asks or not, Willie will say it, so now Leon is more curious about the relationship between Willie and Old Hans. After all, one of them is a fisherman and the other is a pirate. It should be a hostile camp. Even though Gus said that Old Hans was a wild explorer with the name of a pirate, no one knows whether Old Hans had never done pirates at sea, right? And it is also very meaningful to determine whether Old Hans is a pirate. After all, a treasure land that is not a serious pirate should be in the eyes of Leon. Of course, when the Old Hans ship was forced to stay in Stardew Valley, I built his ship, and he also lived with me at night, so we had a good relationship. Willie replied. Then do you think he is a pirate? Leon continued to ask. No, that guy is very strange. He doesn't rely on robbery, all the benefits depend on finding treasures. The same is true for materials. He goes fishing when he is hungry, drinks the rainwater he usually collects when he is thirsty. His life at sea is even more difficult than me, a fisherman. The reward he gave me when he was repairing the boat, and even earned it from going out to sea to fish with me. Willie introduced to Leon. Then is his treasure land really worth going to? Leon complained. Listening to Willie's description, you will know that Old Hans is a poor man. In this case, the so-called treasure land may be a joke. You can go, because on the chart, Old Hans not only marked the detailed location, but also marked the total value of the collection, with an estimated value of about 10 WG. Willie confirmed. Is it 10 WG? Lion's eyes widened when he heard this. This money is not a small amount. Yes, so we plan to go and take a look. If there is a chart, I can easily find the place. Gus and I have discussed it, and it will also include yours. Regardless of whether you go or not, we will share you with one. After all, you brought the hat. Willie explained. Go, why don't you go? Treasure hunting at sea, what an interesting activity. Leon rubbed his hands and replied, he was worried that he had nothing to do. However, he still asked one more question, how long will it take? After all, he still has a farm that needs care. In the game, the plants may stop growing if they are not watered for a day, but in reality, if they are not watered for a day, Leon is not sure whether the plants will die, so if this treasure hunt is too long, he can only give up. About a day, we will set off after dinner and will be back tomorrow afternoon. Willie replied. That's fine. If you can come back the next day, Leon can go. After all, if you don't water it for only one morning, the crops on the farm should not have any impact on the plants. Ha ha ha, okay, then let's go together. If you didn't go, we might have hired a genuine explorer. After all, the nameless island in the Gem Sea is not safe. The two of us old guys have no combat power. If you are here, you can even save money from hiring an explorer. Willie said excitedly. In this way, we are a boatman, a chef, and a fighter. It's okay to go out to sea to be a pirate. This treasure hunt will definitely be very interesting. Chapter 202 The pattern opens. There is no need for pirates, but why do you think I can serve as a combatant? Leon also asked casually while complaining. Guest told me, he said you have joined the Explorer Guild. You are a serious explorer. Aren't the explorers all powerful warriors? Willie asked back. Well, how did Gus know? Leon asked. Of course I heard from others. Don't underestimate Gus' intelligence ability. After all, he runs the only tavern in Pelican Town. Basically, if there is anything special about Pelican Town, he can know that the guests in the tavern are definitely the best source of intelligence. Willie complained. I heard you were talking about me, so, are you good or bad? Just then, Gus took the food to the table. After setting the food, he complained with a stern face, but although this face was stern, the corners of his mouth were raised. Tell me about your intelligence capabilities. Willie didn't hide it. After all, this was a fact, not a slander. Gus smiled proudly and replied, of course, so Leon, if you have anything you want to know in the future, you can ask me. I basically have some knowledge about Pelican Town. Okay. Leon nodded with a smile, then looked at the rich food in front of him. Why did you do it so quickly? I remember not long after you entered the kitchen. Before I looked for Willie, I had prepared the food. When I came back, I could eat it after a little warm. Gus said, and asked Leon, Willie has already explained to you what the situation is. Well, I made it clear, so are you planning to go with us to find the treasure land of Old Hans? Leon asked. Yeah. Gus nodded and confirmed. What should I do with the star fruit? Leon asked curiously. Business is suspended, it's just a day. Compared with the business situation of star fruit, I still want to see the treasure land of Old Hans. I want to confirm whether Old Hans' remains are also there. Gus explained. Understand. Leon looked at Gus after hearing this, and still felt there is a small problem. That is the question of whether Gus would be willing to accept the Old Hans legacy after seeing the treasure land of Old Hans. After all, it is the legacy of a friend. Even if the friend is likely to be devastated, this kind of behavior is ultimately a bit blasphemous. Leon and Old Hans didn't know each other, so they didn't feel it. Willie seemed to be very interested in the treasure and didn't care about these things. On the contrary, Gus, a guy who remembered Old Hans for so many years, couldn't figure it out. I don't know if Gus thought of it with Leon or was simply chatting and signaling the two to have dinner first. Gus held up the fork in his hand and said slowly, I have selfish intentions to go to Old Hans' treasure land this time. I must take part of Old Hans' treasure, but I don't get much, 20% is enough. I'm 20% too, and the remaining 60% are yours, Leon. Willie also added from the side, this is what we discussed before. After all, you are a combatant and a provider of location clues. It's absolutely okay to get more. Although Leon was very happy to hear that he could take the big head, he always felt strange. After all, the atmosphere is a little wrong now, so he directly suggested. I can get 40% of the money, and you 2 points are the remaining 30%. No, the 20% I took was to mail them to Old Hans' nephew. He once mentioned his nephew to me. As his only relative, he has the right to inherit part of Old Hans' inheritance. No matter how much he is, he will not be good to him and not fair to you. Leon, without you, this money may be taken away by others, or forgotten on that unknown island, and I am not short of money either. Gus explained. I took 20% of the money to make up for the losses I went out to sea, and I should make a profit, but I am not very interested in making money. In fact, what I care more about is the process of this treasure hunt. Which man on the sea has no dream of finding treasures? It is the biggest gain for me to experience this special experience. Willie also explained from the side. So Leon, it's okay to take 60% of it, and there's no need to refuse. This is what the two said together after they finished speaking. Their explanation also solved Lion's previous doubts. Gus is still the same Gus. He went to find the treasure land of old Hans for not himself, but for the friendship. This gave Leon a new understanding of Gus' character again. Having a friend like Gus is definitely a great blessing in life. Willie was understandable because of his interests and dreams. Both of them had their own ideas and resolutions, so Leon did not intend to dissuade him. As for his own 60% of it, he was relieved to accept it, and he would not learn from Gus to give the money to the old Hans' nephew. After all, he had nothing to do with old Hans, and he was not a saint. After the matter was opened, the three of them stopped discussing these issues, but began to enjoy the big meal prepared by Gus. After the three of them were full, Gus began to go out with Leon Willie, and after locking the door of the starfruit after going out, he took out the notice he had prepared long ago and hung it on the door of the bar. Let's go, the food and freshwater Willie are ready. We can go out directly to sea. Leon, do you have anything else to prepare? Gus asked first at the entrance of Starfruit Bar. No more, I'm carrying everything. Leon said, taking out the Galaxy watermelon knife from the system backpack. There are weapons, so I can guarantee you your safety during this journey, but if you encounter a battle, you must listen to me. The two looked at the Galaxy watermelon knife in Lion's hand curiously, especially after showing off their weapons, they directly took them back. This ability to collect items from a distance opened Willie and Gus' eyes. However, neither of them asked Leon what the situation was. After all, they were middle-aged people who had lived 40 or 50 years. They had seen too many things. Although Lion's move was magical, it would not scare them. Leon also noticed the calmness of the two of them for their abilities, and breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he despised the previous one who was a little timid and wanted to conceal everything and pretended to be an ordinary person. Life in Stardew Valley, or the life in this world, is much wilder than Leon imagined. Some supernatural abilities that seem magical to the eyes of people on Earth may not be considered unacceptable to most people in this world. Chapter 203 Boat Fishing. There was nothing else to prepare, and Liongus and Willie headed towards the dock together. When the three of them gathered on the dock, Willie began to anchor the boat and unzip the cables. While helping Willie, Leon looked at the 6-meter-long fishing boat in front of him and couldn't help asking Willie, "Is it okay to voyage?" "Absolutely no problem," Willie replied confidently, although it may not be as stable as a big ship, as long as it does not encounter a hurricane, the safety factor of this ship at sea is no less than that of a yacht. Old Willie has been fishing all his life, and his words are trustworthy. Gus jumped onto the boat and comforted Leon while wearing a life jacket. "I don't worry about myself, I'm worried about you." Leon complained that he has the natural protection of forest magic and has a mermaid horn in his hand. It can be said that he has the most reliable means of saving lives among these three people. "I believe in old Willie." Gus gave Willie a thumbs up, and Willie also patted her chest confidently. "Don't be afraid, I have some alternative means. Even if the ship capsizes, I can take you on the sea until the rescue team arrives. Seeing that both of them were so confident, Leon didn't say much. At worst, there was an accident and blew the mermaid horn and asked the mermaid who came to help to bring the two of them. There should be no problem. After all, he still has some kind of debt to the mermaid clan. Helping Willy roll up the cable and put it on the boat, Leon also jumped onto the boat, but instead of wearing a life jacket, he took out a rain hat, which was the hat's hat, and put it on his head. Leon, are you sure you don't wear a life jacket? Leon was worried about Gus before, but now it's Gus worried about Leon. After all, he, who doesn't go out often, knows that he has to wear a life jacket when going out to sea. It's uncomfortable to wear, and it's okay to fall into the sea. I'm good at water. Leon comforted Gus. Don't worry, this guy Leon has talent. If he were not a farmer, I would have been attracted to the boat to develop local fishery together. Willy was not wearing a life jacket, but because he needed to drive the boat, he squatted at the stern and controlled the rudder. But the ship is so loud, and it is not difficult to hear it when it speaks louder. Okay. Gus stopped talking, but found a relatively flat position to sit down, then relaxed and tried to sleep for a while. Don't worry about him, he's seasick. Willy saw Lion's doubts and explained to Leon. Then he will suffer this time. Leon complained. Ha ha ha, I get used to it when I'm dizzy. Willy quipped with a smile. By the way, sailing at sea is quite boring. You can fish and pass the time. And when you enter the deep sea, you may also harvest some fish that you cannot encounter near the sea. I should have a few fish rods in my cabin. For example. Leon became interested in hearing this. You'll know if you try it yourself. Willy didn't explain much, but instead tinkered with Leon to try it first. Leon nodded, then took out his fishing rod from the system backpack, then hung the bait and asked. I don't have any experience fishing on the galloping boat. Willy, is there anything to pay attention to? Remember to grab the fishing rod, control the fishing line, and just throw the hook near the oar. Willy replied, looking at the fishing rod in Lion's hand, hesitating for a moment, but still said nothing. After receiving Willy's explanation, Leon walked directly to the bow of the boat and threw the fish hook into the sea. The fishing boat galloping on the sea led the hooks to move in the sea. Leon obviously felt the pulling feeling from the reel. Fortunately, he asked Willy in advance, but he was not cleared because he was not prepared. In this case, Leon was not sure if he could notice the movement of the fish taking the hook. After all, the fish float basically sank in the sea water as it moves. It is basically impossible to rely on the fish to distinguish whether there are fish biting the hook. Moreover, the high-speed moving fish hook is obviously not something that some sea fish can catch up, so they stood at the bow of the boat with the pole for half an hour. Leon did not feel any movement of the fish biting the hook, so he closed the rod in disappointment. Be patient! Willy shouted as Leon closed the pole. I'm fine. I'm afraid my float and line can't stand it. Leon explained. After all, I was dragged and moved at high speed in the sea, and I was still worried that the fish hook would be torn off when it was hung on some kind of floating object on the sea. That's true. There is no problem with fishing at the fixed point of your fishing rod. It's still a bit reluctant to fish. Why don't you try the professional sea fishing rod in my fishing cabin? Willie suggested to Leon. Try it, but if it's broken, you have to take me less when you lose money. After all, this is what you instigated. Leon joked at Willie. It's okay, this kind of fishing rod is not worth much money. You don't need to pay if it breaks. And have you forgotten that your catfish is still on my side? I have asked someone to transport it away. I guess the auction results will be reported in a few days. And this fish will most likely pay off your fishing rod money and can also help you make a small amount of money. Willie reminded Leon. I remember that fiberglass fishing rod costs 800 G. Can that catfish be sold at this price? Leon was stunned when he heard this. After all, although catfish is valuable, the iridium quality catfish in the game can only last 600 G. It's rare to be expensive, so large catfish are rare, and it's an auction format, so it shouldn't be too cheap. Willie speculated that he didn't get the specific price, but the news he found out from the entrusted merchant could be confirmed that the final price of the auction was definitely not a problem to pay the 800 G fishing rod. Then look forward to it meeting the favor of the big boss. Leon teased, then found the fishing cabin and took out the sea fishing rod that Willie mentioned. It is still different from the fishing rods commonly used by Leon. Not only does it have more fishing rod guide rings, but the fishing rod is also shorter, and the line on the reel is thicker and longer. Even the fish hook is a larger bait. Although the sardine looks different, it doesn't look like it, but it's a trick. There should be no problem with the fish. Since it is a counterfeit bait, Leon does not need to hang bait on it. He threw it directly into the sea, grabbed the fishing rod, and admired the floating figure of the counterfeit bait swimming on the surface of the sea water, dragging as the fishing boat moved at high speed. Although I think the bait in the sardine shape is quite fake, the bait that moves after being thrown into the water now seems to be no different from the real sardine. Thank you for the 500 starting point coins reward for the boss who was looking for books. Thank you for your support and encouragement from this old friend. The boss is in good health. As for the issue of rewards, forget it, I won't persuade you, just be happy. Chapter 204 Fish, such a big fish, tiger-patterned shark. But I don't know whether the fish in the sea can be deceived, but now I have nothing to do, so I can catch them first. Even if I don't have fish, I will just use it as exercise. Perhaps because of the change in mentality, Leon, who was no longer obsessed with fishing, was chatting with Willie while holding on to the fishing rod, and did not pay attention to the movements in the sea at all. When Leon was not paying attention, a dark figure was chasing the amazingly swam sardine bait under the sea. As soon as he approached, he suddenly opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the bait completely. It was also at this moment that Leon felt the powerful pulling force from the fishing rod in his hand. Although Lion's head had not reacted yet, the muscles on his hand were naturally tense. When Leon reacted, Leon instantly entered the state. At this moment, Willie also noticed that the sea fishing rod in Lion's hand had been bent into the shape of letter C, and immediately slowed down the boat and shouted, "Leon, get on the fish." "I know, I'm working hard." Leon grabbed the fishing rod firmly at this moment and was fighting with the big guy in the sea. Willie immediately slowed down the boat and immediately came over to pay attention to the status of the Leon fishing rod, and commanded, "Relieve the force, release the line, and slide it for a while first. You can't hold it with such a dead pull fishing rod." Yet, this was not the first time Leon was fishing, so he naturally understood what Willie meant. While releasing the damper, he was also consciously retracting the fishing line. It's a big guy. This sense of power is more difficult than the last time I caught the giant catfish. After all, it is a fish in the sea. Their body shape and strength are not comparable to freshwater fish. You can hold on for a while first. If you can't hold on, I'll give it to you. Now the woolly ship didn't want to drive, so he just stayed beside Leon, poked half of his body out of the ship, observing the movement underwater. This noisy sound naturally awakened Gus. At this moment, Gus' face was a little pale, but he still got up and came to Willy and asked, "What fish have you caught?" "I don't know, the fishing rod is not in my hands, and I can't judge what kind of fish it is based on the movement I want to struggle." Willy shook his head and replied. "But what is certain is that he is definitely a big guy." When Gus heard this, he immediately poked out half of his body like Willy, trying to see what Leon caught on the sea. At this moment, Leon was gritting his teeth and pulling with the big guy in the sea. Now he has no time to talk to Willy and the others, because it is already a state where he needs to do his best to grab the fishing rod. Leon is completely different from Leon, who was fishing for giant catfish before. The physical enhancement provided by the star fruit has improved Lion's physical fitness by at least one level. Leon has never tested his specific strength, but it should not be too low, but even so, Leon still feels struggling. Fortunately, there were not many animals that were stronger than humans. After 10 minutes of stalemate, Leon finally felt that the movement of the big guy at the other end of the fishing line had become much smaller, so he quickly turned the reel to close the line and greeted Willy. "Willy, see if there are any online browsing and other things, and prepare to catch fish." But Willy, who had been staring at the sea, shook his head numbly at this moment. "No need, I can't use it." Leon looked at Willy in confusion, then looked towards the sea while closing the line, and understood Willy's meaning. Because the big guy who was lifted out of the water by Leon could see clearly the general appearance, his iconic huge dorsal fin and round grey and stained matte skin. The exaggerated body size of the fishing boat at half the length, as well as the head and hideous teeth that looked like a missile head, undoubtedly did not indicate the identity of this big guy who had been fighting with Leon for a long time. It's a tiger shark. Leon really knew this thing. After all, he had seen this thing in the aquarium, but he never thought that one day he could meet it by fishing. "It's a tiger shark," Willy, who was standing beside him, said in a daze. He had guessed that the species of fish that Leon might have caught, but he never thought it would be a tiger shark, and it was an adult tiger shark. When fishing for a tiger shark, the fishing rod will be dragged away if it is not competitive, because the size and strength of the tiger shark cannot be resisted by the fisherman. Either you choose to tangentially abandon the rod, or you will hold on to the fishing rod and wait for the tiger shark to be dragged into the sea. In addition to the professional equipment or harpoons for large-scale fishing boats, this is the first time that Willy has seen someone on the boat with a sea fishing rod for 10 minutes and can drag it out of the sea. Although I don't quite understand what the level of catching a tiger shark is in the fishing world, but just look at this body shape and type and Willy's expression, Gus knew that Leon was so awesome. How should sharks be cooked? I haven't tried it yet. This is Gus' only idea now. After all, Willy, who had come to watch the fun before, was preparing to see what fish Leon caught and used this fish to make dinner. But now when the fish that should have been used to show his cooking skills was a shark, there was nothing he could do. Because this involves his blind spot in knowledge, even during his time working in the city, he has never seen a dish that uses sharks as ingredients. Here, Leon finally took the tiger shark out of the water intact. Perhaps because he noticed that his body had left the sea, the tiger shark began to struggle again. However, this time Leon didn't intend to be abusive to it. He directly clamped the fishing rod on his arm and kept his posture to prevent the tiger shark from rushing into the sea again. At the same time, he took out the Milky Way watermelon knife and stretched the blade, and knocked it on the tiger shark's head with the back of the knife. With a muffled sound, the tiger shark was completely silent, and Leon also pulled the knife and pulled the line. When the tiger shark was pulled to the side of the boat with the buoyancy provided by the sea water, it was directly stored into the system backpack. Thanks to the additional storage range provided by the small magnet ring, otherwise he wouldn't have thought of any other way to drag such a big shark. Without the buoyancy of the sea water, this fishing rod might not be able to withstand such a heavy big guy. Disappeared. Willie looked at the empty fish hook in surprise, not yet able to react to what had happened. But Gus understood the specific situation and looked at Leon and asked, "Leon, which special ability did you take it away?" "Well, on me, do you want to take it out for you to see?" Leon nodded and asked back. Chapter 205 The Dignity of the Chef. Gus was a little moved when he heard this, but Willie asked, "What you took out is alive or dead?" "Living," Leon replied. When Willie heard this, he shook his head and waved his hand, and his whole body expressed resistance. "Don't, such a living tiger shark is tossing on the boat, and the boat will be overturned, don't." But Gus grabbed the point. "So, your special ability can store living things. Does that mean you can also take us in the critical moment?" I haven't tried it, and I don't want to do it." Gus's words reminded Leon of his previous thoughts, but Leon really didn't want to try it easily. "Just make a joke." Gus also realized that what he said was a bit inconsistent with the spirit of humanitarianism and quickly explained. On the contrary, Willie came to his senses at this moment and joked, "I was showing off my magic fishing box before. Now it seems that you were teasing me at the beginning. You obviously have a more convenient way to store live fish than my fishing box." "I haven't eaten the star fruit before," Leon explained. This was the reason he thought of, which was much more reliable than the last time he was perfunctory. It's not surprising that the star fruit, that magical fruit, will indeed give people unique abilities. Gus suddenly realized when he heard this. Willie asked Leon, "Then can you still eat the second star fruit?" "No problem, I'm talented," Leon replied. That's good, that's good." Willie breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly changed the subject. "I have to continue driving the fishing boat. If you want to fish, you can continue. As for Gus, are you used to the bumps of the waves?" "Forward." As soon as he was reminded, Gus felt like he was in a turbulent state of his abdomen, and then he hurriedly lay on the side of the boat and began to help Leon make a nest. Leon stroked his chest and subconsciously stayed away from Gus. But he didn't look at Gus ruthlessly, but took out a bottle of mineral water from the cabin next to him and opened it and handed it to Gus. This mineral water was seen when Leon was holding a fishing rod before. In addition, there were many canned food and encapsulated oak barrels in the cabin. I don't know if it was fresh water or wine. Thank you. Gus collapsed on the edge of the boat. After rinsing his mouth with mineral water, he drank half a bottle of water before he felt more comfortable. He leaned in the boat in a mess and gasped. How long will it take to arrive? Leon couldn't help asking Willie when he saw Gus' appearance. It's almost done before dark. Willie thought for a moment and replied, we should be able to arrive at our destination before nightfall to land. In the following time, Willie drove the fishing boat quickly, Gus lying on the boat to resist dizziness, while Leon stood alone on the bow and threw a rod fishing. He harvested a cod fish about 40 centimeters in length in Leon, and he heard a long-lost system prompt. Long-term fishing has given you a new understanding of how to catch fish, and your fishing level has been increased by 1 level. Because it takes a lot of waiting time to wait for the fish to take the bait, you decide to master a bait that can speed up the fish to take the bait, and the bait recipe has been unlocked. You have received blessings from the sea. The first 3 fish you fish every day will not be able to take the initiative to break free from the hook after biting the hook. Bait *5, bait hanged on the hook to allow the fish to quickly hook. Required materials, insect meat *1. Are you upgrading so quickly? Thinking that it has not been long since the last upgrade, compared to the number of fishing at level 0 to 1 and the number of fishing after level 1, Leon felt that this upgrade was really fast. He felt that the tiger shark should have provided too high fishing experience that would allow him to break through to the fishing level 2 in a short period of time. However, Leon still doesn't know what the experience calculation of these skills upgrades is like, and the system does not have any prompts or experience bars to display, which is quite confusing. The special ability of this upgrade is quite useless for Leon. So far, he has never escaped a single fish. The gain effect of the first 3 fish every day without hooking it is not very helpful to Leon now. But it is not that this ability is useless. For example, if Leon is now challenging the Fish King, as long as he can ensure that he hits the Fish King within the first 3 buffs, then Leon will be sure to pull the Fish King ashore. After all, tiger sharks over 3 meters can be played with by themselves. Leon does not think that those Fish Kings with only 2 meters long can withstand such heroes as themselves. Because of this upgrade, this idea suddenly came to Lion's mind. Maybe next time it rains, I will try the Spring Fish King that challenges the Spring Mountain Lakes. This cod looks good. I don't have the chance to catch this kind of fish near the sea. It seems that I can have an extra cod soup for dinner. Looking at the cod caught by Leon, Willie said happily. Then it's too wasteful. Fried cod can bring out its best taste. Gus, who was lying on the corpse, protested from the chef's perspective. Listen to you. Leon threw the cod into the fish farming pond in the cabin and said. After all, he has basically not been involved in fish cuisine. The only 2 things he knows are stewed with pickled fish and fish head tofu. If it is sea fish, he has never even touched it. Just listen to me. Gus reluctantly raised his hand and emphasized, I am the chef. Okay, I'll listen to you. Willie nodded repeatedly. After all, Gus had to say something to stop his proposal when he was in this state. It was obvious that he couldn't stand his idea of wasting ingredients. He refused to give in. He was afraid that he would have to eat canned food at night. After looking at Willie and Gus, Leon felt that the old guys were quite interesting. He took back the sea fishing rod and didn't plan to continue fishing, so he squatted beside Gus and started chatting with Gus. "How did you prepare for the barbecue we talked about last time?" "It is in the experimental stage, mainly because the cumin you said is not easy to find. There is no market or fixed supplier in the East, so I entrusted the UNC Chamber of Commerce to help me purchase it in the North, and it should be a result soon," Gus replied weakly. "What about the long-distance Chamber of Commerce?" Leon was a little surprised when he heard about this businessman organization again. It seemed that the Changxing Chamber of Commerce had outstanding achievements in this world. "But why have I never heard of this organization in my daily life in Zuzhou City before I came to Xingde Valley?" On the contrary, when the news from Hoja Group was heard, my ears were almost calloused. However, the idea of the long-distance Chamber of Commerce only flashed through Lion's mind. "Then you must notify me if you are ready." "Of course." Gus gave Leon a thumbs up, then got up, lay down on the side of the boat and started making nests. Chapter 206 Isn't this bullying an honest person? Leon was still worried about whether Gus could maintain his ability to move after he got ashore like this, but fortunately Willie spoke at this moment. "It's almost time to get to the place." Listening to Willie's advice, Leon looked into the direction of the bow and saw a dazzling red color appearing on the sea level not far away, as if a ball of flames burning on the water. As the fishing boat advanced at full speed, Leon gradually saw clearly that this thing like flame was actually a volcano, and it was the kind of erupting magma. At the bottom of the volcano, there is a piece of dead trees and land covered with various messy and huge rocks. This is an island, but this island is insecure no matter how you look. What are we going to land on? No, just seeing this island, we are not far from our destination. Willie shook his head and replied, "This is an island of death, also called Lava Island. Anyone who sails on the Sea of Gems knows that there is no need to get close to this island. Old Hans is not a fool. Almost few people who go to this island can survive. I dare to take you out because I know the location of this lava island. On the marking of the Old Hans map, his treasure point is near the lava island. Otherwise, I would not be able to find the marking point just by a chart without any special location. There are no islands around." Gus was lying on the bank of the boat and looking around. Except for the lava island, he did not see any other islands. "Who said the treasure land must be on the island?" Willie said, continuing to drive the fishing boat around the lava island, and finally staying on a relatively calm sea. "The approximate marking location is here." After parking the boat, Willie took out the chart from his arms after getting off the anchor, compared the marks on it, and finally spoke. "Is it under the sea?" Leon looked at the sea area when he heard this, and his brows couldn't help frowning. After all, if there was an island that could be easily explored, but if it was underwater, it would be troublesome. Anyway, the marking points of the chart are like this. Willie also felt a little headache. "Actually, when I saw the chart, I felt something was wrong, but I really came here. I realized that my worries were right. Old Hans really hid things at the bottom of the sea." "Did we carry our diving suit?" Gus asked. "No, this area is close to the lava island, and the seabed is very shallow. We can also go into the water to find it without the help of a diving suit." Willie shook his head and comforted. Together. Leon looked at the sunset that had merged into the sea level and asked Willie. "Okay, let's go down first, at most half an hour. You have to get on the boat before it gets completely dark. Gus, you can prepare dinner for us on the boat. Willie nodded and then began to take off her clothes. Because they were all big men, Leon didn't care about anything and took off his clothes quickly. Fortunately, both Willie and Leon had tacitly kept their underwear, which was not honest. After taking off his clothes, Leon and Willie stood on the boat and moved their bodies. After all, they would be prone to accidents if they didn't warm up. If you don't have a diving lens, you may feel pain when you open your eyes in the sea. Leon reminded as he looked like Willie was about to go into the sea. Haha, you must have not swam across the Sea of Gems. Willie replied with a smile when she heard this, you will understand when you enter the sea. After saying that, Willie spoke again, I'm on your side, you're right. Because there is only one circle drawn on the chart, but it is a large area in the actual area, so Willie proposed to explore separately. I have no problem. Leon replied. Then let's go. After Willie finished speaking, he pierced into the sea and disappeared from Lion's vision. The same is true for Leon, but he jumped in the opposite direction to Willie. In fact, before going into the sea, Leon was still worried that he would not have a diving glass, and opening his eyes in the sea would hurt his eyes or not adapt. However, when he really entered the water and tried his best, he realized that he could see the situation under the sea clearly, and his eyes did not feel any obscure. I don't know if it's because of physical condition or if the diving in this world is like this, but Leon doesn't think about it so much if he can open his eyes directly in the sea without suffering from the torture of salt in the sea. Because it was already dusk outside, the visibility under the sea was not high. Fortunately, this area was not deep. Leon visually measured that the sea level was only about 6 or 7 meters away from the seabed, and he could barely see the approximate appearance of the seabed. While observing the seabed, Leon swimming in front had to breathe every 5 minutes on average. This powerful lung capacity surprised Leon himself, and he could only sigh that his physical fitness is really good now. The seabed is basically filled with sand and coral reefs, and there are also various small fish that rely on coral reefs to hide from the world. These are common scenery on the seabed, but if you want to talk about any place to hide your treasure, Leon really didn't see it. Originally, Leon imagined that this treasure land was either a rock cave under the sea or a shipwreck. These two should be quite eye-catching on the seabed, but after swimming for so long, I still haven't seen these two things. This made Leon doubt his speculation. And as time goes by, the visibility of the seabed becomes lower and lower, and the darkness gradually begins to erode Leon's vision. Finally, after being unable to see the seabed clearly, Leon drilled out of the water and breathed heavily, while looking at the fishing boat with fishing lights in the distance. At this moment, the sunlight can no longer be seen in the sky, and the moon and stars in the deep night sky have already been in place. After swimming along the fish lamp, Gus immediately handed Leon a dry towel. After Leon wiped his body, he glanced at the boat and saw no sign of Willie. Is Willie not come back yet? As soon as he finished speaking, Willie climbed up from the stern and replied to Leon, "Aren't I going back now?" Leon was about to ask Willie what he had gained when he noticed that he had an old compass on his hand. Willie also noticed that Leon's eyes were placed on the compass in his hand and explained. "I just found it underwater. It was the directional pointer prepared by old Hans, so I still need to travel a while to find the treasure land. So now we have a rest and have dinner first, and then set off after we have enough." After saying that, Willie leaned over to Gus and asked him about what he had eaten for dinner. Leon looked at Willie's back and sighed helplessly, while sighing that Willie was not an honest person. Leon didn't believe that he found the pointer by luck, either there was information on the chart that he didn't know, or Willie used some special means to make him easily find the pointer. But no matter which one, Willie did not tell himself, but fooled himself into the sea, and did not know whether he was for the purpose of hiding or simply wanted to find something for himself. Chapter 207 Willie's Secret. Leon, who had dried up, put on his clothes again. Although there were still some salt residues on his body without rinsing it with fresh water, the fresh water on the sea is still quite precious. Leon, who didn't want to waste it, felt that he was patient and passed. At this moment, Gus had already set up a small coal stove and fried the cod before the cod. The aroma of oil drifted to the tip of Lion's nose, making him swallow unconsciously. He stepped forward to look at Gus' cooking method. Apart from oil and salt, Gus did not use other seasonings to add color to the fried cod segments in the pot. The fresh and sweet flavor of sea fish itself is the best seasoning, and too many seasonings are not good. Seeing the doubts in Lion's eyes, Gus explained to Leon with a smile. "This is a good food often, it only requires simple cooking principles," Leon teased. "A very general sentence." Gus nodded, obviously liked Lion's statement. "Let's just wait for dinner. Leon, are you going to see this directional pointer?" After putting on his clothes, Willie hooked up with Lion's neck and pulled him aside, and handed the compass to Leon like a treasure. "Why call it a directional pointer?" Leon took the compass and asked. At the same time, he also noticed that the compass shell had 2 letters engraved with HS, which seemed to be the abbreviation of the old Han's name. "Because this directional pointer can only point to one place," Willie explained. "The materials used to make this directional pointer are usually paired with special magnets. One piece is placed in the area where anchoring is needed, and the other piece is made into a pointer, so that a directional pointer that is permanently pointed to the anchoring area. The pirates on the sea basically have this characteristic directional pointer to ensure that they can find their stronghold." "Permanent pointer? I may not be surprised if you tell me now that there are devil fruits at sea." Leon couldn't help but complain. "What is the devil fruit?" Willie looked at Leon in confusion and asked. "It's okay, I'm just kidding." Leon waved his hand and did not explain the meaning of the meme to Willie. Willie didn't care, but instead suggested to Leon happily, "If you meet pirates in the future, just take the directional pointer in their hands, so that you may easily find their nests, steal the wealth they have accumulated for the rest of their lives, and get rich overnight." Why do these pirates still make such things even though they know that such a pointer will expose their lair? Isn't this increasing the chance of exposure of their strongholds? Leon asked back. Because many small islands on the sea are not fixed, they will be forced to move their positions under the engulfment of ocean currents. Without this thing, most pirates may not be able to find their own settlements. Willie replied. This is not the case with large islands, but there are basically all kinds of dangers on large islands. Although pirates are all outlaws, it is okay to bully ordinary people. Faced with monsters or ancient creatures that may exist on large islands, it is completely dead. Interesting. Leon was quite happy to hear this and gained new knowledge. Do you have nothing else to ask? Willie couldn't help but stop talking after seeing Leon finish his interesting words. What do you think I want to ask? Leon teased at Willie. For example, how did I find this directional pointer? Willie replied. Everyone has his own secret, right? Leon replied with a smile. Although this is the case, I'm ready to tell you, but if you don't ask, I'll feel uncomfortable. Willie shrugged. Then just say it. Leon looked at Willie speechlessly and complained. Okay, since you asked, I will tell you, it's because I've been looking for the fishmen nearby to help. Willie replied mysteriously. Fishmen? Those guys who grow into fish-headed and human bodies? Leon asked after hearing this. Have you seen a fishman, too? Willie looked at Leon in surprise. No, you obviously don't even know the common sense that you can open your eyes in the sea. Are you despising me? Leon complained. Ha ha ha, no, I just think it's quite strange. After all, it's not easy to see the existence of the fishmen near Stardew Valley. I'm just curious where you have seen the fishmen, which made you misunderstand. Sorry. Willie patted Leon's shoulder and explained. Leon actually didn't care about Willie's words. After all, he was really just an ignorant newcomer to the sea of this world. This matter is a long story, but it's not a very important thing. I really want to ask now, Willie, how did you contact those fishmen and ask them to help? Do you still remember my fishing box? Willie asked. Well, remember. Leon nodded. Yes, my grandfather's grandfather learned from the mermaids. This involves a story about our family, that is, in addition to his wife and children, my grandfather also formed a family on the mermaids. Willie's expression was a little awkward when he said this. But I can understand him, after all, according to my grandfather almost drowned in the sea because he went to see tornado and was rescued by a nearby mermaid. Then this happened. After that, he lived with the mermaid who saved her for a while, and then something difficult to explain in detail happened. It's understandable. Leon echoed. After all, he had seen mermaids. Except for the elderly, young mermaids are all great beauties. Only when a sailor who goes out to sea all year round can he be controlled. So our family and the mermaid clan had a connection at that time. My grandfather came back a few times in the middle, but at that time he had already become a different state and was no longer suitable for living on land. But in order to compensate his wife and children, he handed over some special techniques learned by the mermaid clan to his family on the shore. The fishing box was one of them, and it was also left to my great-grandfather, that is, his son, a shell necklace that can summon and direct the fishmen as a means of saving lives on the ocean. This shell necklace has also become a treasure passed down from our family and has been passed down to me. Willie said, then took out a string of back shell necklaces from the pocket inside the top and side. I planned to pass this necklace to my son according to family tradition, but my former wife didn't like my job. She divorced me and left Zingla Valley with her son. I don't plan to get married and have children anymore. Apart from mailing alimony to their mother and son every month, we can say that we don't have much contact. I don't know who to pass this necklace to. Chapter 208, The Embarrassing Farmer and Fishing Tycoon. You actually have a wife and children, and you're divorced. Leon didn't care much about this story. What he cared about Willie being married and having children. Well, many old people in the town know about this. Willie replied helplessly. Then haven't your child come to see you? Leon asked. My ex-wife has formed a new family with others. If the child is, she will come occasionally, but I don't want him to come. After all, I don't want to disturb their current life. Willie explained. Oh. Leon patted Willie's shoulder, just sighed, and said nothing. On the contrary, Willie didn't care about it. After all, so many years have passed, he turned to Leon and said, if my child in the future does not intend to inherit my fish shop, Leon, would you be willing to take over it? I don't know. Leon was stunned when he heard this. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't give an accurate answer. After all, he still needs to pay attention to Red Star Farm. Yes, you are a farmer and have your own job. Willie sighed, thinking of Lion's identity. How could a farmer who everyone is after, give up on the farm and inherit the fish shop in a small town? Maybe you can find a trustworthy apprentice. Leon suggested when he saw Willie's disappointed appearance. Not everyone can tolerate a fishy life every day. Willie shook her head. Did you ask your son? Leon asked. After all, compared to working hard in big cities, a father in the aquatic industry can inherit it. Logically, Willie's son shouldn't refuse. Stan? No, he's still in college, we've never talked about this topic. Willie continued to shake his head. I want him to live a good life more than I do. His mother is right. Being a fisherman in a small town has no future. Ask a pity, how much money can you make every year, Willie? Leon thought for a moment when he heard this, then asked Willie. Well, the net profit is about 68 WG. If the market is better, it can reach about 10 WG. Willie calculated it a little and gave the answer. Hearing this answer, Lion's heart was full of desire to complain, and finally he only said one sentence. If you tell your son about this income, he should make the right choice. Why? Willie looked at Leon in confusion and asked. Because I used to work in Hoja Home Group, my monthly salary is only 2,000 G. Leon gave an example. So little. Willie was stunned when he heard this. Didn't it mean that the salary in the city is very high? I don't know, but as far as I know, even for the senior executives of Hoja, except for those shareholders, the salary of our department manager is only about 4,000 G. This is the result of his spending most of his life on Hoja Group. Leon complained. Even if you calculate based on your minimum annual income, you will have a monthly return of 5,000 G. This income is enough to crush 95% of the people in Zuzu City. As long as you tell your child the benefits truthfully, I believe he will make the right decision. Why? Hearing this, Willie's eyes lit up obviously, but it dimmed again after a moment. But big cities are always more attractive than such marginal towns. I don't think he might choose to develop in Pelican Town. Who knows, you have to try it. Leon complained. Well, I will, thank you Leon, chatting with you gave me some new ideas. Willie nodded and thanked Leon. All of them are friends. Leon comforted Willie. Willie smiled when she heard this. Actually, I originally planned to give you this shell necklace when I was old. Now your reminder has given me some new expectations for the future. If my child really chooses to inherit my career, then I will leave this shell necklace for him. Don't regret it at that time. Haha. Leon smiled dryly, then took out the mermaid horn. Just summon the fishman, my horn can summon the mermaid to help. When Willy heard this, he widened his eyes and looked at the conch horn in Lion's hand, and subconsciously swallowed, really? What am I lying to you? Leon looked at Willy speechlessly and complained. Willy glanced at the conch horn in Lion's hand again, and sighed excitedly at Leon. Okay, I'm so passionate, Leon, you can always bring me surprises. Oh my god, this is a mermaid, you can actually have such a good relationship with them. Tai. Then Willy seemed to realize something and asked quickly, no, you probably didn't fall in love with the mermaid, right? No, I just have a good relationship with them. Just forget about falling in love. I don't want to live in the sea for the rest of my life. Leon hurriedly explained to himself. Well, yes, I just wanted to tell you about this, and it seems you already know it. Although the mermaids are all beautiful, the cost of being with them is too high. In fact, the young girls in the town are not much worse than the mermaids. I still hope to drink, fish and go out to sea with you in the future. Willy breathed a sigh of relief and said to Leon. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Leon comforted Willy. You two have been chatting for so long, aren't you hungry? On the other side, Gus shouted weakly at Leon and Willy, it's time to have supper. Here you come. Willy and Leon quickly stood up and rushed towards Gus. At this moment, Gus had already set up the table, with 3 portions of fried cod fish that had been divided, as well as some heated canned food. If you only have these ingredients in your hand, just eat something casually. After our trip, I will make a big meal for you in the star fruit. Gus said with a somewhat awkward expression. This is much more hearty than I usually eat at sea, Gus. Willy hurriedly supported the show. Yes, it's much better than what I eat on the farm. Leon also agreed, and this is the truth. His food choices on the farm are mainly about just having enough food. Let's have a meal first. Gus thought the two were just comforting themselves, but when he looked at Leon and Willy's delicious food, he suddenly felt that maybe what they were saying was true. This made him speechless. A farmer, a fishing tycoon in Pelican Town, and 2 wealthy people who should have been the top Pelican Town, now they look like 2 homeless people who have been hungry for a long time. The contrast between them is too big. Chapter 209, Landing on the Island. After drinking and eating, Leon and Willy leaned leisurely against the side and burping, while Gus slowly finished his own portion of fried cod, which was much less than the 2 of them, and lay down on the side with a look of indifference. This may be the last time I went to sea in my life. Aren't you used to it? Willy complained to Gus. I don't know, anyway, I feel like I'm thrown into the drum of the washing machine. Gus described his current situation. Then you sleep for a while, we will try to spend the night on the island at night. After Willy finished speaking, he began to put away the anchor and started the fishing boat. Leon packed up the dining table and then found a place to sit down. An hour later, Leon noticed that the outline of an island could be seen in the direction of Willy's ship. He immediately stood up and walked to Willy's side and asked, "Have you arrived at the place?" "Yet." Willy looked at the directional pointer that had already started to spin, but because it was too dark, I didn't know where to log in, so we had to go over with a lifeboat. Where is it? I'll prepare. Leon immediately decided to take on the job. Leave it to me, just help me get the anchor. Willie shook his head, moved the fishing boat closer to the island, and then began to work hard. Leon also went down the anchor, and when he got it done, Willie also irritated the kayak. You help Gus on the kayak, and I'll bring some more things so that the island won't find supplies. Willie threw the kayak into the water and told Leon at the same time. Leon directly carried Gus with one hand and jumped onto the kayak. The two of them had a good weight and couldn't be overwhelmed by the kayak. Fortunately, Willie was still holding the rope of the kayak in his hand and stabilized the swaying kayak. After the Gus was placed, Leon cooperated with Willie to load fresh water and cans on the kayak. After the preparation was almost done, Willie jumped on the kayak, found the oars, and worked with Leon to row the kayak near the island. The area where the three of them landed was a relatively empty beach, so it was quite easy to get ashore. When they arrived on the shore, Gus, who was originally depressed, became much more energetic in an instant. It turns out that land is the most reassuring. Gus, who felt much more comfortable, sighed while helping to move things. In response, Leon and Willie smiled and began to build a temporary camp on the beach. It is absolutely dangerous to enter the island to explore at night, so the three of them planned to spend the night here. If they weren't afraid that Gus wouldn't hold on, Leon and Willie originally planned to stay on the boat for one night. A simple bonfire was set up. Willie found a large piece of palm leaves to lay the mattress around the bonfire. Gus was collecting firewood. As a combatant, Leon was swaying around with a galaxy watermelon knife. After confirming that there was no danger, Leon returned to the two of them. You guys rest first, I'll watch the night. Leave it to me in the first half of the night. I've been sleeping on the boat for a day today. Gus raised his hand and suggested, if you encounter danger, I will call you as soon as possible. Leon, you can rest first, and I will call you later in the second half of the night. Okay. Leon did not reject Gus' proposal, so he lay on the palm leaves and started to sleep. After all, sleeping for a while now makes you feel more energetic in the middle of the night. After Leon fell asleep, Gus and Willie discussed in a low voice. The situation on the island is not clear, there are no special circumstances, so let him sleep all night, so that he can also ensure his physical strength and ejaculation. God's state, I'm in the first half of the night, you're in the second half of the night? No problem, you and I want to go together. Okay, that's it. Well, then I'll go to bed first, remember to call me. After a simple conversation, Willie also went to bed, with Gus alone sitting by the campfire, listening to the sound of the waves and enjoying the sky. When Leon opened his eyes, a light could be seen on the sea, which made Leon look helplessly at Willie, who was adding firewood to the bonfire and complained, "Didn't you agree that I'll come in the middle of the night?" Ha ha ha, I got up early and took over the shift. I didn't encounter any threats, so I just wanted to let you sleep more. Willie said perfunctorily. Leon didn't say much when he heard this. After getting up and moving his body, he asked Willie, "Can that directional pointer take us to find the treasure land directly?" "No, we have to find it ourselves, but when I was on the sea, I saw that the island was not big, and it shouldn't take much time," Willie explained. "Okay, then you have a rest. We'll set off when it's all dawn." Leon nodded, then urged Willie to go for a rest. Willie did not refuse, and ran to Gus and lay down. Leon himself started to wander around. The area of the beach is not large and empty. The area behind the beach near the inside of the island is covered by various low vegetation. However, you can vaguely see a trail that someone once opened up. It is just that because no one has walked for a long time, some weeds and vines have grown on the trail. However, Leon did not enter the island. After all, Gus and Willie were still lying on the beach. As they were idle, Leon took the opportunity to the beach, took out a fishing rod, and started fishing. But I don't know if the water was too shallow or there were no traces of fish activity nearby. When Gus and Willie woke up, the sun had already illuminated the entire sea surface and Leon had no harvest of a fish, so I had to withdraw the fishing rod awkwardly. I ate canned breakfast, and I can eat it after a little heated by the campfire. 1 canned fruit and 1 canned corn tastes average, but there is no problem with eating it. After breakfast, the three of them began to dabble into the island. Leon walked in front with the brunt of the brunt, holding the Galaxy watermelon knife that had been extended to 1.5 meters. Now Lion's physical strength and strength are enough to control even the 3-meter-long Galaxy watermelon knife, but the 1 5-meter-long form is enough for Leon to deal with various situations, so he does not have the firepower to be fully activated. In fact, except for the green plants on the island, he basically saw no trace of wildlife. The three of them walked to the center of the island without encountering an accident, which made Leon breathe a sigh of relief. In the center of the island is a scattered palm forest, and in the center is a small pond filled with rain, and there is no special place. Do you want to scatter out and look for it? There was no danger all the way, so Willie asked Leon at this moment, take this place as the starting point, just 3 directions, choose one of them at any time, and call others directly if you find it. It is not recommended to do this. Although there was no accident, Leon was still worried about letting the two of them act alone. Then continue to team up and explore, Gus said. Yeah. Leon nodded, then walked into the palm woods with Willigs. Chapter 210 The Son of the Wild. When Leon and his group arrived in the palm forest, Leon suddenly stopped and looked ahead. Willie and Gus also took a breath at this moment and subconsciously hid behind Leon. Because the three of them saw a shriveled snake shed in this palm forest. But this is not an ordinary snake shed. Judging from the size of this snake shed, the snake that has shed its old skin is definitely a huge creature. It seems that our treasure hunt may not be that simple. Leon clenched the Galaxy watermelon knife in his hand and sighed at the two of them. How could such a big snake appear on this small island? This is outrageous. Gus swallowed. After all, it's the sea, and any situation can happen. I heard an old captain say that he has seen dinosaurs living on an island. Willie couldn't help but complain at this moment. The situation is not right. Why don't I send you two back to the boat first? Leon also felt that the python had a sense of crisis instantly, so he suggested to Gus and Willie. I don't think it's good, because it's obvious that this island cannot provide enough food to this big snake. It should be alive by relying on the fish in the sea. If we return to the boat and it happens to be in the sea, the result will be unimaginable. Willie analyzed calmly. That's right, then you guys follow me, and if an accident occurs, you can hide as soon as possible. Leon felt that Willie's analysis made sense, so he no longer wanted to send the two onto the boat, but instead explored forward more carefully. Gus and Willie were also helping Leon observers around him, and at the same time attached to both sides of Leon to avoid being attacked alone. In this way, the three of them walked together for dozens of minutes and arrived at the other side of the island. There is no beach on this side, but a cliff, but it is not very high from the sea, only 5 or 6 meters high. The sharp-eyed Gus pointed to the sea below and opened his mouth. Willie, see if that shipwreck is old Hans' seagull. Yes, I helped repair his bow. He used the wood from our Stardew Valley. And the corner of the bow can also show the appearance of the seagull. It is the ship of the old Hans. Willie observed for a moment and gave a positive answer. It seems that we can go down and see this sunken ship first. Leon said. Yeah. Willie and Gus had no objection, and the three of them began to find their place along the edge of the cliff. After walking for another 10 minutes, they finally walked around the beach below. At this moment, the wreck of the old Hans was still 40 or 50 meters away from the three of them. I don't recommend swimming over. Maybe we can go to the beach to bring kayaks and row over. Seeing Willie starting to take off his clothes, as if he was planning to swim over, Leon hurriedly persuaded him. That's a waste of time. Willie retorted. Did you forget the snake shed we saw on the island? Leon reminded. In an instant, Willie's movements froze, and he also realized the problem. Who knew that he had swam over and was there a giant python staring at him under the sea, and his mouth was wide open and waiting for him. What should I do? Willie asked back. Can you call foreign aid? Leon said, call the fishman or the mermaid to help. Good idea, after all, the sea is their home court. Willie nodded immediately after hearing this, and at the same time took out the shell necklace, soaked it in the seawater, and began to shake it. Leon also took out the mermaid horn and planned to blow it, but just as Leon put the horn on his mouth, the sea suddenly began to surging. Hurry up, you can stay away, something is coming out. At this moment, Leon felt adrenaline rushing out wildly, and the sudden malice and sense of crisis made him unable to help but stand up. While greeting Gus and Willie, Leon also instantly extended the galaxy watermelon knife in his hand into a giant blade of 2 meters long. While slowly retreating back, his eyes stared at the sea surface. Willie and Gus have already left at this moment, and they also know that staying here will definitely only cause trouble and drag on Leon. The further you run at this moment, the more helpful it will be to Leon. When Leon was ready, a huge snake head emerged from the sea, and its light blue scales looked as dazzling as a gem. A pair of upright snake eyes are as dazzling as sapphires, making the snake's head look like a work of art made of blue crystal and jewelry. Unfortunately, this thing is alive, and it looks bright and beautiful, but the snake letter he spits out from his mouth is pitch black as ink, and his sharp teeth as sharp as a blade makes people shudder. To Lion's surprise, the snake did not attack directly at it, but opened its mouth and spit out a bone. Son of the forest, are you looking for his corpse? After vomiting the skeleton, the giant snake actually spoke. If he is a pirate named Old Hans, that's it. Faced with the talking giant python, Leon was stunned for a moment, but still chose to answer. I don't know what his name is, I only know that he is the owner of the wrecked ship. The giant python shook his head and replied, "I'll ask, are you the ones who killed him?" Leon confirmed that the corpse should be the worldly style of the old Hans when he heard this, and frowned and asked at the giant python. If the other party answers yes, then no matter what the purpose is, Leon will have to cut this big guy to death. After all, it cannibalizes people, even if it does not seem hostile to itself. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. You don't know me and you even suspect that I can eat people. It's so funny. The giant python laughed very fiercely. Hasn't the guide who guides you into the forest magic told you that any natural creature that can communicate with you is the son of the wilderness? No, you are the second talking animal I have ever seen. Calling you an animal is not an offense. Lion's expression relaxed a little when he heard that the other party did not seem to be the murderer who killed old Hans, but the watermelon knife in his hand did not mean to take it back at all. Of course, we are animals, but you don't know the son of the wilderness, so I have nothing to say to you. Now take this human corpse and don't disturb my beautiful sea bathing time. The giant python said, intending to dive into the sea again, but was stopped by Leon. Don't worry, brother, I'm quite curious about what the son of the wild is. Can you give me some popular science? There is no way, curiosity is Lion's nature, and he can't change it, especially the mysterious news. He doesn't want to miss this opportunity to enrich his understanding of the world. Of course, he was also prepared to launch a sudden attack on the other party. After all, this is not Stardew Valley. Without Rasmades to provide him with a guarantee, he would not trust this giant python that would talk to him for the first time as he trusted Brother Xiong. After all, Brother Xiong only gave him a sense of oppression, but what this giant python brought him was obvious threat and uneasiness. Chapter 211 Imam Eli. Leon felt that his intuition would not lie to him, so even if he seemed to be having a normal chat with this giant python. But Leon has made several plans in his mind, and the final scenes in these plans are the scenes where the giant python has its head and head. I have nothing to say with you. I'm holding this human corpse open my territory. The giant python said impatiently, then got into the sea and disappeared. Leon was basically sure that the other party's attitude was ill-intentioned. The reason why I dare not start a war with myself on the shore is probably because of the galaxy weapon I was holding. When a battle occurs on the shore, it may feel like it will suffer a loss, so it urges itself to leave so that he can choose the battlefield. It can swim freely in the ocean, so if a battle occurs at sea, it will have a lot of advantages. This made Leon very uncomfortable. If he were alone, he would have some way to prevent this giant python, but there were two ordinary people who went out to sea. It is impossible for Leon to take risks. So after the giant python dived into the sea, Leon blew the mermaid horn. Strangely, Leon was blowing the horn hard, but the sound made was subtle and similar to the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings. Just as Leon was thinking about whether his posture was wrong, a teleportation array suddenly appeared on the sea in front of him. Then 4 mermaids holding Neptune's sword appeared on the teleportation array, then fell into the sea, leaving only half of their bodies leaking out. The third team of the Royal Guard came to support. Confederate, where is the enemy? The young mermaid sister who was leading the way looked around and found that there was no visible crisis or trace of the enemy. She asked Leon in confusion. If there is no special situation, we don't need to fight against the enemy. We just need you to help escort it. Please come and send a trip to you. Leon did not directly inform the mermaids to go to war with the giant python. After all, the purpose of his recruitment of mermaids was to protect Gus and Willy. No need to thank you. You are the contractor who protects the contract. It is our duty to protect you. The mermaid girl who spoke explained. Well, the four of you can go around the opposite of this island. There is a beach there. I will take my friends with you and we are leaving. Leon nodded, and then reminded the four mermaid sisters. When he saw the four mermaid sisters also sneaked into the sea and disappeared, Leon put the old Hans's corpse into his backpack, and turned around to find Gus and Willy. As for whether these four mermaid ladies would be sneak attacked by the giant python in the sea, Leon was not worried. He did not believe that the combat effectiveness of these four mermaid warriors was so low, and at least they were named the Royal Guard. Moreover, since the other party can open the portal and fight, the mermaid clan should also find a way to support it. After all, they are a race that controls the ocean, and they still have hard power. The last time the mermaid warrior was killed was because he encountered a strange shadow assassin without any preparation. Even the shadow man knew that he would not attack the front, which shows that the strength of the mermaid clan is still very intimidating. The island is not big, and Willy and Gus are easy to find. They hid near the palm forest in the middle of the island, and they climbed up the tall palm trees together. If the two of them hadn't taken the initiative to say hello to Leon, Leon might not have been able to find these two guys. Seeing that the two of them were a little embarrassed, their clothes were wrinkled and damaged by palm leaves, Leon looked at the bare palm tree as high as 6 meters and complained, "How did you think of getting up and climbing up?" "Hehe, this is not for safety reasons," Gus replied with a smile. "Are you okay?" Willy looked at Leon up and down, and found that Leon was not injured, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Leon shook his head, "No, but I don't know if there is anything else in the future. If you have treasure, you may not have the chance to find it. Your first priority now is to leave this sea area and return to Stardew Valley." The two looked at each other after hearing this, and did not ask more questions. Leon actually said this, so it is obvious that something happened, and it should be about life safety. On the way back to the beach, Leon told Willy and Gus what happened before. Regarding the python's evaluation, Leon said that at this moment, he was unclear to the enemy. As a guarantee, Leon also told the two that there would be mermaid soldiers to escort them on the way back. "I didn't expect that one day I could sail by mermaids on the sea." This was Willy's sigh. "I would rather you not encounter this situation." Gus complained that because escorting means that Willy will be in danger. "Well, I understand." Willy also understood Gus' subtext and said, "Let's go back to Stardew Valley first. This trip will be considered as a relaxation, safety first." "Willy, I will make up for the part of the ship cost you lost," Gus hurriedly said when he heard this. "Gus, if you dare to give me money, this friend will have nothing to do in the future." Willy pretended to be angry. "After all, it's my reason to make this choice to go overseas," Gus muttered with some regret. Leon said from the side, "Don't think about these things first, go back first. This trip is not without gains. At least I found the bones of old Hans." "Have you found it?" Gus was obviously relieved when he heard this, and then added, "Then I should have paid this compensation." Leon, I won't let you go in vain. Let's talk about it when you go back. Leon waved his hand, and then the three of them pushed the kayak on the beach into the sea without taking away the supplies left on the beach. After climbing up, the three of them rowed their boats together. Go towards Willie's fishing boat that stayed on the sea. We will be responsible for providing you with warning and protection around you. Dealer, you'd better leave this area as soon as possible. When we came here just now, we saw a mutated sea snake in the sea. We are not sure whether it is a lawful camp. Halfway through the kayaking, a beautiful head suddenly appeared on the sea and spoke, which scared Gus and Willie. Leon recognized this face as the mermaid girl who had been talking to him before and replied immediately. Well, I asked you for help because of its existence. Please be warned for the next trip. No problem, but you'd better be ready for battle. After saying that, the mermaid girl stretched out her arm from the water and handed a ball of sticky algae to Leon. We need your participation in the war when necessary. This cyclone can temporarily have the ability to move freely under the sea, but I hope you can't use this thing. After taking the ball of dark green algae that looked sticky, Leon was marked by the system. Iron algae, a peculiar algae born in the deep sea. After swallowing it, it allows terrestrial organisms to evolve characteristics that can be suitable for survival in the sea in a short period of time. I can do it. After all, I can't watch you fight and run away by yourself. That's not a thing. Leon, who took the ecnomad, promised to the mermaid sister. Thanks to Boss Iamshs for his 100 starting point coins reward, the boss is generous. The boss is in good health. Chapter 212 The Boy Who Gave Money. After handing over the bottom with the mermaid sister, Leon and Willigus rowed the kayak to the edge of the fishing boat and asked the two to climb up first. Leon then got on the boat. As soon as he dragged the kayak onto the fishing boat and let it go, Leon heard Willie's roar. Damn it, the engine is fine, but the ship can't move. Sure enough, the person who came was not kind. Leon frowned when he heard this. The fishing boat will not break sooner or later, but it will break at this time. Anyone with a brain knows that someone is maliciously destroying it. Miss Mermaid, can you help me see what's going on at the bottom of this fishing boat? Leon lay on the side of the boat and shouted at the sea. The propeller at the bottom of the ship was smashed. After a moment, the mermaid girl showed her head and replied to Leon. Okay, I'm trapped on the sea. Leon shrugged his shoulders, then looked at Willie and asked, Willie, can you call the sea rescue team? I remember there is a radio in your captain's room. I'll try. Willie said to Leon in the captain's room, then picked up the radio. Leon said to the little girl of the fishman, can you see the current location of the giant python? It's not nearby, we need to scatter and look for it. The mermaid girl replied. If you are dispersed, you will be in danger. Let's wait here now. Since it dares to destroy the propeller of the fishing boat, it has no intention of letting us go. It is just because of your appearance that it dares not take action. Then don't find a chance to attack alone. Leon said, and silently took out the galaxy watermelon knife. I can contact the clan to mobilize a whale to help you to tug the boat. The mermaid sister suggested. How long will it take? About half an hour. The mermaid girl replied, after all, it's quite far from the gathering place. The whale is too big to be sent here by teleportation magic. Don't be so anxious, just leave this neighborhood. Leon didn't care about time, and he was not in a hurry to go back. Then let's continue to be alert. After saying that, the mermaid girl sneaked back into the sea. Leon found Willie, watching the repetitive call being grabbed by the radio, but there was no response. There seemed to be no ships passing nearby. Don't call Willie, the mermaid will transfer a whale to help us tug the boat. Seeing that Willie became more and more impatient, Leon hurriedly spoke and comforted. Huh? That's fine. Willie breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, then patted Lion's shoulder and sighed, Leon, I really didn't expect you to have such a good relationship with the mermaids. Because I have helped them, it's mutual benefit. Leon explained that he asked the mermaid for help this time. If he was looking for it next time, Leon was not sure whether he could use it. But even if it can't be used, Leon doesn't regret it. After all, this incident is related to the safety of Willie and Gus, so he dare not be stingy. So is the sea snake that is targeting us this time? Willie asked as he looked at Lion's posture holding a weapon. Yeah. Leon nodded and confirmed. The sea is becoming more and more dangerous now. I have never heard of this situation when I went to sea before. For crew members and sailors, storms and reefs are the biggest threats, not monsters. Willie sighed. This kind of thing shouldn't happen to normal sailing, it's just that we're in a bad mood. Leon comforted Willie, and at the same time he was quite puzzled. For example, why did the giant python take the initiative to send out the bones first, and then come over to destroy the propeller of the fishing boat? For example, why did that giant python say that he is a son of the wilderness, but Brother Xiong never said this thing? Rasmades likes to give his own science. The big guys of the PU have never mentioned this term. There are too many questions that Leon cannot figure out the idea of this giant python because there are too few conditions known to be. The python, which is the most regrettable thing, does not intend to communicate with it, otherwise Leon can obtain more information. During the waiting time, Leon remained alert throughout the journey. Willie was still trying to use the radio to see if he could find the help of passing ships as a backup plan. Gus, who had just gotten on board, had already started lying on the corpse. After all, the impact of seasickness on him was not weaker than the hidden threat. It's coming. At the bow of the boat, Leon suddenly heard the reminder of the mermaid on the sea, and then turned his attention to the direction the mermaid was looking at. It is located on the left side of the fishing boat. There is a slender black shadow on the sea under the sunlight, quickly approaching the location of the fishing boat. Leon had already taken out cyclone algae. As long as the situation was wrong, he would swallow the thing directly, then jump into the water and start drying it. The 4 mermaid sisters recruited by Leon also surrounded the fishing boat, staring at the black shadow that was approaching rapidly, and the Neptune sword in their hands reflected a dazzling luster in the sun. Just as the black shadow was about to approach the fishing boat, it suddenly stopped moving forward and floated out of the sea first, still only revealing the huge big head like a gem, which was about 10 meters away from the fishing boat. Son of nature, I said that I will let you leave my territory. Seeing Leon at the bow of the boat, the giant python spoke first. I want to leave too, but the propeller under the fishing boat was destroyed. Leon complained. Do you need my help? The giant python replied. Oh? Do you want help? Leon couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Aren't you going to enjoy your sea bath? I just don't want to see you in this sea area. If you ask me to help, you have to let these mermaids leave. I'm not relieved when they are by my side. The giant python said with his tongue. No need, a large number of mermaid warriors will come back to tug the boat for us after a while. We can leave after a while. Leon shook his head and reminded the giant python. After saying this, Leon obviously noticed that the giant python's snake eye contracted again, and then he heard the giant python's answer, "It's good, by the way, since you have taken away the unlucky boy's corpse, what else do you want his relics?" What do you mean? Leon stared at the giant python with interest and asked. In my belly, if you want it, I can come and vomit it to you. Putting these gold coins in this area will provoke pirates and explorers. I don't want to be disturbed. I think it's better to let you take these things away. The giant python explained. Of course, then come here. Leon nodded to the giant python with a smile. Chapter 213 No Martial Ethics. Then you keep these mermaids away, they look too dangerous. The giant python did not come over, but asked Leon. Miss, have you heard it? Let's spread a little bit. Leon nodded and shouted to the mermaids. The mermaid lady who had been communicating with Leon opened her mouth, as if she was dissuading Leon from doing this, but before she could speak, Leon shouted, "Get out of here quickly, I won't get the gold coins if you don't leave." At this moment, Lion's expression was very anxious and greedy. "I came for these treasures, don't delay my wealth." Seeing Lion's appearance, the mermaid looked stunned and her eyes were filled with contempt, but she still followed Lion's statement and left the vicinity of the fishing boat. The giant python was very happy to see this scene, but he still didn't forget to shout to Leon, "Also, you have to put away your weapons, otherwise I wouldn't dare to go there." Of course it's no problem. Leon threw the galaxy watermelon knife in his hand on the deck next to it, but it didn't throw it too far, just stuck within 2 meters. Come here and let me see how rich old Hans's relics are. After doing all this, Leon rubbed his hands and urged at the giant python impatiently. Okay, then I'm here. Seeing that everything happened so well, the giant python immediately swam happily towards the fishing boat where Leon was. Just as it was about to reach the bow of the ship, it saw Leon suddenly swallowing a ball of seaweed. Before it could react, the galaxy watermelon knife that was thrown by Leon aside suddenly appeared in his hand. And Leon jumped up directly from the bow of the boat, and it watched helplessly as Leon jumped over its head. At the same time, the giant python also noticed that the strange-shaped weapon in Lion's hand began to surge in the storm, and in a blink of an eye it turned from a light blade more than 1 meter long to a giant door panel sword of 7 or 8 meters long. Mrs., do it! Because of the terrible weight brought by the sudden expansion of the galaxy watermelon knife, Leon fell rapidly under the influence of gravity, and in a flash, the blade of the giant galaxy watermelon knife hit the head of the giant python. The hard crystal-like snake scales were shattered by the blade of the Milky Way watermelon knife wrapped in this terrible gravity acceleration. If the giant python had not subconsciously avoided it, it might have been cut off by Leon at this moment. Even so, Lion's knife still caused a heavy blow to it. Almost half of his head was cut open, and red and white objects spilled the entire sea surface. The severe pain caused the giant python to roll in the sea. "Ah! Damn it, how dare you attack me!" While the giant python screamed, the roar full of anger and maliciousness also questioned Leon. "What you said is just like you are really here to send treasures." Leon did not feel ashamed of this. He fell into the sea and felt like he was like a fish at this moment. Not only can he breathe freely in the sea, but he even has some fins on his elbows and ankles, allowing him to flexibly move in the sea water. However, Leon did not shrink the Galaxy Watermelon Knife. The giant Galaxy Watermelon Knife, which just used more force to its jumping with gravity, was a cement pillar in the sea. Leon didn't want to be dragged into the bottom of the sea because of this weight. The Milky Way Watermelon Knife, which is 1.5 meters long, is the best size, and Leon has made it thinner to offset the resistance in the water. "Sorry, we thought you were really confused by that wealth and didn't catch the best chance of siege." The four mermaid sisters who had reacted at this moment also came to Leon. The mermaid sister who had been communicating with Leon explained to Leon with awkward face. "It's okay. If you can't even deceive you, this big fool wouldn't come over and let me cut it." Leon comforted the mermaids. He didn't expect the sneak attack to go so smoothly. Lion's original plan was to lure the giant python to get close to the fishing boat and then drag it down to prevent it from running. Who would have thought that not only did the original tactical purpose be achieved, but even had unexpected gains? The giant python looks quite cunning, but the actual situation is a bit wise, but not much. Thanks to the fact that Leon still attaches great importance to it. "You help me control it, don't let it run away, I'll be the main attacker." Seeing the giant python still rolling in the sea water and venting its pain, Leon assigned to the four fishermen ladies. "This is too dangerous. I'll do it. After all, protecting your safety is the main purpose of our visit this time," Miss Mermaid retorted. "If you die, you really die. I can't die. I am the holder of forest magic. Don't do these things that are gone. Don't lose your chances." Beating the dog in the water is the main topic, Leon said, and swam directly towards the giant python. The magical cynomolgus brought him significant help. He only needed to slide his legs slightly to escape from the sea water. At this moment, the giant python, whose brain had been occupied by pain, was still twisting and struggling, venting his pain. Leon would not let go of such a good opportunity. He just stepped forward and slashed at the closest tail. The sharpness of the galaxy weapon was fully displayed at this moment. The knife directly cut off its thick tail. The smooth cut burst out a thick mass of blood at this moment, dyeing the sea water red. Hiss! The amplitude of the twisting movement of the giant python was even more exaggerated. The huge body stirred the water flow at the bottom of the sea and affected Lion's movements. The sharp and harsh hissing sound also spread in the sea water, causing Lion's eardrum to sting. Leon had just had a knife, and the four young mermaids gathered around the other side also appeared near the giant python. However, they did not grab the Neptune sword and fight with each other, but reached out to control the water flow to form things like ropes, firmly binding the giant python. The ropes formed by these water flows were extremely effective, which immediately made the giant python's struggle much stiffer, and the amplitude of its body swing was greatly reduced. Such a good opportunity was naturally impossible to miss. From the past, it was a knife to the thickest position, and then exerted force along the incision position, pulling out a slender crack. The length of this wound was at least nearly 2 meters, and a large amount of blood was sprayed out from the crack with the assistance of water pressure. At this moment, even Leon could not see the situation in front of him clearly, because the field of vision that was reaching was basically full of blood. But, it's so smelly. Chapter 214 Anya. The sea water mixed with blood in the nasal cavity during breathing made Leon feel uncomfortable. The strong smell of blood made his stomach churn. Fortunately, he is a person who is resistant to arthritis and has strong adaptability, so he did not vomit directly in the sea. However, it was not good to passively withstand the impact of the bloody smell in this way, so Leon simply held his breath for a while, and rushed into the blood mist with a few blind slashes. Most of the slashes were swept in vain, but occasionally there was a clear sense of barrier on the blade, which made Leon sure that he had not been in vain, but should have cut a few times. No need to attack, the Covenant, it is dead. Just as Leon recalled the approximate position he had just cut and was about to make up for a few more stabs, the blood-colored sea water surrounding him suddenly became much clearer, and the voice of the mermaid girl also came into Leon's ears. Looking in the sound, Leon saw 4 mermaid ladies appearing beside him, and the blood was condensed by their ability to control the water flow, forming a large blood ball suspended in the sea. Leon looked at the giant python again. At this moment, it had lost movement and its body began to float towards the sea. The terrible wounds on the giant python's body were no longer gushing out. It was obvious that the oil was gone and the lamp was dry. Those who died could not die anymore. But these are not the focus of Leon's attention. The focus is that the corpse of this giant python can still be preserved in the present. The real world, rather than disappearing directly after dying like a monster, makes Leon confused. Why didn't its corpse disappear? It is not a monster, it will not turn into energy and be recycled by the world. The mermaid girl explained. Then what kind of wilderness is it really? Leon was a little embarrassed when he heard this. If it weren't for a monster, then it would be a bit abrupt if he took such a ruthless move. Because this giant python actually eliminates its danger, its snake body itself is quite beautiful, and its scales are light blue gem-like scales like the snake's head. If it can be preserved intact, it will definitely be a good collection and may even be sold for a lot of money. Now that I have been cut like this by myself, my body and tail are still intact, and there are basically no better places in other places. Unsure, we plan to take the corpse back for research. If it is valuable, we will compensate you with equal amount of common currency. The mermaid replied. If you want it, take it away. There is no need to compensate. Just treat it as the reward for you to come and help. Leon waved his hand, and he was interested in the complete corpse of giant python. Now let's forget about this kind of broken flowers and willow. Since the mermaid girls are interested in it, they will give it a favor. In this way, maybe next time I can call the mermaid ladies with the mermaid horn to get their help. It depends on the elders' thoughts. We are just ordinary guards. The mermaid girl did not say anything to Death. I don't care. I can't take such a big guy away anyway. Leon complained. Yeah. The mermaid nodded. By the way, you are not injured, are you? No longer paying attention to the corpse of the giant python, Leon turned to the mermaid sisters and asked, because of the blood just now, he could not see the specific situation of the battle, nor did he know whether these mermaid sisters responsible for restraining the python were injured. The mermaid smiled when she heard this. "Thank you for your concern, the mercenary. We were not injured for the blessings we had to ask you, and we were not even exhausted. Unexpectedly, as guards, we were the audience in the end." "Don't say that, you helped trap the giant python, and also provided Cymbidium algae, otherwise I wouldn't be able to go into the water to fight it." Leon waved his hand and reminded. "This is exactly what I want to say, Shej, it's time for you to leave the water. The time for cyclone is coming." The mermaid reminded. "Ah!" Leon hurriedly swam towards the water when he heard this, but he didn't want to choke on the water. Fortunately, when he arrived at the sea, the duration of the ejaculi algae just ended. Leon once again felt the feeling of using his nose to breathe. After swallowing the ejaculi grass, he was not sure what his face turned into. But it definitely grew fish gills because he could feel the oxygen he breathed enters from both sides of his cheeks and passes into his nasal cavity and enters his lungs to complete a cycle. "It's good that you're fine." The movement in the sea just now was like a big vortex. Before Leon could see if the fins at his elbows and ankles had faded, he heard Willie's voice coming from a fishing boat not far away. Leon followed the sound and saw Willie and Gus lying on the edge of the fishing boat, waving their hands at him. Seeing this, Leon hurriedly swam over and boarded Willie's arm, and then was watched by Willie and Gus. "Don't worry, it's okay, I didn't suffer any losses." Leon waved his hand and comforted the two of them. His battle this time was really relaxed, basically a one-sided crushing game. "It's fine, it's fine." Willie and Gus breathed a sigh of relief at the same time when they heard this, then surrounded Leon from left to right, asking all the words about what was going on in the sea. Leon also briefly talked about the situation in the water, which roughly meant that he cut a giant python and processed it a little artistically, which could satisfy the curiosity of these two guys. Character: the whale needs help transport the corpse of the giant sea snake and cannot help you to tow the boat. Just as Leon was passionately describing his glorious deeds, the mermaid girl lay on the side of the boat and spoke to Leon. "What?" Leon didn't think the mermaids would let themselves float on the sea here. The whales that helped to tow the boat were gone. There should be other ways to send the three of them back. In addition to whales, there are also fishermen who have studied ship technology. They are already repairing the damaged propeller. The mermaid girl added to Leon with some disappointment. Obviously, she was planning to tease Leon, but unfortunately Leon was not disappointed or anxious because of the first news. Instead, the old god asked him about the second news he had hidden. "Thank you, by the way, don't call me Kichhi, call me my name is Leon." The mermaid girl in front of me was the one who had been communicating with Leon. After experiencing such things, Leon felt that this mermaid girl was quite responsible, so she took the opportunity to bring the two closer together. In this case, if the mermaid horn is blowing next time, it will be easier to communicate with her. "Leon, I remember it, my name is Anya." The mermaid girl clicked. He looked up and said his name at the same time. "Well, Anya, I remember too. When the fishing boat is repaired, you can go back. After all, the threat has been lifted." Leon also wrote down the name of the mermaid lady named Anya and reminded her at the same time. "Let's send you back to the sea near Stardew Valley. After all, no one knows whether there will be other problems. Anya replied. If you don't delay your affairs, I don't care. By the way, it's okay now. Can you please help me? Leon didn't persuade him, and instead asked Anya. You said, I'm listening. Anya raised her ears when she heard this. There was a shipwreck near the island before. Can you find out if you can search for the things inside and bring them here? Leon rubbed his hands and explained. After all, he threatened to contact, so he didn't want to go for a waste of time. Ah! Is this the matter? Anya's expression froze. What about that? Leon looked at Anya in confusion, and couldn't figure out what this mermaid girl could do to her besides this. Chapter 215 Old Hans's Navigation Log. Watching Anya leave to complete her commission, Leon stroked her chin and thought about Anya's situation just now, speculating in his mind what happened that Anya thought she would ask her to help. Willie and Gus, who watched the conversation throughout the whole time, looked at each other and then whispered together. Although Leon has a good brain, he doesn't seem to be sensitive to emotional matters. Maybe he didn't think about that. The little mermaid girl was almost drawing his eyes when she saw him. Can't she tell me? I didn't see it either. So you deserve to be a bachelor. Bah, then don't come to my old bachelor's tavern for dinner in the future, I don't deserve to entertain you. Don't go, I'm a bachelor too, we're all the same people. Then are you going to tell him? No, I told Leon about the story of the mermaid and human beings, and he also knows the interests of this. This is not fair to that little mermaid girl. That's her own business, and it should be the young girls in our town who want to protest against the unfairness. It makes sense. After all, Leon settled in Stardew Valley, so it's not cheap for outsiders. What are you talking about? Leon, who had thought for a long time but didn't think of anything, looked at Willie and Gus's aunt smiling while chatting privately. He felt a strong malice inexplicably, and couldn't help but interrupt. It's nothing, let's talk about what to eat after going back. Gus quickly waved his hand and explained. Yes, Leon, what do you want to eat? Willie asked Leon in response to Gus' words. Leon knew that the two of them were talking about this topic, but if both old Deng didn't say it, he had no choice but to say perfunctorily, whatever you want, don't eat fish anyway. But Gus only makes fish. Willie complained. I reminded him more than once that aquatic products should be added to some poultry and livestock meat in the bar, but he didn't listen to his advice. You want to eat that kind of meat and make it yourself. I won't make it anyway. Gus replied without hesitation. Why? Leon actually cared about this issue. Originally, he thought that Stardew Valley had no meat ingredients to run on land, but Abigail told him that there was a meat-selling butcher named John in the town who could buy meat from him, so he was curious why Gus didn't make this kind of cooking. Because his ex-girlfriend is a rancher, he dare not use ranch-based animals as cooking dishes. Gus did not answer, and Willie revealed the reason first. Marnie is your ex-girlfriend. Leon subconsciously blurted out this problem after hearing the news of the rancher's ex-girlfriend. But Gus and Willie shook their heads wildly when they heard this, especially Gus, and explained directly, "You can't talk nonsense. My ex-girlfriend is a rancher from another place." "That's right, you can gossip, but you can't spread rumors," Willie complained. "So, do you know about Marnie and Louis?" Leon asked tentatively when he saw the reaction and attitude of the two. "Even you, who has just arrived, can be seen, let alone us old residents," Willie said with a smile. "Yes, it's too obvious. The key is that these two guys still feel that they are covering up very well." Gus also smiled and complained, "If it weren't for the concern of Louis and Marnie, everyone would have urged the two to get engaged." "So why didn't there be any instigation?" Leon asked. "Marnie has this idea, but Louis dare not. He was afraid that when he was with Marnie, he would make other merchants in the town have opinions. After all, Marnie is the largest rancher in the town. If she married Louis, Louis would think everyone would gossip." Gus explained. Willie also nodded and echoed, "The most important thing is that Louis is afraid of getting married. He feels that once he gets married, his career will be dragged down by his family. But except for him, Pelican's town wants to find a new mayor, so everyone supports Louis, so the issue that Louis is worried about is simply a joke." "Have you advised him like this?" Leon asked. "Don't dare, afraid that he would be scared, so he ended the long-distance run of love with Marnie," Gus explained helplessly. "Louis has to think about this kind of thing himself," Willie added. "I can't figure it out." Leon shook his head. He really couldn't figure out why Louis had these concerns. He just got married, but he wasn't going to jail. "We don't understand either," Gus and Willie said at the same time. Just as Leon was planning to change the topic and continue to gossip about Gus' ex-girlfriend, Anya came back, and another young fishman lady was accompanying her, both holding a box in their hands. "The ship was damaged quite seriously, but in the captain's room, we found these two boxes. They were well preserved and had not been soaked in water." After throwing the box onto the boat, Anya introduced the situation when the box was discovered. "Thank you, Anya, please trouble you." Leon thanked Anya, while calling Willie and Gus to help move the box away. "It's okay, there's nothing else, we'll continue to dive underwater." Anya shook her head, then said to Leon, and then sneaked into the sea with the mermaid sister beside her. This made Leon feel like the other party was hiding from him, but Leon didn't care much, so he leaned over and looked at the two boxes with Gus. "Willie, open and take a look." "I don't think it's a problem. I'll drive it. If there is any danger inside, I can help you block it," Leon said, then went straight to unlock the box. But the box was locked and it was difficult to open without a key, so Leon took out the Galaxy watermelon knife and solved the problem physically. After all the two boxes were opened, Leon was stunned. One of the boxes was filled with gold coins, but the other box only had a navigation log. Although he liked the gold coins very much, what he was even more curious about was the navigation log. The same is true for Willie and Gus. Although the gold coins are very attractive, they are all in their hands and they don't run long legs. They are still more concerned about the contents of the navigation diary. Perhaps from this navigation log, we can see why old Hans was stranded on this island where he was the base camp, and whether he was killed by the giant python killed by Leon. Chapter 216 Tang Seng turns out to be me. Look first. Leon was the first to pick up the log of navigation and asked Gus and Willie. Well, open it and watch it together. Gus and Willie didn't care who they were in, as long as they could see the contents on the navigation log. When Willie and Gus surrounded Leon, Leon opened the log and found that most of the contents were deliberately smeared, and only a dozen pages of content could be distinguished. March 6th Sunny. Finally, I found the star fruit mentioned by the witch on this broken island. There are too many snakes on the island, and I can't be sure whether the snake that bites me is poisonous, but at least I feel good now. With the star fruit, I can become a powerful warrior. March 8th Rain. After a day of sailing, I returned to my nest. I felt very uncomfortable, but I didn't know where I felt uncomfortable. I might be too tired. Maybe I should have eaten the fruit of the star earlier. March 14th Typhoon. The phenomenon of molting began to appear on my body. It was so terrible. It was like a snake. I actually took off a whole layer of skin. I couldn't remember what happened during this period, but my ship sank and I couldn't seem to leave the island. March 4th Heavy Rain. I have eaten the star fruit for half a month, but I don't feel like I'm getting stronger. Instead, I've been in a coma recently. Every time I wake up, there will be an extra skin that I have faded away, and scales begin to appear on my skin. Oh my god, I seem to be turning into a monster. March 14th Sunny. The witch came and she told me that the fruit of the star had a special reaction with the snake venom. I would change from human to beast. She told me that if I want to maintain my human form, I had to cooperate with her. I was afraid of becoming a beast and I had to cooperate with her. April 11th Rain. I fell into a coma again, this time it took longer than before. The witch disappeared, I don't know where she went, but the scales on my body seemed to have disappeared, and I didn't see the shed skin around me, and I seemed to have recovered. July 29th Yin. The witch came back and she brought a good or bad news, that is, I had completely gotten rid of the terrible possibility of beastization, but the price was that the star fruit I ate should have been completely useless and had a waste of time. September 14th Yin. Damn witch, she lied to me, the beastization was not healed at all, scales grew on my body again, and I lost both legs, and my legs turned into the tail of a snake. Oh, this is so terrible, am I still a human? September 19th Sunny. I completely turned into a snake, but I found that I still retained the wisdom and thinking ability of human beings, and I could still use my tail to hold my pen to write. This is amazing. Maybe this is the ability given to me by the fruit of the star? I don't know, but I don't like this ability, I want to become a human. November 4th Yin. I have lived as a snake for more than half a month. I have become accustomed to my new body. This body is very strong. I have also found that I have grown up during this period and I can easily kill a shark now. November 8th Rain. The witch came and she was surprised to see me and said that I had actually changed from a human to a son of the wilderness. I asked her what a son of the wilderness is. She told me some common sense secrets of magic wizards, which were all very interesting. Unexpectedly, in this world, there was also magic in addition to the Explorer Union. November 17th Sunny. The witch is leaving. She has taught me a lot of knowledge during this period and told me that if I can find another star fruit, maybe I still have a chance to become a human. This is good news and has rekindled my hope. November 30th Rain. I ate the witch who came to visit me. I don't understand why, I actually ate people. This is so terrible. I can't control myself. I'm not sure I am still me. Damn, I actually ate people. December 10th Sunny. I feel that beastly nature is devouring my human nature. This may be the last time I have written a log. In the name of old Hans and in the name of humans, I don't know if I can still wake up, nor am I sure whether I am still myself or not. If you are a treasure hunter and happen to find this log, then leave this place quickly with my legacy. If you are an explorer, please kill me. I have eaten 2 more pirates recently. I can no longer be considered a human. I don't want to become a manating monster. Seeing this, Leon and Williggs looked at each other, and the expressions of the 3 of them were quite complicated at this moment. I seem to have killed old Hans, he is the giant python. Leon said at this moment, and took out the corpse from his backpack. So do you still need to take this skeleton back? Sink into the sea. This should be the corpse of a pirate described in the log. The fate of a pirate is to sink into the sea. Willie directly picked up the corpse and threw it all into the sea. Gus wanted to stop it, but seeing that Willie had already lost all the money, he didn't say anything, but his expression was a little sad. Stop being sad, Gus, you see too. Old Hans is no longer a human being, he has become a monster. Willie leaned forward and comforted her shoulder. I know. Gus nodded, then walked to the side of the boat silently, and his eyes were on the island, not knowing what he was thinking. Leon continued to read because he had not finished reading this navigation log. Although old Hans wrote on this page that he might have written a log for the last time, it seemed that it was not really the last time. December 21st. Damn it, rainy day. I was tired of eating the fish in the sea. I longed for fresh people, but the witch's dying curse made me unable to leave this nearby. Damn witch, but it doesn't matter. I had already hidden in a place before being cursed, and I thought about the permanent magnetic needle here. As long as someone wanted to get my treasure, he would definitely find it here. December 24th. A beautiful Sunday. Oh, an explorer who has eaten the fruit of the star. I am so lucky. I numbed him with the knowledge taught by the witch. He thought I was really the son of the wilderness. This was so interesting. He was swallowed by me without any precautions. I felt that I became stronger. It turns out that humans who have eaten the fruit of the star can also make me stronger. I need more humans of the star. The navigation log came to an abrupt end. There was indeed some content behind it, but it was basically unclear, but it was not important. What Leon saw from the contents of these logs was enough to solve all his doubts. So I have become Elder Tang now. This is his biggest sigh at this moment. Chapter 217. Profitable Industry. After closing the navigation log, Leon asked Willie and Gus, "Do you need this navigation log?" No. Willie and Gus shook their heads, and Leon directly put it into the system backpack when he heard this. He planned to take him back to see it for Rasmides, and asked for some information. If what the log says is true, then his range of enemies will become larger in the future. We'll divide these gold coins. After reading the navigation log, Leon set his eyes on the treasure chest full of gold coins and suggested. Willie rubbed his hands and nodded when he heard this, but Gus shook his head. "I don't want it." "Aren't you going to send it to old Hans' nephew?" Leon asked. "I will pay the money myself, so I will hand over my share to you," Gus explained. Willie scratched his head awkwardly when he heard Gus's statement. He didn't know whether he should have the part he had to belong to. But Leon did not continue to persuade, but started counting these gold coins. After counting all of them, Leon divided the total 186 gold coins into 3 parts, including 112 of which were collected by himself, and the remaining 74 were divided into 2 piles, one was 37, and pushed them to Gus and Willie. It will be distributed according to the agreed proportion. Whether you take it or not is your business. I won't care about what you do. I will only take my share. I really don't want it. You can throw it into the sea. I have no objection anyway. After saying this, Leon walked away and let Gus and Willie stay where they were watching the 2 piles of gold coins. In the end, Leon saw the 2 of them collect their own share. After getting into his bag, he withdrew his gaze and shouted to the sea. Oya, Anya! Is there anything? Anya asked, looking at Leon with her head exposed from the water. Have the ship been repaired? Leon asked. It's been repaired long ago. Anya replied. Well, okay, thank you. After hearing this, Leon thanked Anya awkwardly. He greeted Willie directly. Willie, the ship is repaired, let's go back quickly. After a morning of time, Willie finally drove the boat back to Stardew Valley. Looking at the familiar dock, Willie and Gus both breathed a sigh of relief. Although this journey was short, it was full of various thrilling events in the middle, which made them not recover until now. When they returned to Stardew Valley, their hearts were finally let go. Leon, let's have lunch together. Gus, who was the first to log into the dock, said to Leon weakly. No, next time, you'd better take a rest and slow down. When you go to the kitchen, I'm afraid you can't even get the knife. Leon waved his hand and refused Gus' proposal. After all, this guy was so seasick. It's a question whether he could walk back by himself. How dare Leon let him cook? Willie also agreed with Lion's statement and suggested, I'll go and take Gus back first. If you are not in a hurry, I'll take you back to the farm. Just send Gus, I'll go back by myself. Leon shook his head and replied. Willie didn't persuade him anymore, and helped Gus to the beach garage where he parked his motorcycle, while Leon lay on the bow of the boat and called out Anya. I've arrived at the place, and it's time for you to go back and report. I'll bother you with help this time. Looking at Anya showing off the sea, Leon took the lead in expressing his gratitude. This is our duty. Anya replied expressionlessly. Then if I blow the horn next time, will you come? Leon asked. I don't know, but if you have this intention, I can tell the elders for you. Anya explained. That's good. After all, we are acquaintances. If you are the one who leads the team next time, I won't be too embarrassed. Leon nodded and said. I don't want you to blow the horn, after all, blowing the horn means you are in trouble. Anya complained. Ha ha ha, I don't want to do it either, but who can tell you this kind of thing clearly? And blowing the horn doesn't mean there is a problem with me. What if I just want to go to the mermaid territory? Leon comforted Anya with a smile. It's better not to do this. Anya frowned and reminded after hearing this. Why? Leon asked back. Because you may be targeted. Although most mermaids don't feel anything about aliens, you are different. You are the son of nature and have eaten the fruit of stars. These advantages will make you the target of mermaids who want to give birth to powerful offspring. Anya explained. Hiss, so that's it, thank you for letting me know. Leon took a breath after hearing this. He didn't expect that he had these advantages. It is true that the mermaid sisters are all very good looking, but once they reach the age of H, their beautiful appearance will be like the past. More importantly, if they combine with the mermaid sisters, they will turn themselves into a water monkey who cannot get ashore, which is enough to dispel all the evil thoughts of Leon. It's time for me to leave. When Anya saw Lion's advice, her brows stretched out, and then said goodbye to Leon and drilled into the sea. This time Anya really left. Leon shouted a few times but received no response. So Leon had to climb the dock and prepare to return to the farm. Originally, before Anya left, Leon planned to give Anya a gift. After all, the other party came to help, and he did not invite the other party to have a cup of tea and have a meal or something. It is appropriate to give a gift to express his gratitude. Now that Anya has run away, he has to leave this gift for the next time he meets, but he doesn't know when he will blow the mermaid horn next time. Leon, who got ashore, took out his bicycle and rushed towards his farm. After half an hour, Leon, who returned to the farm, immediately took out a sprinkler kettle to water the big babies in the field. After watering, Leon took back the sprinkler kettle and took a break for a while, and opened the email address. There was a letter in the email address, from Louis. The envelope was thick and obviously it contained money. When I opened it, I found that it was indeed the shipping box payment sent by Louis and the goods shipment price list. After a rough look, Leon was mainly concerned about the prices of gems and parsnips. The shipment price of a 220G citron and amethyst 330G are similar to Clint's quotation, while the price difference of parsnips is a bit big. The cost of an ordinary quality parsnips 5G plant has increased by 5 times compared to the 20G 20 parts, and the unit price is still quite high. But high-quality parsnips are different. The unit price of 8 parsnips classified as Silver Star by Leon is 60G, and 8 are 480G. The 60-fold return makes Lion's eyes red. This is just a Silver Star quality parsnips. It is defined by Leon as a Venus quality parsnips, which is called huge profits. A Venus parsnips unit price is 200G, and the price of each plant is almost up to Chalice. Chapter 218 I Treat You as a Brother. This batch of parsnips alone brought nearly 1000 G of income to Leon, which made Leon understand why farmers the status of the owner is so high. This is an absolute huge profit. On the contrary, the prices of particularly valuable fish in the game are not high. Except for catfish, the prices of fish sold in Leon are basically small returns of around 10 or 20. Even so, the total payment for all the goods was enough 2140 G, which was higher than the monthly salary I had at Hoja. It is impossible to work when working. You will never work in this life. You can't do projects. You can only maintain your life by planting some fields. At this moment, this sentence echoed in Lion's mind and regarded it as the Bible. After collecting the money, Leon threw the gold coins he had harvested from his trip to sea into the shipping box, and there was also the tiger shark. The shipment box has proved its value. The shipment price of the Yuan Chamber of Commerce will not be lower than the market value. From now on, unless in special circumstances, Leon intends to sell all the goods through the shipment box. At the same time, the high-quality crop income this time also made Leon want to rekindle the idea of expanding the planting range, because these high-quality selling prices are so fragrant. After all, this kind of return on profits is really outrageous. After collecting the money, Leon once again focused his attention on the crops growing in the fields. In Lion's eyes, these crops were banknotes emitting the fragrance of ink. If you know the outrageous price of high-quality crops in advance, Leon may prepare a portion of fertilizer for each crop before planting it. But it's not too late to find out now. He has just started here, and there are opportunities for planting in the future. After seeing that the crops in the fields were basically in the growth stages, Leon retracted his gaze and turned to the cave. It has been 3 days since the last time Demetrius transformed the cave, and Leon wants to check out the situation of the mushroom incubator. Entering the cave, with the help of the wall light hanging on the wall, Leon saw the current situation of mushrooms growing in the mushroom incubator. Ripe mushrooms, harvable. The familiar system prompts, as well as the bright green light emitted by the mushrooms themselves, mean that these mushrooms are indeed in a state of harvest. But compared to the huge mushroom incubator, the mushrooms in the box seem very out of place. There is only one mushroom on each box, and it is not big. However, picking is quite easy. You only need to fold it gently to put it in your pocket, while the root mycelium buried under the soil in the incubator is unscathed. Ordinary mushrooms, collection slightly hard and smooth in flesh. Honutellum, collection product a delicious mushroom that tastes like fruit and is slightly spicy. 6 incubators, 5 ordinary mushrooms, and 1 chanterelles. The ordinary mushrooms are brown in color and have a standard mushroom shape. Chanterelles are special, more plump than ordinary mushrooms, and the fungus is flat and bright yellow in color. After putting the 6 mushrooms into the system backpack, Leon walked around the cave again. Although the mushrooms are ripe, the fruit bat he is thinking about has no trace of it. Without the fruit bat, there will be no fruit that can be used for free. This disappointed Leon. I don't know if the fruit bats had not discovered this place yet, or if Demetrius was cheating. He did not provide this cave with a transformation to attract fruit bats. But it is highly likely that it is the former. Although Demetrius lacks a good impression of himself, as a scientist, his style of conduct is quite rigorous, and this is not bad. Since there was no extra fruit to collect, Leon naturally did not plan to stay in the cave. After leaving the cave, Leon walked around the farm and found that there was nothing to do, so he took out his bicycle again and rushed towards the town. I haven't eaten until now, and Gus is not suitable for going to the kitchen now. Leon plans to buy some ingredients and come back to reward himself. The place I went to this time was not Pierre's house or Hoja's house, but the butcher John's house. Since he got a poultry meat dealer in Pelican Town in Abigail, Leon has been very curious. This time he plans to find John, the butcher he has never heard of in the game. Just looking for something that doesn't fit Lion's style at a loss, he doesn't waste so much time because he's hungry. So he planned to catch a strong man, and he saw Abigail, who happened to be helping the glass door of his home shop to clean up the dust. So Leon quietly stepped forward and prepared to slap Abigail on the shoulder and jumped, but he forgot that the clean glass would reflect. So when he saw Leon tiptoeing towards Abigail who was approaching behind him, he suddenly turned around when Leon was about to approach. He shouted at Leon with his teeth and claws, "Haha, I've caught you!" Abigail's original intention was to counterscar Leon, but an embarrassing thing happened at this moment. Leon originally reached out to pat Abigail on the shoulder, but Abigail's turn caught Leon off guard. Especially the other party's exclamation scared Leon, his hand trembled and he put it on an extremely full area. Ah! Abigail's scream made Leon come to his senses instantly, quickly retracted the crime's right hand, and retreated several steps away from Abigail in succession. Listen to my explanation. Looking at Abigail covering his chest with a look of shame and anger on his face, Leon hurriedly said, "I just wanted to pat you on the shoulder, but who knew you suddenly turned around? Bah, I don't believe you can't react." Abigail spat at Leon and retorted, "I could have reacted, but who knew you suddenly turned around and spoke?" Leon complained. "I think you did it on purpose." Abigail stared at Leon with his wide eyes. "I treat you as a brother, how could it be intentional?" "You have to believe in my character," Leon explained. "Humph!" Abigail snorted coldly, then looked at Leon and took the initiative to skip the topic and spoke, "I heard that you, Gus and Willie are going to sea, what are you doing?" "Go out to find treasure." Abigail gave the steps, so Leon naturally followed the trend. "Treasure hunt?" Abigail became interested in hearing this. "Have you found some kind of treasure map? Or did you find an ancient shipwreck? Have you harvested any treasure? Do you want to know?" Leon looked at Abigail's excited look and immediately had an idea. "If you want to know, take me to find the butcher John first, I will buy some ingredients. On the way in the past, I will tell you how the treasure hunt process is." "Trade." Abigail hung the rag in his hand directly on the glass door handle and shouted at Leon, "Go away!" Chapter 219 Butcher John. With Abigail's lead, Leon doesn't need to be spinning like a headless fly. Of course, as a reward for leading the way, Leon also talked about his journey and general situation this time. Just as they just talked about the three of them landing on the beach and found a giant python shed, Abigail suddenly stopped. Only then did Leon notice that the destination of the trip had arrived. Unexpectedly, the Butcher John's butcher's shop is not far from Pierre's grocery store, just in the woods in the upper right corner of the east side of the grocery store. Leon has never been to this area. After all, it is not located on the main road. You need to see the stone road from Pierre grocery store to Hoja's supermarket. Bypassing the small square on the north side and passing through the groves. No wonder Leon has never discovered this place before, because if you don't look for it specifically, it will be really difficult to find. The story can be told later. You can buy meat first. Abigail patted Lion's shoulder and pointed at the store with the perfect red meat sign hanging. Yeah. Leon nodded, then walked into the store and saw a huge freezer that occupied half of the space in the store, and a strong man in a blood-stained apron, holding a bone-knitting knife to dismember a sheep. Although the store is full of blood, the overall environment is not dirty and messy. When you enter the store, you can clearly feel that the temperature in the store is several degrees lower than that outside. "Oh, Abigail, is this strange friend beside you your boyfriend?" The strong man saw the appearance of Abigail and Leon, immediately put down the bone-clearing knife, wiped the blood from his hands on the apron and greeted him. "No, he is my friend, the new farmer in Pelican Town," Abigail explained. "Oh, it turns out to be the farmer. Sorry, I thought Abigail was finally enlightened, but it was a pity." The strong man muttered in disappointment when he heard this, but his natural loud voice still made Leon and Abigail hear it clearly. Abigail curled his lips, and Leon said, "You are Mr. John, right?" "Well, Butcher John, the only butcher and poultry and livestock meat operator in Pelican Town." Butcher John nodded. "Brother, are you going to have some fresh meat?" "I'm coming because of this." Leon nodded, then leaned over and said, "Is there any fresh meat?" "Of course, what do you need?" John nodded, then rubbed his hands and added, "I can provide fresh meat from chicken, duck, rabbit, cattle, sheep, pigs, as well as finished ham and bacon. If you want to try wilder meat, I can also provide you with venison, wolf meat and bear meat." You don't need wild game anymore, just have some normal meat." Leon stayed away from venison, wolf, fish and bear meat. After all, he really couldn't eat these things, and he couldn't cook them, so he wouldn't waste the ingredients. Of course, there are also considerations to respond to the call of the court. "Why do you think so? Then you can see what you need. I welcome you to buy more and buy less. If you buy more, I can also find someone to deliver the goods to you." John replied with regret when he heard this. "Where is the price?" Leon asked. "Calculated at the unit price per kilogram." John replied. "What I want is to kill now," Leon added. "The freezer is full of goods that have just been slaughtered in the morning, absolutely fresh. I will sell the meat that cannot be sold every day to the meat processing factory at a low price, and I will definitely not sell overnight meat, so you will always be the freshest when you buy meat from me," explained John. "Well, John is right. This is how he does business. I can testify for him." Abigail, who was standing by, also helped John prove it. With Abigail's assurance, Leon believed John's words, walked to the exaggerated freezer that occupied the ground and swayed around, and then selected 2 chickens, half a beef and half a pork. Yes, half a fan, that is, half of the body of a cow and pig behind the head. Leon was not afraid of not being able to finish it. Because he has a system backpack and a treasure chest, these 2 things have much more reliable ability to keep fresh than refrigerators. After all, one is cold, it's frozen, one is stopping at a time, and the gap is almost across the Milky Way. While Leon was carrying half a pig and half a cow in his hands, Abigail helped to walk to John with 2 chickens. John looked at Leon in surprise and sighed, "Looking at your thin figure, I didn't expect that you are quite strong." "Calculate the price." Leon, who had just made a fortune, is very proud at the moment. John nodded when he heard this, and then he did not mention it, but said directly to Leon, "Half a pork 200 g, half a beef 400 g, if 2 chickens, I will accept you 16 g. "Don't weigh it?" Leon asked in confusion at John. "If you buy a lot, I quoted you with an additional 15% profit according to the purchase price. If you weigh it, it will not be the price," John explained. "Well, this price is indeed cheaper than weighing," Abigail said to Leon. "Okay." Leon paid directly after hearing this, and paid 3 extra yuan to avoid the issue of making changes, which was also a discount for John. The price is lower than he thought, but it can be understood by comparing his past salary that the world's currency purchasing power is quite strong. Do you want to cut it for you? John asked. Thank you then. Leon naturally had no objection to this and threw the 2 half-small pigs and cows on the chopping board in front of John. John also directly carried the knife and began to help Leon disassemble the half of the fan to its appropriate size. Taking advantage of John's meat sharing, Leon was not idle either. Why did Mr. John think about opening the butcher shop in this position? Just call me John. John said, cutting off a cow leg, and continued, the reason I opened the store here is to avoid scaring others. After all, most people cannot accept the slaughter scene, even if the meat is broken down. How is the business? Leon continued to chat. It's okay. The miners in the town like to come to me after get off work to buy fresh meat and cook home. John replied. Although John answered questions and answers, Leon also found that the tall and strong man did not seem to like chatting, but instead paid more attention to how to perfectly separate the flesh and bones. Seeing this, Leon didn't want to disturb the serious man, so he started chatting with Abigail. You seem to be very familiar with John. Well, John was an explorer, and I learned swordsmanship from him when I was a child. Abigail replied. Explorer. Leon looked at John with surprise when he heard this. If it weren't for Abigail's words, he would never have imagined that this man was once a combatant. Although John looked quite strong, he has not put any pressure or threatening to Leon since he met. You know, even the old man Jill, who was about to fall into the ground, occasionally looking at Leon could make Leon feel the oppression emitted from the other person. This made him doubt whether Abigail was fooled or whether John was just an ordinary adventurer and his strength was not outstanding. After all, Leon still believes in his sense of combat, and this ability, similar to talent, is his main reference point for measuring the gap in combat power. Chapter 220. You're right. John also heard the conversation between Abigail and Leon, but he did not express any opinions on this topic, and was still quietly dividing the pig and cow in his hands. Leon didn't ask much. After all, he was not familiar with John, and whether the other party was an explorer had little to do with him. In terms of strength, Leon didn't know whether John was considered powerful, but as a butcher, John was definitely competent. Half a pig and half a cow were disassembled into standard-sized pieces of meat and bones in just 5 minutes, and they also put the meat into a bag. What do you want, Bones? After John packed the meat, he asked Leon as he looked at the remaining pork bones and cow bones on the table. No. Leon likes pork ribs very much, but John's bone-cutting technique is excellent, so there are basically no residual meat or minced meat on these bones. The clean bones make Leon have no desire to bring it back at all. John nodded when he heard this, and then took out a $100 bill from the money he had paid just now and handed it to Leon. That bone cannot be considered your money. Okay. Leon was stunned for a moment, but still took the money. Try to finish eating early. If it is stored for too long, even if it is refrigerated, the flavor will be greatly reduced. I will basically open every day. If you want to eat meat next time, you can come and buy fresh ones. John, who handed the 2 large buns of meat to Leon, reminded him again. Okay. Leon nodded to express his understanding, and at the same time he put 2 big bags of meat into his backpack, and even the chicken in Abigail's hand was not spared. This scene made Abigail's eyes lit up, but John said expressionlessly, "It seems that there is no need to deliver goods to you. Let's go slowly, welcome next time." "Goodbye, John." After waving his hand to say goodbye to John, Leon and Abigail left the butcher shop together. As soon as he left the door, Abigail couldn't wait to ask, "When did you learn this kind of thing? Is it magic? Or some kind of special prop?" "The ability given by the star fruit." Leon said, "Nonsense. Star fruit? Have you actually eaten the star fruit?" "When?" Abigail became even more excited when he heard this. "It's been a while ago," Leon replied. "I heard that the star fruit is the best delicacy in the world. Can you describe how good it tastes?" Abigail asked. "Actually, the star fruit itself has no taste, but when you eat it, it will evoke memories of the deepest and most beautiful taste you have ever tasted in your memory, so I can't tell you the specific taste," Leon explained. "I see." Abigail nodded. "It seems that my life wish list has another goal." "Oh, what's your original wish list?" Leon asked curiously when he heard this. "I won't tell you, by the way, your adventure story has not been finished yet." Abigail rolled his eyes on Leon, and then reiterated the conditions for leading the way for Leon. "I'm hungry and I'm going to go back to cook, why don't I go on?" Already knowing the location of the butcher John's store, Leon planned to leave because it was too troublesome to tell stories to Abigail. The girl was very curious and would not be at ease when telling stories in Leon. Instead, she would bring herself into it and ask some unnecessary details. "It's okay, I'll go with you. I haven't been to your farm for a long time. I'll go and see how your farm is doing now." Abigail patted Leon's shoulder and decided. "Can I refuse?" Leon looked at Abigail speechlessly and said. "No, otherwise I will tell my father that you molested me before." Abigail threatened Leon with confidence. "It's a misunderstanding when you say it." Leon sighed when he heard this. "Forget it, if you like it, come." As he said that, Leon rode his bike, "But my bike doesn't have a back seat, you may have to run over by yourself, come on." As a result, as soon as Leon got on the pedal and held the handlebar, Abigail got into Leon's arms. Of course, it was not to take advantage of Leon, but to get on the horizontal bar of the bicycle. "Be your driver for me and set off." Abigail, full of energy, did not care that his current posture was too close to Leon, but instead happily commanded towards Leon. Passively sniffing the unique Abigail smell coming from the tip of his nose, Leon couldn't help but complain, "Although I treat you as a brother, you are a girl after all. If you do this, do you want to be innocent? So I will direct you to walk the path so that we can hurry to your farm while ensuring we won't be seen." Abigail replied, "For example, now we can go around Pelican Town Square and my doorstep from the path here, and then directly insert it into the bus stop." "Why do you have to be so troublesome? Isn't it nice to walk a flat road?" Leon continued to complain, because the path commanded by Abigail was completely trampled on by Manuel, which means that both he and Abigail's butts were in a state of pain along the way. Who made your bicycle have no back seat? Abigail complained to Leon, stop talking nonsense, go quickly, don't you say you're hungry. Forget it, just be happy. I hope that when I arrive at the farm, your butt will remain intact. Since Abigail was determined to get the car, Leon went with her. Anyway, his seat cushion is still soft, which can offset some bumpy feeling, but the horizontal bar under Abigail's butt is a real iron bump. Abigail suffered, just to teach this rash guy a lesson. So under Abigail's command, Leon rode Abigail to walk through the various trails in Pelican Town. The bumps along the way made Abigail feel bad. In order to avoid being flew away from the car, Abigail turned around and hugged Leon's waist, almost letting the unprepared Leon ride the bike into the bushes. Did you carry a stick? After riding in this position for a while, Abigail suddenly asked. Cough cough, bring it, please be careful not to be hit. Leon almost breathed up when he heard this. He was so scared that he coughed several times before he could recover. It seems that you are an excellent warrior, even carrying weapons with you, but why don't you stuff it into your ability to store things? Abigail asked curiously. Because I have to prepare for the battle at all times. Leon was perfunctory and reminded Abigail, you can actually hold the handlebars, so you won't touch that, stick. No, it's easy to interfere with your bike riding. Abigail shook his head and muttered in a low voice, I haven't seen it anyway. You treat me as a brother. Why do you care about these things? I just hug you, and I'm not afraid of anything you are afraid of. Hey, you're right. Leon sighed helplessly, then moved his butt back to the cushion, and at the same time lowered the center of gravity of his upper body. However, Leon's attitude of avoiding suspicion made Abigail's face become more rosy. Because Leon's chest and shoulders, which had lowered his upper body, were basically pressing on his hair, and the two of them were closer to each other at this moment. Chapter 221 I haven't disliked you yet. Under the command of Abigail, this cycling trip in Leon is really I didn't see a pedestrian on the road and returned to the farm. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the farm, Abigail jumped out of the car, then ran to Leon's house, found the faucet and washed his face. After Leon also entered the house, Abigail was sitting on a chair, shaking his legs and complaining, when will your house expand? It's too small. Why should I live alone, why do I have to be that big? Leon took out a chicken from his backpack and began to thaw and clean and cut into pieces. At the same time, he started chatting with Abigail. But you can't live alone? It's better to live alone? You shouldn't be short of money when you buy meat so simply. Abigail asked. It only costs a few dollars to buy meat, and the money for renovating and expanding this house is not a small amount. As a brother, why don't you support me? Maybe next time you come here, you will see a small villa. Leon teased Abigail. Forget it, I'm still an unemployed vagrant, and I'm still waiting for you to become a big boss to provide me with a high salary and stable job. Abigail encouraged Leon without hesitation, so you have to come on. Leon glanced at Abigail speechlessly and was sure that this girl was a salted fish, but she actually didn't need to care about her work. After all, she is the largest seed supplier and one of the daily grocery stores in Pelican Town, and her family is not short of money. Moreover, Pierre and Caroline only have Abigail, the daughter, and no one competes with her, and the future is bright. So in order to establish a good relationship with this future rich woman, Leon asked, "I'm going to make some food. Do you want to prepare one more for you?" "Yes, although I have eaten at noon, you say so. As a good friend, I still want to support you," Abigail replied. "I hope you won't support you." After Leon complained, he began to prepare lunch. The rice was not cooked, and Leon planned to make a chicken stewed mushrooms, and then mix noodles with chicken soup. Although the chicken is not stupid chicken, the mushroom is not dried mushrooms, and the vermicelli has become pasta, the taste should not be too bad. Leon thought so. While Leon was busy, Abigail was not idle either, so he kept asking around Leon about the adventure stories that Leon had not finished telling before. Leon did not deliberately keep it insincere and told Abigail about everything about going out to sea this time, and did not even hide it from asking for help from the mermaid. Because he was not going to sea alone this time, as witnesses, Willie and Gus did not believe that these two people could be so tight, and these things were not bad things that were not easy to see, so there was no need to cover them up. "So, that giant python is actually the old man you are looking for this time." After hearing that Leon had dealt with the giant python and got the navigation log, Abigail's expression was a bit complicated. "Well, it should be, but it's no longer a human being." Leon nodded, "After all, it has eaten at least 3 people. "When I learned the news, what do you think?" Abigail asked. "I don't have any thoughts. Do you think I'm uneasy and full of guilt or something, just because I killed a monster that was once a human?" Leon asked back. "Yeah." Abigail nodded, "That's what I think." "No, don't say that old Hans has become a snake. Even if he keeps himself as a human, I will still be dead." Leon replied firmly. "Why?" Abigail was a little scared when he heard this, because when Lion's tone, this guy was serious, which means he really dared to kill people. "Because he has killed others and has a murderous intention towards me, would he keep him and cause trouble for me if he doesn't kill him?" Leon explained, "Do you think he will reform himself and surrender himself to the judicial authorities?" There is a scene of a prodigal son turning back. "I don't know, these are too far from my life. I grew up in Pelican Town. The most dangerous thing I have ever heard of is that the old library director escaped with money and Pam got into a car accident and crashed the long-distance bus." Abigail replied softly with his head down. "So you don't need to pay attention to these things. After all, there are tall people holding on to the sky when the sky falls. You are obviously not tall." Leon looked at Abigail, obviously being scared by himself, and his tone became much gentler. While comforting Abigail, he also added, "If you are afraid of me, maybe you can stay away from me, and I won't blame you." "No, I believe you won't hurt me." Abigail hurriedly raised his head and explained to Leon. "Why?" This time it was Leon who asked Abigail. "Of course it's because of various reasons. For example, you still need to run a farm and buy seeds at my house. And I don't have any threats to you. After all, I have many cards to save my life." Abigail waved his finger and calculated the conditions that could ensure his safety. Leon couldn't help but pat Abigail's head and comforted him, "Are you really thinking about this? Then you're wrong. I'm not a perverted murderer, and I have never killed anyone. Your worries are completely redundant." "I know, I'm just answering your question." Abigail replied impatiently, slapped Lion's hand away. "Okay, if you don't talk about this meaningless topic, go get a bowl and prepare for dinner." Leon smiled and reminded Abigail, not planning to talk about this topic in depth. From Abigail just now you can tell if you dare to pat yourself and touch her head. This girl is really not afraid of herself. If she is afraid, she will never dare to do such a move. Yet. Abigail nodded and went to the house, and soon came to Leon with a bowl and a fork. "Just eat around the pot, no separate meals," Leon suggested, looking at the fork in his hand and looking at the pot of hen-stewed mushrooms in Italy. "Is this considered a saliva?" Abigail suddenly spoke when he heard this. "I haven't disliked you yet. If you dislike me, just grab a bowl and eat slowly. I don't plan to follow the meal-sharing system anyway," Leon complained to Abigail speechlessly. "Forget it, it's quite troublesome, let's do it." Abigail shook his head and stopped paying attention to these small issues. "I think you don't think you're going to have enough food for a bowl," Leon teased with a smile. "You have to worry." Abigail grimaced at Leon, "If I really only eat one bowl, will you have so much left to eat alone?" "I can keep half of it for dinner," Leon replied with confidence. "Then I can't let you do it." Happy Dragon Boat Festival, brothers and sisters, I wish you a relaxing and pleasant perfect holiday experience. You can go out and have a dinner party that should be together. Don't be like me. It's rare to stay at home as a typewriter during holidays. Today's newcomer, you can come back to see you in the evening. Anyway, I will be lazy and take it slowly. I probably won't finish it until the evening. Chapter 222 It's so embarrassing. Although the cooking and ingredients are not authentic, the taste is unexpectedly good. The chicken I bought from John is firm and elastic, and the chicken tastes very strong, and the ordinary mushrooms taste very good. The mushrooms that absorb the soup taste thick, refreshing and toothy. The unique umami flavor of the fungus has been further improved with the blessing of chicken soup. The pasta stewed as a staple food is no less than mushrooms and chicken. The pasta stewed over high heat also fully absorbs the essence of the soup. The double happiness produced by combining carbohydrates and fresh soup made Leon excited. Not only Leon, but Abigail also sucked his cheeks. She really didn't expect why this kind of mist-looking hodgepodge would be so delicious. A whole chicken, 3 ordinary mushrooms and a pack of pasta, can be full if you eat this portion of 3 people. Leon and Abigail ate the pot upside down, not even a few drops of the soup. "I think I shouldn't have dinner tonight." Abigail, who was obviously overeating, stroked his slightly raised belly and leaned on the chair without any ladle-like appearance and sighed. "Are you not afraid of gaining weight after eating so much?" Leon felt that it was just right, and the improvement of physical fitness also meant an increase in energy intake. In other words, Leon became more edible. "Impossible, I exercise often." Abigail waved his hand, "and I wish I was a little fatter. Now I am too thin and I don't have the conditions to gain muscle." "You really plan to be an explorer?" Leon understood Abigail's thoughts when he heard this. The girl was still thinking about learning martial arts to kill demons and destroying treasures and graves. "Yes, this is my dream." Abigail nodded and asked Leon, "I remember Leon, you have been to an abandoned mine. Are the monsters in the mine powerful?" "It's normal, but you'd better not consider going there. Leon reminded Abigail after giving the evaluation. Do you look down on me? Abigail complained to Leon in dissatisfaction, I have some combat power, too. It's not that you look down on you, it's because you're worried that you'll get lost in there. Leon explained, the environment of the mine is very complicated, and there is no pickaxe to smash the stones. You can't even find the stairs to enter the next floor, so you can only be trapped in a mine. Then I'll go with you next time. You mining, I'll provide you with combat support. Abigail suggested. No. Leon refused decisively. You still look down on me. Abigail shouted at Leon angrily, I want to duel with you and let you see the achievements of my cultivation during this period. Are you sure you moved? Leon complained to Abigail speechlessly. She ate no less than herself. Not to mention fighting now, it's hard to stand up. Then I'll fight you for a duel. Abigail tried it and found that he was really uncomfortable to get up now, so he sat down again and shouted at Leon. Did you forget how I taught you a lesson last time? Leon reminded Abigail. Humph, last time you attacked, you won't win. Abigail complained, if it were a head-on confrontation, I wouldn't have failed so quickly. Yeah. Leon perfunctorily treated Abigail, then took the pot and bowl to clean it and put it into the cabinet before returning to the makeshift kitchen. I'm going out later, can you still leave? Are you going to invite me together? Abigail asked curiously. No, I just want you to leave the farm early, Leon explained. Humph. Abigail snorted at Leon in dissatisfaction, then continued to lean on the chair in a lying flat position, I have to slow down. I have eaten too much. If you have something to do, go and do it. I can help you take care of the farm. I'm worried that you will destroy it. Leon complained. You think do I still have that ability now? Abigail rolled his eyes at Leon, my belly is filled, I don't want to move. Forward. Although Abigail said the truth, Leon always felt that this sentence was ambiguous. However, looking at Abigail's serious look, Leon also knew that he was thinking too much. Forget it, you should stay as long as you like, I'll leave first. Seeing that Abigail was indeed unable to leave for the time being, Leon let her stay on the farm. She had no threat anyway. In terms of safety and trust, Leon felt that Abigail was much more reliable than Demetrius. Go and go, I don't know why you are so busy every day. Abigail waved his hand at Leon and complained. Then you have a good rest, but don't lie down in my room. It's not healthy to lie down when you're too full. Leon reminded Abigail, then rode his bicycle and headed towards the coal forest in the south. After Leon left, Abigail climbed up silently and muttered, if you say you can't lie down, you can't lie down. I have to lie down today. After saying that, he walked into the wooden house and looked at the single wooden bed in the house. He first sniffed carefully and found that he did not smell any strange smell. Instead, there was a familiar fragrance, which made Abigail nodded with satisfaction and sighed. I didn't expect that although this guy deals with farming every day, he unexpectedly loves to be clean. Then he lay on Lion's bed without hesitation and smelled the familiar smell. Abigail's face became redder and redder, but he became more and more sleepy, and finally fell asleep in a daze. On the other side, Leon rode his bike all the way and soon arrived at Rasmati's mage tower. Before knocking on the door, Leon saw the door of the mage tower being opened, and Razmedes was sitting in the house and brewing 2 cups of tea. It seemed that he had already expected Lion's arrival. "Oh, green tea, Master Razmedes, you have a good taste." Seeing the familiar green tea tree buds floating in the cup, Leon sat down and couldn't wait to pick up the teacup and tea. "Ah, it's really good tea. I didn't expect you to like drinking this kind of green tea. I thought you young people like to drink carbonated drinks or coffee." Razmedes was obviously surprised by Lion's love for tea. "Each carrots and vegetables have their own preferences," Leon said with a mouthful of tea again, and then began to the topic. "Master Razmedes, you should know the purpose of my visit this time, otherwise you wouldn't have made this scene of welcoming guests in advance." "No, this was originally a friend. I didn't expect you to come, and I sat down so naturally and started drinking tea," Razmedes explained. This answer made Lion's movements froze. The emotional situation was not for entertaining him, which was too embarrassing. Chapter 223 Devouring and Rules. When Razmedes saw Lion's appearance, he couldn't help but raise his lips. "So how do you plan to make up for me? After all, this cup of tea you drank is used by me to entertain guests." "I'm making a drink for you," Leon asked tentatively. "Do you have tea?" Razmedes asked back. "No, but you have it," Leon replied with a smile. "It's gone, I'm done." Razmedes shook his head. "So you have to find a way for yourself." "Does your guest like to drink other things besides green tea?" Leon asked. "Starfruit tea," Razmedes replied. When he heard the name of the tea, Leon was stunned. He knew about starfruit tea. After all, he had heard of Gisco, but he had only heard of it. Even he himself didn't know what starfruit tea looked like. "Don't make things difficult for this child, Razmedes." Just as Leon was stunned, a very familiar voice appeared in Lion's ears. Leon looked in the sound and saw a familiar figure. Wilvik. The blue hood and wizard robe embroidered with wavy patterns, and the thin hands were holding crystal balls. The face looked very young, but it gave people a kind feeling. It was the fortune teller Velvik who Leon had met on channel 7777. "It seems that you have a deep memory of me, and you actually recognize me at a glance." Wervik heard Leon calling out his name directly, and a smile appeared on his face. "But you didn't seem to ask me for your fortune today, because you know you have learned in advance that you haven't been liked by the elves recently." "Ah, my fortune is not good recently?" Leon asked subconsciously after hearing this. "It seems you don't know. I originally thought you had the talent for divination and psychics, but it was a pity." Velvik was a little disappointed, and then sat on the new chair that Razmedes had prepared for her from some time. It seems that I'm not the time to come. Why don't I come again next time?" Leon said, looking at Velvik and Razmedes. "I just came over and talked to Razmedes. You are also a guest, so you don't need to avoid it." Velvik greeted Leon. "Sit down, you must have something to ask when you come to me. You just went back with nothing, are you willing?" Razmedes also spoke at this moment. "Okay." Since the host and the guest had no objection, Leon sat down and rushed to Velvik, saying hello. You talk about your affairs first. Razmedes reminded Leon. Yet, when Leon saw that Velvic was also very interested, he no longer had a story about his trip to the sea. Of course, the main aspect is that the old Hans swallowed the star fruit and turned it into a giant python, and he paid the navigation log as evidence. It's interesting to be a guy who ate the star fruit and became a son of the wild. Wilvik, what do you think? After listening to Lion's description, Razmedes stroked his chin and threw the problem to Velvic. What else can I think? What he should have eaten was the cursed star fruit. Leon mentioned that there was a witch in the middle. You don't know the witch's behavior pattern. Velvic complained. Although I really wanted to ask how Wervik knew his name, the two big guys were discussing it now, and Leon was embarrassed to ask, and sat aside as a melon-eating crowd. Ahem, stop this topic for the time being. Razmedes, who was asked back, coughed dryly and changed the topic. Leon's description, the witch was eaten. Do you believe it? A man-made son of the wilderness can eat a witch. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Velvic complained to Razmedes, when did you become so ink-like? If you have anything to say, just say it directly. I don't want you to do it for you. Razmedes explained helplessly, and then stopped maintaining the Q&A mode with Velvic, but spoke to Leon. The thing you encountered is actually not uncommon in the magic world. A bad guy who was deceived by a witch has become the experimental material for a witch. This happens every year. Don't care about these things. In the future, someone will pursue this witch who violates the laws of the magic world. Actually, I'm not concerned about this. What I want to ask is whether it is true that the matter of improving oneself by devouring humans who have eaten the fruit of the star is being improved. Leon hurriedly explained. Oh, this is true. Razmedes nodded and confirmed, this is indeed the case. Then am I in danger? Leon frowned and complained, in addition to monsters, I also seem to be on guard against other ill-hearted guys. You don't have to worry about this situation, because you can't get on the table if you only eat one star fruit. The prerequisite for worrying about this threat is something you need to consider after eating at least 3 star fruits. After all, there are too many eaters of a single star fruit, which is not a rare thing at all. Razmedes complained. Who studied this method? Leon asked. This method was developed by monsters. Because they could not eat the fruit of the star and wanted the power of the fruit of the star, they made various attempts. This is one of the methods they developed, and it is only the first time that the power of the fruit of the star is obtained through this method, and this method can be used both in monsters and humans. Razmedes explained. Wilvik, who was standing aside, also added, interestingly, only monsters can use this method. And because humans, a race that can directly eat the star fruit, is not short of the way to obtain the star fruit, there is no need to use such an extreme way to obtain the power of the star fruit. Since Master Razmedes said that humans can also be used, it means that humans have done such things, right? Leon complained. Yes, someone did make such a taboo behavior and succeeded, so I said that this method can be used by humans, Razmedes explained. There should be a price. Leon asked. The price is that this guy is crazy. He was stripped of human identity by Yuba and became a member of the monster. Velvic replied. Uba took the initiative to deprive him. Leon was stunned when he heard this. It is a rule set by BA. You don't need to understand this matter for the time being. You just need to know that humans will not just swear to you in order to obtain the power of the star fruit. Rasmades comforted Leon. Chapter 224 Get up soon, the matter has been revealed. Leon nodded to express his understanding, and also breathed a sigh of relief. If the facts and what Rasmades said, then all he needs to be guarded against is the monster. Moreover, a single star fruit eater, seemed to be a terrible existence in this world, and it should not attract the attention of any powerful monsters. Not to mention that he is currently living in Zingd Valley, where there are big bosses gathering, and the level of safety is directly overwhelming. I have no problem. Thank you for your explanation. I won't disturb you chatting. After confirming that I would not cause unnecessary trouble to myself because of the identity of the star fruit eater, Leon proposed to say goodbye. This log of navigation is left on my side. I need to submit it to the Supreme Court as evidence before I can send law enforcement officers to find the witch. You have no objection? Rasmades raised the log of navigation brought by Leon and spoke. Take it and take it, don't be polite to me, this thing is not worth it. Leon waved his hand indifferently. After all, a navigation log is just a notion, not a treasure map, and it won't hurt to send it out. Rasmades nodded, and after receiving the navigation log, he threw it to Leon, a small bag the size of a palm. As reward for providing clues, this is a reward for you. Is there any reward? Leon was instantly happy. Yeah. Rasmades nodded, and then when he waved his hand, Leon was sent back to the Red Star farm. Leon was used to Rasmades's way of seeing off guests, so he opened the small bag and took out the reward inside. It was a round glass ball with the same look as a gem, which was quite heavy to buy. Rare seeds. Seeds sowing in autumn requires a quarter of growth. Oh, are you the seeds of gem sweetberry? I saved 1,000 G. After seeing the introduction of this seed, Leon recognized the true face of this thing. It was the gem sweetberry that could be sacrificed to the statue of Old Cannoli for the star fruit after harvest. As a reward, this thing should have been specially selected by RAS Modis, but in this season, I don't have to consider planting this seed for the time being. Unfortunately, Rasmades did not give the gem sweetberry directly, otherwise Leon would not have to do anything for himself. The seeds were not used, and they were thrown into the bag and took up the grid. So Leon returned to the house and threw them into the treasure chest. As soon as he collected the seeds, Leon noticed that there were only a large purple-haired rats on his bed. Seeing that his originally neatly stacked bedding was rubbed into a mochi, Leon couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Anger arose from the heart, evil arises to the courage, and at this moment, countless solutions emerge in Lion's mind. But after hesitating for a while, Leon still couldn't bear to take action. After all, the bed belongs to him. No matter how it is done, it can easily hurt innocent beds, so that I will have no place to sleep at night. Sitting at the head of the bed, looking at Abigail who was sleeping soundly at the moment, Leon thought for a while, but finally did not wake him up. After getting up and leaving the wooden house, Leon turned to the remote forest in the north. It had been several days and it was time to check the condition of the sap collector. Not to mention, it has only been a few days since I came to the remote forest last time. New tender seedlings have grown from the original site of the trees near Red Star Farm that were cut off by Leon in order to upgrade wild picks. By passing these saplings, he found the 3 trees that set up their own sap collectors. Leon looked into the bucket where the sap was filled. The resin in the bucket was already 2 oudheerds full. According to this progress, Leon estimated that it would be able to fill the day after tomorrow. However, in reality, it may not be as convenient as in the game. The collected resin can be directly packaged into the finished material and can be directly included in the backpack. Otherwise, there would not be a small faucet specifically for water release under the bucket of this sap collector. You have to find a way to load these sap containers. The first thing that came to mind was glass bottles. After all, this kind of thing was easy to find. Gus Star Fruit Bar has a bunch of used wine bottles. It should be used directly after cleaning. However, Gus should be lying in bed and waiting for his body to adjust the sequelae of seasickness. Leon was embarrassed to disturb him now, so he arranged this visit tomorrow. Anyway, the sap collector is not full yet, so there is still time to find a suitable container. Based on the principle that everyone has come, Leon cut down a few trees. After confirming that the growth rate of the trees in Stardew Valley is very rapid, Leon does not need to worry about the landslides that may be caused by indiscriminate logging. Not to mention that the reason why remote forests can be called forests is that the density and number of trees are definitely not something that Leon can cut down by all, and Leon has no psychological burden when cutting wood. The 4 trees turned into sapwood and seeds and put them in the system backpack. Leon returned to the farm. It was estimated that it was an hour after another. Leon planned to see if Abigail got up from his bed. After entering the room, there was still the cramped back. Leon sighed helplessly and stepped forward and patted Abigail on the shoulder. When Abigail began to wake up and gradually began to stretch his tight limbs, Leon spoke. "Get up quickly, your parents are waiting for you to go back outside the farm. You have to explain clearly to them that nothing happened to me and you." "Ah." Abigail, who was originally sleepy and wanted to change his position and sleep for a while, suddenly turned over from the bed and looked at Leon in shock and asked, "Why did they find them?" "I don't know. Anyway, when I was watching TV in the room, Mr. Pierre rushed in and saw you lying on my bed. He ran out so angry that he didn't even give me the opportunity to explain." Leon complained with a bitter face. "It's over." Looking at Leon's expression, Abigail was circling in a hurry at this moment. His brain was running rapidly, as if he was thinking about how to explain to his parents. Looking at Abigail's anxious appearance, Leon forced himself to suppress the corner of his mouth that couldn't help but raise his mouth and urged Abigail, "Go outside the farm and explain it to them, otherwise I'm worried that your dad will go back and drive into the farm and hit me to death." "No, he is not that brave. You can wait for me here and I will go back." Abigail hurriedly comforted Leon, then he gritted his teeth and rushed out of the wooden house. "Ha ha ha, what a pity, my acting skills are so good that I am a little actor in the entertainment industry." Seeing Abigail running out without doubt, Leon finally didn't have to hold back his smile. While laughing wildly, he did not forget to sigh at his outstanding acting skills. But not long after, he couldn't laugh because Abigail was back. Obviously, this girl didn't see her parents after she went out, and realized that she had been deceived by Leon. Now she came back to kill her and was here to seek punishment. Thanks to the boss of the 100 starting point coins from the book friend 20220821205656573 for the reward of 100 starting points. Brothers, don't give me a reward. I am a person who sells arts but doesn't sell myself, and the unit price is too low. If you ask me to fly directly to you, the air ticket is not enough, just subscribe more, don't give me a reward. Chapter 225 I believe it anyway. But Leon was not panicked at all about this, and immediately restrained his smile and switched to a worried face and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't explain it clearly? Or did your parents go back first?" Originally, Leon thought Abigail would be fooled by him again, but who would have thought that this girl would ask directly? "What clothes did my dad wear when he came?" "Brown leather jacket." Leon speculated as he recalled Pierre's classic clothing matching. "Where is my mother?" Abigail continued to ask. "A sky blue top and a dark purple long skirt," Leon continued to say to Abigail according to the memory in the game. In fact, in reality, he seemed to have never seen Caroline himself. "Ha ha ha, did you see them yesterday?" Abigail sneered at Leon and complained to him. Judging from Lion's description, she knew that Leon was lying to herself. After all, unlike Leon, she spent the morning at home. She remembered clearly what the clothes her parents were wearing. "Maybe I remembered it wrong? After all, the situation was too scary at that time, I might have missed it." Looking at Abigail's appearance of clenching his little fists with malicious intentions, Leon tried to save his lie. But Abigail didn't think so, and waved his arm and punched Leon in the face. "The strength is not heavy, it is more like fighting than attack." After that, Leon only needed to pretend to be in pain, howl twice, admit his mistake, and the matter was over. But it is obvious that Leon doesn't like to follow common sense. The moment Abigail takes action, he bullied himself, and turned his shoulder to avoid the attack path of the fist. At the same time, he held Abigail's wrist with his right hand, and then twisted his arm behind Abigail with his backhand. Then he hooked his calf back, turned Abigail over and pressed him on the bed. At the same time, his left hand also tied Abigail's other hand behind him, and completely crushed him to death on the bed. "Little girl, you're far from fighting with me." Looking at Abigail who was struggling in his hands, Leon laughed and mocked him. "Are you a fool?" Faced with Lion's counterattack, Abigail was both angry and funny. Leon was so angry that he actually resisted. He laughed that Leon didn't treat her as a woman, and this back was really not filled with water. "I just want you to understand the reason why you should not act randomly before you know the strength of both sides," Leon said, then let go. Maintaining this action for a long time will make Abigail feel pain. His original intention was just to remind Abigail of the strength gap between the two, and he did not really want to hit Abigail. Abigail, who had recovered his ability to move, got up from the bed, moved his shoulders and neck, and complained to Leon, "Of course I know the difference between us, but you can't let me? After all, you teased me first. Is it wrong for me to vent my anger? Then you have to get me too, and I still remember that you forgot when you said you wanted to fight me alone," Leon reminded Abigail. "Forget it, I'm afraid of you." Abigail looked at Leon speechlessly. At this moment, she had no expectations for Leon. This guy was not a reckless man who knew how to be merciful. "I've been sleeping well, and I've been getting up and going. It's time for you to go back, otherwise your parents may really think you're missing and come to find you. If you find the farm, my joke may become a reality. Don't blame me for not reminding you at that time." Seeing Abigail's spirited appearance, Leon issued an order to expel him. "No, it's almost dinner time, I plan to have another meal with you." Abigail refused Lion's proposal without hesitation, and recalled the stew of chicken, mushroom pasta that he had eaten at noon, and couldn't help swallowing. "When I'm a homeless rescue center, you had a vain meal at noon, and you still plan to eat for free at night. Do you want shame?" Leon said with a blank look on his face. "What's the use of face? You can't eat it. Could it be that you dare to throw me out?" Abigail took off his shoes and sat on Lion's bed, clearly looking like he was staying here. Seeing this, Leon was not used to it. He just lifted Abigail up and resisted it on his shoulder. Regardless of whether she was patting her chest, he picked up the shoes she threw on the ground, and carried her out of the house and walked outside the farm. "Leon, put me down." Abigail, who was hammering Leon with his little fist, did not forget to call Leon for himself. "Let it go." But Leon pretended not to hear it, but instead walked out of the farm faster. "Wow, then you can change your position at least. I can't breathe when you are so scattered." Because of his posture, Abigail was so uncomfortable that he was struck by Lion's shoulders and couldn't help but complain. When Leon heard this, he threw Abigail on his shoulders up. While exclaiming, he caught him in a princess hug. "It's much more comfortable." "Please, don't you think this posture is too ambiguous?" Abigail complained at this moment, but looking at Lion's chin and Adam's apple at this angle made her blush unconsciously. "What should I say is not to say, Lion's jaw angle is very perfect, like a sculpture that has been tempered for so long." Abigail, who has been with him for so long, realized for the first time that this guy seemed to be handsome no matter from any angle. "It's okay, I treat you as a brother, not as a woman." Leon talked seriously. "Not to mention, Abigail looks quite thin, but his thighs feel very fleshy when he picks it up." "You guy, even if you say that, I won't believe you." Due to Abigail's posture, he clearly felt that the position of his waist was irritated by foreign objects. When she was in the car when she came to the farm, Leon fooled her and said it was a stick-like weapon she carried with her. Abigail believed it. But now Abigail reacted no matter how slow he was. After all, he was all a big girl. Although he had no practical experience, she had watched magazines and novels, including love movies and TV series, and hadn't eaten pork and hadn't seen pigs running. Leon also realized this. After all, the young man was full of energy. Now he felt the stimulation of Xianghui's nephropathy in the princess hugging. If he didn't react, he had to consider going to Harvey for a physical examination. However, one advantage he has is that he is thick-skinned, can tell lies with his eyes open, and immediately retorted righteously. "I don't care whether you believe it or not. I believe it anyway, so don't worry. When I leave the farm, I will throw it out for you. Don't think about free meals or something." After saying that, Leon speeded up again. After leaving the farm, he found a relatively dense green grassland and threw Abigail away, and threw the shoes he was carrying in his hand over. Then, without waiting for Abigail to get up and launch a verbal offensive at him, Leon turned around and ran, moving in an astonishingly fast manner. Ah! Bastard! Looking at Leon, who ran away in the blink of an eye, Abigail was so angry that he put on his shoes and stood up, but did not recover the farm and settle the score with Leon. Because the situation she noticed just now had a big impact on her, she really didn't dare to face Lion's attack on her.